experience. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Here's Kittle. George Kittle. Touchdown, 49ers. Well, this is a nice play, obviously, by Garoppolo and Kittle, but this is embarrassing for the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, baby. Was it embarrassing for the Cardinals? Or was it just a whoop-ass win for the 49ers? What a victory. Their most complete game of the season. Jimmy Garoppolo, how about that guy? How about Kyle Shanahan? How about this defense? And how about the Niners humming down in Mexico City? We're going to talk all about it today. 38-10 win as they improved to 6-4 and tie the Seattle Seahawks for the top spot in the NFC West. Of course, the Niners right now are in first place because of the head-to-head win over Seattle in week number 2. But they'll have some things to do in about 5 weeks. Thursday Night Football with Seattle, and that's where it's setting up to be for the division. But the Niners last night, they look good on all 3 phases. Last night, the teams were special. The teams were special. Offense was good. Averaging 5.7 yards a carry. Jimmy Garoppolo really good in the pass game. Every playmaker touched the ball. Just a complete win, and I think it's a sign of things to come for the 49ers here as we move into December.
Yeah, I was talking with Spadoni about it. I just, watching the game last night, there's a couple of quick points on just this one player. Number one, Steph Curry, most fun player any of us has ever seen. That goes without saying, right? And I don't want to compare anyone to Steph because he's the unicorn. McCaffrey's about as fun as it gets. Right? Just watching a player play football, every time he lines up, you got your eyes on him. Is he going to split out? He touches the ball. He's electric. There's something about Christian McCaffrey that has just breathed life into this entire team, and it's opened up the field for everyone. And then I look at what it's done for the confidence level of Jimmy Garoppolo. He looks so good right now and so confident. He's making off-script plays down the field, throwing it over the top of everyone to George Kittle. Are you kidding me? And then splitting out McCaffrey. It looked like to me he audibled on the play. Splits McCaffrey out wide. He's got Debo in the backfield and just throws a perfect little just 6-yard, 7-yard boom. Linebacker's going to lay off him. Here you go. Yep. First down. They didn't have that in the bag. Offense felt so constipated for so long. And then you add Christian McCaffrey, and they look unstoppable.
No, they are. I mean, the trade has opened up everything. There's no doubt about it. The last 3 games, they've averaged a shade over 30 points a game. And that's what I'm expecting from this offense moving forward. And it all flipped when they were down 14-10 at SoFi Stadium against the LA Rams. Shanahan figured out, this guy's a bad boy in number 23 in Christian McCaffrey. Jimmy Garoppolo figured out, I can throw the ball to the backfield, kind of like Tom Brady to Deion Lewis or James White or Kevin Falk and all those scat backs in New England. And all of a sudden, Jimmy Garoppolo, I'll say this right now, moving forward from here on out, outside of Tom Brady, there's not another quarterback in the NFC I'd rather have than Jimmy Garoppolo.
I think
that's how well he's playing. He's confident. He's stepping up in the pocket. He's improvising. He's throwing lasers. He's throwing darts. He's accurate, and he's not turning the ball over. The last 4 games, Jimmy Garoppolo, 8 touchdown passes, 1 pick.
Not a lot of interceptable plays, not a lot of erratic plays. The key for me with Jimmy Garoppolo be he's stepping into his passes. And that tells me 2 things. Number 1, he's confident. And number 2, offensive line's done a great job. I think quietly, Burford's had moments where he's struggled.
How about Jake Brendel going downfield and blocking on that Debo play, pancaking Buda Baker at the 5-yard line?
Bonte, we're going to talk about it in a couple years from now. They went an entire year with Jake Brendel at center.
Jake Brendel.
And I'm not trying to rip the guy, but come on. I mean, how many teams are putting him at center and not having a cave-in type of an offensive line season? So they've done a phenomenal job just reworking this offensive line on the fly. And then now you look and you got 2 young guards. Feel pretty promising about Banks and Burford.
No, Banks, Burford doing really well. Brendel's playing well.
Didn't hear McGlinchey's name last night.
I mean, didn't hear his name at all. Didn't hear anything about Trent Williams tipping plays or whatnot.
Can we talk? Let's stop for a second. Trent Williams, He is the guy who wears the extra medium when he's clearly an extra large.
No doubt.
The guy has socks on that barely cover his
Big boy.
gigantic calves. You got knees showing, you got ankles showing. His uniform doesn't fit him at all, and it looks glorious.
No doubt. No, it does. And he's got the visor, and he's balling dudes. He was balling Buda Baker. Buda Baker had a rough night last night. It was too physical out there. I do love Buda. But man, he was getting hit around there like a rag doll. The physicality of that football game, you could start to see it in the first half when Arizona could not run the ball. And I was like, oh, Colt's going to die. And Colt almost died last night in Mexico City. They had to pull his ass out the game and play Trace McSorley out of Penn State. And that was a smart move. They are a mess, and their season's done. So the Niners have ended the L.A. Rams. They've ended the Arizona Cardinals in 2022.
Panthers.
And I'm looking for the end of the Panthers. I got Matt Rule was on NFL. He was on NFL Network this morning talking about studying the film and hanging out with his daughter or whatnot. Hey, he's got a lot of money to pick, man. He's got a lot to smile about.
Yeah, if you gave me that money, I would not be on the NFL Network.
No. Well, next month, maybe.
I'd give it a little time.
Hey, man, he's trying to get out there, show the people that, hey, I'm Matt Rule. I'm still looking for a job.
Well, he'll get one.
Jimmy Garoppolo, though, 8 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Good.
1,006 yards in the last 4 games. Niners are rolling right now, 3-1 in the last 4, of course. They lost to Kansas City, but a 3-game win streak as they move into New Orleans next week at Levi Stadium. We're going to talk all about it. 888-957-9570. Jimmy, again, I'll make the statement once again. There's not another quarterback outside of Tom Brady I'd rather roll with the rest of the way in the NFC. That's over Dak Prescott. That's over Jalen Hurts. That's over Kirk Cousins. And that's over Geno Smith. I mean, this guy is playing at such a high level right now.
It's the best he's played in a long time.
Maybe the best he's played as a 49er, but also
like 2-3 years.
We argued about this so long in 2020, right? When they lost that season opener to Arizona. And he walked on the field, and Dante Pettis, Trent Taylor, and Kendrick Bourne was his wide receiver.
Yeah, this is not good enough.
I always wondered what it would look like if Jimmy had comparable weapons. Well, Deebo Samuel, we know, is a stud.
Yeah.
George Kittle, nobody wanted to tackle him yesterday.
No.
George Kittle looked phenomenal. And he's got Brandon Ayuk. Even though he only caught 2 passes,
his route running
is just absurd. He's the best route runner on the team. I felt that all year. So he's coming along, and he's balling right now. And then you got Christian McCaffrey coming out the backfield making plays, and linebackers are like, oh, snap, well, I got Debo here. I got 23 there, 85 over here, and then number 11 is coming, and they're not even stretching the field yet. That's coming. Trust me, that's coming for this offense. Now he's got a full complement of weapons. Shanahan's dialing up anything, saying, not to mention Elijah Mitchell after the second half or at the halftime comes in with fresh legs. He's a battering ram. I've never felt better about this offense under Kyle Shanahan. I've never felt better about this offense under Jimmy Garoppolo. So I'm riding high right now as they win 3 straight. And finally, we got our hoodies. Wow. What do you know?
Wow.
Look at that.
Wow. It says morning roast, oh baby, with Bonte's picture and face. And then to the other side, it says, come on, doggy.
Look at that.
That looks pretty cool.
Bad. Nice little hoodie.
Too bad it's super blurry on my YouTube here.
Yeah.
You know what, B? I'm so excited for the Niners right now because it's setting up to be an incredible December and January. And they've handled their business in division. When I saw the graphic flash across, first time they've been 4-0 in the NFC West since 2002, the first year of the NFC West. Man, I couldn't believe that.
That's insane.
I was like, you're telling me Harbaugh never did that?
That's
you're telling me in 2019 that didn't happen? Like, I didn't know. First time 4-0 in the NFC West since 2002. That blew me away.
Not only that. How about this? Your 3rd straight second half shutout.
That is incredible.
The Rams didn't score in the second half.
Incredible.
Chargers didn't score in the second half.
That's incredible.
And the Cardinals tried to score a little sympathy touchdown at the end there, and Trace McSorley threw a pick to Womack, who could have had 2 picks on that same drive. He dropped one that would have been a pick 6. He finally comes up with one.
Womack.
I like Womack a lot. He played tough yesterday. 0 points the last 3 second halves the Niners have given up. They're a plus 54 there. I mean, there's just so much stuff happening with this team.
You know, one of the things that, like, when we assess what a coach brings to the table, you know, people bring up, like, Belichick. Oh, he does personnel and he does the whole defense. Right. He's the architect of the defense. When we bring up Andy Reid, like, obviously play calling is, like, his number one thing, right? And maximizing the talent that he's got. I think one of the most underrated things that Kyle Shanahan has done as a 49er coach, because everyone's like, he's the best play designer. Right. Play calling. I think building staffs is one of the more underrated things that he does. Brian Griese, I was all over at the beginning of the year watching him work with Trey Lance. He's done a great job with Jimmy Garoppolo.
No doubt.
So they switched out that quarterback coach. Jimmy's playing the best ball he's ever played. Now, personnel has a lot to do with that, but I do think the inner workings. I'm sitting there watching Greasy put his arm around Jimmy on the bench yesterday. I'm like, that's coaching. Right? That's coaching, like working with that guy. Secondarily, he took a guy who had never been a defensive coordinator in Robert Saleh, groomed him in to one of the most coveted head coach candidates in the league, then replaced that guy with another guy who had never been the head defensive coordinator, and now he's set up to be a head coach somewhere. Look what he did with Mike McDaniels. Obviously, he gets some credit for that. I think
LaFleur in Green Bay.
What he has done to build staffs over the years and reinvent his staff on the fly, dramatically underrated. Dramatically underrated.
Chris Kosaric, D-line coach. They don't have Armstead and Kinlaw. You don't even know.
It's a great call.
You don't even know.
That's a great
call. You don't even miss the guys. You don't even notice they're out.
What about the offensive line coach right now?
Offensive line Chris Forster.
I mean, look, I know the guy's crazy, but he's done it. They are doing this with Burford and Banks, two unproven young players who no one thought were going to be anything, and Jake Brendel in the middle.
Jake Brendel in the middle.
I don't want to slander his name. I'm just saying, like,
no, Jake Brendel's playing out of his mind right now.
How many teams would take those three players and not have anywhere near the success the Niners are having?
It's coaching and development. Then you got Bobby Richardson back as your running back coach alongside Anthony Lynn, who's walking off the field with John Lynch. And I'm looking at YouTube right now, and Aikman and Buck were gushing over the 49ers because Aikman and Buck covering those games for Fox Sports. They've seen a lot of 49er football in the last 4 years. And they know, and Aikman's been in championship locker rooms. They hear him say, I've been in the championship locker room. When everybody's bought in and you're on the same page and you go out there on Monday Night Football and you kick a division rival's ass because everybody's freaking out early on. It was 3-0. I'm like, division games are going to be dogfights.
There was a feeling out period.
There's no doubt. But the Niners put their foot on their throats in the second half. They came out in the first drive in the third quarter. 7 runs on 8 plays. It went right down the football field. Ran it right down their throats. That was capped off by Deebo Samuel's nice little pitch play. The little reverse there. Got him on the edge, and he scores a long touchdown. Aikman was salivating over the Niners saying, this is a team I would not want to play moving forward.
It was funny to hear Troy Aikman completely pivot because everybody gets mad when Jimmy has rough patches, we have to assess it and call it out. And then when he plays well, we try to praise him. And, you're trying to give realistic assessments in real time. And I think it's very difficult at times. Aikman has crushed Jimmy Garoppolo forever. And yesterday he was gushing over him. And I think part why he was gushing over him was Aikman knows if you have weapons on the outside and you're just feeding those weapons and letting them be playmakers, you will win a ton of games.
No doubt.
And that's all we've ever wanted from Jimmy Garoppolo. Consistently feed the playmaker. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to take sacks. You're going to throw balls into the ground every now and then. Don't have the huge turnover plays. And just get the ball in playmakers' hands to make plays. Bonte, the play he made to George Kittle, he didn't make that play last year.
No, he didn't.
He did not make that play last year. And you can't tell me it's not him being confident, him feeling himself, also having that check down valve where teams have to honor Christian McCaffrey underneath. Everything's clicking right now, and it feels like the perfect storm. And here's the other thing. I don't want to talk about re-signing Jimmy. I don't want to talk about the offseason. I don't want to talk about – that's the beauty, I feel, of Jimmy has lived in the moment. And I hope that this team can continue to live in the moment. I know the cameras were panning to Trey Lance. And, look, all of that will take care of itself. Let's live in the moment, sit in the bathwater. Let's enjoy this hot tub season we've got going right now.
You kind of read my mind here because I wanted to read this from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Kyle from Terra Linda. Jimmy finishes the season looking like this. What do you do next season? Well, I don't think the Niners could do anything, number one, because he's going to get paid. If he plays like that, he's going to get a big bag, and the Niners will probably, and he should. He's been, I said this over and over and over again, and I've done some of the disrespected. He's been the most disrespected 49er in my adult lifetime. I don't remember as much as a kid, maybe Steve Young early on, but Jimmy Garoppolo from the year 2000 on to the present day has been the most disrespected 49er. All he's done is played hard for this organization. All he's done is put his body on the line for this organization, and he's been part of some memorable moments, some of my most favorite moments of all time as a 49er fan. The Dallas game last year, he was part of it. Say what you want to say. The 2019 season, going down to New Orleans, all those big games he had. Jimmy is going to get a bag, but we're not there yet. Well, I don't want to do like big picture radio.
But it's continue. No,
big picture radio is not what I like. I'm not pivoting to February. What do you do with Jimmy? What do you do with Jimmy? How do you win a Super Bowl this year?
That's what I'm saying, Bonte.
How do you win a Super Bowl?
And I'm guilty of this. I feel like we did this last year because there were so many ups and downs. We were so losing our mind about what's going to happen in the offseason 3 months from now. Guys, we're having a fun-ass season for the 49ers. Can we just enjoy it?
No doubt.
Like, can we just freaking enjoy it?
I think we are. I think people
no,
are.
I know.
think
I'm just saying in general, like the narrative surrounding, like I know you got to bring this guy back. You got to worry about this. Like right now, I'm looking at this nucleus. This is the best weaponry they've had since Rice and Owens and Hurst. Yep. And it's not close.
It's not even close.
I mean, they have got an ascending wide receiver in Brandon Ayuk having a monster season, okay, in terms of just as a pass catcher. Debo felt like Debo last night, which we were all kind of like, I know, like you win games, it doesn't matter. But you want to see your guy Debo get the ball, and you want him feeling good about himself.
No,
it felt like when he got that little end-around pitch play, whatever that play was called, I don't even know. It was a beautiful play. And he started like stretching his legs. I'm like, I can't remember him running full stride all year. He's had like 5 guys around him all year.
Monday Night Football, maybe against the Rams when he had that wide receiver screen.
Good call.
The Seattle game. But yeah, no, it's
hit
been far.
Another level of speed on that play.
No doubt. Then you talk about Brandon Ayuk, 29 catches over his last 5 games, 350 yards,
God,
61 a game,
sick.
12 yards a catch, 5 touchdowns.
He has 5?
He has 5 touchdowns in the last 5 games. Last 5 games.
Who's the last 49er wide receiver to have double-digit touchdown catches?
Michael Crabtree, maybe? Did he have it?
Yeah, I think he had 12 touchdowns, 80-something catches with 1,200 yards. That might be it. You might be right. It might be the 12 touchdowns.
Right.
That was the year with Randy Moss and Vernon Davis, 2012.
No doubt.
And you know what? I'm going to look that up. I think you're right.
Maybe Kaepernick, right? With Cap?
No, it was half with Cap.
Half with Cap. Yeah. No doubt. Hey, you can't turn me down right now, 650. How can you be turned down right now?
Why?
After a performance like that on Monday Night Football in a Super Bowl environment in Mexico City, a division rival, and you smoked them.
You
smoked Kingsbury. You made them tap out. How can you not be excited about that? Let's go to Rhea. Rhea in Lancaster. Rhea, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
I just have to give my team so many flowers.
No doubt.
Woo!
Give him flowers.
I have to give Kyle his flowers because Kyle Shanahan had that ball spreading around. My fullback even got to touch the ball to get a first down.
Yep.
I was excited to see how dominating we were. We just were like, they didn't know what to do. They were confused. They were gassed. They looked like they didn't have any more oxygen in them by the time we were done. I'm just a forever.
Rhea, Rhea, doesn't it feel like something special's about to happen with this team? It feels like something special's brewing out here in San Francisco.
Everybody's smiling. Everybody's getting touches, getting touchdowns. Brandon Ayuk. I love me some BA. I love BA with his rookie year when he hurdled over a player to get to the end zone.
He's ascending like Jordan Poole last year. He's ascending, man.
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk is a problem. Thanks for the call, Rhea.
Great call, Rhea. Michael Crabtree, that year. This is the most since T.O. 9 touchdown passes in a season. He caught 9 that year in 2012.
T.O.?
No,
Or
Crabtree did. 2009.
How many does Ayuk have right now?
5.
You said 5 total? No, 5 in the last 5 games.
Oh, so then how many does he have total?
Yeah, 5. That's 5 in the last 5 games.
Madsen?
5 in the last 5 games. I mean, this guy's coming on here. He's
6.
6 now.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. He's going to break that. But B, I think this goes to show, we've talked about how many 1,000-yard receivers they've had. It's basically Bolden, Crabtree, and that's about it. And then the Debo season that they had last year. Touchdown passes. That tells me they're throwing the ball in the end zone. That throw by Jimmy Garoppolo, too, only Ayuk was catching that.
What about the progressions on the first Ayuk touchdown? Christian McCaffrey comes in on the Texas route, middle linebacker sitting right there in the middle. Jimmy says, you know what, I'm going to check off of it.
Thank you.
That's where the whole one-read quarterback thing, let's just throw that away because he's not a one-read quarterback, not this year.
No.
This guy checked down and said, let me go look back. And Ayuk runs a great route. I don't know if that was a delayed slant. I don't know what you call that route. Some football expert needs to call the show and let me know what that route was.
It was like a pivot.
Yeah, it was like a pivot, like a fake out route, pivot back in. And Jimmy hits him right on a dime. Perfect pass, touchdown, Niners. He's making himself a big-time target, Brandon Ayuk, and Jimmy now has that rapport with him. He has a rapport with George Kittle. It was good to see him reemerge.
It was great to see Kittle get those yards after the catch. And he was sniffing the end zone from like the 20-yard in.
3 wins in a row for the 49ers.
I can't believe how good they look.
3 straight shutouts in the second half by this defense.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Watching the first couple of drives, I'm thinking, oh boy, this is gonna be a tight one. Like that's what I thought. Like the field looked terrible. The rain's coming down. I'm like, can we play a dry game? Like what? The football gods hate this team. Like why can't we play a dry game?
Right.
The field slippage. We almost get that little punt down at
hit the one, and homeboy slips.
Here we go. They can't get their hands on Dortch, and he gets a big wide receiver screen. And I got to give credit to them. They have been so resilient. They just kind of felt out Arizona at the beginning of the game, and then just out-hit them.
They just out-hit them. They let the game come to them. That was a great game. And now, again, 30 points a game over the last 3 for this offense.
And they're scoring touchdowns.
Touchdowns.
Not
field goals. Touchdowns. Niners win. They win their 3rd in a row. They're in first place in the NFC West. And we got some calls from Mexico City coming in.
Oh, nice.
Detroit, San Carlos. We're going to get to everybody here on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570. This team is humming. And again, I'll say it again. Last week, we were having some fun. But I said I'll take Jimmy for this season over Kyler. And now I'm saying this, Shasky, outside of Tom Brady, I'm taking Jimmy over any of these quarterbacks in the NFC.
I think I'm with you.
I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, baby. I'm back on board.
Well, he does this too. You know, half-baked at the end when he's looking at the joint and he's about to throw it over the bridge. You'll be back.
I can't quit Jimmy.
That's Jimmy Garoppolo.
I can't quit Jimmy. I'm all about it. I'm all about it right here on the roast. All right, that's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Also, calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals. November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some, and blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustile, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine & More, find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore. Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice, the bottles so perfect and perfectly priced. So gather with friends as you sit down to eat, grateful for all who made Thanksgiving complete.
Love what you find. Always lowest prices at Total Wine & More. Delivery available. Drink responsibly. B21.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Samuel gets it. Trent Williams out in front of him. Ayuk blocking. Debo. End zone touchdown. What a play. No flags. Another one for San Francisco.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the morning roast. I'm a roaster because these two guys are my guys. Yin and Yang, right here on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Goo, and what up, Roasters? Here on a Tuesday morning, Niners win 38-20. They're now 6-4. They blow out the Arizona Cardinals 38-10, and wasn't even that close. They smoked them last night. Great game by Jimmy Garoppolo, 20-29. What did he throw? 200 and I just got the first half stats here. Threw for 153 in the first half alone. 14-21. Shanahan was throwing that ball around.
Kyle Madsen texted me. Was it 21-7? Pass attempts to rush attempts?
Yeah, in the first half.
That's incredible.
Then they flipped it. 20-29, 228 yards, 4 touchdown passes. So that was the 6th game he's played against the Arizona Cardinals. The 6th game. 3 of those games he's thrown for over 300.
Say that again. I'm sorry, they were in my ear.
6 games against Arizona. No, it's all good. 6 games against Arizona, I believe, and he's thrown for 300 3 times. Over 300.
Wow.
I thought it was 4 times. Maybe I got to get that right. But 3 times I was looking at the stats.
Yeah,
the Halloween game.
At Levi's.
The game at Levi's.
Where they threw the Richie James back screen, and then he threw the Jeff Wilson Jr. touchdown.
He had a big game against them when he started as a Patriot. But Tom Brady was suspended.
Was that the game that he got hurt in? The Chandler Jones sacked
Miami.
him? Oh, that was the Miami.
Kiko
You're right.
Alonso.
It was the Miami game. You're right. Yeah, hey, look. I don't care what Arizona's record is. I don't care if it was a backup quarterback. None of those things matter to me. It was a division game, prime time. And you didn't just win. It's been one thing like, you won 21-18.
Right.
Dude, you smoked that team. I'm not taking no for an answer on the 49ers right now. You do not apologize for kicking the absolute crap out of a team that has played you tough as hell for 4 straight years.
Now, apparently, the Niners have the most Monday Night Football wins all time.
Are we?
Yeah, apparently. That's a lot of people texting in.
Give me the theme music.
Yeah, we'll get that in a second. Let's go down to Mexico City. Let's go down to Mexico. Fauci in Mexico City.
David Fauci?
Hey, what's up,
Good
Fauci?
morning, boys.
What's up, Fauci?
What's good?
How drunk are you right now?
The energy last night was ridiculous. It was the Arizona game, but it felt like a 49er home game.
Yeah, I could feel
Basically
it.
Basically was.
What was the crowd like?
Like I said, it was all 49er. At least 90% 49er.
Wow. Are you at the
Every time
airport?
Arizona stepped out, they were getting booed.
Are you at the airport right now?
No, I'm in the Airbnb still.
Okay, okay. So how long you staying in Mexico City? Are you going to make it out alive?
Of course. Can you hear my voice? I'm from screaming last night.
I know. It sounds like you had a great time.
Yeah. How much tequila?
No tequila, actually. All vodka.
Oh, see? Wow,
boy.
You mean business.
Yeah,
your boy had I slipped a little, and I had about 6-7 shots of 1942 on Saturday night, and I was hurting for almost 36 hours. So more power to you.
I'm not bad. I'm actually pretty good.
That's good. Well, safe travels, Vachi. It's good to hear from you. I always see you on Twitter.
Thanks for calling.
First call, right?
Yeah.
It's the first time you called the roast, huh?
Real quick. Wait, what was that?
This is the first time you ever called the roast, huh?
No, actually, this is my second time.
Okay, gotcha. Look at you keeping tabs.
But real quick, I just wanted to add, I have been one of the biggest Jimmy G haters.
Oh.
And Jimmy was in his bag last night.
Yep. No doubt. Hey, Vanchi, safe travels back. Call us again. Glad you got to experience that Mexico City game. It was fun. By the way, Derek Bradley. Shout out to Derek Bradley out there. He works at the Niners games. San Jose firefighter, works the City Colors San Francisco football team, does all the stats. Said that route by Ayuk on the first touchdown.
Yeah. What's it
called? An inside dig.
Inside dig. Yeah, well, whatever that was, I mean, he left that dude with his jaw on the floor. So that was pretty sweet.
Inside dig. Let's go up to Detroit. Motown.
Oh.
Motown Mo.
Boy, we go from Mexico City to Detroit.
Yeah, Motown Mo.
So
What's up, Motown Mo?
Monte Shasky, what's up, brother?
What's up, baby?
Such a great morning.
Hey, listen, let me tell you guys my perspective. I just want to tell you guys I love you. Prior to the Odyssey app, I live in Detroit. I hate the Lions. I'm a huge Niner fan ever since I was 4 years old. I'm 45 now. So it's been a long time, a lot of games, right? I wake up this morning and I watch ESPN because that's all I have when I live in Detroit. I can't stand those douchebags. I'll use a word that will be appropriate for radio. They're the most wishy-washy, changing their narrative type people. I can't stand them. I hate them, and they divert to the Cowboys whenever they get a chance as if they've been relevant for the last 30 years.
No doubt.
That's all they talk about. And they give us no props, no credit. You got this guy Foxworth, you got Greeny, you got Swagoo, whoever these guys' names are. They are a joke. They change their narrative every week. I will never watch ESPN unless I'm just looking at the bottom ticker now. for just
How are you feeling about the Niners then?
Sports. What's that?
How are you feeling about that 49ers after that win?
Listen, I think that if we play like this, the only team I fear is Tampa Bay.
Yep.
The Eagles are a hoax.
Yep.
I think Tom Brady gets better as the season goes, and he's the only guy I fear because you give that guy the ball, he's going to make it happen when they get healthy.
I'm with you.
That's the only team I fear. The NFC Championship will be San Francisco, Tampa Bay.
Oh, my God, I would love that.
Oh.
We got robbed of that last year.
Oh.
I would love that.
Motown Mo, thanks for always
Great
calling,
call.
man. Tampa Bay, we're going to see it in a few weeks. We're going to see Tampa Bay in a few weeks at Levi Stadium.
I know.
That's going to be a physical football game. Physical. I can't wait. But then you play them a week after Miami, and then that's a short week. So you got Miami, Tampa Bay, and then Seattle on the short week.
If you really want to get in to Tom Brady's head, you got to give a suite to the jiu-jitsu instructor dating Giselle, right?
Yeah,
I had to go there.
I'm not going to go there.
It was all over. It was all over the magazines this week when I went shopping. The jiu-jitsu instructor. It used to be the pool boy. Now it's the jiu-jitsu instructor.
And Tom
More
Brady's
power.
played better. It's her loss, not his.
He's going to play another 5 years in spite.
Hey, you think Tom Brady will bounce back with another supermodel? He'll be all right. Tom will be all right. Let's go to Manny in San Carlos.
Hey, Manny.
Manny, what's happening?
Hey, what's up? Good morning, fellas. Good morning to all the roasters out there.
Yes, sir.
All my Niner fans, man. My Niners Empire out there. Puff your chest out today, man.
Yeah.
We kicked those boys in the teeth, man. And it's been a while since we've seen seen the Niners kick somebody like that, kick somebody you know what like that, man. I just want to give the flowers from the top down to the Yorks because they're the ones shelling out all that money. You know, John Lynch, he's the one making the moves, man. McCaffrey, man, they're big difference maker, man. That boy's special, man. We're gonna make a run, man. I'm ready, and this team feels great, man. It feels special, man.
It does.
Wow, Monday Night Football is off the hook. Man, I can't wait, man. I'm excited, man.
You kind of turned into Jimmy G right there. Feels great, baby.
Feels great, baby. It does feel great.
Feels great, man.
I feel great. I'll ask this question to the Roasters as they call in and celebrate this win. Outside of Tom Brady, you taking anybody over Jimmy Garoppolo in the NFC at the quarterback position?
I'm not.
You taking Dak over him?
No.
Kirk Cousins?
Come on.
Jalen Hurts?
See, now that one's a wild card because I watched that fourth quarter and he threw a beautiful dime.
He did.
But he's very unproven, but I do see a player getting better.
Moxie.
And I do worry about his late game heroics because the guy did it with the legs and the arm. Now, it's the Colts.
But you know what? That's a big-time win for them.
Is.
It's a big-time win. Short week, division rival just beat you.
He got a taste of the playoffs last year.
Yep.
He knows what big games are. So I guess where I'm going at is I'm holding out reservation on him.
I got it.
I'm not going to make a prediction on him, but he's a wild card to me.
He's a wild card.
I think Jimmy's a more known commodity in the playoffs than Jalen Hurts in terms of production.
No doubt. Jalen Hurts, 2 big touchdowns in the fourth quarter against the Colts, man, to steal that game. So, not only that, Geno Smith, I don't think anybody's taking Geno over Jimmy.
That showdown on Thursday night, it can't come quick enough.
I might have to fly up to that game. I might have to go to that game.
So bad.
I might have to go to that game and fly back that night. Thursday Night Football. I might have to go to that game.
You can take the private jet?
I've never been to Seattle.
Really?
Never.
Oh, it's a beautiful town.
Yeah.
Seattle in December might be a little wet.
I'm down with that. Sat through a monsoon in Chicago. That's a big game, man. That's going to division implications again. Just when we thought the rivalry was dead with Seattle.
It's incredible. Bring Pete Carroll back into my life.
All right, more coming up here. We're going to get to everybody's calls. 888-957-9570. Jimmy Garoppolo playing great football. Kyle Shanahan's in his bag. Last 3 games, Niners have averaged 30 points per game. They shut out 3 straight opponents in the second half. They are humming right now. Humming. They get ready for the Saints next Sunday at their little Thanksgiving feast Thursday night. So 888-957-9570. That's all brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
How drunk are you right now?
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Bay Area. If you're searching for the best Black Friday clothing deals, look no further. My new favorite brand that I'm wearing today, the red and black flannel, Flag and Anthem. They got you covered. Starting Wednesday, November 23rd. That's tomorrow. Their entire site will be 30% off, the best sale of the year on the site. All right, flannel shirts, pants, jeans, outerwear, shirt jackets, hoodies. They got men's. My wife even put together some outfits that she wants, and she's got them in the cart. She's waiting till tomorrow because the 30% off. You name it, Flag and Anthem, they've got it. So head over to flagandanthem.com right now and start filling out your cart like my wife did. Plus, it's Christian McCaffrey's go-to gear when he's off the field. Did you see him last night in postgame? He was draped in Flag and Anthem. If it's good enough for CMC, number 23, it's good enough for me. Flag and Anthem, premium clothes without the premium price tag.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too. If you feel symptoms, even if they're mild, you should test fast. Test positive and at high risk for severe COVID-19? Then act fast with authorized oral treatments that can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms begin. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Learn about a treatment option at treatcv19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Golfers, teed up at the Golf Mart with TaylorMade. The TaylorMade Stealth Carbon Wood Age is here, featuring 60 layers of carbon layer for better energy transfer and faster ball speeds. And now available, the new TaylorMade high-toe milled wedges, designed for a lower launch and more spin. While you're there, pick up the popular TaylorMade Tour Response Stripe golf balls. Come into the Golf Mart and have one of our experienced experts custom fit you for free today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only before you buy.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley from Willard and Dibs. You're listening to the Morning Roast, or it's the Morning Boast, if you ask most people.
That's a weird cutoff. Morning Boast, huh? All these shots. Shots fired. By the way, Dan Dibley. Came in last place in Jockberry yesterday. All that yapping. He came in last place yesterday in Jockberry. He don't want the smoke.
As an innocent bystander of this drive-by that you're doing right now, guys, Nobody can either square off in Jockberty or let it go.
He came in last place. After all that chirping yesterday. He came in last place.
Hey, I know that we're celebrating a big 49er win today. Tomorrow I have something fun. I have an ode to Thanksgiving, and it's me, and it's not just, I'm thankful for my family, like, the typical stuff, which you should be thankful for your family. I'm going to give you an ode. I was talking with Spadoni, a little poem, if you will, on me being thankful for the radio station and the sports scene that we've got going. So a little tease for you.
You're thankful for the radio station?
About 24 hours from now.
Okay.
All right? If you will allow me the 2 minutes to spit it out.
Okay.
Does that sound like a deal?
It sounds like a deal. Here's the thing. And it's not even going to bother me. 888-957-9570. We're going to get back to the calls. You can't kill my joy this morning.
No.
Nobody can.
They destroyed the Arizona Cardinals, and it feels like they've ended Cliff Kingsbury.
Right. Well, he's going to be around for a while, unfortunately, unless they eat some money.
Well, the Bidwells better come out of pocket.
They should.
No,
they should move off of him.
I mean, he got thumped.
They should move off of him. He has no control of that football team. They're a joke. 925. Stay consistent and rip Jimmy. You know what? We gave credit when credit is due, and we gave criticism when criticism is due. Jimmy Garoppolo's playing out of his mind right now. And you know what? I'm here for it. I would not take a quarterback outside of Tom Brady in the NFC right now over Jimmy Garoppolo. Right now. Would not do it the rest of the way. I'm rocking with number 10. He's playing out of his mind. He's showing emotion. He's throwing the ball with velocity. He's on time. He's accurate. He's looking through his progressions. Jimmy Garoppolo's balling right now. And that relationship with Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan, it feels like they're in lockstep right now. They are in the rhythm more so than any point in their 6 years together. So there's no ripping Jimmy Garoppolo.
Just a quick little philosophical thing here. And this is something that really bugs me. In life, we're allowed to evolve our opinions. Okay? How many people, hey, I'm going to rent. You know what? I need to buy. I need to buy a home. Oh, I'm going to live here for the rest of my life. Actually, you know what? A couple of years later, this doesn't fit my family's needs. My work is too far away. Whatever the reasons are, we're going to move. You're allowed to evolve your opinion there. Hey, I'm going to work for this particular employer in this particular industry. Mm-hmm. I'm not satisfied. I'm not happy. I'm going to pivot. I'm going to go do something else. Stock market. Hey, this stock's up. Buy, buy, buy. This stock's down. Sell, sell, sell. We do this in every facet of life, okay? Yep. Yet, with sports opinions, if you said that you liked Tim Tebow 15 years ago, we're going to hold it against you for the rest of your life.
I still love Trey Lance. But
who cares?
But don't. Jimmy's on 49er. And if you're a 49er, I'm going to root for you. It's like, I think
evolve.
People, if you don't like a player, you're not rooting against a player. Like, what I don't do in sports is I don't hate watch. I don't watch a game being like, I hate this team. I don't hate watch. I don't do that. I watch it for the enjoyment and entertainment. There's no hate watching. So nobody's hate watching Jimmy Garoppolo, the team they grew up loving. We're going to be Niner fans when Jimmy moves on. We were Niner fans before he came.
Exactly.
And we're going to be Niner fans over 6 feet deep in the cemetery somewhere. We're going to be Niner fans after we die. So, we're going to root for Ted, and we're going to root for whoever else wears a Niner uniform. So stop that. Don't come with that noise this morning. Seriously, it's nauseating and it's toxic. Jimmy G. 888-957-9570.
I deleted Twitter. I'm telling you, it's like last night, just to give you an idea. That was like the first Niner game that I viewed without having the app at all. Not even a reference point at all. Oh, my God.
Isn't it refreshing?
It was like breathing positivity into my body and into my soul. Sat there, relaxed. Like the first 3 possessions, for example, I already knew that if I was on the social media last night, and a lot of, I told you, almost all my diehard sports friends aren't on social media. It's like, okay, they're feeling it out.
Right.
It's not a great start. No, Arizona goes up 3-0. Mm-hmm. How many people were panicking?
I have no idea. You know why? This is what I did. So I tweeted during the game last night.
Oh.
But this is what I did. I went to my page, right? Mm-hmm. I go to my profile, and I just tweet from here. Oh. So I don't see a timeline. Oh. And that's what I do.
Thanks, Skip.
Boom, 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 boom. Hey, don't call me. That's you. You're the Skip Bayless. You and Skip Bayless do the zoom-ins pretty, very similar. Like when he does his little zoom-ins, Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
You guys do the close-ups and show all the little features.
It's my thing.
That's Skip Bayless's thing, too.
Yeah, well, Skip has his wife filming him. That's the difference between me and him. My wife's asleep.
He had to zoom in. He had the camera. Skip. Let's go to Joe L.
When you dismantle an opponent the way that they did last night in every phase of the game, special teams making plays, offense, defense, you're just miserable before the holidays if you're angry this morning.
Yeah, I don't get it. Joe L, what's happening? Joe L, what's going on? Where are you at, Joe L? What city is this? Soledad?
Soledad, yeah.
Soledad.
It's about 30 minutes south of Monterey.
Ah, never heard of it. Soledad, okay. Good morning to you, Joel.
Good morning to you. And first of all, I want to say that I always enjoy your the Warrior pregame.
Oh, thank you.
That you do.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And so I just wanted to say that Jimmy, I believe, in a weird way, I believe that him having the surgery on his shoulder, he said that it gave him some time to work more on his lower body, and it seems like his lower body has given him a little bit more zip on the ball.
That's a good point.
And also he's reading the defenses, and then I got to give props to the O-line, because at the beginning I thought the O-line was going to be a problem with Aaron Banks being essentially a rookie, Brendel being a rookie at the center position, and Burford, and they played outstanding.
Agreed.
Overall, they played outstanding.
I think,
and
to your point, and I don't mean to cut you off, but to your point, I think they go hand in hand. You're talking about the lower body for Jimmy Garoppolo. My dad's a big believer in, specifically for Jimmy, some guys can get away with it, like Mahomes. He can throw from any angle, off foot, whatever. Jimmy has to step into his passes, right? He doesn't have the arm talent to be, and I'm not knocking him, just guys are different. He doesn't have the arm talent to be able to throw off his back foot accurately. When he steps up in the pocket, steps into his passes, more times than not, it's right on the money. And the guy can catch it and make a play, go upfield. I think the offensive line, being cohesive and giving him a pocket, has built his confidence up to where he's stepping up in the pocket. I also think having McCaffrey as a check down option has fundamentally changed how he views the field. He sees the whole field now. He's like, I'll look down. If it's not there, I know I got McCaffrey underneath. Right. Before, it felt like I'll start underneath, and then I'll start with the primary, and then I'll immediately pivot to underneath. Now it feels like he knows no matter what, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, I got CMC underneath, and not only can I hit him late on the progression tree, he can make a play and still get a first down.
No doubt. No, McCaffrey, and I'm sure people are now seeing how this is coming into fruition in terms of playmaking ability and what he does for the offense, opening up the offense and the spacing of the offense with number 23. This is why we talked about it on this show after week number 1, getting a home run hitter. Now, Jeff Wilson Jr. looks good in Miami. There's no doubt about it. But that juice, that extra oomph that McCaffrey gives you in the pass game is something that they've missed. And they tried it with Jerick McKinnon. He got hurt before week 1 in Minnesota back in 2018 towards ACL, so we never got to see it. All
right. You said you don't hate watch. There's a big part of me that hate watches Jerick McKinnon when he's with the Chiefs.
I'm
just being honest. I'm telling you how I root.
I'm not going to lie. He looks sick in that number 1.
Well, every guy looks sick in number 1.
He looks sick in number 1.
Jimmy
and
Ward.
He's balling.
I thought Jimmy Ward broke his arm, and like the play later, he gets an interception.
Right, but they were missing that. They were missing that element in this offense.
No doubt.
And they go make the trade, and the picks. I tell you right now, ain't nobody care about those picks. Second, third, fourth round pick. Nobody cares.
To see Jimmy and the rest of the offense play like they have, he's been worth it.
Oh, it's
he's
more
been
than
worth every penny.
Every penny. He's opened up everything.
And I love what they're doing. My favorite play of the night was Debo's in the backfield and so's McCaffrey. They split out, or Jimmy splits out. I don't know if this was the play design or the audible or what. He splits out McCaffrey out into the slot. And then the linebacker's kind of like, I don't know. I guess I got to guard him. And Jimmy just goes, hike, boom, hits McCaffrey, first down, 7-yard gain. They just didn't have that in the bag.
No doubt.
And then you go to Mitchell late in that game to eat up some yard.
Battering ram in the second half. That was old school football right there. That was old school football. Mitchell looks good with the fresh legs and the carries, the discernment there. Look, they're rolling right now. Elijah Mitchell, 9 carries, 59 yards, 6.6 yards a pop.
Yeah.
All
wow.
right? McCaffrey.
6.6?
McCaffrey, 7 carries, 39 yards, 5.6 a pop. As a team, 28 carries, 159 yards, 5.7 yards a carry. That is insane.
When was the last time Every playmaker got involved in the game. No, I'm asking sincerely.
I don't know. I mean,
that felt like 1994 49ers football.
No doubt.
John Taylor's there. Boom, hit him. Oh, Brent Jones. Boom. Oh, here's Ricky Waters. Boom. Here's Tom Rathman. Boom. Oh, and by the way, we got Jerry Rice.
Yep.
Like that's what the old Niners used to be. I'm watching this like, here goes Ayuk for a couple touchdowns. Oh, we forgot about Debo. Here's a couple Debo plays. Here's a George Kittle play. They had everything in the bag.
No doubt. Hey, we'll get to the calls in just a second. 888-957-9570. Stay patient there. Football Friday sponsored by the Jim Irsay Collection at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium on December 10th. For free tickets, visit JimIrsayCollection.com. And don't forget, Friday, all day Black Friday, live and local, 6 to 9. It's going to be Dan Devone and our boy Chuck Walter.
Oh, nice.
9 to 12. Alan Stiles and Shamari Block. The block is hot. Or is the block cold? Where's Shamari at? I haven't heard from him. JD and Evan Giddings, 12 to 3. JD, Evan Giddings, there's your midday show. And then Kruger and Sean Salisbury from 3 to 6. Going to be a lot of cover 2 concepts, cover 3 cloud and whatnot on that show. And then Warriors Live ahead of Warriors in Utah at 6 p.m. All right, we're going to get to the calls right now. Joel in San Jose. Joel, what's happening?
What's up, Joel?
You're on the roast.
Good morning, my dudes. I appreciate a win day in the morning with you. It makes my day driving to work so much better. I want to know, when are we going to get credit for being linebacker you? Going back from the days of Derek Smith, Jeff Ulbrich, give me a Chris Borland, give me Willis, give me Bowman. Now we got 3 studs in the middle. You can't say linebacker you, baby.
Hey, they were hitting yesterday.
I was very worried that Greenlaw was going to get a flag on the Colt McCoy play. He's playing so fast.
Dude, he's so
I love
physical.
that guy. I know he does some reckless stuff at times. I love Greenlaw.
The first thing when we saw him at that Dallas game in the preseason, you're like, I like this Greenlaw guy. And I'm like, man, he over pursues and he's out of control. But you know what? You can rein him in a little bit.
I know.
D'Amico Ryans has figured it out. D'Amico Ryans is a great linebacker for a long time. He was very good with the Texans and the Eagles. This guy, Greenlaw, is making money.
We didn't even bring up Bosa. They put a graphic on the screen last night. Bosa, most sacks in the NFL since the start of 2021. I couldn't believe that.
10.5 sacks right now.
That's what he's got for this year?
Yeah, 10.5.
Wow. So he's halfway to my total.
He's halfway. 20? Can he get there?
Good. I'm feeling really good.
Can he get there to 20?
I mean, and then he jumps off sides on the screen play. That's like really the only negative play from the defense all night. They were so good.
You know,
they were so good.
The Chargers game, and I think we touched on it on the show, but nationally, even locally, I don't think it got a lot of love.
What's that?
The last 4 possessions the Chargers had last Sunday against the 49ers, Bosa was all-time dominant.
He was caving in the line.
He pushed the pocket left and right and caved it in, and Justin Herbert had nowhere to throw. He took over that football game when it had to be taken over. This guy's playing at a level. Givens is playing well. Again, I didn't notice Armstead and Kinlaw being missed last night. That's how good this D-line is playing right now.
That's a good point. Charles Omenihu has been one of the better midseason acquisitions that I can remember. This was a couple of years ago when they acquired him.
Yep.
He fits. Like, he's just a really nice player. And then I think Ridgway's had moments.
Yep.
Like, their defensive line looks really good. I'm telling you, B, the kid's scratching the surface. There's more there with Drake Jackson. But for a rookie, he's playing out of his mind.
No, he is. He is.
For a rook?
I feel like he's going to get better and better as the season moves along here.
Yes.
And the weather gets colder. And another underrated thing about this Niners team is I don't believe they have to, they're playing in the Pacific time zone the rest of the regular season.
Well, 3 in a row at home is rare.
Right. 3 in a row is rare. Then you got the Seattle game. And then you have Washington at home. You have Las Vegas.
That's a good point.
Is Las Vegas, are they the same time
I don't know.
zone as us? Is it Mountain Time? Maybe. I'm not sure.
Call for it.
And then if that's the case, it's 1 hour ahead.
Who was the guy in Vegas we used to have on?
Marco D'Angelo.
Marco D'Angelo in Vegas.
There's everywhere else. And then there's Vegas. Dun, dun. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Station, free on the Odyssey app. I think I got the legal done. Let's go to 49er Stu in Hayward. 49er Stu, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning, Roasters. How you doing?
Good, man. Good.
Hey, man, I hate to do it. I'm a number 1 Jimmy hater, but I got to give him his flowers, man. I got one question to everybody out there. who suited up in number 10 last night? Because I don't know that guy, man.
He looked great.
I know that guy, and I want to give a shout-out to all the listeners, and I want to give a shout-out to you guys, 95.7, because with us talking, got back to Shanahan about all them weapons. Use all them weapons, man. Don't just go to one person. And like the last caller said, Jimmy G, he's checking down, he's checking left, checking right. He's not just a one check and then get caught with the ball no more. Man, I love that game. No matter what you say, a win's a win. I don't care if it's a second back.
Agreed.
3 in a row.
Backup quarterback. We won that game. It was a good win, man.
Hey, Colt McCoy beat the Niners last year, 31-17. So nobody's taking him as a joke.
Well, and James Conner.
And he was Gambo yesterday from Arizona, 98.7 in Arizona, said they're a better team with Colt McCoy.
Which is crazy.
Which is crazy and absurd. But that Cardinals team felt like that. And listening to Steve Young and listening to DeAndre Hopkins, the way they talk about Colt McCoy, they are down on Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's got to figure something out. He either needs a head coach, something needs to change in Arizona, but that's their problems. I'm not worried about them. I'll see them the last game of the season.
You think he brought the Xbox down to Mexico City?
There's no doubt. Are you kidding me? God. Why wouldn't you? PS5, Xbox, he's got it all. Headsets, everything. He's not playing.
I love
that.
He
knew he wasn't playing.
It's like when you take the kids to out to eat, and you're like, here, take the phone, just play some video games.
Look at this. First take. I'm looking at your screen. Will Jimmy G keep the 49ers from the Super Bowl? I'm telling you right now, there's not a quarterback I'll take over Jimmy G other than Tom Brady in the NFC.
I'm with you on that. I'm standing aside by you. One of the things that I think we made a lot about is, hey, wait till Kyle Shanahan, can design all these plays for all these guys. I think from the outside looking in, it's so easy when you have all these weapons to get everyone the ball. I think it's really hard to find the right blend, week to week, depending on who you're facing. Because if you start to lose, for example, guys are like, well, why aren't I touching the ball? We're better when I get the ball. Ayuk's thinking, I need to get more touches. Kittle's saying, I need to get more touches. Debo, I don't think people realize how difficult it is to spread the ball around to everyone. And I want to give credit to Shanahan for, designing the perfect matchups yesterday to get everyone big-time plays down the field.
How about the screen game with McCaffrey?
It was incredible.
I haven't seen the Niners run a good screen.
Did you see the double screen?
Yeah, I
did.
They
had McCaffrey on the bottom part of the screen, and then they threw it over to Debo, and Debo caught it, and he's getting up, and you could see an ear-to-ear smile.
Dude, the screen game looks potent right now.
It looks ridiculous.
I haven't seen the screen game this good. What, since Charlie Gardner? I mean, honest to God.
Terry Kirby,
even going back that far?
Terry Kirby was sick at the screens.
That was farther than Charlie Gardner.
I know. Don't sleep on 41.
Do not sleep on Kendall Hunter as a screen catcher.
Wasn't bad. He wasn't bad. They
just never threw him.
Yeah, I mean, the Harbaugh screen game was like, oh my God, what are we, 1955?
Brett Swain's out there. Let's throw a smoke screen.
McCaffrey ran a screen and was like, oh my God, look at the jukes, look at the blocks in front.
I'm asking you sincerely, because Debo was so much fun last year, and I don't want to be prisoner of the moment this morning. Every single time McCaffrey's on the field, I can't stop watching him. Like, my eyes are fixated on what he's doing. He's so much fun. He's so much fun. I knew it was going to be fun. It's way more fun than I thought it was going to be.
When that trade happened,
oh my God.
When that trade happened, I don't think a lot of people understood what he was getting, which is why I had Lubman. I didn't want him to pull the Carolina highlights. I wanted to pull him the Stanford highlights.
Yeah, when he was
said this guy's been doing what he's been doing since Stanford. All right, this guy is a playmaker and he's a game breaker. He's one of the top 10 playmakers in all of football. All right, this guy won 1,000. So when you make a trade like that and you steal him for Carolina, I can't believe Carolina did it. Like, we were sitting here, I was like, man, we need some content.
And then they won the very next week.
And then I know they did.
How did that even happen?
I don't even know. But
they got the little replace the coast boots. But continue.
Yeah, but they ain't winning no more. You see Baker Mayfield last week? By the way, Shannon Sharp was ready to fight Skip Bayless because they were talking about Baker Mayfield. It was pretty hilarious.
DJ Moore owners were very sad that Baker started.
Are you speaking from experience?
Yes.
I would not touch DJ Moore.
My favorite part of last night, I was facing my cousin Jimmy in the family league, and so I'm 1 point away from losing. I'm up by fractions of points. He has CMC and Debo, and they're both going off.
Oh my gosh.
And Kittle gets that touchdown at the end. I'm like, all right, perfect. Niners are blowing them out. Take those guys out.
And they took him out. Oh, he must have been.
Jimmy O'Neal, if you're out there, thank you, Shanahan.
You know how I feel about fantasy. 2 weeks in a row in 2 different leagues, I played Big Dog City. I beat them in both leagues. I had Ayuk in the Niners defense yesterday.
Oh.
It was like
Niners D was nice
Yeah,
yesterday
Niners
for me,
defense
too.
was nice yesterday.
Yeah.
It was just needed Ayuk, and I know he's butthurt right now. That's 2-0 against Big Dog City in fantasy football this year, and a better record than him in fantasy baseball this year.
CMC is
Feels
so
good.
fun.
Let's squeeze in one more call before the break, and then we'll get to Gene and George after. Let's go to Ken in Arlington Heights, Illinois. Arlington Heights, Illinois. Ken, what's happening?
Yo! Hey, Jimmy was our high school quarterback here.
Oh,
so
nice.
Big Jimmy fan. Jimmy fan. Hey, you know what he's got? You know his board. He can go for more prime rib. He can go for more steak. If he wants to, he can go back and get some more potatoes and then go back for prime rib. And that's what he's got in front of him now. And, you know, really, we got to give a big shout-out to upper management for getting McCaffrey from Carolina.
Look, Ken, how was he in high school? How was he walking around town? Do people still love him out there in Arlington Heights?
Well, actually, he lives across the street from us. So
No
he's
way.
A great kid. Yeah, he's a great kid. His family's great. They're all great. He's a very quiet person. He's very humble. He's
Wait,
always
now I have to
leader.
ask. Now I have to ask. Did he ever egg your house? Did he TP? Did he doorbell ditch? Was he drinking beers in the park? Like, give me some of the dirt. Come on.
No, we don't have any dirt. You know, my son and him kind of hung out a little bit for a while, and my son went down to Eastern, and then Jimmy came down to Eastern, and they kind of maintained a friendship, and that's kind of fallen off a little bit now since he got into the pros.
He's big time now.
But anyway, you know, he's a great kid. I'm so proud of him. I'm so happy.
Very cool.
You know, when you live in Chicago and you got the Bears, you got to have a second team. You got to have a backup. So my backup is the 49ers, and I'm so happy for you guys and the team today, and it's just a great day. Great
Don't be
win.
a stranger.
Beautiful.
Call in
call
again.
back
Please.
anytime, Ken. Thanks for the call.
Jimmy G's neighbor.
888-957-9570. How are everybody feeling about the Niners? Are they ready for a Super Bowl run? Are they primed for a big-time run? And is there any quarterback you're taking ahead of Jimmy Garoppolo in the NFC?
Is there any doubt in your mind that man had a deep dish pizza in front of him while he was calling us in?
Nah, not this early in the morning. Maybe some whiskey, maybe some Jim Beam,
There's
maybe some
something
wild
about
turkey.
Midwesterners. They're
Maybe
just
some
so nice.
Yeah, they don't eat pizza that early. They eat big breakfast, though. Big omelets. Chicago, you go to get... Dude, I'm telling you, Chicago...
Eat big omelets.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. You pay $16.
stereotyping
You
them.
pay $16, you get a bowl like this. You get a bowl, and it's a
So were you
big
in
fat
heaven?
omelet, potatoes.
They don't do avocado toast?
Nah, they don't do that in the Midwest. Nah, they ain't that
They don't
soft.
do egg whites? Can I have an egg white, please, with spinach?
They're not that bougie. They're not bougie. There's some morning roll sweaters, hoodies out. Maybe I'll wear the hoodie coming back. I'll wear the hoodie. Finally got their hoodies. The shop's been open for a month. We just got a hoodie. Wow, morning roast hoodie.
Bonte,
All right, we're
I just
coming
found out Madsen's an egg white guy.
Is he? That doesn't surprise me. That's okay.
What?
I don't hate you. What's
The
next
yolk
on the
is
game?
where it's at, my friend.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Also, calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
We have a very unselfish team, and I think that's hard to find in the NFL nowadays. Just guys don't care if they get 10 targets or one target. If we get a W, a W's a W, and that's all we're here for.
Third down and 5. Garoppolo pulls it down. End zone. What a throw and catch. Touchdown IU. Garoppolo will float it. He's got Kittle. And Kittle is gone for the touchdown. Trent Williams out in front of him. IU blocking. Devo. End zone touchdown. What a play. No flags. Another one for San Francisco.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Feels great, baby.
95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals. November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net.
At 7-Eleven, we have fresh coffee 24/7. And if it's not fresh, it's free. That's 7-Eleven confidence. 7-Eleven, take it to 11. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store of purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
And now an important message from music superstar Willie Nelson.
I've been fighting for legalization of the one thing that can bring comfort to millions. And of course, I'm talking about Skechers.
Can we stop the commercial? Willie, I don't think Skechers are illegal anywhere.
Really? But they feel so good.
No, you can wear them anywhere, Willie.
Well, pass the Skechers.
Skechers comfort feels so good because Skechers is the comfort technology company and has all the fits and features you need for ultimate comfort. Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Third down and 5. Garoppolo pulls it down. End zone. What a throw and catch. Touchdown Ayuk. That was a 7-yard thing of beauty between Garoppolo and Ayuk.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
It gets me every time. Jimmy Garoppolo, 4 touchdown passes yesterday. Brandon Ayuk with the inside dig route. Jimmy Garoppolo, last 4 games, 8 touchdown passes, 1 pick, 1,006 yards passing. His completion percentage over 71%. 71% completion percentage. I don't even get into quarterback rating or anything like that. But 115 rating, 115.7. I mean, the guy's playing great football.
Yes.
He's playing really, really good foot. If it's not great, it's really, really good football. So you got to be happy with the quarterback. You have to be happy with the head coach of Kyle Shanahan. He's got this team humming. You got to be happy with the weaponry. Debo, touchdown. Kittle, 2 touchdowns. Ayuk, a touchdown. 2 touchdowns. I mean, this team is humming, clicking on all cylinders. 30 points per game the last 3 nights, or last 3 games. They take on the Saints on Sunday. I feel really good about where the 49ers are at. And if it's a collision course with the Dallas Cowboys in the NFC Championship game, I'm here for it. If it's Tom Brady, I'm here for it. But I like where the Niners are at right now. They still got to handle business. The schedule doesn't lighten up, Shasky. Miami, Tampa, Washington's coming. Terry McLaurin, you see him in the locker room after they beat the Eagles in Monday Night Football? The Commanders are believing right now. They're believing, so you can't take them as a joke. It's just getting juicier and juicier and juicier. The road doesn't get easier for the 49ers, but I feel good about where they're at right now.
One of the hidden aspects of the Jimmy Garoppolo, performances over the last couple of weeks, he's been clean, as in he hasn't been hit a lot. I think that's part his anticipation, play design, but a big part the offensive line. The offensive line has played outstanding, and when all the weapons are getting the ball down the field, making plays, I think kind of lost in the sauce is the performance of the O-line. And I think Forrester, Shanahan, they all deserve a ton of credit individually. All the youngsters, Burford and Banks, they look outstanding. I mean, heading into this year, guard was an issue. Was an issue. Is it an issue this morning?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, so I'm just looking at it and I'm saying, man, I'm looking at this year. Feels like Jimmy has not been hit the way he has in years past. And look at the performances. Look at the confidence. Look at how he's stepping up in the pocket.
Right.
No little tiny nagging injuries. Why? Because he's not getting crushed.
Nope. Didn't get touched yesterday. I'm wearing a hoodie right now, the Morning Roast hoodie, before we take some more calls. And what I want to do is I want to figure something out during the Thanksgiving break, how we can get some of these roasters some gear. I'm going to do some giveaways. I know they're on the website, 957thegameshop.com, but I want to do some giveaways. I want to try to work that out for some of our day one roasters. So be on the lookout for that. We'll figure something out. We'll get some addresses. We'll figure out a way to get everybody some gear, whether it's a hoodie, T-shirt, long sleeve, whatever it is. We got to hook them up with some merch.
Speaking of gear, I'm getting kind of hungry, and I'm thinking that when it opens up, burritos this morning, guys. Taqueria Zorro right down the street, my spot. Go see my boy Norm.
I'm kind of full. I had a little breakfast, a little something.
You can speak for yourself. I would love a burrito.
You would love a burrito? Yeah, I think we're going to go in with that.
You guys are eating.
He's got this barbecue
you guys
pork
are eating
burrito that is unbelievable.
You guys are eating birthday cake at 6:30 in the morning.
I'm not. I had my fill of birthday cake last night.
How'd you bring it in?
Because my wife said, "Get this out of the house. Bring it in. The animals will eat it."
Wow.
So give it to the animals at 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, they will eat it. You guys eat anything.
Exactly.
Anything that comes in here for free, you guys rush.
Yeah, but I'm very discerning when it comes to my burritos. And so what I'm thinking is we go to Taqueria Zorro right here, Columbus and Broadway. We go get some burritos. Who's in?
Yeah.
I know who's in.
Hey,
Aaron Judge is in.
JMC.
You think he would come with us to go get a burrito?
I'm gonna. Yeah, absolutely. Aaron Judge is downtown San Francisco, right? Do we have that sound? I want to get that sound.
That's what I was asking for.
Yeah, he walked into the hotel, middle of the Niners game, walked into a hotel downtown, and gave a wink to the reporter, like, "Yeah, I'm just out here to visit family and friends."
Did you see the 5 o'clock shadow? That tells me he's out of New York.
It feels good with a beard. Aaron Judge with a beard.
This should be a layup. The Giants,
it should be a layup.
The Giants better have the Brinks truck ready to go. They better be rocking and rolling. They need Lil Wayne in the Got Money video ready to go.
Here you go, Spadoni. When you find it, go ahead and play it. Go ahead and play it.
Aaron Judge in San Francisco. What are you doing in the city?
Just visiting some family and friends. That's about it.
Oh yeah, any fun plans?
We got something. Have a good one.
Who was that talking to him?
I don't know. Nobody knows.
The video was almost too perfect.
Yeah, nobody knows. How did somebody know?
Hey,
somebody
you're
got
in
a
San
tip.
Francisco.
What hotel was that? Was that the St. Regis?
I
Four
don't know.
Seasons?
I have no idea.
I know somebody who works there.
I have no idea which one it was.
Damn. Judge watch. He's in the city.
It wasn't the Fairmont. I know that because of the doors coming in.
Yeah.
It wasn't the Hilton.
They're
San
meeting at
Francisco.
9:30. Apparently 9:30
The
a.m.
Giants?
Yeah, the Giants and Aaron Judge.
Who's there?
So I know Aaron Judge was at a celebration, or not Aaron Judge. Larry Bear was at a celebration a couple days ago.
Okay.
Shout out to Coach Lyle Payne.
Okay.
Passed away a few weeks ago. Went to the funeral. We love you, Coach. We love you, Coach Lyle. Roz, Big B, Matt Payne talked to him yesterday. Lil B, Andrew Payne, and Larry Bear was at the celebration. And they was like, man, he was on one, right? He's feeling good about himself.
Yeah.
And I feel like
Got
he
a blank
feels good.
$600 million check.
Exactly. He's going to get the deal done. This deal needs to get done in the next 24, 48 hours.
I'm telling you this right now. He cannot leave San Francisco.
Was that the Regis Hotel? People said that was the Regis.
Okay.
I know somebody at the Regis. Need to
Yeah,
somebody down there.
any bellhop, any cashier, anyone who's working the door, call us from
Call
the
us.
Regis. All
Yes.
right? This should be B. They've got to get this done.
I feel like we should get the hotel number. Just call him right now. Aaron Judge. Yo, Aaron, what's up,
I almost want to walk down there right now and just do some man on the street stuff.
Right, you should.
What if I pulled the alarm and made the entire building have to evacuate? You know, the fire alarm. Remember that happened here,
Yeah,
Spadoni? And then he's out front, and then he has to see me. They got to get this done. I'm sorry. I saw that video, and I got really excited.
It was the wink that got you excited,
Oh,
right?
yeah,
it
it
was
was
the wink.
The wink that got it.
It
You
was
saw
like
that-
he was winking to me.
Oh, just you.
Just me.
Just you. Yeah, just you.
Shasky,
All about him.
I'm coming.
It always goes back to Shasky. Just him.
Not the woman recording.
Not
it
the
was
woman
Shasky.
recording, just Shasky. He was winking to him. Not every Giants fan who's wanted Aaron Judge for the last 2 years.
Here's the thing, and I mean this sincerely, because you can't. I'm riding so high right now. I feel like the guy in Tiger King on the jet ski. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about. The heavyset guy with the orange hair,
no doubt.
like me.
Right.
Jimmy threw 4 touchdowns. Niners are kicking butt. Aaron Judge is in San Francisco, ready
Seriously.
to sign with my Giants.
I'm dead-
literally on the jet ski like the guy in Tiger King.
I'm
now.
dead serious. I'm dead serious. I need somebody from the St. Regis to call this guy. What's going on with Aaron Judge? What's up? And he bet not leave San Francisco without a contract.
Well, if
this
he
is
leaves,
a layup.
yeah.
But you know what you need? This is like when the Giants would negotiate with Barry Bonds, it would basically just be Peter McGowan.
Yes.
Sabian would be off to the side. I don't think I need Farhan in these meetings. Let Larry Bear handle this.
This is like
Let Larry Bear seal the deal. All right? Bring Flem, bring Crook and Kite. Farhan, stay away. Just go work on the dimensions or something. Go work on your spreadsheet. I don't want him near Aaron Judge. He will blow this deal. I have no faith in.
No, that's not fair.
No, it is fair.
That's not fair.
Farhan and Gabe Kapler, matter of fact, stay away.
Well,
Let
Gabe,
Larry Bear.
Judge is going to pick who he wants to coach.
Let Larry Bear handle this situation. Let's go to Adam in Reno. Adam in Reno, what's happening?
What up, Adam?
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
What a weekend for Bay Area sports. Huh?
Yes.
We're gonna just ignore the Warriors loss last night. They didn't play their starters.
They only turned the ball over 27 times. Nothing to talk about.
Yeah, no. How about guys? I'm gonna keep calling in every time Jimmy G keeps playing well, because ever since I lit him up, he's been playing phenomenal football. It's Bonta, you tweeted it last night that Jimmy and Kyle are just like locked in step with each other right now, and it's great to see. But why not add OBJ to the mix, huh?
Oh, I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that, Adam. I take Odell Beckham Jr. He wants to come stay in California, Odell Beckham, and we play on grass out here in the Bay Area.
Have you seen State Property
Oh, yeah.
movie?
Of course.
Get down or lay down, Odell. Either you're getting down with the team or you're going to get beat in the playoffs.
You go to the Cowboys, we're going to hit you.
Exactly. It's
Even
very
though-
simple here.
even
It's the same thing I would say to Ndamukong Suh.
Even though Odell.
Oh, I wouldn't say it, but I would hope someone else would say it to him.
Odell killed us in the NFC title game.
He did.
This
Also
segment-
showed maybe the greatest form of sportsmanship I've ever seen, going
Deebo
over
Samuel.
and consoling
Yeah, no doubt.
Debo. That was I gained a lot of respect for him.
Then
on
he
that.
also was trying to get Debo out of here, tweeting about those fake trade rumors. Remember that?
Well, Odell is an agent of chaos. On some level, I respect it.
Bring him to San Francisco. This segment is presented by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Let's go to our main man, Gene in Oakland. Gene, what's happening?
Hey, fellas. So you know I have to crow about Jimmy G here.
You should.
I'm been his biggest supporter all these years. I had to sit quiet after the Denver and KC game, so I get to shout a little bit here. Hey, look, like I said last week, you give the guy the weapons he has. He's healthy. He's getting protection, and this is what you can see from him. I mean, and we're as excited about him now as when he first came. Remember when he won those first 5 games, and everybody was really excited. So and as far as comparisons to Tom Brady or whether you'd rather have him, here's what I'd rather have. I'd rather have Jimmy G for the first 3.5 quarters of a game, and then Tom Brady if you need him for the last minute comeback win. Yeah, I mean,
Gene, can I ask you a question? Gene, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You knew McCaffrey was good. Did you know he was this good?
No. No, I didn't.
He's fun, isn't he? Like he's like legitimately. There are certain athletes in sports that are just fun. Isn't he fun?
Yeah.
All right, Gene. Happy Thanksgiving to you, Gene. George in the jungle. George in the jungle hung up. Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Joe, what's happening?
What's going on, gentlemen? I'm about to go watch Mexico slap Poland around. But here or that. We're talking football, American football. All right? What cracks me up is Jimmy G is being talked with like the town did Jimmy Chickwood. Boy, who's the reference? They're talking about this guy like, oh, he's the second coming. Look what he does. He does what he does, this and that. But what I'm not looking forward to is when you guys play against defenses that stop all the gimmicks, all the flea flickers and all that stuff.
You're a Raider fan? You're a Raider fan?
No.
Cowboy fan?
You're not a Niner fan, Joe, huh?
Come on, Butcher. You used to hang up on me a long time ago. But yeah.
I think there was a reason. How drunk are you right now?
Hey, I got buddies that are Niner fans, but,
Hey, Joe, hold on. Joe, who you root for? Who do you root for?
I want Cowboys.
Oh, you're a Cowboy fan. Oh, no wonder you're miserable. So, hey, Joe, we're going to kick your ass in the playoffs. You better hope we don't see you. We're going to kick your ass again like last year in Jerry's World, Joe. Call me back when that happens.
The performance by your offense better be better than
Cowboys. That call. Jerry Jones. You ain't winning crap until Jerry Jones passes away and sells the team.
That ain't happening. He's going to live forever.
They ain't winning nothing.
Like in The Simpsons? Like in The Simpsons where there's like a brain and like lungs and everything else is machinery like Darth Vader. That will be Jerry Jones.
Cowboy face. Got to get The Simpsons out. When I went down there to Arlington.
In the back
I went down there to Jerry Jones. You know their trash talk? They were sitting there like, oh, you're just a liberal from California. You liberals. You guys can't afford housing. That's all they had. I laughed at them. You saw the dude in the video flipping me off.
Politics, bro.
Like, I don't do politics. I don't give a damn about being liberal, and I don't care. Worry about myself.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys get worried about the community. Worried about my crib. About my roof. Man, what the hell's going on around here? By the way, James C _1982. I'm gonna get your fat ass a hoodie too. Hey, you want to talk out there?
Relax.
These guys talking too much.
Look at
the Niners won.
Yes.
I'm feeling good.
Yes.
No,
and
so
Aaron
what?
Judge is about to sign.
I'm gonna take the shot. He's been taking shots all week. I'm gonna take a shot too. I love you, James C. You're gonna get a hoodie too. 4X. Let's go to George in the jungle. George, what's happening?
Yo, gentlemen, beautiful morning. 2 things, real quick. Gabe Kapler, imagine if I could have Aaron Judge to platoon. That's done. The other thing, what I've seen in the Niners right now is the thing I've seen in the Warriors for years. Strength in numbers. Strength in numbers, baby. Just win.
Just win.
Home.
Just win.
Get home.
Just win. And get me some home games at Levi Stadium because it's going to be rocking. Alex in San Jose. Alex, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How's it going?
Nothing much, man. Nothing much.
How you
all good.
How you guys feeling out there?
Hey, dude, listen. The Warriors, they committed 27 turnovers last night, and nobody cares today. They got to pass. Just beat the Clippers in Utah, and we're all good.
Well, you know what? I'm feeling pretty good today, like always, because it's good to be alive, you know what I mean? But, hey,
is everybody off 1942 this morning?
How high are you right now? What the hell is going on in this segment? What the hell is going on with you guys? Alex, how high are you right now?
Man, pass to the clouds, buddy.
I could have figured that one, man.
Hold
on. Blunt wrap zigzags. What have you been smoking? Pipe, gas mask, edible? What is going on?
Nah.
All right, what you got, Alex? Come on.
That was good. That was a good one.
Come on, Alex. What you got?
Man,
Hey,
gas mask, man. That's high school, bud. That's high school, buddy, right there.
Or unless you're Laramie Tunsil.
Have a good one, Alex. Happy Thanksgiving,
keep
buddy.
It real. Thanksgiving week B. Half the people are at home. The other half are just like coasting like I've been for the last couple days. It's the mail-in.
Dude, that's the morning
The
mail-in.
Niners kicked the crap out of the Cardinals and ended them.
Everybody's high. I might as well just leave and just go smoke weed, too.
I
might as well get on everybody's level.
I'm here for that.
What the hell is going on around here?
JP Money wants to work out, and I'm like, damn, it's a Tuesday. I kind of want to do nothing.
But JP Money looks good right now.
Oh,
I'm not going to lie.
Did you see him pumping the 75-pound bars, dude?
No, I did not.
The dumbbells?
I did not.
I'll show you the video.
Let me say this. I didn't want to tell him to him because he was feeling himself Saturday night.
How many stories was he spinning?
No, we were just nice dialogue.
Oh, it was
like ping pong.
Wow.
We were talking USC, little contracts.
He
We were
let you
talking
up for
everything.
air.
Oh, dude, we were in it. I wanted to stay longer with JP Money. I was like, damn. Maybe it was before the 1942 kicked in.
The guns
But he
are
looked
popping.
good, dude.
Yeah.
He looked good. He had their sleeves rolled
Yeah.
up. It's like, man, is this guy a farmer? Is he from the country?
Well, we're on week 7 of this program right now,
That's
and
good.
so, there's a lot going on.
That's good.
I'm over there trying to do 20-pound hammer curls.
Man.
This guy's doing like 85-pound curls, and I'm like, dude, I look so small compared to this
Sam
guy.
Sam Lubman's out of the calls. We got Spadoni and Match, and they're doing a hell of a job screening calls. They got through, and then they get on the air, and they black out, man. That's what happens with the weed. When you got strong weed, man, you forget what you say. Let's go to Papa Shasky
right now.
Papa Shasky, please tell me you're sober right now, Papa Shasky. Save
Hey
the show.
guys, I got to say that last call. I'm going to admit, I smoked pot for 38 years. Go right. I've never heard anybody say, "How high are you?" Higher than the clouds. That was a phenomenal take.
Wait, now, Dad. Now I'm thinking Acapulco Gold, like you used to talk about.
Keep that one on the reel back.
You might want to keep that drop, Spadoni. You're higher than the clouds. Oh, that was good. That was good. What's up, Papa Shasky?
Jimmy.
So Bonte, it was really nice seeing you at Joe's party the other night. That was real. You and your wife, your lady. It was very nice seeing you guys. It was nice. Thanks for showing up. That meant a lot to Joe. And then I just wanted to say, last night's game was one of those games that it was a complete game that we know that they were capable. Mm-hmm. They finally did. It was just phenomenal to watch.
100%.
Special teams, defense, Pops. 3 straight shutouts in the second half. All right, and then McCaffrey.
When they had garbage time in there, and they had the second and third string defensive back, and the guy almost had to pick 6, and then he totally redeemed himself by picking that off in the end zone, keeping that second half shutout alive for the 3rd week in a row. That was phenomenal.
Huge. What about McCaffrey? How good is he?
Oh, my God. I mean, again, he's got 2 games over 100 yards touching the ball, half of it running, half of it catching. I mean, he's so elusive. He doesn't take that big hit.
No.
He knows when he's going to get hit, and he goes down. I mean, the guy's just incredible. And he's stopping on a dime. Reminds me of the for Detroit Lions, the running
Barry
back.
Sanders.
Absolutely. Could stop on a dime, go left, go right. Oh, my God. It's incredible.
All right. Aaron Judge in San Francisco?
When I just heard Bonte say, get Farhan out of the room, just put Larry Fair in there and seal the deal. You're talking about a generational type player, like when we got Bonds, the same type of deal. You got to lock him in. I don't care what it takes. You got to lock him in. You're going to be putting fannies in his seats for years.
I want him so bad.
Dude, they got to make this happen.
I want him so bad.
They got to make this happen.
Now, as far as the Warriors go last night, that was a tough road loss. Although they did have a nice road win, their first one of the year.
Yeah.
The night before, the back-to-back, going to give those guys a night off. I would just like to see the youngsters play a little better. Too many turnovers in that game.
Yeah, 15 in the first half, Pops. Kuminga took 12 threes yesterday. 12. It doesn't, come on.
Well, Hey, it was his chance to show her.
That guy's unbelievable, man.
He's going to get the minutes. He's going to get out there and he's going to do his thing. I don't blame him.
Yeah. It was like you with mom not there at the party. You were getting shots up. You were in every conversation.
Oh, yeah. Where was Noreen at?
She's been battling the sickness. They basically had COVID at the house for a month.
Oh, snap.
He had the Rona after I had it.
Oh, man. Oh, no. I knew somebody was missing there. I was just like, man, Noreen baby's just hiding out. Man, hey, Pops, you left me on the conversation. We were having a great dialogue with Guido. Guido walked over. Rocco, we're running material.
No, it was a real nice night, and the funny thing was is here we are. It's a surprise party for Joe, and we're at the house already. Me and my sister and Johnny Porter and my son Patrick, right, and Michelle's wife, mom was Mary was there, and we're all down in the room, and all of a sudden Joe pops down and he looks at us. He goes, "Why is it close?" He goes, "What are you guys doing here?" And we all go, "Surprise!"
We get there. Michelle's like, "Joe's already here. He ruined the surprise." I was like, "Of course, of course."
Hey, you know what?
Really, the one time that you want him to be late and he shows up early because he didn't want to make Michelle mad. I mean, it's just like
good
I had
husband.
to be early.
That's a good husband.
man.
And don't forget, I also beat you on the course that day.
You did get me by 3. It's okay. It's okay. Those are the 3 that you're going to give me anyway.
You are ridiculous.
Hey, Pops, happy Thanksgiving, man. Thanks for always showing us some love, man.
Pops.
We got to get you some gear, too. Hey, we've had the store open for a month, and we finally got our hoodies today.
Noreen saw the shirt. You got it. She goes, "Oh, you got to get one of those." I go, "No, Joe's going to get me one of those. I like that. I like the gray color." Joe, I'm a large, just for your information. I really like that shirt.
I got one for you right now.
And you guys have a great Thanksgiving and be safe, all right?
You too. You
Save
too,
that
Papa
voice.
Sasky. 38 years, baby. Who else smoked weed? How long you been smoking weed? Maybe that's a protocol. If you're under 5 years, you can't call the show.
Hey, bro, it's legal.
Higher than the clouds, man.
That was the best.
And then you had the cowboy fan who was struck out of his ass.
But this is
man,
one of
what the
those
hell's
weeks,
going
man.
on?
It's Thanksgiving week. You know, we're
It
at
is.
Tuesday.
It
We're
is.
halfway home.
It is.
How many people aren't showing up to work tomorrow?
Man, past the clouds, buddy.
Better give it to me one more time. How high are you?
Man, past the clouds, buddy.
Oh, my God.
This day can't
What
get
was
any
that
better.
noise in between? I don't know what that was.
Maybe it was a hit.
That was him exhaling that
Man,
bomb
past the clouds, buddy.
Oh, my God.
after that huge dab hit.
Let's go to the Yoon, man. The Yoon. JC and the Yoon. What's happening, JC?
Hey, what's up, Bonte Shasky? Hey, man, I just got off the phone with RJ and Sean down there in Dallas.
Oh,
man.
nice.
I will say one thing. I will say one thing, man. You guys do not want to see us Cowboys, man. We can't wait
God.
Oh, hey, listen. Hey, JC.
Hype train, Bonte.
Hey, RJ. Hey, is RJ and Sean still picking themselves off the ground after we bodied them last year twice?
Hey, man, you know what? Things will change this year, Bonte, man. You know what? I can't wait to see you guys in the playoffs, baby. You guys look good against the division teams, though.
Oh, hey, you guys beat the fraud at Kirk Cousins. Who else have you beat?
Hey, they destroyed them.
Yeah, they destroyed them, but you lost to Green Bay. Who else did the Cowboys beat? Who did the Cowboys beat this year?
Bonte, we got the best division in football. You guys got that cup division. Come on now.
You guys have beat
circles around that division.
You guys have beaten nobody. Nobody. You lost to Philadelphia.
Look, we beat teams with. Hey, Philadelphia beat us with a backup. They're not beating us with that.
Oh, y'all was begging for Cooper Rush to start.
Come on, you had a Cooper Rush jersey in the cart.
Stop it,
Who you
JC.
kidding?
The Cowboy.
Hey. You're ready to burn that Jimmy G jersey.
Oh, no. The Jimmy G jersey is hanging up high in the rafters, baby. Ain't no quarterback I want. Ain't no more quarterback I want in the NFC than Jimmy Jesus, baby. Jimmy GQ, Jimmy Jesus is
Do
back.
you trust Dak in the playoffs? Keep it real.
Hey, listen, I'm going to keep it real. We're going to go to Santa Clara in the first round and spank you guys.
Oh.
First round, the Redeem Tour is here, baby. We're going to take you guys on the first round. You guys win that little Pee Wee League division you guys are on there. Come on now, man.
It sounds
Come
cute.
on now.
Did you guys score 3 points against Tampa Bay?
You're right. First game of the season, right? But what happened in Denver when you guys had Jimmy G step out of bounds?
Is Zeke in shape? Is Ezekiel Elliott in shape, JC?
Yeah, he's a pair.
Oh, hey, listen, Bonte, we got the best running back doing the league. Tony Pollard and Zeke. Come on, you don't want to see us, Bonte. It's a whole different year. You know it,
Hey,
Bonte.
JC, we're going to keep these receipts, buddy. I can't wait to see you in January if you make it that far. If you make it that far. tell RJ Sean, call us. It's been a while.
Man, pass the clouds, buddy.
Hey, bro, 510. Things will change should be the new Cowboy mantra. Also accepted, you just wait until next year.
Just wait until next year.
Great call, 510.
Cowboy.
Hey, you know what, though? All is right in the world. Aaron Judge is coming home, all right? Cowboy fans want the Niners in the playoffs.
They want us so bad.
My quarterback's throwing 4 touchdowns. My defense is freaking amazing.
Shutting out people in the second half.
I mean, come on.
Shanahan's in his bag.
This week.
Shanahan's in his bag. Shanahan's in his bag right now. Oh, my God.
Keep it real. It is hard. Like, we say all these things like, hey, now you have no excuses. You've got all these playmakers. Can we at least admit it is hard to keep everyone happy? It's hard to balance out getting everyone touches. Through a couple of games, they've done a pretty damn good job. Offense looks amazing.
Amazing.
And okay, Ayuk, you only get 2 targets. They're both touchdowns.
And it was clean football, too. 3 penalties, 30
I noticed
yards.
That too.
No turnovers. Jimmy Garoppolo, 1 interception in the last 4 weeks. They're not fumbling. They're not giving away the ball. They're protecting the football. They are balling right now.
And
it's
James
just clean
dropped
football.
The ball.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, and I think there's going to come a point in the season we're going to hit Ray or Danny Gray on one of those deep routes.
Danny Gray was on the bench. I didn't realize he had some lettuce. Yeah. Oh, by the way, we're here. Did Trey Lance go into Trent Williams' jewelry box?
Dude.
Oh, my God. What was he? Did you see how thick multiple chains, like they were thick?
Oh, he was iced out. You
were loving that.
I love that.
Yeah, I knew you were loving that.
I popped my 2 chains out when I saw Trey Lance. And then when the intro with the Mexican flags, how about they had the Mexican flags with the big boom box? And they were rocking on that ramp.
It was great.
The boom box guy was sitting there. The boom box got bigger. I swear to God, we better get Boombox Guy on before the playoffs.
Well, I wanted to see them come out to Timmy Trumpet, quite honestly. And I don't even know if he comes from Mexican descent. I want some sort of mariachi music as they're coming out.
I need the Roasters to let me know what song they were playing on the Boombox, because the Roasters know. Whatever song that was, because Trent Williams, his big ass can move. You see him moving with the Boombox?
Wait a minute. I just found out in my ear Timmy Trumpet's Australian. What? That can't be real.
Good eye, mate.
No, he's not.
So,
I would have bet millions of dollars that I don't have that was South American, Latin American.
Timothy Jude Smith. That's his name.
He's Australian. So he is culturally appropriating music that's not his?
Then Blaster Jax, the DJ who does that song, that does the beat on that song, is Dutch.
It's a great song, though.
It's a banger.
It's a
great
song.
Did not know that. The more you know.
He's
Where's that drop at?
Australian?
The more you know. I didn't know that.
What? I mean,
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Down under.
Thanks, mate.
I didn't know that. The more you know. I didn't know Timmy
Thanks,
Trumpet.
Crocodile Dundee.
So are we calling him a fraud now?
No, it's a great song.
All right.
I'll allow it. It's a great song.
All right.
You don't like it?
That's all right. Damn, Joseph Odie's killing that cake. I can't. He's killing the
Okay,
cake.
Mazzetti's in Pacifica.
Really good.
Okay, my wife went to Pacifica. She pulled out all the stops for the birthday. Mazzetti's in Pacifica is next level. Keep it real, Joe. That cake is incredible.
It's this yellow cake with chocolate frosting in between. It's very moist. It's delicious. The sponge is awesome. I'm enjoying it. Shout out Great British Bake Off. Sponge is how it's very moist.
Oh, my God.
Mazzetti's is off the hook, though.
Oh, man. Hey, by the way.
It's a great morning. We're eating cake for breakfast.
Eating cake for breakfast. JC, Guru, 2 Cowboy fans in Union City. What the hell's going on in that town?
I don't know.
That's weird. What's in the water out there?
I don't know.
Cowboy fans feeling themselves after that win over the Vikings. They should. 40-3. All right. You beat Kirk Cousins. Now play a real football team. David and Brentwood. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Monte, first of all, I wanted to give you props, okay? Like you said, with Jimmy G, we ride or die, okay? He's going to take us all the way to the Super Bowl, and the only reason that I see it that way is because he's playing loose. Basically, he's playing on a win-win situation. If he doesn't win the Super Bowl, he's the backup, okay? If he wins it, he's going to get a contract. Now, as you know, I was listening to this guy, the Cowboys fans, okay? They beat the Vikings, okay? When was the last time they went to the Super Bowl? For all the talk that they bring, when was the last time they actually went to the Super Bowl? We've been to 2 in the past, 10 years?
Mm-hmm.
We've been to 2 NFC Championship games in the past 4 years. They keep talking and talking and talking. Zeke Elliott this, Dak Prescott that, whatever. Okay, you guys should go back to Texas. That's where you can root for the Cowboys. Okay, and you'll be happy there because everybody else is gonna back you up. Over here, no way. This is Niners country. Okay, Niners all the way.
That's your best call
okay?
ever.
And like Jimmy G say, it feels good, baby.
I love it. That's his best call ever. You bring the Cowboys out, and the Niner fans are like, "Oh yeah, bring it on." I hate the Cowboys.
That was exceptional.
This rivalry was dead for like 20 years.
No,
and it got sparked back up with
one
one
wild card game. One wild card game. And you know what? You know what? It's back. It is back.
I love the memes on Facebook. The Dallas Cowboys starter pack. You know when it'll be the jorts with like the Air Force Ones. It'll be like the Marshall's jersey.
I'm telling you, man. Going to that,
live for it.
That environment was so special, and I was like, I feel like a kid again. I feel like a kid again. There's something about that win. There's something about that win.
It's the best.
It's the best. And I want to see those jokers.
I do too.
I want to see them at Levi's this time.
I do too.
But Levi's, you Niner fans, I'm telling you better not sell your tickets because Cowboy fans will infiltrate your stadium. They will. They travel deep.
Have you seen how expensive the Niner tickets have been lately?
Cowboy fans are spending.
Niners have been spending. Like the Niner fans travel deep. You get a home playoff game, that bad boy going to be damn near 100% 49er fans.
I don't know, man. Cowboy fans.
Who are you
travel.
kidding?
That if Cowboy fans we need that. We need that. I don't think,
like in my section
this
alone,
year with
Jesus
Guru
would not allow it.
No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't. And we need that hype video with Guru. Remember that video? The Friday before? He said, I had to hold it in all week, but I talked to the playmaker. I had to hold it in all week. Let's go, Dak. That was comedy.
You know what I imagine when they lost that game? It was him as that uncle who comes in when they said that they broke the television. And he goes, damn it. What's that video? Come on, you guys know exactly.
Oh, yeah, the black guy. He walks in.
Yes.
Damn it. I told y'all. It gets me every time.
I'm visualizing Guru watching the Dak Mike McCarthy sequence to end that playoff game.
He wants nothing to do with Shanahan, too. Because you know what he calls Shanahan? The Jedi. He's the Jedi. He's like, he's cooking up all these plays. Anthony Highway 4.
Did just call from the live remote? We got to get to him.
Oh, we are.
We got to get to him. I got to hear
We got to get to last place Jockberry guy. Anthony Highway 4. Anthony, real quick. Highway 4. Anthony, what's happening?
Top of the morning. So I wanted to ask you a first question. One, I ain't going to front. I'm taking Jalen Hurts over Jimmy G. The fact that he can do more with his legs at the end of the day, you feel me? Like when it come down, I think he would win the game.
I think that's fair.
That's just my personal opinion. But and then man, the taunting call on B-Hop, man. Like I'm a Niner fan for sure, but the taunting calls, man, that's taking the swagger and fun out of the game.
I'm with you.
Like wide receivers and stuff, like part of what makes them good is the fact that they can talk their crap and and boast and get hyped. And I just thought that was messed up. I'm glad we won the game, but I'm like 15 yards for pointing at two guys that you cooked. I'm cool off of that.
Hey.
Yeah, Adam Schefter, he got to get out of here, man. His swag is down the drain. Did you see?
He tries too hard.
The blum, what are those shoes on? I'm like, what are you doing? I wish they would just have, like the four guys up there to just talk football.
Right.
Like nothing against Schefter.
No, I'm with you.
He's a little, he doesn't belong.
It was clunky. I didn't like that.
He doesn't belong on that panel, Anthony. We got to run. Thanks for the phone call, man. Out there on Highway 4. Happy Thanksgiving if we don't hear from you tomorrow. I got love for the Union City, for the Union MDK one. I'm just joking. Let's go to Dan Dibley here.
Dibs!
Let's listen to his excuses on how he lost Jock
I want to hear what the scene's like right now.
Oh, yeah, and
at
that
the bar.
And that too.
Yeah.
And that too.
What's up, Dibs?
What's up, Dan Dibley? Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Joe? How you doing? And I don't know, your partner won't get recognized because the streets are talking. Keep my name out your mouth, Monte Hill. I'm out here trying to do things for the station. I'm out here doing things for Mexico. I am live at Mad Dog in the fog. The fans of El Tree are starting to pour in. I'm actually fighting off hooligans out here on the sidewalk. People hitting me with rolled up objects. It's getting ugly out here on Haight Street. And meanwhile, I'm talking to some of our great loyal listeners, and they're telling me Exactly.
Wow.
They're telling me that Bonte Hill is dragging me. I'm out here doing station business, and you have the audacity, shout out Odyssey, you have the audacity to drag me while I'm out here doing work? How dare you, Bonte Hill? How dare you?
I'll give you a 4 for that Odyssey drop. That was well played, Dan Dibley. That's why you're a Hall of
I'm
Famer.
about 3 Estrellas deep. That's
That
fine.
was my next question. Look. How many of those did you put down?
At least 3, and it's funny because look is actually out here with me, and
No, he's not.
he pulled me aside early, and he said, "Dibs, it's all about the terrestrial radio brand. I don't want you getting after it. I don't want you getting too deep." So every time he turns around, he turns his back to the dibber, boom, down goes an Estrella. So your boy's on the sneak tip right now.
So you were as efficient as Jimmy G last night.
Dude, exactly. I'm as efficient as Jimmy G right now. I'm going to go 20 for 29 on these Estrellas. I'm going 4 touchdowns. And, Nahigian right now is the middle linebacker on Arizona, but I look him off to the left, and I check it down to the right. That's how we're doing it.
Oh, that's so good. How about Aaron Judge in the city, Dan Dibley?
Yeah.
Did you see that? St. Regis? I think...
I'm sorry. We were feeling the music there. The crowd is starting to flow in here.
Well, they were chanting your name. Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge, St. Regis.
Okay. I'll go find him. I mean, do we need to bring Aaron Judge in? I will swing by the St. Regis on my way back from Haight Street, and we absolutely will bring him into the building.
All right, let's do that. And by the way, the streets want to know, how'd you let JD sneak out with the win in Jockford yesterday? The streets were disappointed.
I mean, the streets can be disappointed. It's light work, quite frankly. And, everybody is clamoring for the Bonte v. Dibs showdown. If you want to show up at 11:45, we could do that. I'm not coming in at 8:45 where my brain is still cloudy, when I'm fresh off a Bay Bridge commute. No, if you want a piece of the champ, you got to come to the champ's hometown. I don't go to your hometown.
You're not the champ anymore.
My hometown.
You gave up the belt yesterday. You got TKO by Steiny JD. You got dropped.
Please.
That's a pretty
Do you know who Greg Louganis is?
Oh, yeah, I've heard the name once or twice.
Yeah, what was he famous for?
Diving.
Thank you. Night.
Oh.
He just tell me we got a break.
All right, we got a break. Yeah, we did got a break.
By the way, today I'm going to go double Louganis on them. I'm going to go Rodney Dangerfield from Back to School with the double Lindy, the triple Lindy.
Oh, see, I thought you were going to go more Kevin Costner, the postman, mailing it in.
Oh, no. Not bad.
That's a 3.
4.
Hey, Dibs, we'll see you at 9 o'clock. Have a fun one, man.
What's the bar?
We got to get the
Mad Dog in the Fog. Mad Dog in the Fog.
Go see him.
Go see Dan Dibley.
Dibs.
Mad Dog in the Fog. Dan Dibley is step foot into the city, the heart of the city. Mad Dog in the Fog right now. Mexico against Poland. Big time game in the World Cup.
Let's go.
All right,
baby.
Injury time.
Injury report. Yeah, let's go.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, Warriors, they rested everybody yesterday. They got blown out in New Orleans. 15 turnovers in the first half. You know, Jordan Poole didn't have a rebound or an assist, I believe, when he scored 27 points. Jonathan Kuminga tipped the 12 threes. It was one of those nights for the Dubs down in New Orleans as the Pelicans blow them out. But they'll be rested when they take on the Clippers tomorrow night. And the Clippers may be without Paul George, who was ruled out last night against the Utah Jazz with a right hamstring strain. This on top of dealing with an already sore knee, while the Clippers do not expect the injury to keep George out long term. His status for Wednesday night's matchup at Chase Center is certainly in doubt. A big-time game between the Warriors and Clippers at Chase should be fun on Thanksgiving Eve. That is the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up next on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, David, Rich, Jay, we're getting to you. 888-957-9570. Niners humming. Super Bowl? Jimmy G, best quarterback in the NFC? Huh? Jimmy.
Hi, are you ready to start the season with savings at IKEA?
Ooh, I am. I've got my 3 shopping lists right here. One for home, one for gifts, and one for treating myself.
We can help you check off all 3 with lots of offers going all week. IKEA family members can save on all kinds of products, from bakeware to holiday lighting to rugs and more.
List number 1, here we go.
Visit IKEA to save today. Offer valid 11/24 to 11/28/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/Black Friday for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Bay Area. If you're searching for the best Black Friday clothing deals, look no further. My new favorite brand, Flag and Anthem, has you covered. I'm rocking the red flannel right now on YouTube, starting tomorrow, November 23rd. The entire site is going to be 30% off their best sale of the year. Flannel shirts like the one I'm wearing, pants, jeans, outerwear, shirt jackets, hoodies, men's, women's, you name it. Flag and Anthem has it. My wife right now has the cart locked and loaded, ready for the 30% off. So head over and do what she did. Get on flagandanthem.com and start filling your cart. Plus, it's Christian McCaffrey's go-to gear when he's off the field. And if it's good enough for number 23 CMC, it's good enough for me. Flag and Anthem, premium clothes without the premium price tag.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yet scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softas, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Dell Technologies Black Friday event has arrived with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 50% off select performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Samuel gets it. Trent Williams out in front of him. Ayuk blocking. Debo. End zone touchdown. What a play. No flags. Another one for San Francisco.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 touchdown passes from Jimmy Garoppolo. Ayuk with 2 catches. 2 touchdown catches. How about George Kittle with 2 touchdown catches? How about Deebo Samuel with the end around a big-time play with Jake Brindle's pancaking Buda Baker down the field inside the 10-yard line. Just a complete masterpiece from the 49ers last night down in Mexico City. They beat the Cardinals 38-10. Jimmy Garoppolo, 4 touchdown passes, 20 of 29, 228 yards. How about McCaffrey? 100 total yards yesterday. The guy does everything. 7 catches, 67 yards receiving, 7 carries, 39 yards rushing. The Niners averaged 5.7 yards a pop on the ground. They physically wet the Arizona Cardinals. They tapped out last night on Monday Night Football. It was great to see.
It was amazing to see. It was absolutely amazing to see. They've been firing on all cylinders. The number one thing, and I know everyone's going to be obsessed over Jimmy, and Jimmy played great. Jimmy looks great. The offensive line for me is the most important thing. When this team has been humming the last 2 decades, they have had synchronicity on the offensive line, health on the offensive line. Right now, it feels like they're the healthiest they've been in a while, and they're in lockstep right now. I can't get over Banks and Burford and how well they've been.
They're calling them the Killer Bees now.
Ooh,
Banks,
I like
Burford, and Brindle. Well, shout out to whoever said that on the YouTube. I saw that, the Killer Bees.
I like that. And obviously, Trent's been a stalwart for this team since being acquired, and it's allowing Jimmy Garoppolo the opportunity to step up calmly in the pocket, and he's got a clean jersey. I mean, that is how you draw it up yesterday. Everybody's touching the ball. Everybody's going for yak. Your defense is getting stops. Wisnowski's, pinning them in at the 1-yard line. Like, they are clicking on all cylinders. That is about as complete a win as I can remember in the Shanahan era.
No, it was beautiful. It was beautiful to see. Defense was hitting. They shut out 3 straight opponents in the second half. That's right, 3 straight second half shutouts. It's just a plus 54 in the second half for the 49ers there, the last 3 games. They're on a 3-game win streak. They're in first place in the NFC West. Greenlaw's hitting. Warner's hitting. Bosa's getting after the quarterback. How about Givens getting into the action? Hufanga's still playing at a high level. Charvarius Ward with 10 tackles yesterday. Look, he got beat a couple times by Hopkins. That's what happens. DeAndre Hopkins, one of the best wide receivers in the game. Charvarius Ward still battled through. I thought Lenore was physical on the edge. First play of the game, they tried to run a jet sweep. And what do you see? Number 38 flashing there, stopping. Who ran that jet sweep? Was it Rondell Moore for a 4-yard loss? And he got hurt with a groin injury. So all around a great victory for the 49ers. And again, what quarterback would you rather have outside of Tom Brady down the stretch here in the NFC?
I mean, I think it's Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo is the next guy. If you want to take Jalen Hurts based off what he's done this year, I think that's fair. That's totally fair. I would say, it takes time in the playoffs for a lot of these quarterbacks to really click and sync. He's only got the 1 playoff game where he looked really overwhelmed. I'm talking about Jalen Hurts. Jimmy Garoppolo's been in a lot of high leverage moments. Has he had that 4th quarter that he's looking for? Not yet. But I think that's going to come. And it feels like the addition of Christian McCaffrey has opened up the field for all the playmakers and has enabled Jimmy Garoppolo to be able to look downfield. And when none of that is open, hit the check down and know that guy's going to get you positive yards. In years past, the check down was like a negative thing. Like, they're going to punt here. How many times have they thrown underneath and they still get 6-7 yards?
I know. It's the McCaffrey.
McCaffrey's so sick.
I mean, they're averaging 30 points a game the last 3 weeks. Now, since McCaffrey, check this out. Kyle Matson sent this via Nick Wagner of ESPN.com. This is fascinating. The Niners offense before Christian McCaffrey arrived back in the Bay Area.
Okay.
They averaged 20.3 points per game, 340 yards per game, 41% third down conversion rate. Now, since they've added Christian McCaffrey, they're averaging 28.5 points a game. That's basically a touchdown more a game.
Yeah.
With Christian McCaffrey. 396 yards a game. Wow. Nearly 400. And a 55% third down conversion rate. So, yeah. Christian McCaffrey makes a difference.
Well,
this is why you'll need a home run hitter in the backfield.
And no doubt. But he's not just that, B, because there was a play last night, and I referenced it multiple times this morning. He splits out. He's in the backfield, splits out into the slot, opens things up for Debo, opens things up for him. Then you get Elijah Mitchell, fresher. Like, we all agree.
Right.
We like Elijah Mitchell. If he's getting 20 to 25 carries a game, he's probably not going to last.
No.
You know? But if he's getting somewhere between 7 and 13... Now you're looking at a totally more efficient, fresher player.
The guy was a battering ram in the second half. He only played 3 snaps in the first half. 3 snaps. All right? This guy in the second half, 9 carries, 59 yards, averaged 6.6 yards a carry. 6.6 yards a carry. You can see the physicality that he ran with. Yeah. And the Niners said, you know what, in the second half, we're just going to run the ball down their throats. We're going to run the ball down Arizona's throats, and we're going to break their spirit, and we're going to break their will. Look at the play differential here in the first half. In the first half, Shasky, the Niners passed the ball 21 times. They went out throwing to set up the run.
That's exactly what I was thinking. They kind of like backed off those safeties in those corners and removed that 8th, 9th man out of the box.
So 21 pass attempts for 153 yards passing, 2 touchdowns. In the first half, they ran the ball 7 times for 33 yards. In the second half, which started on that first drive out of halftime. 8-play drive that resulted into a touchdown. They ran the ball 7 times on that drive and passed it once.
Wow.
Ran the ball 7 times. So in the second half, they ran the ball 21 times for 126 yards and a touchdown. They just said, you know what, physically, we're going to wear these boys down and impose our will on them and go home with a win. And that's what they did. And I don't know if too many teams in December, in January, are going to want to deal with that type of physicality. A lot of teams tap out. They're saying, like Buda Baker yesterday, he damn near said, this game's too physical for me. I can't wait to watch their Hard Knocks episode 3, by the way, this week. Cannot wait to watch that.
But wouldn't you agree with me on this? Like, there would be
it's phenomenal.
A drive in the first half, a drive in the second half, where they would just march down the field, right?
Yep.
And sometimes it would result in a touchdown, sometimes a field goal attempt. It feels like now, and the rest of the game would be like, it's like a grind to churn out yards. Now that they've added Christian McCaffrey, it just feels like everything's opened up for them. And it feels like they can get whatever they want whenever they want it, and they can attack whatever part of the defense that they need to. When was the last time George Kittle had 2 touchdowns in a game?
I mean, and he's running wide open.
Has he ever had 2 touchdowns in a game?
I think, the Seattle game. I want to say the Seattle game last year. Remember the Seattle game last year? I believe he had 2 in that game.
He only had, I think, 4 touchdowns last year.
I mean, I think 2 of them came in that Seattle game.
I'm just saying, but like for him to like break free on multiple plays, that just never happens.
He's not getting doubled anymore.
No.
You know what I'm saying? He's not getting doubled. He's breaking tackles. And then the last touchdown was very indicative of Arizona. Troy Aikman was befuddled on how Arizona wanted no parts of George Kittle. I said, look at this. This is embarrassing. They did not want to tackle the guy.
Number 25, their linebacker, was talking big smack.
Collins.
And then by the end of the game, he was on the ground.
He was on the ground.
I mean, they out-hit him.
It was physical
at every single level. Greenlaw was hitting. How about when Hufanga times that blitz on the edge, makes Colt McCoy scramble out left, and here comes the rocket that is Fred Warner.
Yep. No, dude, I mean, Fred Warner and Greenlaw are setting a tone at linebacker.
Yes.
They're setting a tone. I mean, and then Al-Shaair played good football, too. I mean, this linebacker core is playing at a high level. They all got like, Greenlaw's got this big old elbow brace on his right arm. Looks like a gladiator out there. It's just, I'm very impressed with the way they're playing right now.
Even Gibson's making plays.
He did miss the tackle in open field on that big play. And,
I know.
You know, that was the one knock on Greenlaw. I had that down on my notes.
What,
Greenlaw and Warner on that long play.
Warner just dove. I didn't know what he was doing.
Yeah, Greenlaw missed the play.
The footing on the field wasn't great.
No, it wasn't.
There were a lot of guys slipping and sliding, so I'm not going to be too critical.
Yeah, 2 touchdowns. Let me see. George Kittle. He had the 2 touchdowns against Seattle last year. Remember, he had the big game, 9 catches, 181 yards against Seattle when they lost to Seattle. 2 touchdowns. This is the last time he had 2 touchdowns in a game.
I mean, it's just we cry for weeks and weeks about, Kelsey gets all the touches. You saw it last night. If you're giving me that kind of efficiency, he's not going to get 2 touchdowns every game. But if you're getting that kind of efficiency and he's that open, how many times do teams forget about him over the top?
Because of, now they're forgetting about him because of McCaffrey.
I know.
4 catches, 84 yards. Damn. He's only had 2 games in his career where he's had more than 1 touchdown. That was the Seattle game last year and Arizona this year.
Isn't that kind of crazy?
Well, yeah, we cited it where he only had 14 touchdowns coming in. It's kind of wild.
We forget, again, as a Niner fans, I think we've kind of forgotten how great Vernon Davis was. Not that George Kittle isn't a more complete player, because I think George has way better hands than Vernon, but Vernon was so good.
And Vernon was an underrated run blocker, too.
No doubt.
Vernon was a really good tight end. I'd still, George Kittle needs to put in a little more work, but
Vernon had 12 and 13 touchdowns in a season.
We forget how good Vernon is.
Yeah.
It's the way he left.
Yeah.
It's the way it ended.
Well, the Cam Chancellor hit ended his
career.
career.
Took a soul. It was
ended his Niner years.
I mean, he got hit back-to-back years by Cam Chancellor.
If you did that in today's era, which was only 8 years ago, if you did that today, you'd be flagged and kicked out of the game.
No doubt. No doubt about that. Let's go to Rich or Livermore. Rich, what's happening?
What's up, Rich?
Yo, my guys, B and Shad. Thanks for taking my call, guys. Check it out, man. So, B, we had this conversation, I think last week, the week before, about who you taking, calamari boy or Jimmy. And I said a healthy, mistake-free Jimmy is dangerous. And I noticed one thing last night. He don't give a damn about no money right now.
Nah.
Jimmy is out here. He's about to prove you guys why they made a big mistake. He's been disrespected year-round by ESPN, fans, and you know what? That boy's about to get off.
Yeah.
He is about to get off and show you wrong. Hey, one more thing, fellas. Hey, Butcher, you be talking this golf game, right? So I got something for you boys. I do a golf tournament for my wedding every year, right?
Okay.
San Ramon Bridges. Really tough course.
Oh, I know the Bridges. Yeah, I know it.
Yep. I got married there to my beautiful wife, and I keep it lit, right? So check this out. I want you guys to come. I'm going to cover the round for you guys. Get 2 more, 2 guys from the station, whoever you want. I'm going to do it in March, and we're going to go out there and have a good time.
I'm in.
You guys keep my mornings lit, man. I'm a garbage man, and you guys keep these long-ass mornings lit for me, man.
Hey,
so,
shout out to the garbage man.
Guys.
What city?
Livermore. We're on the side. Livermore.
All right, shout out to the Livermore garbage man out there, man, doing that work, man. And send us the invite.
I'm text or give you some info, but I'm going to cover you guys this round for this golf tournament. I want you guys to go out there and have a good time, man.
I'm in.
I'll drive around. I'll drive a cart around and get drunk. No doubt about it.
You could be my. You walk off my yardage. All right. We'll have my dad in there.
You guys are hilarious already, so I can imagine a little liquor. It's about to get real.
No doubt about that.
Shout out to my restaurant garbage guys, man.
Let's go.
I appreciate you guys, man.
Hell yeah.
Anytime.
Happy Thanksgiving if I don't talk to
you.
You guys.
Too.
Happy Thanksgiving, Rich. Happy Thanksgiving. Great call, man. Appreciate
Hopefully
that.
Hopefully you get a day off.
Appreciate the love.
Garbage don't sleep. They show up on Thursday. They show up on Friday. They show up on Christmas.
Especially after Thanksgiving.
Bro,
garbage cans will be packed.
So, okay, we're here. I had a little issue. All right. In our neighborhood.
Get David back on hold for a second, Spadone. Go ahead.
Oh, well, we had a little issue. So I put the garbage out, and you're not supposed to put it out till a certain time, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's got this in their neighborhood. There's a couple of old ladies that go around dumpster diving and they go through all the recycling, okay, not a big deal. But what ends up happening is they take all the bags out and then they put the bags in the wrong bins. And so I had the bin out yesterday and they gave me the note saying they're not going to pick up my recycling because there was garbage in the recycling. I'm like, no, the black garbage bags go in the black bin and the white garbage bags go into the recycling. That's how I differentiate so I know exactly what's what. And so I had to call in and basically what I'm saying is this is now the multiple times I've been in trouble for somebody else going into my dumpster and then flip-flopping the garbage and sticking the garbage in the recycling, and now Recology won't pick it up.
So now what time does the garbage come around in the recycling?
I don't know. I called in. They said they were going to come by and pick it up. It's usually first thing in the morning Monday. It's actually great because you put it out Sunday night. It's perfect.
Maybe just put it out before you come to work Monday.
No, they're there before we leave.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. They're there like 3:15, 3:30 in the morning.
Wow.
Oh, they're there early.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Shout out Delacello.
So these people come out. Oh, Delacello picks it up.
Oh, yeah. They come out at like 11 at night. They're ready. And you hear them, and the dogs go crazy.
So
you go
the ladies,
through the recycling.
So the ladies come at about midnight then. They must be working late hours.
I mean, you guys.
Going to the recycling.
Come on, B. You know how it is in San Francisco.
I do know how it is. But usually it's in the morning.
With the 2 giant bags on either side, and they're going through everything.
Jesus Christ. Jesus. Let's go to let's get back to David.
And I'm not mad at them per se.
No, but it's
just like don't mix the garbage because then I get in trouble, and then also you can get fined.
They have to put a lock.
Well, that's no. Now they want to charge me $7 for a lock.
Wow, that's a joke.
I think I have to get it though. I want them to pick the garbage up.
You're a baller. You got the money. You could spare $7. Yep. $7 a month?
Yeah. It's a lot.
That adds up.
That's $21 every paying cycle.
Yeah, that adds up.
Yeah.
That adds up. David, what's happening?
It's an Uber burrito.
David, what's up?
Hey, what's up? What's up, fellas? Hey, you know what's crazy, man? I love when Jimmy G's playing loose like this. He looks like he's having fun. He's playing mistake-free football. If we can keep it up like this, I mean, the guy's like a kid at Christmas. You got all these weapons. Use them all. You know what I'm saying? And let's speak on Brandon Ayuk. This dude is an elite route runner. He doesn't get enough credit as he is. That jerk route he puts on people, man, that's one of his go-tos right there. I love that little jerk route he does. But he's one of those guys that's so underrated. He's the best pure receiver on the team, and I'm loving that. And on a side note, Shansky and Bonte, what the hell did you guys do to these Cowboys fans this morning? They're on the roll.
I hate them. Let them know.
They're feeling themselves right now. They got to win. They were radio silent last week when they lost at Lambeau Field to the sorry-ass Packers. And all of a sudden, they get a little dub. They're feeling good because they put a 40-burger up on Minnesota. We all know Minnesota's fraudulent. Nobody, whoever. Hey, David, you believe in Minnesota?
Oh, man, Minnesota's the joke of the league right now with that fraudulent record. Let's be real.
Nobody cares about Minnesota.
I want Minnesota in the playoffs. You know that the Niners have faced Minnesota like 9 times in the playoffs?
That doesn't surprise me.
8 or 9 times in the playoffs.
Growing up, they played them a lot.
Well, you also have the old purple people eaters
no doubt,
and Frank Tarkenton.
The old Metropolitan
Marshall
Stadium.
going the wrong way. They played a lot of times in the playoffs. And then in the 80s, obviously played. And then into the 2000s, they've played a few times.
Yeah, 2019, they played in the divisional round. Thanks for the call, David. Let's go to Jay. I'm a little depressed. I just got a text from Anna. She's saying, "Can you do me a solid when you get home? Do the laundry, please." Like, why?
Dog, you can't do the laundry?
I always do the laundry.
I do
let's
too.
make that happen this
I
year.
do it too.
Okay?
Always.
Yeah.
Always.
See, the problem
never fails. She does Bub's laundry. Say, "Oh, I would do Bub's laundry." We can't do all like.
Well, I have no problem doing the laundry, and then I fold it. I expect my wife to put hers away. I'll put it on top of her dresser, and then it just sits there forever. And
Sunday. Hey, Bonte, could you put your clothes away?
On.
Hey, could you put Sunday? Anna, could you put your clothes away on the dresser when I go pick up Bubs? So I do mine. She still has hers 2 days later on the dresser.
And then
it's always.
And then you know what I do? I stuff it all in there, and then she goes, "Where's my black blah 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 bra? My black this that? There's this white T-shirt. I need this one specific shirt."
I don't know your compartments. You have a dresser and a closet.
Right.
I'm not. That's your thing.
That's
I
your
will
thing.
fold it if you
drives
want
me
me
nuts.
to.
I have no problem doing the laundry and the folding of it. You got to put it away in the right spot because when you can't find it, who's the person you're crushing?
Right.
My wife owns, I'm not kidding, 95 pairs of jeans. I'm not joking. I am not joking. I go, you don't need this many jeans. No human being needs this many jeans. She works for a big jean company.
I'm going to just stop right there because people could be listening. Streets will talk and they will snitch.
Can you do me a favor? Can you do all the laundry all day?
Dad, if I
year.
don't start folding, they'll sit in the bed for 4 days, 5 days.
Well, that's the worst thing you can do is dry a bunch of laundry and then not immediately fold it.
Right, because
then
it's all wrinkled and
done.
everything. Yeah, no, I know. Trust me, it's a constant battle. Let's go to Jay in San Jose. Jay, what's happening?
It's the never-ending laundry, bro. I swear to God, it's bottomless.
Laundry.
You think bottomless mimosas are real? Bottomless laundry is real. It's never-ending.
I hate laundry. I hate it. I absolutely despise it, and I do it all the time.
Allen Iverson, you just buy new clothes?
I want to. I don't got money like that. Jay, what's happening?
Sorry, Jay. What's
Good
up?
morning.
No, it's funny. Listen to y'all. Hey, keep going about the laundry and the ironing. Hey, I called yesterday, man. I think I spoke that whole Kelsey Kittle thing into existence.
You did.
You know, I felt like when he gets the ball in the open field, I don't think he gets the credit he deserves because I think he's just as good as Kelsey, and yesterday proved it. Second note, I think the Niners have the best 1-2 running back tandem in the NFL.
Agreed.
I think between Mitchell running through the tackles and what my boy CMC can do on the outside and inside, I don't see a better 1-2 combo.
Chubb,
right now.
maybe. I'll let you finish. Maybe Chubb Hunt, maybe.
But they don't use Hunt like that.
See, I was thinking about, but I think they're kind of the same back.
Yeah,
good point. CMC, what he's able to do on the outside, that's why I would go with them. That's a good comparison.
Yeah,
but
I like that.
And last thing, I want to give a shout out My nephew is a junior at TCU. I went up there to watch the Horned Frogs play. All he's going to say is, no doubt, national champions. Let's go, Horned Frogs.
Hey, I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at Sonny Dykes. I can't be mad at the Horned Frogs. That's a hell of a win.
Sonny Dykes?
Dykes, ex-Cal coach.
Oh, my God.
Dude, they've come back against Kansas State.
5 wide every possession?
Dude, every possession.
For the rest of your life?
Dude, and they got a defense, though. Their defense hits. I'll give them that. Dude, they come back against Kansas State, Oklahoma State. I'm saying, damn, this team won't go away.
I know we have a golf date now in March at the Bridges. My dad already thinks he's in. He's texting me as we speak. I'm in. No one invited you.
No, my mom does that, too. Everybody does. I can't. That's why I don't want to go anywhere, because everybody wants to tell me.
Because you're just so popular.
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with that. It's not like going anywhere.
I get out of the car, and it's like Bruce Wayne showing up to the black and white ball. Hi, Mr. Wayne.
People don't do that for me anymore.
I'm a roaster.
They do that for Goo. I don't get the red carpet treatment, though. I wish. Somebody show me some love out there. Let's go to Jeff. Somewhere in California. Jeff, what's happening? You're in the roast.
What's up, guys? How you doing? Thank you for letting me call in this morning.
What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to just touch real quick on Jimmy. I'm real pumped for him. I think he's playing really good right now. I'm just a little concerned because we got two things that are in common with 2017. 2017 and 2022, Jimmy wasn't in the contract. That's the only thing I'm worried about. Is he balling out because he isn't in a contract, or is Shanahan just giving him a little bit more trust?
You know what? If he's balling out for a contract, great. We're getting his best. That's all I care about is this season.
Yeah.
The money in the offseason and the contract, that will come. I'm not here to talk about that yet. I'm sorry, I just can't.
In the vein of Jimmy Garoppolo, and so trying to kind of keep it here and not look too far ahead, does it feel to you guys like Kyle Shanahan is trusting Jimmy Garoppolo more than ever?
I think
like
so.
They were throwing while ahead last night.
I know.
I've never seen that.
They did that against the Rams, 24-14. Yep. And when he threw it down the field to Ross Dwelly, and then he threw the rollout bootleg to the left to George Kittle, I said, damn, Shanahan's dialed up pass plays. And then you see it yesterday. You're right. The Kittle play, they threw a couple passes on that drive.
Well, yes, Jimmy is a big part of that. I think Christian as well.
Christian,
I
too.
really think that Christian has fundamentally, because we heard so much about Jerick McKinnon, and I know people roll their eyes when they hear this. The whole offense is going to be centered around him. You guys have seen it now, what's 3 games? It's 3 games with Christian McCaffrey. Guys, the whole offense is centered around Christian McCaffrey because all the stuff they can do off of the threat of him opens everything up.
Everything.
Doesn't it? Or am I just tripping?
No, you're right.
You're tripping.
Well, I mean, yeah, but not on this.
How drunk are you right now?
No, and I think Shanahan, too, has finally said, F it.
Yeah.
F it.
Yeah.
Jimmy, we got to roll with you. Let's throw everything at you. If you can't do it, you can't do it, and we're going to lose somewhere in the playoffs. F it. Let's just go and let's throw everything out. This may be their last dance together.
I know. Well, okay, a thought that I had. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. I'm asking about for this season for now. Trey Lance was walking around. I don't know where he's at health-wise, but if he can be healthy or whatever, he's got to suit up as the backup, right?
I don't know.
As the backup? Like, I'm assuming that he's, functional, healthy, he can't hurt himself, all
I don't
those
know.
things.
That's a good question. I don't know if he's going to be ready. I don't know.
Okay. I was thinking about it out loud.
Yeah.
I was thinking about it out loud because I saw him walking around. He looked, who am I?
I don't even know where he's at. Has he even start running? Has he hit the treadmill?
Yeah.
Where's he at in his rehab?
I just feel much more confident in Trey backing up than
Brock Purdy.
That's kind of where I'm going because, look, an injury to his shoulder or something. I don't want to talk anything into this. Jimmy is playing unbelievable. Heaven forbid something happen. I would trust Trey as the backup way more than Purdy.
Yeah,
but I don't know if he could. I don't know if he could do that.
I don't know where he's at right now.
Did you see Purdy yesterday, by the way, with the pistol formation? It was totally the wrong way for the running back.
Brock Purdy. Brock's the best quarterback on the roster.
That could also be Jordan Mason's fault, and that could be why Jordan Mason hasn't been playing.
That's true too. Yeah, we really don't know.
Gutsy 5-yard run though, whatever it was.
It was a tough 5-yard run for Brock.
Is that
Purdy.
his only 5-yard run all year?
It's only snap, right? Or no? What game did he play?
Well, he's played special teams, and he's been in the.
talking about Brock Purdy.
Oh, I was on Mason. Yeah, no, Brock Purdy threw that interception in the red zone against Kansas City.
That's
remember?
right.
Into the end zone.
Right. Yeah, I was
He
checked
was
out of that
slinging
game.
it. He threw one good pass. Everyone was like, ooh.
Yeah.
Next pass, picked.
Brock Purdy. Antonio, we'll get to you on the other side. Last call here for all the roasters out there. 888-957-9570. What impressed you the most? Was it the defense? Was it Jimmy? Was it Kittle? Was it Christian McCaffrey? Was it Kyle Shanahan? Was this Kyle Shanahan's masterpiece? Most complete game of the season, no doubt about that. They wipe away the Cardinals 38-10. And Mexico City will continue to roll on that because, the Warriors talk. It's been tough. That was a tough one last night without the stars. All right, more coming up here.
Don't do that.
More coming up on the Morning Roast. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Guys, if you're searching for the best Black Friday deals, the clothing deals that is, look no further. My new favorite brand, I'm draped in it right now, Flag and Anthem. They've got you covered like they're covering me with my flannel. Starting tomorrow, Wednesday, November 23rd, the entire site is 30% off their best sale of the year. Flannel shirts, pants, jeans, outerwears, shirt jackets, hoodies, Sherpas, men's, women's, you name it. Flag and Anthem, they got it. So head over to flagandanthem.com right now. Start filling out your cart. Plus, it's Christian McCaffrey's go-to when he's off the field. And if it's good enough for CMC, it's good enough for me, the JOE. It's good enough for all of us. Flag and Anthem, premium clothes without the premium price tag.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. Rock out with your favorite bands, whether it's throwback classics or today's top hits. Sit back and laugh at stand-up comedy from well-known icons and tomorrow's legends. Plus, so much more. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Hi, are you ready to start the season with savings at IKEA?
Ooh, I am. I've got my 3 shopping lists right here. One for home, one for gifts, and one for treating myself.
We can help you check off all 3 with lots of offers going all week. IKEA family members can save on all kinds of products from bakeware to holiday lighting to rugs and more.
List number 1, here we go.
Visit IKEA to save today. Offer valid 11/24 to 11/28/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/Black Friday for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
At 7-Eleven, our coffee is fresh or it's free. We don't compromise on our premium beans, and neither should you, because drinking fresh coffee is non-negotiable. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store of purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
In Santa Clara, we're looking for mostly sunny, highs near 68.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more, like our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data, all on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and autopay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, we're feeling good. Jimmy Jesus, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. It does feel great, baby. The Niners, 3 in a row. 3 straight shutouts in the second half. 4 touchdown passes for Jimmy. Last 4 games, 8 touchdown passes, 1 interception, over 1,000 yards passing. The completion percentage off the charts, over 71%. Shanahan's in his bag. He's got Christian McCaffrey. The Niners have Christian McCaffrey. Shasky, I just want to circle back for just a second. We'll get back to the Niners and all that.
Okay.
Just the night they made the trade.
Mm-hmm.
And we discussed possibly getting McCaffrey 3 weeks before that. And I can't believe it actually happened. You know, when you talk about players, you got these man crushes on players.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, you want a player, you're like, oh, the Niners, they got my guy.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe John Lynch put his balls on the table and said, 2nd, 3rd, 4th round pick. Here you go, Carolina. We need CMC back to the Bay. I can't believe they pulled the trigger because it changed the entire trajectory of the season. It changed everything.
Well, and it feels like it's not only had an unbelievable effect on their running game, every playmaker has benefited from it. So, like, look at all the games that they've played with a full, playbook of Christian McCaffrey. Does Ayuk look like a more efficient player?
He's balling right
Okay.
now.
Debo finally had a big impact game, right?
Yep.
And you knew it was coming because he also missed a game because he wasn't healthy.
Right.
Does Kittle look like he's getting more down the field targets?
He does.
More yak?
He does.
More freedom to run routes without 50 guys near him? How about Elijah Mitchell? We were worried about, what are they going to do at the backup running back spot? Does Elijah look fresher and better? And are they able to close teams out?
Dude, 6.6 yards a carry. He's a battering ram, and he basically ended the game. And Arizona was like, damn, we got to tackle this guy in the second half.
What about the confidence of Jimmy Garoppolo? Has it ever been higher?
Sky high.
I mean, he knows now that he can look downfield, and if it's not there, dump it off and actually get a first down. Like, everything. Does the coach look more aggressive?
Oh, Shanahan's in his bag right now.
All right. Does the defense look even happier because they're playing complimentary football and putting points up on the board, and then they're able to pin their ears back in the second half and go after the quarterback?
I mean, they don't even miss Armstead and Kinlaw right now.
So, I mean, like, I know that he gets hurt a lot. Running backs, they gave up a lot. Dude, at some point, you got to splurge a little. They've been saving and hoarding draft picks forever. This is the kind of a guy, and I said it to you the day that the trade went down. He might be the best weapon in the NFC.
Wow.
Now, had the Buccaneers got him, how do you think they'd be feeling?
Oh, my gosh. Tom Brady would have loved it. It would have changed everything for Tampa Bay.
How about the Rams? They didn't get him.
They were trying to.
Their season's over.
Their season's done.
Their season's over.
That was their last-ditch effort to save their season.
Exactly. So I just look at what the Niners have right now, and I say to myself, man, thank God they made the move for Christian McCaffrey, and they get all the credit in the world. And look, he could go down at any point. Any player could. Yeah. It's been worth the deal already. Already.
Nobody's even thinking about those draft picks. You have a top-flight playmaker. You know, everybody, I'm sure all the roasters play fantasy football. We know what time it is. He's a top 5 pick in fantasy football for a reason.
Bonte, he's 100 yards, whether you want to take it rushing or receiving, in every game. Even a bad game, 88 yards.
7 targets yesterday, 7 catches. Come on, bro. 7 targets, 7 catches, and they're running that Texas route to death. wait till you see the wheel route.
He's their best slot receiver.
I know. But just wait. You saw Tony Pollard run that wheel route against Minnesota?
Yes.
Against the linebacker? McCaffrey's going to get that. They ran it yesterday, and I thought Jimmy was going to throw it to him, and he threw it to Debo underneath. That's coming when he's down the sideline on that seam route. Jimmy hits him in stride. I'm telling you, man, something special's brewing out here. We felt it 3 weeks ago with the Rams win. All you need to do is smack the Rams around again, but it was the way they did it. Down 14-10, and Shanahan said, you know what, Jimmy? Go out there and win it. And he goes 7 for 7 on the drive for 81 yards, and they take the lead 17-14. All right, they're up 24-14, and Shanahan said, you know what? We're not going to play it conservative anymore. I'm not doing that because we had Gamble on yesterday from Phoenix down to 98-7 in Phoenix. And he said the feeling we get with Shanahan out here in Arizona is he's too conservative. Well, in that Rams game, up 10, in the fourth quarter, midway through it, he said, Jimmy, go ahead and throw that ball. And he threw it down the field to Dwelly, and he threw it at a touchdown pass to George Kittle. I said, oh, that's something different. That's something I haven't seen this before with Shanahan and Jimmy. And then you see it again yesterday up 31-10. He said, you know what? Throw the ball again to George Kittle. And nobody wanted to tackle George Kittle. No. Collins, Buda Baker, them DB said, nah, we good.
Speaking of tight ends, I mean, everything's been going so well. Did you see what happened yesterday?
Aaron Judge?
No, tight ends. I'm talking tight ends.
Oh, tight ends. No.
Charlie Warner actually made a block yesterday.
He did. Oh, yeah,
and I texted Madsen right when it happened, Charlie Warner, and he texted the exact same thing at the same time. Charlie Warner, who has his whiff rate, makes Joey Gallo feel good, okay?
Wow.
When it comes to blocking. And he's making blocks.
Yeah, they were in lockstep yesterday, the entire team. Jake Brindle. I love that whoever came up with that game on YouTube, Xfinity Mobile Text line, I want to give you credit. Killer Bees. Brindle, Burford, and Banks. They're playing great football right now up front. McGlinchey. We never said his name yesterday. It's a good thing. Never said his name.
Yeah. J.J. Watt barely said his name.
Yeah, no
Kittle
doubt.
had the one hold on him, and that was it.
And he had a batted ball, deflected pass at the line of scrimmage.
And they weren't even going to make that play anyway. It was a third down. I didn't love that third down end round, but they were almost awesome all night.
No, they were locked in. Real quick before we get back out to the lines to end the show, Aaron Judge. Check this out.
Aaron Judge in San Francisco. What are you doing in the city?
Just visiting some family and friends. That's about it.
Oh, yeah? Any fun plans?
We got something. Have a good one.
And there was a wink.
And a 5 o'clock shadow, which means he doesn't want to be a Yankee anymore because you're not allowed to have a beard.
He doesn't want to shave. There's a wink there. Just visiting family and friends. Well, if we were, you would be in Linden, California. Instead, you're in downtown San Francisco, and the meeting's taking place in 50 minutes. The Giants are meeting with Aaron Judge in 50 minutes. And my suggestion is let Larry Bear do all the talking. Let Larry Bear present the all hell wigs. Let Larry Bear come in with the gavel. All right? Farhan, you can stay at 24 Willie Mays Plaza. Just stay right there. Work on a spreadsheet.
That was the weakest gavel. I mean, what that was like a pencil.
Figure out the next Yastrzemski. Figure out the next little diamond in the rough, the next Connor Joe. Find that guy.
No.
I need Larry Bear in the meeting by himself.
No, if you can get Aaron Judge, you go out and you go get Cody Bellinger.
Oh, gosh.
He's better than Yaz. Don't kid yourself.
Yes,
Why are you doing it? He's better than Luis Gonzalez. Like all these people like thumbing their nose down at like swooping up Bellinger.
Because I
Blue
heard
Jays are interested reportedly.
Blue Jays?
Yeah.
That'd be a good move for him. Go to the AL
country. And he'd bat like 7th or 8th.
Right. And he still hit bombs out there.
Yeah, he's so fast.
I mean, Bellinger's good, but I heard you rip Bellinger for 2 straight seasons.
Because I believe he has MVP talent.
Yeah. I mean, he does. He was a former MVP.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll work here in San Francisco, though.
Yeah, but I would love to see it work out because him going up against the Dodgers, ooh, so high at all times. He looks it.
Aaron Judge, St. Regis. Maybe I'll drive by the St. Regis after the show. I got to go by there. I got to get a haircut today anyway. Maybe I'll just... You can't drive down Market Street anymore, though, in that area.
Who is in that meeting?
Larry Bear.
Is Posey?
Barry Bonds.
You got to bring Willie Mays.
Will Clark.
You got to bring Willie Mays.
Will Clark.
Yeah, Will Clark might scare him off.
No,
I love Will.
Will Clark's too damn intense.
He brought the tee. Yeah. He brought the bat. He's like, you know what I mean? Like a bucket of balls.
He'd have Aaron Judge ready to run through a wall.
Yeah.
All right. Will Clark will come to the meeting with eye black on. I need that. Get Willie Mays in there.
If they sign him before Christmas.
I got the wild card. So you get Larry Bear. You get Barry Bonds. You get Will Clark. You Willie McCovey.
McCovey's passed away.
I mean, excuse me, Willie Mays. I meant Willie Mays. Rest in peace, Willie McCovey. I miss this stretch. I really do. I do. I swear to God.
Radio.
This is live radio. Willie Mays. All right. Bring him in. Bring in Rennell so you can talk to the wife.
Yes, good call.
Rennell, the female perspective.
Good
Rennell
call.
was great.
Yeah,
she was great. She had a great pitch.
What about the real estate agent?
Nah, save that. Save that.
Okay.
But I tell you the wild card.
Who's the wild card?
Willie Brown.
Oh, well, of course, Willie.
Go get his ass in that meeting right now.
Willie already has a penthouse room dialed up for him somewhere.
Go get Willie Brown in there. That's all you need.
All those crooked deals he approved over the years. He's got penthouse rooms all across the skyline.
That's all you need.
God bless you, Willie.
Now, do you want the roasters to come in there? You want Shasky and I to come in there? You might scare him away. Just let me handle this.
No, what I would do is I'd take him to the O Club and we'd go get a steam and a hot tub and he'd be living life.
Let me handle this one. I got something for Aaron Judge. Yeah. Something better.
Go to the back nine at the lake course. He'd love it.
Go to the green door or something, Aaron. Got that sticky icky out here. No, I'm
you
kidding.
cannot let him leave and become a Dodger.
No, seriously.
Because I fear the Dodgers now more than the Yankees of acquiring him.
Seriously, Barry Bonds, Willie Brown, Willie Mays, Rennell, Will Clark, and Larry Bear. That's all you need. Shut it down. Lock the doors. Get the cops. Put the yellow tape up, and don't let him leave until he signs, put the pen on the paper. I don't want Farhan even on the Zoom call. Maybe Gabe Kapler could FaceTime for about 5 minutes. That's about it. That's it. That's all we need. That's all we need. And get the deal done.
So the architect of the entire organization in terms of putting the roster together has no part of this.
We're giving him the money.
Do you bring Mark Willard in?
Oh, gosh. You might scare him. Dude, I don't know. Mark Willard's an interesting choice. How do you feel about Mark Willard going down to go? No, because Aaron Judge will pull the receipts. See, Aaron Judge is no dummy. He knows what 95.7 The Game is. He knows what 95.7 The Game is all about.
Okay.
And he knows about the swagger that's needed in San Francisco. And he may pull the tape while Mark Willard saying, you're 9 games over 500. Who cares about swagger? No. Aaron Judge needs all the swag. We need swagger in that room.
You don't need girth.
What is that drop?
Oh, boy. I don't even want to touch that.
You don't need girth.
I don't want to touch that. There's so many things I could say about that. I don't want to touch that.
You know, the last person
first, it makes it harder.
The last person from the station that I'm bringing to that negotiation table is Steinmetz.
What?
Could you imagine bringing Steinmetz? Yeah, we kind of like you.
Come here. You don't have to.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have a strong opinion.
Exactly, or not.
You bring Guru. You bring Guru for show.
Hold on, Judge. We've got Ross Tucker in 10 minutes.
Do you bring David Bruce? Do you bring David Bruce?
Oh, yeah, Damon would be hilarious. Damon would already have him signed up for the Guardsman. Yeah. He'd be selling trees in 2 weeks.
That's a good point.
I mean, come on.
That's a good point. Yeah. That's a good point.
Ray would have the Deadspin article ready to go. I've got a Christmas sweater just for you.
Factor.
What about Nahegan?
Oh, Nahegan. Well, he'd be like, we got to sign this now because we got to hit the break.
Look. The Judge sweaters, we have the merch, 95.7 The Game merch. Can you sign off that?
All of the dads I talked to in Mill Valley
have to create urgency.
Don't pay attention.
In the division.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly urgency. Win the big days, Aaron. Today's a big day. Did you know that in 1997, this week, the Giants made the trade?
For Jeff Kent?
Yep. Isn't that crazy?
What a day.
It happened early in the offseason.
Yeah, it did. It did.
25 years ago.
I remember that day. I was so ticked off.
I was devastated.
I was so ticked off they traded Matt Williams. And then they started 13-3 the next season.
Yeah, well,
I remember they were on Baseball Tonight They showed the highlights, and on the old Kettlestick scoreboard, it said 13-3, best record in baseball. It's like the Giants are back. Oh, for sure, got to bring Duke. Taylor Miller said, bring Duke.
Yeah.
Oh, you do got to bring Duke. We get the freestyle Aaron Judge rap. Oh, my gosh.
All right, I'm going to give you the Giants trade here in a second because it's an all-timer.
So this room is getting big. This room is getting real
it's
big.
A little too many people. It would be like a Brady Bunch Zoom call.
I think we need to go, Shasky. Honest to God, I think we need to go. I think we need to go to St. Regis. All right? Duke, Larry Bear, Barry Bonds, Willie Brown, Rennell, Will Clark, you and me. And we just had the roasters outside waiting on them. All hell, all hell.
Okay.
They'll be chanting, all hell, all hell, all hell. And all the weed smoke will be coming up to the St. Regis, and that's fine. And that's fine. That's okay.
You know who I need? I need Burner there. He's a billionaire. He knows how to build a conglomerate.
He does.
You know, I need Burner there. I need to let him know
What
that.
about 40 Water?
Well, of course, 40 Water's going to be there. The rolled up beanie, even though it's 100 degrees.
Did you see him playing dominoes with Draymond
I
and Jamil
did
Hill?
see that.
How sick was that?
I did see that.
He's unbelievable.
It was incredible. All right, here's the Matt Williams and the Indians at the time got Trinidad Hubbard. Trinidad Hubbard. I don't even remember that name. All right. And then this is who the Giants got. This is a crazy trade. Jose Vizcaino.
Yeah.
Do you know how to pronounce? You know how to spell it, right?
Vizcaino. Vizcia.
It doesn't matter. It's with the 45 E's. That's how many he had that first season. It's a joke. Julian Tavares.
That's good material. That's
Joe
a three.
Roa.
I thought he was serious.
You didn't see that coming.
I didn't see that coming. That was good stuff
Yeah,
right
I
there.
knew you'd like
so you
that.
got Jeff Kent, Jose Vizcaino. And I like Vizcaino with the
I do
shakes.
too,
You know
but
he won a World Series with the Yankees.
He booted so many balls.
He won a World Series with the Yankees.
I know.
Jeff Kent, Jose
Julian
Vizcaino.
Tavares, who was a good closer.
Hey, he
or a
made,
setup man.
Yeah, and then when he became a Cardinal, he started beaning everybody.
Yeah.
He was a nut.
Joe Roa. Remember that name?
I do remember that name.
And they got $1 million.
Wow. That's a great deal.
It's a great deal.
Great deal. Great deal. Wow. We got the part. We got the pitch. And pitch is happening in 40 minutes.
They used that $1 million to sign Darryl Hamilton, who got the first ever hit in interleague play.
Interleague play in Texas, in Arlington. Who got the first ever home run?
He was also the
play.
center fielder in Ken Griffey Jr. baseball. Yeah. And he was so sick.
Who got the first home run in interleague play? I think it was Glenn Allen Hill, if I'm not mistaken.
Was it GA?
I think it was Glenn Allen Hill. Yeah.
Surfer from Santa Cruz, California.
I think it was him. Look that up. Texas in the interleague series. That was great. 97
Could you
times.
imagine, like, Willard would be in there? I can imagine it now. Willard's in there. Aaron, Farhan's smarter than you. Just listen to him.
We can keep Willard away. Keep Willard away. Just let Willard know when the jersey's on sale.
You don't need girth.
Ain't no girl ever said that. TC in Sacramento.
Damn,
What's
bro,
happening?
Don't be hurting my man. He's out this week.
Ain't no girl ever said that.
He's not here to defend himself.
Sacramento TC, what's happening?
Man, Bonte, Shasky, what's up, bros?
What's up, baby?
It's a great day.
Yeah, it is. It's a great day. We won. That was a nice little win last night. You know what I mean? My Kings play tonight. You know, y'all check that out at 5. We play Memphis.
Ja Morant might be back,
TC.
Ja might be back.
Oh yeah, that's gonna make the game even that more juicier. I like that. But on a Niners note, you know what I mean? I don't want be doom and gloom, but Jimmy Garoppolo did have a nice game.
Yeah, great game.
And yeah, he did. He did, Joe. So, but the confusion sometimes comes with the fan base, right? It's like let's worry about this year. Obviously, we know Jimmy's not going to be back, and obviously, if we do bring Jimmy back, bro, that's like continuing the circus. Right now, it's kind of out the limelight. They're winning. Trey got injured. But if you're talking about bringing Jimmy Garoppolo back with a multi-year contract, even as a backup, bro, that's like saying like a middle finger to Trey Lance.
No, look. They got to let this year play out.
Yeah.
They got to let this year play out.
We're not there yet.
We did this. I think I'm guilty of this. Like, we get way ahead of ourselves. Just enjoy it for what it is. We're in the hot tub. It's hot tub season.
Yeah.
Sit in the hot tub.
Chill out.
Grab a cocktail, and let's see where this thing goes.
Yeah, let's chill. Let's go down to Casino Matrix, our main man, Brett.
Casino Matrix?
Yeah, our main man, Brett. Hey, when we get down there to Casino Matrix, Brett, what's happening?
I've talked to some people. They're going to pass. I'm sorry, boys. I did what I could.
That's okay.
It's all good.
It's all right. I can still come down.
I'll still come down. We don't, it doesn't have to be a 95-70.
I'm kidding. We're going to get you guys in, I promise.
All right. Hey, I'll come down anyway. Those wings are still hitting.
Hey, you're my guy, buddy. You know you're my guy, man.
No doubt.
I love you, man.
And me?
No doubt. Shasky, too. Get the Shasky in there.
Joe, we haven't met. I've met Bonte, but Joe, I got love for you too, bud.
I'm better than
He'll
him.
probably be your best friend by January.
Exactly.
You guys will be texting, and you'll leave me off to the code. That's how I usually rolls.
Mm-hmm.
You had me dying earlier about the woman's jeans because my wife is exactly the same, bro.
It drives me completely crazy.
Yeah, I almost put my woman's jeans on the other day, and I realized I was fat.
Oh, my gosh.
So I was going to say, Shanahan was in his bag. I had to literally slap myself yesterday watching that game. I mean, they scored basically 38 points in, 2.5 quarters?
Yes.
They didn't score the first quarter, and then they shut it down with 10 minutes left in the fourth.
Exactly.
Come on now. What are we doing?
I know.
Dude,
The Niners, that was a 50-point. That's a 50 burger they should have put on him last
100%.
No doubt. No
and I
doubt.
can say right now, since McCaffrey came in, wow.
It just totally
It's changed everything, Brett. Is he as good as you thought he'd be, Brett? Did you expect this from McCaffrey?
I mean, it was like when I lost my virginity. It was everything and more. I mean, he is that good. I'm not lying. I mean, he really is. I mean, the guy does. He runs the ball. He's play action in the back with the RPO. I mean, I love this guy, and he's got a brain to go with it. Hey, happy Thanksgiving, boys. Take care of yourselves.
Brett.
I will see you soon.
We'll see you soon,
Sounds
Brett.
good.
We love you, man. We love you, no doubt. Matter of fact, we should go to an Earthquakes game. Stop by Casino Matrix before the Earthquakes game because it's right there. Have you been down to an Earthquakes game? It's unbelievable.
I have not.
Oh my God, it's unbelievable. The outdoor bar is unreal. Watching the game there is fun, and then you get the airport right behind it, and the planes are just coming in, landing. It's great scenery. Really cool.
I'm looking forward to that. That's awesome.
You're not a big soccer fan, I know, but
Well,
you got to
no,
get you down there.
I was watching. I believe that we will draw. I believe that we will draw.
They drew a lot. This 95-70 game, even know the way to settle. I was just in San Jose 3 weeks ago. It's at the Shores game.
Isn't that a song, though? The Way to San Jose?
I don't know. Is it?
It's an old-time song.
Yeah,
Come on. Where's Whitey?
I wouldn't know.
The Way to San Jose, right?
No, I wouldn't know.
Do you know the way to San Jose? You don't know that song?
No, come on. Who are you talking to? Antonio in Oakland. What's happening, Antonio?
Thank you. Dionne Warwick.
Dionne Warwick?
Yeah. Isn't that San Jose, California? Yeah.
Wow.
See?
That's good knowledge.
See?
Good knowledge.
You
Dionne
got to
Warwick.
expand your portfolio.
Hey, dude. I've been on that Larry June hype and then Beyonce hype.
That doesn't mean that you can't have a little Grateful Dead in your
I
life.
don't have time.
Dionne Warwick.
I don't have a lot of time in my days, man. It's a lot of boo-boo songs and scratchy itchy on Cocoa Melons, man. It's a lot of Little Angel, head, shoulders, knees, and toes. That's where my life is right now. That's where it's at.
Bonte, I think I know more about Motown than you.
I don't know about that.
I bet I do.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Pump the brakes. Pump the brakes. Pump the brakes.
We might have to do a karaoke sing-off.
We do. We should. Antonio, what's happening?
Hey, you guys, that was a hell of a win. Yesterday I said Brandon Ayuk was going to have a Klay Thompson 10 3-pointer game. Well, he had 2 touchdowns. I think that's a little 10 3-pointer-ish. And, I think offense, defense, special teams all get an A. You get an A, you get an A, you get an A, like people would say. And Jimmy Garoppolo, he's a top 8 quarterback performer in football this year. Not saying he has top 8 quarterback talent, top 8 quarterback hype, but performing and doing your job this year, he's top 8, man. He's playing the best football of his career, and I'm rocking with us, man. I don't feel no Vikings. They always been frauds.
The Vikings.
They had Randy Moss.
Hey, Antonio, what about the Cowboys, Antonio?
I mean, that's probably our biggest test, but at the same time, they're big chokers too, man.
Exactly.
I'm ready. That's who I want to face in the first or second round.
What about Brady? What about Brady? You ready for Brady December 11th?
Oh, I'm ready. I'll beat her. I got to see the GOAT before he retires. The GOAT quarterback, #objectivity.
Hey, Antonio, man. Happy Thanksgiving to you, brother. Happy Thanksgiving. What a show. What a show. Higher than the clouds. What did my guy say? He was higher than what? Higher than the clouds?
Mm-hmm. Many clouds of smoke.
Many clouds of smoke.
Who sang that song?
I don't know.
Oh, God.
Dionne Warwick.
Dionne Warwick?
It was not Dionne Warwick.
Man,
he said
that's
Dionne
the
Warwick.
clouds, buddy.
Let's flex. I don't hate watch. I'm going to do that. I watch it for the enjoyment and entertainment. There's no hate watching. So nobody's hate watching Jimmy Garoppolo and the team they grew up loving. We're going to be Niner fans when Jimmy moves on. We were Niner fans before he came.
Exactly.
And we're going to be Niner fans over 6 feet deep in the cemetery somewhere. We're going to be Niner fans after we die. So, I mean, like, we're going to root for Ted, and we're going to root for whoever else wears a Niner uniform. So stop that. Don't come with that noise this morning. Seriously, it's nauseating and it's toxic.
The flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Jimmy.
Don't you do that.
Wow.
That's Steiny's material. Copyrighted.
All right, let me not steal, because everybody else steals. I'll just say Jimmy Jesus, Jimmy GQ. That's my quarterback.
Well, you know what? No, I'll allow it. McMaster P, jacking for beats for Christmas.
No.
I'll allow you to put out a mixtape.
It doesn't matter. I was on that show when he said, Jimmy. And guess what? Last night, there was no Jimmy on no throws. How about that? No Jimmy on no throws. It's not a quarterback outside of Tom Brady I'd rather have than Jimmy Garoppolo in the NFC. How about that, Whitey?
Yeah.
How about that?
Is this a little awkward for you, though?
Absolutely not.
Okay, good.
I was the biggest cheerleader. I was the biggest Jimmy cheerleader. And then I realized in 2020 it wasn't going to work out. I said, let me get Trey Lance. And I wanted Trey Lance to play because it was exciting. But I rock with Jimmy.
Okay.
I rock with him. People forget I led the bus. I led the train. I wanted to keep Jimmy over Tom Brady.
I had forgotten.
Tom Brady was a free agent.
Remember that?
Tom Brady was a free agent. And I still wanted Jimmy as a quarterback. People forget that. They forget that.
Good.
They only remember what they want to remember, which is the hatred. Clog your minds, folks. Get that plunger. Get all the trash out your mind.
I'm now imagining him as a Super Mario brother. You know, they were plumbers. Not sure if you remember that.
I do.
They were plumbers.
Don't you think Kyle, it seems like Kyle, and he has no choice now, but maybe he has a little more faith in Jimmy?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's there.
Yeah.
The rapport's there, and he's saying, F it. You know what, Jimmy? And he's let them throw the ball when they're
21
up
times
big.
in the first, and 21 times in the first
21
half.
times in the first half.
Yeah.
He threw it when they were up 24-14 against the Rams.
Yeah.
He threw it yesterday up 31-10. Kyle and Jimmy are in lockstep. Their relationship has never been better, and Steve Young has touched on it all year. Until they fix that relationship, until they build that trust amongst each other, they're not going to go anywhere. Right now, that trust is there.
To borrow a
And now they have
phrase, the
Christian
elephant's
McCaffrey.
no longer in the room.
The elephant's no.
I was going to say it was more resembling 90 Day Fiance. You know, like they're just riding this thing out, and they're going to see where it goes.
I definitely do not watch that show.
Does your girl watch it?
She does.
Yeah, so does mine.
I can't stand it.
It's very weird.
It's very odd, and I go to the other room.
Yeah.
I can't watch.
And then
2 minutes
the
of it.
couples that are commenting on the other couples, and it's just there's just a lot going on. It makes me feel good about our relationship, though.
It does.
You know,
You guys have a good relationship. You know what's great about your relationship, honestly? You guys share. You listen to a lot of radio shows. all over.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's one guy, and then the other guy's like, yeah, you're right. You know, but you guys do a show together.
Well, you
and you
think-
should both.
Well, we're both selfish too.
I mean, you gotta understand.
you both.
compete,
It's your.
compete
it's-
against each other
Yeah.
while doing.
I know,
the show.
but you give each other room.
You know what it is, Whitey? What I've realized is 2 things. Number one, see, I'm so confident in myself, you know, and in who I am. The secret sauce is that Bonte's the big star who's very calm and reserved. At least that's the impression on the outside. When in reality, once they get into the tent, they think I'm the lunatic. Then they get in here and they realize
No, well,
the really reserved, smart, good-looking guy.
You see what I deal with?
Joe Shasky, he's the secret sauce.
You see what I deal with here?
Yeah,
it's always back
I
to
do.
him. You see
I
what
listen.
I deal with?
I listen.
You see?
Yeah.
You see that? You know,
I turned on the TV last night. I went into a panic. Where's Bonte? Nothing against Kareth or anything. But what?
Kareth did a great job.
Yeah.
I heard she was Wally pimping me.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Then I figured,
I
well,
might not have a job by the end of the week.
You got a 49er game, so you had other things you had
Back
to deal with.
being all in at 95-70 game. I'm kidding, man.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
You picked a good game to miss.
Yeah, I agree. 27 turnovers, 15 in the first half.
Why? Are we really going to do this?
Jordan Poole.
Really?
Yeah.
Warriors, Pelicans?
No, I'm just saying that was a wise decision.
It was a wise decision.
Yeah.
Very wise, very wise. And then I got next Sunday off for the Saints game. So, look, man, it's been a good time. It's Thanksgiving week. We're feeling good. Niners win. They're rolling. Averaging 30 points a game the last 3. I feel really good right now. Why? Even with the Warriors, I feel like by Friday night, the Warriors are going to be 10-10. They'll be back to 500 after beating the Clippers and the Utah Jazz.
Paul George didn't play last night.
Paul George didn't play. And you know what? It is what it is. Take advantage of it. And I think the Warriors will. They're really good at home. They're 7-1 at Chase Center. They've won 6 straight in that building. And by the way, we don't ever get any phone calls about Chase Center's not Oracle Arena. They don't have a true home court advantage. Oh, Chase Center's rocking. Chase Center's rocking. I know some people try to tweet out about the empty seats Friday night. I walked in the tunnel in the third quarter, and I looked around that building. It was packed. It was loud. There's a vibe at Chase Center. So I expect the Warriors, everybody to be feeling good then, too. Thanksgiving dinner, Warriors wins, Niners win. It's all good, Whitey. And Dan Dibley came in last place yesterday in Jock Pretty.
Dude,
so I feel good.
God. Jesus.
Technically,
time out. We're here. Whitey, I got to get in here.
Yeah.
Why is this Chopperty thing got you so upset?
I'm not upset. I feel good about it.
He's a competitor, that's all.
Yeah, no, I'm not
He's
upset.
a competitor.
I'm not, just, it's fun. It's fun back and forth. Because I haven't played Jock Pretty since BS&G. And we know about the records. It's like when you go to an arcade and you're playing like Centipede or something, you see all the high scores.
So, okay,
it's like
let me
all the
ask
high
you,
scores.
Because you're very competitive. Right?
I am competitive.
And I've realized
I don't like to lose in Monopoly.
Well, I know we all are, I think, at this station. I think a lot of us are, except Ray Ratto. But the way I look at this is one of two things. Either you're a piss poor winner or you're a horrific loser.
I could be both.
Oh, you are both. Seriously.
I'm not a piss poor winner.
But I've realized,
I'm a great winner.
You know what you're bigger at? FOMO. The fear of missing out. You just want in on the action.
Oh, no, that's you.
You
no,
want
that's
in on the action.
No, Shasky, stop. See, I'm going to stop you right there. You've been on a roll today. You've been on fire. It's one of your best performances in weeks.
I know. You said I mailed it in last Thursday.
You did.
I told you.
You admitted it.
Thanksgiving week is my week.
No, listen.
My
You've been on
zenith.
fire today.
The audience is at its lowest.
You've been on
I'm at
fire
my
today.
best.
But I'm not the one who calls into radio shows when I'm on vacation. All right?
Wait a minute. We have the number one Jock Pretty member of all time.
Wait a minute. This guy calls into shows and he's not even working. I swear to God, true story. We go down to see Trey Lance the first practice. We shoot this video that made the rounds that had Adam Schefter at 5 o'clock. Word is out of Santa Clara. It's Trey Lance, and it came straight from us, right? So I'm taking Shasky. He drops me off at the house, right? I'm like, man, I'm surprised nobody at the station's called us to get an update. I get in the house, Whitey. I lay down. I turn on the Odyssey app, and this guy's on the show.
I think I was the one that he called.
That's the guy. He called in.
Yeah.
He called in. Gosh.
Speaking of calling in, as Joe said, the number one top-rated Jock Pretty player of all time.
So he's the Pete Rose. He's got more hits than Pete Rose.
Absolutely.
He's Cy Young. Is this Dan Dibley?
Yeah, it's Dan Dibley. I'm trying to get there to put, Vontae in check. Vontae, you're like Clubber Lang, dude. You're so thirsty. It's sad.
Hey, yesterday you got knocked out like Muhammad Ali. Like JD was Larry Holmes and you were Muhammad Ali, just past your prime in that game. I actually felt bad for you. It was like, damn.
It was not a championship bout. It was nothing more than a sparring session. And if you want to, take a sparring session and make that a championship title belt, that's on you. You're so hungry for it. You want it so bad, but you're not going to get it, Vontae.
I know.
Keep chasing it. Keep chasing it, young buck.
You know who the champ is. I'll just wear my crown tomorrow into work. I'll wear that crown. And why do you know?
Yeah, it's more of a tiara.
Why did he ask you yesterday about ducking?
The way the two of you are carrying on like you invented radio, I'm about to crash my car here in the Pack Heights.
Shasky, I think you agree with me on this one.
What's that?
We have changed the way radio's been listened to in the morning.
Well, they said that overtime wouldn't work in the morning.
They did.
Y'all overtime it. That's for the diehards. Y'all know who you are.
I got my Dr. Evil finger on my mouth right now. Dibs.
$1 million. Oh, it's the best.
Whitey, what's up?
Dan, are you
Step
in an
here,
Uber
Whitey.
right now? Where are you? Or is Nahegan driving you?
Oh no! I'm currently at the intersection of Mason and Jackson.
Oh.
I'm kind of picking my way. I'm picking and popping here. Trying to find my way. Waze has got me right, and your boy. Look. Made sure that I stayed sober at Mad Dog in the Fog. There was no estrellas for your boy.
So, are you on one of those scooters with this guy, or are you in an actual vehicle? You know those scooters around town?
Oh, yeah. I'm in my vehicle, and
okay.
Shout out Waze for giving me a great way to navigate my way here. Although, they're telling me to turn right on Broadway, but it's a one-way street the other way. Yeah, your boy's in a little trouble right now, but I'll be there in about 8 minutes.
Sounds like you're going to be in trouble at 11:45 too.
Whatever. It's a lightweight bout. Go ahead and bet JD today. Steiny, we know that Steiny's going to come up short, but
I hate to say it.
I
think today's match was postponed by the powers that be. But I think tomorrow, yeah, that's what I just found out. But I don't know, tomorrow morning at this time tomorrow, actually a little earlier, I guess. Dibs, if you're up for it, I mean, but we await your decision on that. You and Joe and
I kind of want to sit this out because I don't want to have anything to do with this.
No, Joe, you have to partake in it.
Why?
Yeah, we gotta have three.
Partake in it.
Because I feel like I'm going to get, like, what do they call it when someone, shoots into a crowd?
Crossfire?
Crossfire, yeah. I'm going to get caught in friendly fire.
Just think if you win against the two self-proclaimed greatest, and the record suggests, greatest Jockey players of all time. Just think if you won that.
If Dibs wins, tomorrow's 9 to 12 show will be the most dynamic show in 95.7 The Game history. It'll be electric. Now, if he loses, Whitey, boy, you better have your notes on the L.A. Clippers, buddy.
How about it, Dibs?
Well, first of all, I don't carry it like all y'all do. I understand that Jockberty is a radio performance. It's not so much a competition.
I agree.
It is a bit, and this is where Bonte misses. He misses the cue each and every time because he doesn't understand that it's really radio at its essence, but that's fine. And as I told Ian earlier, if Bonte wants a piece of the champ, you come to my time spot. I don't go to your time zone. You come to mine.
He is Alabama.
You
go to Alabama. You don't face Alabama
come on, San Jose State. I don't go to your house.
Thank you.
He just lost yesterday. He lost the territorial rights.
Saban's lost a couple games.
Oh, no, it's neutral site, buddy. Neutral site.
I mean, it's light work, and I'm going to lose today again, too, by the way. Spoiler alert, because I only get up to the big games.
I kind of love that. You're like Draymond. I can't get up against the Kings.
Exactly.
Neutral site game like Alabama does to start the season. Neutral site, Dallas, Texas, kickoff classic.
So you're doing this during Damon and Ratto show? Or
No, we definitely won't be doing it.
No.
I'll be not ready.
5 a.m. Let's go.
5 a.m.
Spadoni, take the day off.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
Man, no, Dibs. You are the man, Dibs. You got knocked off your perch yesterday, though, so I'll keep my undefeated streak. I'll chill out for a second, and I'll let you just get,
Dibs, did you bet on the game last night, the Niner game?
No, but I should have because that was an absolute slam dunk. And, Bonte, I'm like the Warriors. And mentally, I'm sitting Steph today. I'm sitting Clay. I'm sitting all my starters. I'm going to go ahead and lose by 38. But it's going to be okay because we're not chasing wins.
I love this.
That's, by the way,
tons of material.
It is
really
tons of material. By the way, 15 turnovers in the first half yesterday for the Dubs. Probably didn't watch much of that game, huh, Dibbers?
Oh, I locked it on every possession. I've watched it 2 or 3 times.
But how did you keep an eye on Orlando on League Pass if you were watching the Warrior game multiple times?
Honestly, that effort against New Orleans was unwatchable.
So bad.
It was an embarrassment.
Thank you.
And I know Bonte can't say it because Bonte's, he's doing his thing, and
Joe Lacob signs my checks. I can't say anything about them. It was just,
exactly,
it was just one of them nights.
Line, that was a franchise embarrassment of major proportions.
Cavaliers beat the Hawks, by the way, in case you guys know. League Pass. Orlando lost by 21. The Celtics lost. The Bucks beat the Trailblazers. Timberwolves beat the Heat. Whitey knows. New York City.
Are sports updates back now?
Yeah, they are back.
Anna? Thank you.
Anna Kagaragis. I'm Anna Kagaragis.
Colorado Rockies.
All right, Dibs. Hey, what time you coming in, man? Is Whitey going to have to carry this by
I'm in the
himself?
parking lot right now. I'll see you guys in 5.
Don't bang your car into one of them big poles.
I got to stretch it from Kyle Matson, the old Townie stretch.
Townie, yeah.
The Townie stretch.
The pizza dough.
Or when he goes like this, let him roll, let him roll,
Hey,
let him roll.
Thank you for playing the yakety yak for
that was great.
catch.
Can we play it again?
It's fine with me. Thank you, Joe.
Dibbers, I want you to listen to it. Did he hang up?
Whitey.
Dibbers hung up. Oh, he hung up.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you for playing that way. Maybe we'll pop.
Whitey, I would do anything for you. You are. Yeah, I mean, in terms of radio.
And by that you mean you'd do anything to stretch these next 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
In fact, let's run it through twice.
Yeah.
Yakety yak, let's go. Ooh.
Brian Ratto with the touchdown, Jack.
Inject that into my veins like I'm D'Angelo Russell. Let's
Wasn't that
go.
nice to finally say to the Arizona Cardinals, we knew you sucked, and you've always sucked. Yeah, we had our problems with you, but to put them in their place and to expose the Kingsbury era as the fraud that it really is and always has been.
Dude, this Hard Knocks episode is going to be fascinating because I've been watching Hard Knocks with the Arizona Cardinals, and they're a mess. I mean, guys decide when they want to practice. The GM's listening to Sports Talk Radio, looking mad and stressed out. Steve Keim, like, why are you listening to Sports Talk Radio?
Yeah.
God knows if I was the GM, I wouldn't be listening to us at all. It's like, these guys are crushing me.
Speak for yourself. Where do you think you get great trade ideas like Chris Bryant and Christian McCaffrey?
It's true.
Thank you, Bonta.
Thank you, John Lynch. No, Chris Bryant was yours. I give credit when credit's due. That was all you. You was on the Chris Bryant. You and Coles. Christian McCaffrey, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We also talked about Aaron Judge last year. Being a free agent 2 years, and we were long picture, big picture view, long term, boom. Aaron Judge's going to be a free agent after next year. Give him the dough. And now look at us. He's at the St. Regis.
I know.
They're going to go to meeting with the Giants in 28 minutes, Whitey. What should we do? Should we go down there to the St. Regis? I think we should.
I
should
think,
make our pitch.
you know, if Mark Willard and Dibs going to Linden, if that didn't do it, I don't know what will. It's going to take Farhan going in there and saying, "Look, we're going to sign this guy. We think we're going to sign this guy. We got these guys. They're just waiting for you to sign, Aaron. Other than that, I don't know that it's going to happen. Right?
Would you let Farhan in the room? This feels like a Larry Bear party. This feels like Larry Bear. Like we were saying, guys, you could bring to the room to pitch to Aaron Judge, Barry Bonds, Will Clark with the eye black on. You bring in Willie Mays.
A bucket of balls, a tee, and a bat.
All that stuff. He's ready to run through a wall. He'll make Aaron Judge cry. That's how passionate Will Clark would be. Willie Mays. You bring in Willie Mays and just turn on the dock and just don't even say nothing. Just put the film on, just sit back, turn off the lights, put it on the dock.
Yeah.
You bring in Willie Brown.
Okay.
Rennell, who's got that female perspective. She got a great pitch last week on the Morning Roast. Or was that 2 weeks ago when the Willie Mays doc come out? And then you bring us down. And who else did we say? That's about it, right?
I mean, you got to have 40 water in there.
No, you got to have 40 water.
Got to have 40 water.
Got to have 40 water.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you don't have Farhan in there, then Aaron Judge's going to go, wait, why? What's up? Why didn't?
Well, there's
Farhan?
a blank check. You don't need Farhan.
Yeah, you don't need to.
All right.
You're playing center, right, whatever you want to play.
Yeah.
DH, you're
who
you're on the
else am
squad.
I playing with? That's what he needs to know. Don't you think that's if there's any chance that the Giants have that's
Well,
that's
when
the key.
Bryce Harper signed with the Philadelphia Phillies, they didn't have anything. Then they traded for Realmuto. They brought in a bunch of other guys. Like they had Aaron Nola.
Sure.
And like it was about long-term vision. So when you sign a 7-8 year deal, yes, year one is very important. But I think the pipeline, and this is where you would want Farhan in the room, here's the roadmap for what it's going to look like years 2 through 6. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
And I think
I
having
do.
the farm system and then other guys, reinforcements coming along. You can't be like, we got Lamont. We got Lamont Wade. You know?
You got Austin Slater.
We're fighting in arbitration with Yaz.
Just re-signed, yeah. Well, I'm going by the reports that suggest Aaron Judge wants to go somewhere where he knows he's going to be able to win. And I don't know if he's going to take that leap of faith. I've always loved the Giants, and I know you guys are going to get some good players. So,
but wait a minute. The Phillies timeout. The Phillies won 87 games this year. Like, let's just you're allowed. I know you could be angry at it, but the reality is the wild card has made it way easier than ever before to make the playoffs.
Sure.
87 wins got you to the brink of winning a World Series. Now, the Giants were 81-81.
Right.
And it was horrible. So if you just a couple of positive things happen, who says you can't be an 86, 87, 88 win team and get into the playoffs and make some magic?
But if I'm Aaron Judge, like, okay, maybe, but I could go to the Yankees. I'm pretty sure we're going to be pretty good.
I think the Yankees are not going to be good. I actually think that's a trending downward organization. That division has never been better. Baltimore's on the rise. Toronto on the rise. Yep. The Rays have always been good.
Tampa Bay. I know they're going to spend money, and I don't know that the Giants are going to spend money.
They're already tapped out. No, the Yankees, if they buy Judge, they'll have no other money. They're done. Like, they have to taper spending. Oh, somebody's...
Ochoa!
Look.
Ochoa! Memo Ochoa!
Wow. Poland denied a PK. Look
Big
at Spadoni.
save.
Spadoni.
Where's my Estrella? Choke artist Lewandowski. How dare you while I'm wearing his jersey?
Memo Ochoa.
Not Nemo.
Who is Memo Ochoa? Exactly. 11:45. Show up tomorrow if you want a piece. Let's go.
I got a double dip tomorrow, man. Thanksgiving. I should have to show up on your turf.
Exactly.
I'm right here in
How
the
bad
flesh.
do you want
Why
it?
do I have to call in? That's not fair.
You don't have to call in.
Jeans.
I called in twice. It's cold out there.
I was gonna say
It's cold in the streets.
you're wearing pants. I can count on one hand how many times you've worn pants in the last year.
You could count on one finger how many times I've worn pants.
How was the crowd at Mad Dog in the Fog?
It was good. It was building, and it was live.
Was it European?
It was very Mexico based.
Oh, nice.
It was, yeah. And shout out my guy Cyril from Kezar. I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought it was Juice. Found my cereal.
He was talking about you. He was talking about both you guys. Yeah. And he was talking about Bonte and the wings. You love the wings.
Oh,
and
They're fiery. Your lips get so dry.
And he was talking about Butcher Boy. And actually, I talked to a couple of fans, and one fan was like, "Man, I miss Jolo and Dibs so much, but you know what? I got to tell you, the morning roast, it's grown on me."
You liar.
No, I swear to God. I swear I would never lie to you. I would never lie to you.
I just won't talk to you.
Your egos are both so well established. I don't need to blow you up anymore. And that's a fact.
Facts.
Oh my God. There's some big cockiness going on the show.
A lot of wide receiver play going on here.
There's the arrogance this guy. I'm like, dude,
it's like the
we need to be
Goodyear blip
humbled
in here with your two heads.
Dude, we need to be humbled. I'm not going to lie. I thought about it the other day. I was like, dude, I need to just pump the brakes.
I'm just going to keep it real.
Because my job's what we got in the year.
So I talked to a listener. I think it was Carlos, and he's from
Shout out
19th
Carlos.
and South Van Ness.
Nice.
Born and raised. He's like, when I was a kid, it was bad, and it became hipster, and now it's bad again. I'm like, okay.
That's the Excelsior.
Yeah, exactly. That's the city in a nutshell.
Yeah.
And he's like, I miss Jolo and Dibs so much, but the morning roast, those guys have grown on me.
Nice.
And I said, you know what?
Shout out Wisberger.
They've grown on me too. That's exactly what our conversation was. Which is real, totally.
Dude, that place was iconic.
It was incredible.
Iconic.
Yeah.
God, doggy diners. I miss those.
Yeah. So good. It's so good to be here.
It's so good.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to Carlos.
Yeah,
Shout out to Mad
exactly.
Dog in the Fog.
Shout out to Haight Ashbury at 6:45 in the morning. Not a lot going on,
What
by
was
the
the
way.
smell? Huh.
The smell, it was me and Nahigian walking up and down the street, and I was giving him the history of the lower and the upper, and, trying to walk him through, like, the hippy-dippy time.
In
And
Mill Valley, we don't have anything like this.
Look. Eva Records?
Is that incense? What's that smell?
Did you show me?
No, that's urine.
the old McDonald's?
That's urine.
We didn't make it that far, but...
Oh, that was.
Dude.
I will go to my deathbed saying top 5 most
grimiest McDonald's
is in America.
Yeah.
That's one of my lowest points of my first marriage. Is we went to go to a game at Kezar, like a pro-am game.
Oh, yeah.
And so we go to the McDonald's, and I'm like, we could park in McDonald's because we go 20 minutes. You know,
Car got towed.
we're going around and around and around and around. You're trying to park in the Haight.
I know
you
the
can't
move.
park, and I'm like, well, let's park in the McDonald's.
Yeah.
You know, it'll be fine. They'll never. You know, about an hour and a half later. Where's the car?
Oh no!
Gone.
$600 later.
Did like $350. This is back in the 90s.
Yeah.
And you call the number, and it's like, yeah, my car was stolen. They're like, no, idiot, your car was towed.
Yes.
So then you call the other number,
Right.
and then it's like, oh yeah, come on down, we have your car. It'll be $380, and
They
you
didn't
can
drive it out to you?
No,
Oh, no, you got to go pick it up, Hunter's Point?
Exactly.
I got towed at a Safeway one
Yeah.
time. I fell asleep, parked at Safeway. I was like, all right, I'm going to take a quick
you
20
in the
minute
car?
nap. No, I wasn't in the car.
gonna say,
No.
I fell asleep.
So, yeah,
Which
that'd have been
Safeway?
something else. Fillmore Safeway.
Okay,
right there by the
yeah.
Popeyes.
Oh, yeah.
I went up to my boy's house at 1345 Wet. He was living in the Fillmore Center.
Of course he was.
And then I fell asleep, and I woke
else
up, and I was
would he
like, damn, it's gone. And I had to get a cab all the way to the Hunter's Point, and out of $400.
They charge you every hour.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, it's
It's
a
every
joke.
hour you
Oh, it's
wait.
a joke.
Yeah, they get
And
you.
the ex told me, she's like, we shouldn't park here. We're going to get towed. I'm like, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's a McDonald's. It's like 9:30 at night.
Yeah, that McDonald's was
They're gonna tow
grimy.
us.
That McDonald's was so grimy.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. The
Was
fries
it
are great
McDonald's?
though.
North Beach Pizza right there.
Yeah.
Kezar. There's so
Yeah,
many different
yeah.
spots. One of my favorite places, American Cyclery. Get your bicycle
Yeah.
done up
And
right there.
Cha-Cha-Cha is still there.
Cha-cha-cha.
Hitting nice,
Rolling
yeah.
around.
The punch bowls, the scorpion bowls.
Mario's trophy room.
I was telling, look. I'm like, dude, if you need like not only a date night, but a family
Yes.
night, a fun
It is
family
fun.
night, Cha-Cha-Cha.
Yeah.
Right
Not
there.
bad. Good call.
We tried to go to Cole Coffee, closed.
What?
It was early, bro. It was
What about
early.
the creperie?
I don't know if the crepery's still there.
Oh, okay.
But Magnolia's still there on Haight
yeah.
and Ashbury as we skew really
Amoeba
local.
Bowl, a.k.a.,
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
But the new Mad Dog, it's now in Upper Haight.
Yep.
but they brought the old facade, which is cool.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So you walk in and it's like, oh my God, am I like
Walking back in
lower
time.
hate?
Yeah.
It's totally walking
That's
back
cool.
in time. So
yeah, that's cool.
But it was fun.
That's the one thing San Francisco has where you go to other towns. Boston's this way. The bar scene, we kill it on dive bars.
Yeah.
We know how to... Sticky floors, the smell, the old cigarettes coming out of the wood. You know, there's just something about a grimy Irish bar. I love it.
No
and
doubt.
I'm not saying that they're grimy. I'm just saying this city has that element.
No, but they want to be grimy, and they want people to come out for the World Cup, and people were actually starting to flow in here. And
Yes.
it was 7:30, 8:15, whatever.
Sweet.
Yeah, it was
Sweet.
awesome.
Nice. World Cup season. We love it.
Dude, Tale of Two Halves yesterday.
Whitey,
so
get in here.
we're already too far in.
Dude,
What
I'm
happened
talking too
yesterday?
much, Whitey.
What happened yesterday?
With the U.S.?
Yeah, a tale of two halves. I don't know anything about soccer.
I think it
and
was a tale of just 20 minutes,
Dude, they
right?
were dominating. I thought they would get a couple more shots on goal, and it was like,
Third youngest team in the World Cup.
Okay.
For one. So, and a World Cup team without any experience.
Okay.
Only Christian Pulisic.
Yeah.
And
great pass.
You've got DeAndre Yedlin, who's been on the team before. Other than that, a lot of newbies. They haven't been through it. And I thought that they got flat at the 60-minute mark. All of a sudden, they had no bounce. They had no movement. And Wales, they pounced.
Yeah.
And the foul that begat the penalty kick, terrible foul, unnecessary foul.
What?
Yeah, too much fouling. Send those guys to the G League.
Well, they made
like
those
the
substitutions. Yeah, they made those substitutions, and I was like, oh, I don't like this. I don't know about this. And, Wales put the pressure on them.
Well, the elephant in the room, if they have a team meeting, Gio Reyna. You got to play Gio Reyna.
So what's going on there? They went with the guy who's injured over him, over the younger player?
Right. And I don't know why.
So what happens against England?
You lose against England, but how do you lose is the way you go about it. And then how do you lose to England determines what you do against Iran if you can even advance. Because, yesterday was a game you should have won. You had control. You were up 1-0. And then you went flat, not wet, you went flat over the last 30 minutes. And all of a sudden you lose, you draw that game, but it felt like a loss.
I know. Everyone was saying it was a 2-point tie, as in they lost 2 points
Exactly.
with the tie, and it really screws them over because that was a game you got to win. And Wales, we're supposed to be better than Wales.
Slightly.
Yes, but
slightly.
That's why I went.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But, unlike that, the 49ers in a game where, if you win, you elevate.
Yeah.
If you lose, you de-escalate. And that was, man, what a win yesterday for the Niners.
Yeah, we called that one, didn't we, Dibs? Not that we're the only ones, but we
You
called
called
that
it
one.
more than I did. I had it, I think, 31-20. And
I
you
thought
had
11.
I had 34-13.
Yeah, which it was
wow.
closer to that. That was an absolute thorough beatdown. And what I liked is that Arizona, late in that game, their defense, they were turning down tackles.
Dude.
Oh, that was embarrassing.
Kittle ran upfield, and they were like, nah.
Business decision.
Yeah.
They tapped out.
This will be on Hard Knocks, so why not get not flattened?
Yeah, and that's where you
Yeah,
mentioned
that's true.
you mentioned Hard Knocks. Kingsbury, he's got to go.
Right? He got an extension.
He's got to go.
He's got to go.
I don't. They showed first 7 games at Texas Tech and first 7 games at Arizona.
they did. Yep.
Right.
He's got a 628 winning. It would be one of the greatest coaching jobs in any sport all time. 628. After that, he's like 232 or something.
Yeah, so here it is right here. I
Send me,
took a
what is
picture
it?
of it.
I couldn't
phone,
believe it.
yeah.
First 7 games, off the phone. 643 win percentage. Rest of the season, 242. So with the Cardinals, 661 percentage. First 7 games, 3-2-3 the rest of the season.
Damn.
How much better would they be if they had DeAndre Hopkins all year?
A lot better, but like
little
2
They
games.
fade all the time.
A little better.
They fade all
He's
the
so
time.
sick.
Yeah, I know.
He's
I know.
so good.
He's going to be out of there. They were looking to trade him around the deadline.
I take him in a heartbeat.
Yeah, they're not
He's
gonna trade with the
ridiculous.
Niners, but he's going to be moved this offseason probably.
Arizona
He
needs to
probably
take a
wants
page from the Colts and make Larry Fitzgerald the next head coach.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. Or Kurt Warner.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, exactly.
out. They're a mess, man.
Perfect,
Steve
yeah.
Keim listened to the sports radio in episode 2. Like, what are you doing, Steve Keim? The GM had it onto the truck, and he was looking so serious. He was like locked in. Like,
Yeah,
he
the
was
GM listening,
unbelievable.
but you think Klay Thompson's not listening, by the way? Talking about all the trolls?
Don't be
He's
roasting me.
definitely listening.
I hope he is. I hope he has a meter.
Yeah, he played great last night. Oh, no, he didn't.
Oh, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
These schedule, like, I know Clay's a different story, but these schedule things, like, This is why I talk about the schedule, B. And I know
we're
you
not
get mad at
chasing
me.
wins.
What?
We're not chasing wins.
No, but
11
it's
more
just
back-to-backs
what are
this
we
season.
doing?
Joke.
11 more back-to-backs.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
let's
Full
break.
house in New Orleans again.
Disgusting.
11:45.
Just
I'll
gonna
be
go
listening.
0-12 on all back-to-backs. They just
exactly.
chalk up 12 L's.
Yeah.
All right, you guys have a good one.
I'm a roaster.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast, even if your symptoms feel mild. Ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Don't miss the Jim Irsay Collection, coming to San Francisco on Saturday, December 10th. Jim Irsay, owner and CEO of the Indianapolis Colts, will exhibit historic sports memorabilia, presidential artifacts, the world's greatest guitar collection, and more. The evening will be topped off with a free concert by the all-star Jim Irsay Band, featuring special guests Ann Wilson, Buddy Guy, and John Fogerty. It's one night only with the Jim Irsay Collection and the Jim Irsay Band on December 10th at the Bill Graham Auditorium from 7 to 10 p.m. Get your free ticket now at JimIrsayCollection.com.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals, November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
It's Black Friday all week at Staples with huge savings on HP Tech. This week, save $130 on the HP LaserJet Pro 4101 FDWE printer. This laser printer is perfect for small businesses, delivering maximum productivity connectivity with blazing fast print speed for up to 10 users. And right now at Staples, save even more when you bundle an HP printer, PC, and monitor. The latest tech solutions are at Staples, the working and learning store. Offer good in-store and online. Ends 11/26.
Hi, are you ready to start the season with savings at IKEA?
Ooh, I am. I've got my 3 shopping lists right here. One for home, one for gifts, and one for treating myself.
We can help you check off all 3 with lots of offers going all week. IKEA family members can save on all kinds of products, from bakeware to holiday lighting to rugs and more.
List number 1, here we go.
Visit IKEA to save today. Offer valid 11/24 to 11/28/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/Black Friday for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
New Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there. And around there. And even under there. Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And for Mark Willard today, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, how are you? We, by the way, are sponsored by Pfizer. Dibs, how about it last night? The 49ers with the win that we weren't the only ones. We called it yesterday, but I feel that win for the 49ers last night over Arizona in Mexico City, the way they won, it was much needed for the 49ers and for their fans for a lot of reasons. Chief among them, the fact that it finally was an opportunity, and they took advantage of the opportunity to put the stinking Arizona Cardinals in their place.
Yes, put the Cardinals in their place, and their place is in the past. At least for this year, the Cardinals are done. Good night. Bye, Cardinals. You will not be a factor, but also for the 49er fans to be able to say, all right, Arizona, the whole thing about the Cardinals having ownage over the Niners, that's not a real thing. It's kind of an anomaly, and the way they went about it with Jimmy Garoppolo and all the weapons, everybody got a chance to eat. Just a special night last night for the Niners.
49ers run the ball, right? They will run the ball down your throat. Jimmy G threw the ball 21 times in the first half. What the what?
Right, and then they kind of passed it to set up the run, and Eli Mitchell late in the game was able to pound the rock, and it was funny because the TV crew showed Eli Mitchell like, oh, Eli Mitchell on the sidelines. Is there a controversy? And then Mitchell got about 10 carries in the last 2 drives and just pounded out that game. It was a classic Kyle Shanahan game where you think we're going to run it. No, we're going to throw it. And then you think we're going to throw it. No, we're going to run it. Mm-hmm. They absolutely dominated Arizona in all phases.
Jimmy Garoppolo is playing so well. I do feel that Kyle Shanahan, and he has no choice, as we discussed yesterday, really, but he has a lot more faith in Jimmy. Doesn't it seem, I don't know that he always would have allowed Jimmy to throw the ball 21 times in the first half. And I know that wasn't always just about, and it wasn't all just about, well, Jimmy's going to beat them. It was about, well, we're going to throw to set up the run. But Jimmy's playing his best football. Did you know that Jimmy last night, that was a 3rd straight game without an interception? He'd never done that before.
Right. And I think they're now 13-2 when Jimmy G does not throw an interception. That's the stat that I sent to Steiny yesterday. I think they were 12-2 going in. The record with Jimmy G not throwing a pick, and again, Jimmy G no pick, 3rd straight game, no pick, which is the first time he's in no pick Jimmy.
I'm a fan of no pick Jimmy.
Yeah, everyone's a fan of no pick Jimmy, and Jimmy able to find all his weapons and, check off the primary route, find the secondary. The George Kittle touchdown was a great example of Jimmy G having patience to realize that George was going to break free, threw it over the top, easy touchdown. Arizona was not a very formidable opponent, as it turned out.
They didn't have the belly for the fight.
No, they didn't, and that was the thing. Early on, okay, Arizona's up 3-0. No need to panic, but Arizona looked like they were involved in maybe being interested in being a part of the battle, but then quickly and quietly they went away. And then defensively, how many tackles did they turn down the opportunity to make? And that's, to me, speaks to a broken culture in the locker room.
Yeah, from the text line here, the Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570. Text of the day nominee, Dibs? I'm not sure. I'm on the fence. What say you from the 510? With that win over the Cardinals, I think we can finally end the Colt McCoy as a Hall of Famer debate.
Yeah, I think that goes away. I mean, he was a Hall of Famer in terms of this matchup.
Yeah.
But his overall career, not so much. And yeah, exactly, Mike Silver. I actually looked it up last week, and Colt McCoy is the 7th oldest player in the National Football League. He's 36.
Really?
Quietly, yeah.
He's carved out a nice little career for himself.
He
really has.
As a backup and as a starter at times, and really as the Niners kryptonite, but that now goes away.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. We talked yesterday about how in the minds of some, the 49ers needed to put up some style points. We debated whether that's important or not, but whether it is or not, they did put up those style points last night, showing and confirming it. Yes, with the weapons we have, we can score points, we can convert in the red zone. So I think on some level, just the fact that the 49ers confirming to the football world and to themselves, yeah, this offense, when it's clicking, look out. And if you aren't bringing your best effort like Arizona was not last night, mismatch city.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the whole idea of the weapons, and everybody got a chance to eat. Yeah. Ayuk got a couple, Kittle got some, McCaffrey, Debo with a running touchdown, and then Eli Mitchell late. The fact that all the weapons were on display would make any other NFC foe, I think, pause.
Yeah. We talked yesterday about Yak, 49ers yards after catch number 1. Arizona Cardinals defending the Yak, the yards after catch, at the bottom of the league, and the 49ers took full advantage of that last night. And it appears, for what this is worth, national respect is on the rise, although some of it is coming kind of begrudgingly. Last night, Troy Aikman was saying, well, this team is a really good team, good as anybody to win the NFC.
For your Aikman.
Yeah, but then you also have, Stephen A. today on First Take, and they're talking about, the question was, will Jimmy Garoppolo keep the 49ers from the Super Bowl?
Easily.
So all the talk this morning, some of this is because the national people probably were up, they went to bed early, but it's all Cowboys today. Hello, did you see what the 49ers did last night? Some of them, I don't think they did see it.
No, and I don't know if they need to see it or if they want to see it, but ultimately we look at the records and we decide who's better than whom based on the records. And I'm looking at NFL.com right now in the power rankings, and the Cowboys are up 5 spots to number 3. The Niners up 2 spots to number 5, but among NFC teams, Philadelphia is 2, Dallas is 3, the Niners are 5. Obviously, Kansas City's 1, and Buffalo is 4. So in terms of teams that have a good chance to do things in the NFC, Dallas got a lot of buzz based on their win over Minnesota, and the Niners got maybe less buzz with their win last night. But if you look at which win was more impressive, Dallas at Minnesota, crushing the Vikings, or the Niners in Mexico City over an Arizona team, Dallas's win probably a little bit more impressive.
I suppose so. Minnesota maybe not be quite the team that their record suggests they are, but I know you are what your record says you are.
40-3 is, and Dallas hangs its shingle on its defense, and the fact that they allowed just 3 points to an offense that had been very explosive with Kirk Cousins and all the weapons that he has. Justin Jefferson, I think that was, not to say that the Niners win last night was not impressive, but maybe the Dallas win a little bit more impressive.
We get carried away with the 49ers here a little bit because, local bias, but right now they have on both sides of the ball so many different ways to beat you. That is, I think 49er fans, that's what you should take the most comfort in. They're so diversified right now on both sides of the football.
Yeah, and you talk about the 5 eligibles because you have the 5 linemen and then the 1 quarterback. And when you think about the 5 eligibles and how Kyle Shanahan can employ those 5 eligibles, you've got Debo and McCaffrey, Eli Mitchell, all of them can run the ball. They can all be in the backfield. Now, Mitchell can't really be split out as a wide receiver so much, but McCaffrey and Debo can. And Ayuk, the way he runs routes, that route he ran at the goal line, which was the inside dig. I think that's what I heard on the morning roast, where he runs in and he breaks back out. That's almost unguardable the way he runs that. And you add in George Kittle, a tight end who can go down the field, down the middle. He can also possess it underneath. Not even to mention Jawan Jennings. So many weapons right now for Jimmy Garoppolo. This offense will be tough to stop.
From the 408, come on, guys, just stop. You can't compare beating the lowly Cardinals with no QB to smothering the one-loss Vikings at home. What are you doing? I think Dibs just said that. You can't really,
Right, you can compare them, but the Dallas win, slightly more impressive.
Yeah.
But just the way the 49ers went about it, maybe it's because it's Monday Night Football, too. The prime time, the bright lights, being in Mexico City in a game that wasn't really a, quote, road game. It felt more like a home game. But just the fact that the offense now, all the weapons, and we've all been waiting for a win, not only a win, but a win with style points, and that's what that was.
McElroy was never a first-round pick. Come on.
You've coached at a very high level, a number of sports.
Sure.
So you know how coaches, one of the things that's difficult about coaching is you try to control everything and you can't. So you take that to the highest level of the NFL. Kyle Shanahan, my point is he has to be so relieved right now that we went to Mexico, we had to go to Colorado Springs to adjust to the altitude, and we had the terrible weather. We went to Mexico City, and everything went perfectly, right? It's got to be a huge relief for a coach.
Definitely.
So many variables.
And another shutout for D'Amico Ryans in the second half. 3 straight games now of a second half shutout, which tells you that this defense is nasty. And, early on, Arizona gets a field goal and they get a touchdown, 17-10 at the half. It never felt like the game was in any sort of a doubt. 31-10 after 3, and then the offense did what it needed to do to control the ball, and the defense, stingy. And they did their job, keeping out Arizona again, 3rd straight opponent who doesn't score after halftime. But you think about what this team did last night and how much that would apply to future games. The offense, all the different weapons. The defense, nasty, especially in the second half. And by the way, the offensive line, better than we thought it would be.
Yeah, I think so, especially pass blocking, huh?
Right.
They've been really good. And that was my main concern before the season started, the interior of the offensive line. Last year, before the season started, you could see that the secondary was kind of iffy, and sure enough, they had issues in the first half of the year. This year, the offensive line's terrible. And to your point, they haven't been terrible.
No.
They've been playing well and trending upward.
Exactly. And even, run blocking, it's a team that still was able to get 200, they got 159 yards on the ground. And a lot of that came late when, they had the lead and the other team knows you're going to run the ball. And Eli Mitchell, 9 carries, 59 yards, most of that coming on the final 2 drives. And that, to me, tells you that the O-line is doing much better than we think.
Yeah. The 49ers took full advantage of the fact that Arizona last night, basically in the second half, they were gutless. They just didn't, they didn't care. They're not bought into whatever's going on there. The touchdown by Kittle down the sideline where 1 or 2 Arizona players just kind of, a business decision. Oh, he scored. Ooh. I mean, that's got to be embarrassing.
No, embarrassing for the head coach, I think, in particular.
Yeah.
And that's why I think that Kingsbury might be in some sort of a jeopardy situation, because when you have a team that is shutting down at that level, and you're right, Whitey, the Kittle run, even the Debo run before that, there were chances for Arizona players to roll up and maybe try to make a stop or at least push them out of bounds.
You have to make an effort at this level.
Yes, and they didn't make that effort.
Wow.
There was no effort made, and especially on that last touchdown, the Kittle one, where he gets to the 15, and there are 2 or 3 Arizona players who kind of sidle over.
Yep.
They don't really soar over. They're not looking to jar the ball out. They're not looking to do anything.
They were like electric football players that are just kind of headed in the right direction.
That's a 4.
But they're not going to get there soon enough to make the play.
That's a good shout out to the 70s, but I'm with you on that. Total electric, And, sometimes with electric football, your guy would be shaking and going in the wrong direction.
Right.
Like,
There's a whole guy. He's going the wrong way.
Totally.
No, he's turning in circles. Yeah. My brother had a player in electric football. He said, it's Joe Circle. Give the ball to Joe Circle. I got some numbers for you, Dibs. Tell me, if you would, please, how impressive these are to you. Maybe they mean nothing to you.
Okay.
Sometimes these numbers, these stats. Are you a stats guy? Are you a numbers guy?
I love stats.
All right.
As long as they fit my narrative.
Yeah. Well, you tell me if they impress you, if they mean something going forward, or if we can just, defenestrate that right out the window. Jimmy Garoppolo is now third in the NFL among quarterbacks. Among all quarterbacks, he's third in DVOA, behind only Tua and Mahomes. DVOA is the defense-adjusted value over average. It's kind of like a war stat for football. He's third among all quarterbacks right now.
That means a lot. Yeah. I thought you were going to hit me with quarterback rating, where he had a 131.9, which to me is empty calories. A guy who throws for 228
yards. He was over 100
yards.
for, I think, the fifth time this year. In passer rating.
Which, that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, passer rating to me, it doesn't do a lot for me, especially when you look at how he got there. The George Kittle catch and run, for example. Jimmy G had a boy. That was an easy, check down throw, and George Kittle did the rest. But the DVOA, I think, speaks to more what the defense is doing and what each play is expected to be.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's been that efficient. And only 4 interceptions all year? He's been incredible.
Mm-hmm. All right, so you like that one. We mentioned the interceptions, 3 straight games without an interception. We mentioned the 49ers. 49ers 4-0 in the division for the first time since division realignment in 2002, if I have that right. They're 4-0 in the division. It's been a long time since they've started the season. 4-0 in division.
That's huge. And now they control their own destiny in terms of, the Seattle game. And if Seattle stays competitive and Seattle stays, toward the top of the division, I'm okay. A little bit of the mad dog in the fog.
I understand.
Let down. Been up
You've
since
had a
about
busy
5.
day already. We're just
Super
starting,
busy,
but you've been at it.
And Mexico and Poland 0-0 heading toward extra time, as we know. But in terms of the division, you always want to win your division, and you want to have the best record in your division in case of a tiebreaker. And so if they come to a Seattle spot where they and the Seahawks have the same record, if you beat Seattle again, well, then you hold the tiebreaker over them, not only head-to-head, but also overall division record.
That reminded me of Mike Nolan. I know when Mike Nolan coached the 49ers, he had logos of the other teams in the division in the tunnel. And this would have been, of course, a candlestick. And the idea was to reinforce in the minds of the players the idea of how important it was to beat these teams. Maybe that's a little hairy high school, but it is important to win in your division. And it's about time, right? The 49ers, I think, last few years, they've frustratingly underperformed in the division. And, of course, Arizona's had a lot to do with that.
Yeah, it has. I mean, the fact that Arizona's beaten you twice virtually every year, but not this year. And, you think about that last game of the year against Arizona, that might be meaningless for both teams. If the Niners are in a spot where they've already clinched the division and they can't move off the 3 seed, if Minnesota continues on their trajectory, and if Philadelphia continues to be the 1 seed, maybe that's a game that doesn't have as much meaning. But the Niners right now, it feels like they've turned the tide on Arizona in that matchup.
It feels like they've turned the tide on the whole season, and that obviously, one misstep literally can change, but right now it looks like everything is headed in the right direction, and maybe this is the team, the Kyle Shanahan team, with the best chance of achieving the ultimate goal. Maybe. 888-957-9570. Sure looks that way. Let's go to Jacob in Austin, Texas on 95.7 The Game. Hello, Jacob. Look, Cowboy fans out there thinking of 49ers right now.
How's it going?
Hey.
Oh, yeah. A lot of Cowboys fans feeling themselves right now, but the Niners are it. All right, so what are y'all's thoughts on Brandon Ayuk this coming off season? He's having a heck of a season. We need to pay Nick Bosa still. We just paid Deebo Samuel. Do you guys think we trade him, and what do you think we get?
Thanks, Jacob. I certainly don't have the cap figures in front of me, but you want to keep him. Brandon Ayuk extended his streak of 80 or more receiving yards to 5 games, Dibs. And he's gone, not only is he playing well, he's gone from a guy who last year, as we know, was in the doghouse to a guy who's emerged as something of a leader.
Yeah, Ayuk making 2.3 next year with a cap hit of 3.987.
Keep him.
Nearly $4 million. Yeah, I think you keep Ayuk and you think about maybe extending him. But the real question to me is Deebo or Christian McCaffrey, because do you find that those two players have skill sets that are duplicatable? Are they the same player? Can you get by with just one of the two and not the other one? I look at Brandon Ayuk, and he does something that no one on this team does, and that's get open.
And he's the best route runner by far.
By far. And, you saw it again last night when he was able to get that touchdown in the red zone, the inside dig where he runs one way.
You love that term, don't you?
Turns it and goes the other way.
Yeah.
What a beautiful route. He did the same thing against L.A., by the way, the Chargers, and he dropped the ball. But this time, he ran the same route and caught the ball. I don't know if Ayuk is a guy who you can replace as easily as Debo or McCaffrey. So if Debo and McCaffrey are both kind of, redundant in ways, are they the players that maybe get dealt?
What if you do have to make a choice between those two? Which way are you going?
Between Debo and Ayuk?
Yeah, since you asked the question. No. Debo, you said Debo and McCaffrey, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I would probably keep McCaffrey.
I think so,
and
too.
his ability to run the ball and to be in the slot. And Debo is incredible. And it's not to minimize what Debo does, but I think Christian McCaffrey does a lot of the things that Debo does well. So, and McCaffrey can run the ball. He can catch the ball. Debo is more of a...
He can throw the ball.
He sure can. He can throw the ball.
Debo can throw too, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, he can. But I think if I had to choose, I would choose McCaffrey, even though his contract is higher than Debo.
Hopefully you don't have to make that choice. 888-957-9570. Jonathan in San Francisco says the Niners looked... How'd they look to you last night, Jonathan?
Hey, good morning, guys. I just want to say, man, I like what I'm seeing, not just with the 49ers, but across the board. It looked like, front runners like Minnesota peaked too early. The Niners are getting better at the right time, man. I just want them to go build on this, keep getting better, peak at the right time. I mean, their style of play, especially offensively now with CMC, the running wide, Debo, the wide back. I mean, imagine putting those four running backs behind backfield. I mean, what the hell is the defense is going to be doing against that, right? I'm liking what I'm seeing. Get tougher, physical football. Man, just like the wide receiver said, you can't practice physicality, and it's the most physical team in football. I just want to say, man, that's the way. I like it.
Solid. That's a 4 for your Casey and the Sunshine Band.
Okay, yeah.
I see that one coming from Jonathan. At the end of calls.
Okay.
That's what he does. It's kind of his calling card.
That's the way. Speaking of throwbacks on the text line here from the 408, entire generations don't know what electric football is. I loved mine, but it was a stupid game. I think it's still around. I don't know that it's very popular in this day of PlayStations, but I think electric football is still around.
It is,
I'm not sure how.
The texter's right. It is a stupid game. So for those of you who don't know,
at the time, it was like, this is the greatest thing ever.
I don't know what this is. I need a Dibs explanation right now.
It was a tabletop that was electrified, and you would plug it in, and then you would line
vibrated.
Yes. You would line up your 11 figurines that had little plastic sleds underneath them against your buddy's 11 figurines, and you would give one of your figurines a tiny foam football, and then you would turn on the vibration, and then whatever your guy,
they would move.
Yeah,
you never knew where.
You never knew where, and wherever he would move, as soon as your buddy's guy contacted him, that was it. The play's over. You turn off the switch, and then you move the down marker, and then you would do it again.
Yeah,
absolutely stupid.
Yes, it looked great. You look at the box and all the little guys in their uniforms in the field, green football field. It looked like, oh, this looks great. And you'd play it. It's like, this game takes forever.
So it's like NFL guys are like, listen, there's foosball, but hey, look, we can plug it in and we got NFL players instead. So this is way cooler.
But it's like foosball without handles. It'd be like foosball where you put the ball down and then you would turn a switch on, and then wherever the ball would go, that would be the way it would work.
Didn't they come up with, there was like devices on the bottom of the players' bases. You could steer them in theory. I don't know if it worked.
Oh, yeah, exactly. No, it didn't work.
Okay.
It didn't work. Right. I actually bought electric football for my kids in a garage sale in 2005. And I think Quest got shocked, and then we put it on the curb. That thing was gone. That thing was a definite shock hazard.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. 49ers over the Arizona Cardinals. Looking ahead, and I know they got the Saints. You don't sleep on the Red Rifle, I got to tell you. Looking ahead, though, with the games upcoming, tell me if I'm an idiot for this. I know I'm an idiot, but am I an idiot for this?
Freaking idiot.
I'm more scared more wary of the Dolphins than I am of Tampa Bay.
You should be.
I am. Yeah,
you should be.
Tampa Bay with their offensive line, I think the 49ers there's a real mismatch there for them.
I agree. And I don't know if Tampa Bay has the weapons necessary that can scare the 49ers, but the Dolphins, they've got quite an offense.
Yeah.
And I think the McDaniel factor scares you.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
Nothing. No, I shouldn't laugh about it, but I'm thinking, Tommy's probably not going to be too happy that Giselle's hanging out with a jiu-jitsu instructor now?
Yeah, more than hanging out. I mean, they're grappling. They're spending some time on the mat together. Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Just chew it and do it.
What's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard. And Kyle is a genius. His creativity, it's not an issue with the 49ers and their coach right now. That's next. 95.7 The Game.
Golfers, teed up at the Golf Mart with TaylorMade. The TaylorMade Stealth Carbon Wood Age is here, featuring 60 layers of carbon layer for better energy transfer and faster ball speeds. And now available, the new TaylorMade high-toe milled wedges, designed for a lower launch and more spin. While you're there, pick up the popular TaylorMade Tour Response Stripe golf balls. Come into the Golf Mart and have one of our experienced experts custom fit you for free today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
At the Home Depot, we have Black Friday savings all through November. And with that comes a joyful holiday bustle that we just love to hear. Although we also love the sound that comes after the holidays. When people put their new tools to use. In fact, we love it so much. When you buy select Milwaukee M18 kits, you'll get an extra tool for free. So after you're done filling the air with holiday magic, you can fill it with the sounds of doing. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. It looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yet scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever. So you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
When you need to know what's happening, it's time to get in the huddle.
Whatever happened to teams saying, we're not going to pay you? Whatever happened to, hey, I know you're in your third year of your fifth year, contract, your 5-year contract. We're not paying you. Come back, play great. I don't give a damn if you unfollow us on Instagram.
Listen to In the Huddle, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur with words from another happy payroll customer.
Oh, it's very easy to use. From the login and the setup was extremely easy. I didn't have to call anyone for help. I was able to do it on my own. And I love the fact that I can run my payroll and print my pay stubs, and then you guys do all of the filing for me. So I get a quarterly report that everything's been filed on my behalf, and then at the end of the year I can print out my W-2s. So I use you guys. I tell everybody, it's the easiest thing I've ever done. Why anybody doesn't use y'all, I don't know.
Visit us at PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yep. Huh?
What? Oh. Yards after catch, big factor last night. 49ers big win over the Arizona Cardinals. This is Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Mark Willard. We are sponsored by calhope.org. It was interesting to me last night, Dibs, to hear Troy Aikman talking about creativity. 49er fans, a lot of football fans look at the 49ers and before last night especially and say, oh, they're supposed to be a creative play caller. They're not very creative. I think a lot of times some fans, I think speaking for myself, we think creativity is you got to throw the ball deep downfield. That's creativity. Obviously, Kyle Shanahan's creativity is more in formations and misdirection and things that, those of us who haven't coached professional football perhaps don't even recognize.
Right, less sexy than a flea flicker or hook and ladder, all the different
That's
exciting.
Creative.
Yeah. Oh boy, what a creative play call! Christian McCaffrey throwing the ball deep downfield. That's one way to be creative. Another way to be creative is just to be so coolly efficient, and that's what that was last night. Other than the first couple of drives, they just efficiently dominated Arizona on the ground, through the air. They spread the ball around. Just one of those clinical performances where you have to tip your cap to Kyle Shanahan for getting everyone involved.
Mm-hmm. I think a lot of the creativity comes into play before the snap, where Kyle Shanahan recognizes what defenses are keying on and then throws a formation out there that confuses a defense before the ball is even snapped.
Yeah.
And then when you add in the talent that they have right now, I think this is their best chance to win a Super Bowl under Kyle Shanahan.
It should be. I mean, as long as Jimmy Garoppolo stays healthy and still plays the way he's been playing, which has been, conservative, not taking too many chances with the ball, not turning the ball over, and getting the ball into the hands of those people who can really make plays. And that's McCaffrey, it's Debo, it's Ayuk, it's Kittle, it's Elijah Mitchell to an extent. The way they did it last night, spreading the ball completely around, that's the game I think that Niner fans were waiting for.
14 of 15 pass plays to end the half with Jimmy, and then they come out to start the second half. First 8 plays, 7 of them were runs. So Kyle is a genius, and he had the Arizona Cardinals last night. They didn't know if they were coming or they were going, and then once it became apparent, the way that game was set at Arizona was they were more than willing participants in their own demise, right? We're out. Good night. Night. Yeah.
They
gave
out
themselves
early. the Steph Curry night. They did. I mean, and you saw defensively where early on in that second half, they started turning down opportunities to make plays, to actually make tackles, and that's where I think about Cliff Kingsbury, and maybe he's lost the locker room because you don't often see that from defensive football teams where they're just giving up opportunities to maybe make a play or to maybe make a tackle. The George Kittle touchdown was escorted by, the velvet rope of Cardinal defenders.
Right this way, sir.
Exactly.
Yeah. Would you like a seat at the 2-yard line? You want to go all the way into the end zone? Certainly. 888-957-9570. Philmo Mike is with us. Mikey, what's going on? You're on with Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard. How are you?
Hey, Michael Tyler, Whitey Gleason.
Yes, sir.
Dibs, what's the rush? What are we rushing to?
How so? What do you mean?
I mean, I'm rushing till noon, Philmo, so I can have one more day until the holiday. What are you talking about, Philmo?
Yeah.
I'm talking about, we just got Christian McCaffrey, and y'all talking about why would you even bring up trading arm on Debo? You keep them all. You get all the best players you can get, and you keep them. What are y'all talking about? Where's my guy Mark Willard when I need him? What are y'all doing? You bring it up? You want to trade? You want to get rid of Debo because you got Christian McCaffrey now? No, you keep them all. Right. You get the best basketball player, get the best players, man. I don't know what y'all talking. I don't know what weed y'all smoking. And ain't the weed I'm smoking because I'm smoking Debo. I'm smoking Christian McCaffrey, Kittle, Ayuk. I want all the players. Oh, I want to get rid of some. What are y'all talking about?
Are you smoking that Jimmy G strain too? Because if you want to keep Jimmy G, then someone's got to go, Philmo.
Hey man, let's figure out this season before we talk about who got to go, when they got to go. Let's get a championship or a Super Bowl ring. Till we do that, we don't need to be talking about we could get rid of somebody. We ain't did nothing yet but beat the Cardinals.
Gotcha, Philmo. Thank you. I will say the reason we even went there is because a caller asked about Ayuk's future.
Yeah, exactly, Philmo.
Somebody asked the
responding
question.
to the people.
Somebody asked the question.
Exactly, and so we had to give an answer. You know that,
and our
Philmo.
answer was no, we would keep Ayuk.
Yeah, you're a radio guy, Philmo. You know what it's like when the people want answers. You have to give them answers. You can't just blow them off.
Yeah, but in general, keep everybody.
Keep them all.
Keep them all. Sure. How about this? This was on First Take today, and I know we kind of kicked this around yesterday. This isn't fair, but this is where, as I said, the national media, a lot of the respect they're giving to your 49ers, it's begrudgingly. It's like, So, First Take. Will Jimmy G keep the Niners from the Super Bowl? And they had Mina Kimes, and they had Keyshawn Johnson. They had Stephen A. And they were talking about that. And I don't know what they said. I don't care. But I guess it's a fair question, but this is not the same Jimmy. This Jimmy right now, and he proved it 3 games in a row without an interception. The Jimmy that they're talking about, he's not here anymore.
And I think the Jimmy they're talking about is the Jimmy that fell short last year, maybe, and the year before when he got hurt. But Jimmy G's already led this team to the Super Bowl. So to think that, can Jimmy G lead him to the Super Bowl, I think is unfair because he's already done that. Yeah. And he did it in this sort of effective, efficient fashion, if I'm not mistaken. So to think about, can Jimmy G take them to the Super Bowl? Absolutely he can. And it just depends on how he plays. If you go back to 2019, when they made it to the Super Bowl, he had 13 interceptions, 27 touchdowns. Well, this Jimmy G has been even more efficient than that one.
Jimmy G right now is playing like the Jimmy G that John Lynch thought he was getting when he made the trade, right? This is a guy playing like a franchise quarterback that you can build around. I don't think that's an exaggeration.
Yeah, the franchise quarterback who can do enough to keep you in games and do enough to help you win games. He's not going to be a guy who's going to carry you to the Super Bowl or to the NFC Championship. That's not who Jimmy G is, but can he be efficient? Can he be a quarterback that doesn't turn the ball over? 15 touchdowns, 4 interceptions this year. Last year was 20 touchdowns and 12 interceptions. So this year he's been even more efficient and he's been even more effective. So, yes, this is the quarterback that they were hoping that they would get, a guy who doesn't turn the ball over and who makes the throws that are available. He's not going to ever make a play on his own, really, to change the course of a game.
I understand why people ask the question, because it was apparent that Kyle Shanahan at one point felt like to have our best shot at winning a Super Bowl, we need someone else. And then, of course, they fell into this situation. We all know what happened when they draft Trey Lance, and then Trey Lance is the guy and he gets hurt. It's like, Jimmy, what are you doing? Could you bail us out here? So however it happened, here they are, and this is the best football Jimmy Garoppolo has played. Do you think that, who knows, because we're trying to get in his head a little bit, that helmet is hard. It's hard to get past the helmet. Going through all the struggles, do you think they've contributed to Jimmy being the best Jimmy he's ever been right now?
I think the whole idea of them getting rid of him and them going back to him and saying, hey, Jimmy, turns out we want to keep you.
It does a lot for somebody, huh?
It's an amount of freedom that he has now. Jimmy G doesn't have to worry about what's going to be over his shoulder.
You need me.
Right, exactly. You need me, and also, like, whatever is to come down the road, and to Phil Mike's point, we're not looking at next year at all, nor is Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy G is thinking...
yelling. Philmo is yelling.
That's what Philmo does.
I haven't heard that Philmo in a while.
That's Philmo's whisper, quite frankly. That's not even,
Yeah.
And normally he calls Mark out by name, Captain Save a Jimmy G.
Captain Save a Giant. Brandon Belt.
Captain Save a Jimmy G is another one he's been called.
Yeah.
Captain Save a Jimmy G.
Thank you, Spadoni. You're quick with those. We got a whole Philmo Mike page, apparently.
Wow.
But in terms of this Jimmy, when you go through the situation that he went through, which is, Jimmy, we're going to move off you. We're going to go to Trey Lance. And he had his famous see ya press conference. And then he had surgery and he sticks around, and come to find out no one else really wanted Jimmy G. And so he re-signs here. And then Trey Lance gets hurt. For Jimmy G, it's like, this is a free year.
Yep.
He can do nothing.
It's like
wrong.
a free play.
Right. There's nothing he can do that's going to make his lot in life with the Niners change, because unless he wins the Super Bowl, he knows he's going to be going elsewhere.
There are still going to be the detractors. Oh, the defense carries him. Oh, it's a running game. But he's running this offense better than he's ever run it. It's similar to how he ran it when he first started playing, right? And he came off the bench and threw a touchdown pass against the Seahawks, and then they won. What did they win, those 5 games in a row? This is that Jimmy. He's that confident, I don't want to say gunslinger, but this is a confident Jimmy, whereas starting the 2019 season, and he had a great season, but even then you could tell the talk early in the year that year, 2019, was Jimmy has the yips. So whatever was going on with him trying to learn the offense, it was affecting him. And right now, it's not a problem. He's either mastered it or he's figured out that the parts I haven't mastered, I'm not going to worry about it.
Well, the parts that he hasn't mastered are things that he can't do anyway, which is really
Maybe
throw
that's
the
it.
deep ball, the vertical game. And I think what he's figured out is he's got, in his 5 eligibles, he's got 5 legitimate weapons. And so it's just as easy as get the ball and get rid of the ball.
Yep.
Find the guy who's open.
Get it out.
And get it out. Exactly. And if the first read's not open, look to the second read. If the second read's not open, look to the third read. And if the third read is not open, well, then maybe we have to swallow it and take a sack. But for the most part, with the offensive line playing this well, he's had a chance of late to really go through his progressions. And if you've got McCaffrey, Debo, Kittle, Ayuk, and Eli Mitchell, if he's on the field, or whoever the 5th guy is, Juwan Jennings, you've got enough options to where you can find somebody open, get the ball to your playmakers, and let them make plays.
Do you remember earlier in the year when some people were saying, well, Brock Purdy needs to play?
Yeah.
Come on.
He played. Brock Purdy played.
Yeah, I know.
He played
First
last
handoff, he hands the ball one way and the running back's on the other side. It's
that
okay.
was awkward.
I'm nothing
Still got
against
7 yards.
No.
He still got his.
But there were people that were saying, Jimmy, you got to play Brock Purdy. He looked really good in the preseason. Come on. We're better than that. Aren't we, Dibs?
We are better than that, but, people always clamor for the backup quarterback.
It wasn't just fans saying that.
Who else was saying that?
I don't know. Let's go to the phones. 888-957-9570.
Put the name on that.
No, wasn't Larry really pro Brock Purdy? And maybe I'm wrong.
Are you talking about Larry, Moe, and
LK?
Curly?
No, LK.
Oh, Larry Krueger.
The great Larry Krueger.
Yeah, he might have.
Wasn't he? And if I've misrepresented his position, I'll live with it. But I think he was really pro Brock Purdy. And maybe he was just Brock Purdy as a backup. Let's go to Polo in Redwood City on 95.7 The Game.
Oh.
Hello, Polo. How are you?
Hey, what's up? How you guys? I'm doing pretty good. I want to touch down with what Mike said. He's absolutely right. What are we talking about? What are we worrying about trading people? Why? Why we working on this year? Remember when everybody hating on Jimmy G, right? All the haters and Trey Lance lovers. I gotta have to wait a minute. It's Jimmy G, man. Hey, he's shining right now.
Yeah.
Remember when he grabbed Sanders when he didn't have Sanders last year, and he wasn't throwing the ball, and the Sanders came along and helped that receiving core out, and then he started throwing the ball downfield. Now we got help from McCaffrey. We only played the Cardinals. We still got more room for improvement. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Polo.
Yeah, thank you. And Polo, maybe you weren't there, but all y'all were hating on Jimmy Garoppolo, including Bonte Hill himself and Joe Shasky.
Yes.
They were coming down
Especially
on...
Bonte, right? And
Exactly.
he's done a 180 now.
He's done a complete 360.
Yeah.
And, he's done a 180. And, with new information and Jimmy Garoppolo's playing better, and I get that.
That can happen.
And that's fine. And you have the right as a Niner fan, as he and Joe both are, diehard 49er fans. You have a right to change your opinion with new information. They never rooted against Jimmy Garoppolo, but many people in this fan base were throwing dirt on Jimmy Garoppolo.
Mm-hmm. From the 510 here on the Xfinity mobile text line, it's 888-957-9570. You want to give us a call, shoot us a text. Hi, guys. Hey, Troy Aikman gave Jimmy G a lot of love last night on the broadcast, don't you think? Chef A checking in. Love your show. Usually you put that first, making it more likely that we're going to read the text. But I appreciate it, Chef A. Yeah, Troy Aikman was giving Jimmy a lot of love.
Yeah, and it's hard not to love a team that wins 38-10, quite frankly. I mean, it's easy to, this team, they sure look good.
Sure.
And, again, to the point about the morning roasters and everyone else who was casting aspersions on Jimmy Garoppolo, when this offense plays like that, what can you say that would be of a negative vein when a team goes out and plays that dominant?
I think the point is last night, Jimmy wasn't just handing the ball off and they won. And that's what Troy Aikman was talking about. I believe he said, when a quarterback's seeing the field like Jimmy is right now, he's tough to stop. So he's not just, all right, keep it moving. He's not just managing the game. I mean, he's making throws that hurt the defense. Yeah, and the throw to Kittle. Wasn't it? Didn't Troy Aikman say, or somebody said, maybe it was somebody on the morning roast, last year Jimmy G doesn't see that. He doesn't make that play. So it's not just, he's doing fine. He's seeing things.
Right.
And one of the touchdowns where I think it was to Ayuk, where he had McCaffrey and the slot was like, nope, there's and that defender was like, Jimmy's going to throw it right to me.
Give it to me, Jimmy.
Nope. And he goes the other way,
Yeah.
comes off of that, goes through his progression, as we quarterbacks say, and throws a touchdown pass. And he hasn't always done that.
No, he hasn't. The Kittle throw to me was one that he would have made because that was right in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, his comfort zone is between the hash marks. And that's a play where Jimmy G had time. And that's where he gets into his most trouble, is when he doesn't have time. And sometimes he makes the throw that he shouldn't make when he should just eat it or throw it away. That's when he gets into trouble. And on that play with Kittle, he had a little bit of time, and he was able to see that Kittle broke free down the seam, and that was an easy throw. Easy pitch and catch.
James in Napa joins us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, James, what's up?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. Really appreciate it. Enjoying the show this morning. I think that I was impressed with Givens last night and the whole defensive line. And I think when we get our three starters back, it's just going to be lights out for the rest of the league. What's new with the starters? When do you think we might see Armstrong and Kevon Mooney? Not Kevon Mooney.
Thank you, James. We appreciate the
Javon
call.
Kinlaw,
Armstrong
saying,
and Kevon Looney. Are we going to see them up front for the Niners anytime soon?
Kinlaw, Kevon Looney, probably not. He's too busy.
I don't think we're going to see much of Armstrong either.
No, and I don't think that you'll see...
Armstead, hopefully we'll see soon.
Yeah,
Thank you, James.
Armstead,
We're
Javon,
just having fun.
Yeah, Armstead and Kinlaw. Armstead, I'm not sure if he will be back at any point. I mean, the more you wait with these foot injuries, the more you think that this might be a lost year. And Javon Kinlaw with an ongoing knee issue, I wouldn't hold my breath and wait for either one of these guys to play at all this year.
Mm-hmm. The fact that he was ruled out for last night fairly, late in the game suggests that there's still a chance. Ibukam also returned to practice Friday. He was inactive last week, and so it looks like he's getting close. Armstead out, foot, ankle. Looks like they're hoping. I mean, I think it's a week-to-week matter. You're right with that type of thing. Could be a long time, but it looks like the Niners are treating this as if, at some point he may be back. We just don't know when.
Of course.
He'll be back before Iguodala, I would predict.
I would say Iguodala plays before Armstead.
Really?
Yeah. Iguodala's close. I mean, he's right there. I mean, although last night would have been a night where you would have expected maybe he plays. But then again, all of his veteran running mates weren't playing, and they kind of knew they were going to lose by 40 anyway, so why would he play? But Iguodala feels like he's closer than Armstead.
I was in for Damon. We talked to Coach Kerr, as they do every week, and I asked him, it was right the day after the Phoenix game, and I asked him about, hey, Iguodala, is he coming back anytime soon? Maybe he could help with some of this? And Coach Kerr was like, no, I think we made it clear that he's not going to be available till maybe the second half of the season, so he ain't going to be back.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I was like, nope, that's not a thing for now, so don't even worry about that.
Then why would you have him occupy a roster spot? I mean, couldn't you have just had him be a street free agent, and then you could have signed him in January when you needed him?
I don't know. I get the sense they really had to talk him out of retiring. And it was a matter of, come on, please. And if the longer they waited, maybe the harder it would have been for him to decide to come back.
Yeah, and they couldn't be 8-10 without him, that's for sure. Right? Are they 8-10? Is that right?
They were defeated last night, I believe. So, yeah, I think so.
I had to check that because it was a nail biter. I think it was nip and tuck the whole way through.
Somebody on the text line, by the way, we were talking about electric football, and someone says that watching electric football is kind of like watching the Warriors bench players. And I don't know if I should even read that.
Don't read that.
Okay.
Please don't.
I won't. And then someone else on the text line from the 510, electric football was awesome. How about talking football? And I got to admit, when I first read that, I thought they were saying, yeah, that's great. Why don't you talk about football? But I think they're asking about the game talking football.
I don't remember talking football.
Yeah, that was, you put a little, you had a little record in a record player. And
I do remember that.
Yeah, you would put the play in, and then on the other side of it was the defense, and the defender would select the defense and then click it in, and then Dick Enberg would say, back to pass, it's a blitz, sack. And then that'd be, oh, wow. It was terrible.
The record.
Back then it was like, man, this is cutting edge.
Cutting edge, exactly.
888-957-9570. Gary's in North Carolina, joins us, 95.7 The Game. Hello, Gary. How you doing?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Good,
man. I think fans and also just the media around the country hold Jimmy G to such a high standard that they don't hold other quarterbacks to. It's like it's Super Bowl or bust, but we don't hold that standard for any other quarterback. And look at he's led us to a Super Bowl. He's led us to conference championship games. And you can't say that for 95% of the quarterbacks in the league, but now it's Super Bowl or bust for Jimmy. Even if he gets us back to a conference championship, that's better than, 28 other teams in the league? Like, what are we doing? And he's right in the prime of his career. We got to let go of Trey. Let him go, and let's roll with Jimmy for the next 4.
Gary, that's a great point. In my opinion, Dibs and dear listener, I think a lot of fans take their cues from the coaches. Not all fans. Some fans, I know a lot of fans like, I see what I see and I don't care what the coaches say. But when you have a head coach who makes it clear, he's not really our guy. We need someone else. Right? Then if you're a fan, you look at that and go, well, the coach isn't.
Exactly.
I don't think he's that good. And that's kind of what's happened to Jimmy. And I think it's changing now, but that's why a lot of fans have been so down on Jimmy, because you could tell that the coach didn't have faith in him.
The coach traded up to get his replacement. 3 first-round picks to go ahead and get the guy who was going to replace him. They called Jimmy G and said, hey, just so you know, we're trading up to get a quarterback so the quarterback can come in and replace you.
Yeah.
By the way, thanks.
We love you.
Yeah. You're the best. Thanks for taking us to the Super Bowl, but we think we can do better. And so they draft a guy who they think is better, and then they go ahead and start the guy who they think is better, and they bring back Jimmy G as a backup because neither party had much of an option. And then Trey Lance gets hurt, and it's like, okay, now, Jimmy, now we love you. You were our guy all along. that doesn't work that way. So now Garoppolo, of course, he's going to have a gigantic chip on his shoulder this whole year, knowing full well that the organization traded picks to get his replacement, and yet now he's still back.
Mm-hmm. Well, here you go on the text line here from the 510. Jimmy never led his team to the Super Bowl. The defense did. From the 408, Jimmy hasn't led anything. I mean, he's the freaking quarterback. He's certainly leading him right now.
That's wrong. I mean, it's wrong to say that. It's wrong to say that Jimmy Garoppolo, as the quarterback, hasn't led them to victory or led them to defeat. You can't have it both ways. It's the quarterback of an NFL team. The very nature of it, he has his hands on the ball more than any other player, other than the center, than anyone on the field. And the football is the most important thing in the entire damn game. So to think that Jimmy Garoppolo isn't the most important player in terms of at least facilitating the ball on offense, you're wrong.
Hey, question, because I wasn't able to give every moment of the game my full attention last night. You mentioned the center. This reminded me of why was that an illegal snap last night? Was it because he double clutched it? Yeah.
It was a double clutch. Yeah, it was a double clutch. Any movement of the ball without it being a fluid snap.
Because otherwise, that's just a fumbled snap, right?
Yeah, exactly. But it's a penalty because he pump faked it and then he jerked it into his own buttocks. Okay. Go ahead and cut that.
What's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Is Jimmy better for all the struggles? And in defensive, that's right, load management. Next, Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard. 95.7 the game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
95.7 The Game is celebrating Thanksgiving with football.
Parsons got him from behind and the ball is out. And the Cowboys recover.
We are broadcasting Cowboys versus Giants.
Takes the handoff to Breida. Jones, swing pass, catch made, touchdown, Giants.
Coverage starts at 1 p.m.
I'm starting to tingle.
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Dell Technologies Black Friday event has arrived with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 50% off select performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Here's Kittle. George Kittle. Touchdown, 49ers. Well, this is a nice play, obviously, by Garoppolo and Kittle, but this is embarrassing for the Arizona Cardinals.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to my two guys. I actually feel like I do a show with them on the changeover. Willard and Dibs, right here on 95.7 The Game.
I love Goo, but did the shot clock expire on that rejoin? Is that a little?
It might have. It's like a classic Guru question, which goes maybe 60 to 90 seconds. Yeah.
Well, he just has so much fun doing it, and he can't stop. This is Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard. By the way, that audio courtesy of ESPN, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman singing the praises of the 49ers. And Troy Aikman's right. The 49ers had already won that game, but the way Arizona turtled up in the fourth quarter, an embarrassment to anyone who's ever even watched football.
No, he's right. I mean, that was even embarrassing if you were a flag football player because he didn't even reach out.
Two-hand touch.
He didn't even reach out to try to go for a flag or two-hand touch, and the defender just basically kind of moved toward the sideline and thought, nah, we're Arizona. The season's over. I don't really feel like getting my jersey dirty. I'm good.
Yeah.
It was a classic Olay tackle. Shout out Mexico City.
By the way, the 510 says it wasn't a shot clock violation. It was crossing the half court mark violation.
8 seconds.
8 seconds to do that. Yeah. By the way, with Thanksgiving coming up, a lot of people play football on Thanksgiving. And
my brother Mike's going to have his 42nd annual Turkey Bowl game at Coleman School.
Okay.
Which he won't participate anymore because he's now 60. But 42nd year
That's great.
of having it. Yeah.
That's great. Well, for years, I used to ask guys when we'd have football players on around Thanksgiving, I'd ask them, what's the best play to run for people playing their Thanksgiving Day games? And the best answer was, and I think I was with you, Dibs, we talked to Charlie Garner, and he said, yes, the play you got to run is the pick play. He said, it's illegal, but he said it works every time. So that's my advice to anybody getting ready for the big Thanksgiving game, the pick play, where you just run into somebody covering Joe, and then Joe's like, no one's covering Joe.
Exactly.
Touchdown.
Yeah.
No, you can't do that. Well, I just did it. You know,
And
whatever.
there are no refs in these games
Right.
either. So
Yeah.
the old classic pick play. Run your outside receiver on an in route.
Yes.
Run your inside receiver on a little bit of a delayed out route.
And you hit him right in a turkey hole.
It's a classic pick six right there. Yeah. You run the pick and you get 6.
Yeah, I see. That kind of pick six.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Jimmy Garoppolo, he's better for the struggles that he went through, we think. Right now, he's playing the best football he's ever played.
Yeah, I don't think that he's at all affected by the struggles that he's went through. So I don't know if he's better or if he's worse. I think Jimmy Garoppolo is one of these classic guys who can just compartmentalize and, oh, you want me to start? You want me to play now? Okay, I'll go play.
I want you to throw the ball 21 times in the first half, Jimmy, which I've never asked you to do before.
Which is fine. He'll do it. You want me to throw it 7 times in an entire game?
I need you to
and
throw
win?
4 touchdown passes, Jimmy.
Can do that.
Yeah.
I mean, no need to worry about that. He can go out there and do what needs to be done. Now, if you want Jimmy G to go out there and throw it 50 or 55 times, that might be a little bit of a struggle, but I'm sure he would try it.
Mm-hmm. Well, if I need him to do that, I'm probably getting my ass kicked.
Probably.
The way the 49ers play.
Exactly. They like to play, ground game first and then controlled passing game, and you saw it last night. Last night was a Kyle Shanahan masterclass in terms of how they want to go about winning the game.
Mm-hmm. I think Jimmy's playing much better. I think the Jimmy of old that would just kill you at the worst possible moment with that, what is he looking at? Some of those interceptions. I remember 1 year ago against Arizona where he threw one near the red zone, right? There's a linebacker named Jordan Hicks, and Jimmy's just like throws it right to him. It's like, what are you doing? I think that Jimmy is gone.
Well, he did that against Kansas City. We shouldn't, we need to keep that in mind.
Yes, but it is 3 games in a row without an interception for the first time ever.
But let's not think that is gone for good, because it was just 4 games ago where in the red zone he threw the ball right to the Kansas City Chiefs.
You're talking about that little flip at the goal line.
Yeah, exactly.
He's just trying to make a play,
but
Dibs.
in a spot where you don't need to make a play.
You're right.
So, Jimmy Garoppolo against mediocre to bad teams, sure, he's going to go out there and make the plays that need to be made. But let's see as we get deeper in December and January if this Jimmy G can continue to be the quarterback that they have.
Yeah, I suspect my money would be on yes, this is a different Jimmy G. He's found it, whatever it is, because of everything he's been through. But of course, time will tell. Real quickly, a huge week for so many reasons. Not least among them the fact that apparently Aaron Judge is in town, Dibs. It probably had something to do with you and Mark Willard going to Linden. And then so he's meeting, we think, with the Giants today. We know he's in town, and we think that Aaron Judge is meeting with the Giants today. So if you're leading the efforts to recruit him, how do you start your pitch?
I start my pitch with a gigantic vat of money. And I take him to a bank vault is what I do. I take him to my local bank, Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. And I take him in the vault and I say, you see that stack of money over there? That's yours. And that stack, yours. That stack, yours. Those diamonds, those aren't yours, but the money behind those diamonds, that's yours. You can have all of this and more. And I let him know that, this is your hometown team. And if I can, I bring in Rich Aurelia in that same bank vault.
Yeah.
The player that, Aaron Judge reportedly looked up to or idolized when he was a kid. And you have Richie, give him a quick meet and greet. And you just remind Aaron Judge what it's like out here. And by the way, beautiful day for Judge to be here in San Francisco. It's unseasonably warm and it's a beautiful blue sky. So I let Aaron Judge know how much we want him.
Yeah, I would say this if I were Aaron Judge, and I'm not. I would say, that's great, but if you could get Rich Aurelia in his prime, I would play with him. That would be terrific. Richie doesn't play anymore. I loved him. My point is, I want winners. I want to be on a winning team. You guys won 81 games last year, and I know I can help, but I want to go somewhere where I know I can expect to win every year, whether you're paying me this much money or even more money. So what are you going to do about that? As far as the weather, yeah, I am from the area, so I know it's not always like this in June there, huh?
It can be in June, what?
In June there, huh?
In June there,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah.
It can get a little bit chilly in the city.
I know
but,
that. So, yeah, as far as the weather goes, yeah.
And he gets that. But,
Yes.
And he already said, by the way, that he is willing to be the first signee to a new team. And if I'm Farhan, I say, hey, look, we already got Jock. We got Jock back. And we got Yaz, Jock and Yaz and Jock, huh?
Yeah.
huh?
They're terrific. Nothing against them, Farhan / Larry / Rich Aurelia. But that's, yeah. You had those guys last year and you won 81 games.
/ Patella.
Yeah. What else you got? What else are you going to do?
We're going to build around you, Aaron. We're going to bring in a new shortstop and, might be Dansby Swanson, huh? What do you think about Dansby?
I mean, that's a step in the right direction, sure.
Yeah, we're going to get some more pitching in here. I don't know if Carlos Rodon is a guy we might be able to bring back, but we got Logan Webb, good little starter. And by the way,
last year, he's great, but he was here last year. And you guys won 81 games.
We're coming off 107 the year before, 188 wins the last 2 years combined. That's darn near. That's a 94 a year right there, Aaron. It's pretty good. We're averaging 94 wins a year.
I'm buying into the narrative. It's hard to know because Aaron Judge obviously doesn't come out and say, this is where I want to go and this is what I want. But it does look like he wants to go somewhere where he realistically can expect to win every year. And so if the Giants are going to make a play for him, they're going to have other moves up their sleeves. And they're going to have to convince him, we're not just going to get you, we're going to get other players too. And otherwise, I don't think Aaron Judge is going to want to stay here as much as he loves the area and loves the orange and black and loves Richie Really.
Yeah, I think in terms of rebuilding this team and rebuilding this roster, I think that there are still enough moves, there are enough players out there to where you can, bring guys in and let Aaron Judge know.
Yeah.
And they will spend the money, and that's what Farhan Zaidi and company have said. They've said that they have money to spend, and they will spend it. So it's just, I think, as easy as convincing Aaron Judge that if he signs here, he would be the first of many other dominoes to fall.
Mm-hmm. If you were Aaron Judge, how important would it be to you to maybe play for a team that you rooted for when you were a kid? I mean, does that really, you're an adult now. Does that really matter?
It matters to the extent that you married a woman who is from your hometown and your parents and your in-laws still live in that hometown in Linden. So if you're a family man, if you're a family person and you want to start a family, it's important to have the in-laws, grandma and grandpa, nearby. I know for me, having a 12-week-old, shout out Mila, turned
She's
12
beautiful.
weeks yesterday.
Yeah.
Thank you. My mother-in-law, my future mother-in-law, future father-in-law, coming up here in about 3 days. They live
3 days?
Yeah, they live 2 miles away. So that's really important to be able to
I
have.
can't be your best man if you don't even tell me when the thing is.
It's a no-pressure invite, Whitey, is what it is. So much like other no-pressure invites in the past, you'll blow it off. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a family-only thing. But in terms of in-laws and, grandma and grandpa, I've understood now how important and what a benefit it is to have them that close. So if you're Aaron Judge, and I know you're not, but if you're looking to start a family and your wife is from the same hometown, I think there's a certain amount of power in coming home and at least being near, and I know how far it is, I made the drive,
right.
near your old hometown.
That's the other thing. If I sign with the Giants, those radio yahoos are going to be in my backyard all the time in Linden, bothering all my loved ones and all my neighbors and all the people I grew up with.
Didn't bother a person.
I don't want that.
We stayed at the Lions Club in Linden. We were afforded very great accommodations there at the Linden Lions Club.
Wonderful.
We didn't actually bother anybody. We didn't knock on any doors. We sent our intrepid cub
that's
reporter
right.
Kyle.
He bothered people.
Well, he tried to, but no one would be bothered by Kyle.
What do you think 0 to 10 the chances are that the Giants get Aaron Judge? I don't think it's going to work out.
Well, I had it at a 0.5
okay.
up until the offseason. And,
he is here meeting with them. That's something.
I would put it at a 6 now on a scale of 0 to 10.
Okay.
I would say it's more likely than it's unlikely.
Hope you're right.
I do too. I think that if push comes to shove and the money's right, the money's the same. The Yankees offer $350 or whatever, and the Giants offer $350. If the money is equal, I think he comes here. A chance to not have to play under that same level of scrutiny. Because what can he do in New York that he hasn't already done? Win a World Series is the answer to that. I'll go ahead and answer for you. He's already broken the American League home run record. He hit 62, and he still got booed. So unless he goes there and wins a World Series, he can't do anything more than what he did. Now, what can he do with the Giants? Well, it doesn't matter what he does with the Giants. Just by being here, he will have already done more for the Giants than any player since Barry Bonds.
But you know how quickly the bloom can be off the rose. If 3 years from now he comes here and they're not very good and he's overpaid and he's not productive and he's an okay player, you don't want to sign up for that long term. So I don't know.
But what happens if he does the same thing in New York? And let's say that's the way his career goes.
I just think it's less likely. I know Joe, pardon me, but to that point, Joe Shasky said, no, the Yankees are in decline. I think the Yankees, with their willingness to spend, I think it's less likely. If I'm Aaron Judge, I think it's less likely that I go there and then things unravel competitively. I don't know.
Right, but let's just say individually. Let's say that individually over the next 3 years, he regresses and he doesn't have nearly the same sort of impact, no matter what the team does, individually. And after 3 years, if he is, it's an overpay, and Aaron Judge is not the player that we thought he was going to be, where is that going to be less palatable? New York or here in San Francisco?
I don't know, but that's like the best of a bad situation. I don't know if that how high that ranks on my considerations if I'm Aaron Judge. I hope it works out.
I think it's part of it, though.
Yeah.
If you're thinking about, if you're Aaron Judge, you're not thinking, boy, what if I hit the skids?
Right.
Exactly. Where would I be better off if I hit the skids? You're not thinking that at all. But in the back of your mind, you're thinking about where is the fan base going to be more tolerable to me maybe struggling.
Yeah. What about Bellinger now? Is the Dodgers said, thanks for everything. So they have some cash freed up. That's not going to happen, is it?
It better
Aaron
not.
Judge to the Dodgers?
If that happens, seriously, if that happens, that's an absolute catastrophe for Farhan Zaidi and company. That's the one thing that cannot happen in all this.
Your friend Joe Spadoni suggests that the A's are going to meet with Aaron Judge at the Black Bear Diner, and I
in Emeryville, don't sleep on it, Dibs.
Yeah, no, it's right there on Powell Street, right across from I think it's a 76 station.
I don't think it's that funny.
It's right across from the Burger King,
and they got the Bay Street Mall over there.
Yeah.
Tell them Spadone sent you.
Great Trader Joe's there too as well. And
look at this, Aaron. This could all be yours.
Yeah, exactly. You could live right here in Bay Street, like on the third floor above the PF Chang's. Maybe you can even see Mark
I would like
Davis.
to stay in the in the American League in the junior circuit. Sure, I know the pitcher's better.
Yeah, I actually said yesterday on my KPIX hit with Gianna Franco.
Yeah.
Thank you. In game time in the morning, I said, the A's are geographically closer to his hometown than the Giants are.
Yeah.
And she dismissed that.
What?
Gianna Franco Matumbo'd me.
Disrespectful.
She laughed at me.
She's known you a long time. That's disrespectful.
And it's geographically accurate.
Yeah.
You better be careful.
I was
Speaking
careful.
of disrespect, the Warriors were somewhat disrespected last night by the Pelicans. I just want to say something real quick. We don't need to talk a lot about that game, obviously. About load management. I heard somebody on a national show yesterday talking about load management doesn't work. The players are still getting hurt, so clearly load management doesn't work. So every player should play every game. And I get it from a fan's perspective, and especially if you're a fan in New Orleans and you wanted to see Steph Curry. Wow, that sucks they didn't play. But load management, there's a reason they do it. As a fan of the game, I'm begrudgingly in favor of it if it increases the chances that players will be able to play longer and will be healthier. I understand it. This notion that guys get hurt anyway, so it's meaningless and shouldn't do it. I just think that's very short-sighted at best and, frankly, kind of stupid at worst.
It's just wrong. Players get hurt because players get hurt. And I don't know how many injuries happen because players play more often than they should.
No one can ever know that, but it's more likely that a fatigued player is going to get hurt.
Right. And I think when you look at fatigued players are going to be fatigued no matter what. So you look at load management and you say, okay, let's go to a 72-game schedule, which, by the way, will never happen. We're not going to ever get to a point where pro sports have fewer games. Owners want more games. Owners don't really care about player safety in terms of, the bottom line and making money. So, but let's just say hypothetically you go to 72 games.
Hypothetical.
NBA players wouldn't play all 72. You would still load manage.
Right.
You would load manage certain situations. Okay, let's just play 50 games. Well, players would still load manage at 50 games, depending on how closely grouped together these games were. That ultimately is the issue. So the NBA tried to mitigate it by, okay, no more 4 games in 5 nights. But now we will have 3 games in 4 nights. Load management. If you had 2 games in 3 nights, if you had a back-to-back, load management. These teams are going to load manage the players no matter what. So to think that fewer games is going to offset the issue is ridiculous. I just feel bad for Warriors fans and certainly for Pelicans fans who wanted to see an actual competitive game against the defending champs. This Warrior team shot 38% and had 26 turnovers. Give me a break, Whitey. That's a second-rate product. You should give your fans discounts.
Yes, there should be dynamic pricing. If I have to pay more to see the good teams, I shouldn't have to pay more to see a good team if their best players aren't playing. Someone's coming right down my driveway into the garage trying to get in, that laundry room, but I'm not going to let them from the 415. You don't care if players take games off, even though they're not injured, because you don't have to pay ticket prices. If you paid ticket prices to go see Steph and Clay play and you got scrubs, you would care.
Absolutely, I would care. And that's why I think that they should have reverse dynamic pricing. And what I actually came up with, which I thought was groundbreaking, exit pricing. So you buy a ticket and you pay a flat rate for a ticket, whatever the flat rate for your ticket's going to be.
I'm listening.
When you leave the game, if you got overtime, if you got an unbelievable performance, if Steph Curry shoots and scores 54 points,
I gotta pay more?
You got to pay more.
No.
However, if you go to a game and you get that crap sandwich that you got last night with the Warriors with 26 turnovers and they shoot 38% with nobody on the floor, you get money back. It's real dynamic pricing.
Oh, fans get so excited at the end of the games now about whether they're going to get a free hamburger or something. If somebody makes a free throw, we get free hamburgers. Can you imagine if you actually
hits
have money?
A fadeaway 3 in double overtime, and you got to pay an extra $20 on your way out.
Yeah, this is going to be a great game. Yeah, but they might win, and then we're going to have to pay more. We're going to have to leave. We have to leave early. Hopefully we can get out before the game's over.
I know that part of my plan is flawed, but the other end of it, I think, is what we need to get to. So let's say you're a Pelicans fan, and you pay $100 for your ticket last night, and you're all geared up, and you've got little Timmy, who we had to scrimp and scrape every single possible dollar to make it to this game.
Right.
We couldn't.
I made him wash my car.
We actually didn't buy groceries this week just so we could make it to go see Steph Curry.
Sure.
Steph out, Clay out, Draymond out, Wiggins out. $100 a ticket? No, your ticket's now $30. You get a rebate. That's what I'm talking about, Whitey.
A full rebate?
No, you get a half rebate. You get money back. It's a money back guarantee.
That's tough.
Don't miss Jonathan Kuminga. Don't miss Kevon Looney play 5.5 minutes and then take a powder. Don't miss Patrick Baldwin Jr.'s gutsy 18 minutes off the bench.
Yeah,
give me a break.
By the way, Wiseman playing in the G League last night had 18 points or something.
Oh, he did.
He's playing in the G League. Let's not get too excited about that, right? Oh, he played well in the G League. He's playing in the G League on a night when the team was playing their backups against New Orleans, and he couldn't even play well enough to make that game. Anyway,
right?
Yeah, big game against the Clippers tomorrow. So
no, huge.
Yeah,
huge.
Yeah,
and if they sit any of their stars, you should get money back.
Yeah. Do you think if they were playing better, could they have maybe broken it up a little bit? Well, we'll rest some of the guys against the Rockets and then some of the guys against New Orleans and maybe win both those games. I mean, they're struggling so much. We got to try to win the Houston game.
I don't think that they look at it that way.
Okay.
And honestly, Clay's not going to play back-to-backs. We know that. So Clay's out. And then, you've got Draymond, who's had a history of back issues, knee issues. He gets ice every time he comes off the floor. So you probably don't want to play Draymond on back-to-backs. And so you look at Steph, and Steph's like,
yeah,
I'm not playing without those two.
Yeah.
And then Wiggins is probably thinking, I'll play. And then, no, Andrew, you sit too. So it becomes a full collective.
Speaking of injuries, is that the only thing? Is it the only thing that can keep the 49ers from winning the Super Bowl? It's probably not the only thing, but it's up there. I mean, who's going to beat them? Who's going to beat them right now?
Dallas?
Philly's falling apart right now. Dallas is, okay. They beat a Minnesota team that was an impressive win, all right? There's only so much I can say about that. Very impressive win for the Cowboys. But the 49ers, it's all coming together on both sides of what I call the football.
It's coming together very nicely on both sides of the football. And, if you think about what sort of teams have given them problems in the past, even the recent past, mobile quarterbacks. And that's what Jalen Hurts is. He's a mobile quarterback. So I think about a game in Philadelphia, even if it's the NFC Championship game, Philly's got a good defense, not as good as the Niners,
right?
But their offense can give you problems.
Mm-hmm. Just the 49ers, especially if they get some of the guys back that we talked about, Armstead, who has the plantar fasciitis, and they get more depth on the defensive line. They're just so tough to stop up front. They put so much pressure on you. That's where it all starts. And then now, with all of the offensive weapons, as we saw last night, they're rolling right now. The 49ers are on a roll.
They look good, absolutely. And, you look ahead to what they have coming up. You've got New Orleans at home, Miami at home, Tampa at home. You don't have to leave the West Coast again. Your furthest trip is to Seattle. You go to Seattle, to Vegas. The rest of the way, you are at home. So the schedule has broken very well for you. New Orleans should be a win. Miami will be an interesting game on December 4th.
Coming up next, brought to you by Pfizer. Thanks, 49ers. We all needed that. And we'll rank the top 5 players on the 49ers right now, regardless of position. That's next. Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard. 95.7 The Game.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The 49ers had a fiesta in Mexico City.
Blitz off the edge. Ayuk has got his second. Touchdown 49ers. And there is a physical nature to this 49er team. On both sides of the ball that stands out. Here's Kittle. George Kittle. Touchdown 49ers.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
At 7-Eleven, we have fresh coffee 24/7. And if it's not fresh, it's free. That's 7-Eleven confidence. 7-Eleven, take it to 11. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. And more than anything, local businesses need access. Access to a knowledgeable banker and access to a full suite of business services. Can't come to the bank? We'll come to you. Our devotion to our clients ensures your business never misses a beat. That's why Fremont Bank remains the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softas, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you any cocktail you want? I'll have an old-fashioned.
I'll have a margarita.
Now you can with the Bartesian Home Cocktail Maker. Bartesian is a sleek machine the size of a coffee maker that makes premium cocktails at the touch of a button. Choose from over 50 different cocktails, from classics to the most exotic premium cocktails served in the best bars today. You'll always get freshly mixed, perfectly balanced cocktails with the Bartesian Cocktail Maker. And now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever at bartesian.com/premium. Entertaining? The Bartesian is ideal for parties. No need to stock all kinds of individual mixers for complicated complicated recipes. Every guest gets the cocktail of their choice in seconds. The Bartesian makes a wonderful gift for anyone who loves a fine premium cocktail. Now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever. It's available right now, only at Bartesian.com/premium. That's BARTESIAN.com/premium for Bartesian's best deal ever. Only at Bartesian.com/premium.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only, and then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now, before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
What's the best product I bought this year? Oh, that's easy. Salonpas pain-relieving patches. The proven medicines in Salonpas patches reduce my pain and let me do the things I need to do every day.
In a recent clinical study, patients using Salonpas reported improved sleep, mood, and the ability to work. They had less pain and were able to reduce their use of oral pain medications.
For pain, I use Salonpas. It's good medicine.
Sponsored by Hisamitsu.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Bay Area, it's Joe Shasky. You know you can check out me and Bonte Hill every single morning, 6 to 9 a.m., the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Now we go back to Willard and Dibs and Dan Dibley, the Jockberty champion of all time. You hear that, Bonte? Here on 95.7 The Game.
Wow.
That's got to hurt. That's got to hurt. I'm sure Bonte will be calling in here in 3, 2, and 1.
It's Whitey in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game. By the way, Trimark has been partnering with independent restaurateurs in Northern California for, Dibs, I think it's more than 55 years, if I'm not mistaken.
That's a long time.
Trimark brings you innovative product solutions to help your hospitality business thrive. Visit TrimarkWest.com. Programming note, I don't think we've got Jockberty today, but tomorrow, I'm really not sure what's going to happen tomorrow with Jockberty. Could it be in the morning? Could Dibs face Bonte in the morning? I mean, there's rumors that maybe that could happen. I don't know. Will Bonte join us in the afternoon if he doesn't play in the morning? We don't know. I don't know what's going to happen.
Stay tuned. I mean, I don't even know if I'll be here tomorrow, quite frankly.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, that's Kyle Shanahan. None of us will know if we're even going to be here tomorrow. So
Yeah.
It just depends on how the rest of the day goes, you know.
I will say, yesterday you did not win Jockberty, but John Dickinson played really well, and Steiny played really well, so there was certainly no shame in that. And you rallied late, almost climbed back into it. JD played really well.
Yeah, I had a couple of mistakes, a couple of missteps early. I wasn't focused. I wasn't sharp. I was watching the U.S. and their own choke job against Wales, so I was a little bit distracted, admittedly, but I need to be sharper than that.
Yeah, 49ers sharp last night. I threw out the question, getting carried away, I admit. Who's going to beat this 49er team? You mentioned the Cowboys on the text line, the Chiefs. They're playing so well right now. And I think last night the 49ers needed that and fans needed that because fans have been feeling like, wow, this is coming together. But, they lost to Atlanta and they lost to the Bears and lost to the Broncos. And last night we saw it blossom, did we not? It's like, yes, okay. They served notice, if you will, that we are a legitimate Super Bowl contender right now.
They are legit, especially when you look at the way they went about it offensively. I mean, defensively, we've seen this now throughout the majority of the year. They've been clinical. They've been dominant. Aside from a few soft spots, the Atlanta game where they had a bunch of players out, Kansas City, offensively, they were so good. The defense was kind of beleaguered in that one. But since then, dominant in the second half, shutouts in 3 straight games. So we know that that's been a factor. But all of us coming off of the game Sunday night against the Chargers, when are you going to unfurl all these weapons? How can you only score barely 20 points with all these weapons?
Score in the red zone.
Yeah, exactly. And what'd you see last night? They did all those things. They checked all those boxes. Ayuk got in the end zone. Kittle and Debo. McCaffrey got carries. Mitchell late got a chance to pound the rock. So you finally got to see the full complement of weapons in this offense, and boy, it looks scary for other teams.
Dibs, at the risk of getting carried away.
We're so carried away.
I admit. Who would be the ideal Super Bowl foe for the 49ers? If the 49ers are right, they're going to get through, and I know there's a long way to go, and there's certainly nothing close to a guarantee they get there. But as long as we're getting carried away here, who would be the ideal Super Bowl foe for the 49ers?
In terms of teams they could beat?
In terms of any way you want to slice. To me, it would be the Chiefs because the Chiefs are the team that beat them in the 2019 season after that, and they beat them this year, and that would be, the Chiefs are still probably the
best team, the creme de la
gold
creme.
standard.
Yes, absolutely. If you could go to the Super Bowl and face the Chiefs and beat the Chiefs, that would be the absolute pinnacle. But there are other teams in terms of the AFC that would be, I think, very interesting matchups. Tennessee, for example.
That'd be a slugfest,
That would be an absolute slobber knocker, as we like to say. Oh, a team that in some ways emulates what the 49ers tried to do.
Right.
Solid ground game. Now, the Niners don't have Derrick Henry, but they do run the ball very well. And, Tannehill is kind of a Garoppolo-ian quarterback, kind of a game manager guy, a tough guy who will hang in there and make the throws. And I love the way Tennessee plays for their coach, Mike Vrabel. They're a very good, solid, rugged football team. I would like to have that game be played outdoors somewhere. I know it won't be in Arizona, but that would be an interesting Super Bowl matchup. But also, look at a possible game against Miami and the protege, or even the New York Football Jets and a former protege.
Oh, what about those Buffalo Bills and the pride of Fireball, California?
Yep, Fireball.
Yeah.
Good knowledge. Yeah. Shout out Low Neal in the 209. And by the way, Low Neal falling short again of Hall of Fame semifinal status. The 28 modern era semifinalists have been released, and Lorenzo Neal again nominated, made the first wave, and then did not make it to the semifinals, which really, it frustrates me because as I'm looking at the list right now, I'm not seeing any true fullback, any true blocking fullback on the list, and a bunch of them this year were nominated.
Disappointing, but not surprising. Speaking of low, somebody in the text line was wondering when we were talking about load management if you guys ever had to practice low management when you did the show with them.
Without a doubt. Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Yeah, there was some low management, and it was usually more self-imposed low management. Where you
Go to hell, Dibs.
I know, Lo. The feet would be up on the... and the mic would be back here. No. We get the feet up. And, there'd be certain times where he would low manage his own way out.
Yeah.
Sometimes we'd be talking Giants. We'd be getting into the real deep water.
Yeah.
Talking about bullpen moves and middle infielders.
Yeah.
And,
platoons probably with the Giants.
Not spittoons, but platoons. And at those times, there might be some low management.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate, but as I say, hardly a surprise. We all know that he's Hall of Fame worthy, but what are you going to do? Yeah. As far as the 49ers go, Dibs, who are the 5 best players on the 49ers? Is Jimmy one of the 5 best players, regardless of position? I know
That's ridiculous.
night. I know I asked a question.
Yeah, I hate to jump the queue, but
yeah, is that ridiculous? Just ask the question. Last night, Joe and Troy said, Trent Williams is the best player on this team, regardless of position.
Yep.
So, all right. So I wanted to see 888-957-9570. Who are the top 5 49ers, regardless of position? Is Jimmy one of them?
Is Jimmy even in the top 10?
I don't know.
888-957-9570.
He's got to be in the top 10. He's the freaking quarterback.
Right, but if you start to really pick your way through this, and I know that you have, nobody picks through it like Whitey Gleason. If you want to talk about your easy top 5, you start with Trent Williams, the aforementioned Trent Williams. He's absolutely, he might be the best player on the team.
And
Nick
then
Bosa.
Saccaroni. Yeah.
Saccaroni would
Do you like
be,
his term, by the way?
I
for
do
Sac?
like
Yeah.
it.
Do you?
Just because he's such a
That's
goofball.
A Saccaroni.
We had his mom on and Cheryl Bosa when they were playing the Chargers, and we talked about Nick and Joey and what they were like as kids and whether or not they fought, and they did fight. And I asked about Nick's kind of like, he kind of has that aw shucks goofy demeanor, and she said he's always been like that, and he's just the nicest guy and all the rest of it. So I do like Saccaroni.
Yeah. Just think your parents, when you and Dwayne, were going at it, or me and one of my brothers, it's like, hey, knock it off. But when those guys went at it, it's like, you're going to break the house.
Seriously. Mike and Doug famously had a fight in our house in Petaluma. Must have been 1979.
So this wasn't you. This was Mike and Doug. Huh?
Yeah, I'm so much younger than the two of them that most of the beatings I just had to absorb.
Yeah, I can relate to
that. I was like a human
being the
sponge.
youngest. Yeah,
even my sister, Hurricane Gail, gave it to me a few times. I'll never forget the one time
made you tougher, made you better.
I hit Gail as hard as I've ever hit anyone in my life. I mean, I swung from like deep in the deep south and clocked her with a right cross. A haymaker right to the kisser.
Yeah.
It was unfortunate for me.
Yeah.
Because she looked at me and said, now what?
Yeah.
And I said, well, now what? Now I cry.
That's all I got.
And I run to Mom.
Yeah.
Mom wasn't around.
Oh, no.
Your boy took about 7 straight to the dome, and that was that. Yeah. It's another L for your boy. But, Mike and Doug in Petaluma went toe-to-toe. But Saccaroni, Nicky Bosa is
no question.
in
Trent
the top
Williams
5.
1, Nick Bosa 2.
Fred Warner 3. I'm going to put Fred Warner in my top 5. What he does for the defense, the way he flies around, his determination defensively, so important.
Let's see if we get ping pong here and how far we get before we disagree. I would go 4. I would go McCaffrey.
Okay, I'll allow it.
All
I was
right.
thinking Debo, but to me, Debo, Kittle, and McCaffrey are all higher on the list than the aforementioned James Garoppolo.
We'll see. So 5 you would then go? Would you go?
I would go Kittle. What he does in the run game, yeah.
But you can still go Debo there if you want.
I could go Debo at 5, but I'll go Kittle at 5, thinking that you'll probably go Debo at 6.
Huh. All right. 6. Yeah, I'd have to. Debo. Yeah, sure. Sorry, took me longer than it should have.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the top 6. Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, Warner, McCaffrey, Kittle, Debo. Your estimates may vary, but we haven't gotten to Jimmy yet.
Not even
he's probably number
sniffing
7
Jimmy.
right here. Go ahead.
I'll go Mooney. Mooney Ward.
Really?
He's been the anchor in the secondary, yeah. Mooney Ward is a guy who has come in and stabilized a secondary that was not totally unstable, but think about it going into this year. We had question marks about this Niners secondary. Charvarius, don't call me Charvarius. Mooney Ward
All right.
has been a stabilizing force. I got him at 7.
Fair enough. I got to go Jimmy at 8.
I wish you wouldn't.
Well, I know there are other guys that are candidates, but he's the quarterback and he's playing well, and I don't think that's a reach to say Jimmy is the 8th best player on the team right now.
It's not a reach. I think you could make an argument for such players as Kyle Juszczyk and what he does in the run game.
I mean, you could.
Brandon Ayuk and his precise route running.
Yeah. But
Certainly
who's got to get him
Dre
the ball?
Greenlaw.
Yeah.
And his
Juszczyk got a mention on the text line here, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Dre Greenlaw would be a guy you could mention as the second linebacker.
Personal foul.
Who
Yeah.
comes in. Well,
Yeah.
he lays the hat on people. He sends a message, dog.
Yeah.
It's
My
important.
point is that, we have this notion that Jimmy, he's a quarterback, but he doesn't really do anything on the team. He just hands off, and he's playing much better than that right now.
He is.
Yeah. really well. He's not, for now anyway, right now he's not just a game manager. He's one of the weapons. We don't talk about all the weapons. I don't know why and I do too. They got all these weapons.
So many weapons.
Yeah, so many. They're unwrapping the weapons. He's one of them right now.
He is.
Tell me why. If I'm wrong, tell me why I'm wrong.
Oh, no, you're not wrong. And, on the YouTube feed, Matthew Nathy says, Dibs just want to put Jimmy at 11 to prove his point. Well, kind of, yes, I do. And we got to 8, and we got to the quarterback, and I think the bigger point in all of this is the fact that we can legitimately get to 8 before going to the quarterback. That speaks to just how good this team is.
Now, that probably is pretty unusual for a team that has a chance to compete for a Super Bowl. If you went to any other contender, I'll give you that. If you took any other contender, that we want to spend time on that.
Josh Allen,
yeah, he's
won.
Probably not 8th. Yeah.
Kansas City, Mahomes,
right.
He's won.
Right.
I mean, you can go to any of the other legitimate, even Minnesota. You would put Kirk Cousins at 2, Justin Jefferson 1.
No, Kirk Cousins will be down the list. That might be close to 8th, but I don't know. But he wouldn't be 2.
Because you are a hater. Cousins hater.
Taking my boy Hawkinson before Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
You got him on fantasy, don't you, Spinone?
He stinks.
All right.
Speaking of stinks, France down 1-0. Australia with an early goal.
Oh, boy.
The Socceroos, we may have another upset in the making.
Would it be? How big of an upset? Give me in NFL terms how big of an upset it would be, please. You or Spadone.
That would be the Houston Texans beating Kansas City at Arrowhead.
Sacre bleu.
Yeah. It would be that big.
Uh-huh.
Totally. It'd be silver worthy.
Yeah, on the text line here, see, Jimmy's not even the best Jimmy on the team. No, come on. Isn't he? Of course he is.
I'd shout out Jimmy Ward.
Yeah, I know. And Jimmy Ward's a nice player, but Garoppolo is the quarterback, and he's playing very well. That's my point.
No, he's playing fine.
No, he's not playing fine. He's playing very well.
He's playing fine.
He's fine.
What was the biggest throw he made last night? Was it the throw to a wide open Kittle, or was it a throw to a wide open Brandon Ayuk?
It honestly was probably the throw.
He didn't make any tough throws last night.
Well, I would say the touchdown pass to Ayuk, and we talked about this earlier, where he had McCaffrey in the slot and had to go through a progression. Like, nope, can't throw it there because there's a defender, and then went through his progression and threw a nice, beautiful spiral to Ayuk for a touchdown. Jimmy Garoppolo's done it again.
That was an elite route. That was a route that, yes. And, even you in your Vallejo Admirals days.
Vallejo Vikings.
Sorry, I couldn't remember the nickname, but your Pop, you always talk about your Pop Warner career. Even you, Kev, could have made that throw. Jimmy was fine last night. He made the throws. He found the open players. That was a Kyle Shanahan game more than it was a Jimmy G game.
Can I share something with you about playing quarterback?
Sharing is caring, yeah.
Yeah, just real quick, because I know nobody cares. I get that. The only pass I really liked to throw, Pop Warner, was the swing pass, because the shoulder pads were so big I couldn't throw. It's really hard. I can't even move my arm because the shoulder pads were so big. Yeah, and then you'd see like Roger Staubach had those tiny shoulder pads. Like, yes, that's what I need.
Right.
So I was like, I love that swing pass. Anything else, like, man, I can't even get my arm back to throw it that far.
Right. You can't fault you either for being a two-way player, because you had to lay the hat on the other side of the ball, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, I was not going to be a two-way player until the second half of the first game. It's like, we're getting our asses kicked. We're going to go play defense. Okay. Didn't know what I was doing. Yeah.
Going up against Bethel Island, those guys were tough. Or Benicia.
Yeah.
The
Benicia Barons that year. Yeah, we lost to the Rams in the opener, as you well know. Anyway, 888
tough loss.
957-9570. Your boy threw a pick with 26 seconds to go, by the way, sealing our fate.
Ouch.
Yeah. That's all right. It happens. Try to make a play at that level.
Exactly.
Or would you put Ayuk? You honestly would put Ayuk ahead of Jimmy?
No. Honestly, I wouldn't. I was just kind of trolling you. And, Ayuk has been great, but without a good quarterback to find him. And I don't want to disparage Jimmy Garoppolo, because he's been great. This is the best football he's played. 3 straight games without an interception. Jimmy Garoppolo has done what's needed. And they're now 13-2 when he doesn't throw an interception. So it's not that simple, but it kind of is that simple. Jimmy G, don't turn the ball over. Get it out of your hand. And by the way, no sacks last night. So we could talk about McGlinchey and Brendel and Burford and Banks and all the rest of them up front. They did a fantastic job in pass pro.
Yeah, I tweeted something weeks ago about the offensive line, and Matt Barrows Matt Barrows called them the killer B minuses. Ha ha. That's pretty funny. Who's getting the last laugh now, huh? That offensive line. Productive.
Yeah, very productive. And they look good, and that's the offensive line you need. And, Arizona's defense they're okay. They're not a great defense, especially what we saw in the second half where they started turning down opportunities to make plays.
See, that's what was so impressive about Kyle Shanahan and his game plan, because if you looked at the numbers, and most people have far better things to do, but you looked at the numbers before the game, Arizona defensively, they're pretty good at stopping the run. And they've been up and down there, but pretty good at that. So they loaded up last night. They were determined to stop the run. Vance Joseph, we're stopping the run. Daring Jimmy to beat us. So the 49ers adjusted to that, threw the ball 21 times in the first half. Then after they softened things up, then they got the run going in the second half. That's creative. But people, as we said earlier, a lot of fans look at it, why aren't they throwing like a halfback pass? That's creative. They need to be more creative.
Right, and creativity is only as good as what the defense gives you.
Just different ways of solving problems is creativity.
And that's the way it went last night. And by the way, Arizona has given up more points than any team in the National Football Conference. They've given up 296 on the year. They are dead last in points allowed, and I know they've played 11 games more than some teams have played, but even if you look in the AFC, no team has given up 296 either. So their defense has not been great over the course of this year. But to your point, Kyle Shanahan looked at what they were coming with defensively and made the adjustments. And he trusted Jimmy G to make the throws. 14 of 21 in the first half. Good enough percentage, 2 touchdowns.
Good enough. He's okay. He's fine.
It was good enough. I mean, 66.6%. It was fine. It's not like he lit the world on fire.
It's good. It's
and he wound up with 229 yards?
From the 5-7
foot.
Well, because they ran the ball so much in the second half. He had 154 at halftime. He was on pace to have another 300-yard passing game against Arizona, which he's done a number of times.
153 at the half,
5-7 forces. Quarterback play is down this year. So I'd rank Jimmy in the top 10 of quarterbacks right now. Let's go to Matt in San Francisco, 888-957-9570. Matt, thanks for listening. Is Jimmy right now one of the 49ers' top 10 players regardless of position? Matt?
No, he's not. But there's a reason. My issue is a win's always great, but I think I gotta agree with this. Curb our enthusiasm here. If we want to say we're a Super Bowl contender, you look at an All-Pro at every skill position. Last night went the way it should, and there's too many times where we celebrate and put the crown on Jimmy, and this new Hemi thing is painful. This. He's the guy now. Chill out. It's Arizona, like you guys said, leading the league in points allowed. We go against a hobbled Saints team next week. You can start talking when you see how he does against Seattle when he doesn't have a lead that was already established, or how he does against the Buccaneers and starts to see top-tier defenses. It's too much of this hot and cold with Jimmy. There's a reason Trey was brought in, and now that Trey's hurt, it is what it is. But Jimmy's serviceable at best. You say he had X amount of passing yards, which is painful to look at on paper, because Niner fans know who watch the game every week. Yeah, most of those are 15 to 25-yard passes that the Yak brothers turn into something.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt. I understand that, and you're right.
Don't cut off the collar when he's agreeing with me. Matt, go ahead, Matt. Can you stay for longer?
Gone.
That's too bad.
Gone. I thought he'd made his point. I apologize, Matt, if no.
He was driving his point home, unlike Jimmy Garoppolo driving the ball down the field.
Accepted.
My point is that Jimmy this year has been better than that. But I understand your point. Let's wait and see how he plays against better opposition.
And 228 yards
he's going to bury Seattle.
29 throws.
He's going to destroy Seattle. We'll see. Maybe you're right.
They're going to bury New Orleans. They're going to crush New Orleans. I'm interested to see.
Jimmy doesn't make the schedule.
I'm interested to see how they do against Miami, because Miami will score against this defense. Miami's offense is nasty. They are electric in terms of what they can do.
Off the field, Dibs, because I'm running the ball down there. Throat.
That's nice. Exactly. I appreciate that. 28 carries last night for the 49ers. Normally 30 is the mark where that's when they go ahead and win ball games. So they didn't really run it down their throat.
So what they do if they didn't run it?
29 passes,
throw
28
the ball.
runs.
Who throws the ball? Oh, the quarterback. Yeah, he's okay.
He's a nickel dimer. He's a pitch and catch guy. The biggest throw he made down the field was to a wide open, broken coverage George Kittle.
Mm-hmm.
So let's not portray Jimmy as a guy who stood back there and he was slinging it to and fro. It was Captain Checkdown.
No, it wasn't Captain Checkdown. I mean, if he's throwing those slant routes, that's not a check. You're right. I mean, it's great for him
Lot of
now
short throws.
when he has that opportunity, as we discussed yesterday. Hey, if things break down, I know McCaffrey's out there somewhere. But still, that's those short throws. I don't know why you want to belittle them. They're like surgical strikes.
I get
That's
it.
what they're
Belittle him like the little throws that he makes.
Julian in San Bruno. Julian, is it Julian or Julian? How do I say your name correctly, sir?
Hey, it's Julian. Thanks
Julian.
for taking my call.
Yeah, what do you got?
Yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know why people just hating on Jimmy. Like, he honestly is good for us when he needs to be good and can execute the pass when we're, like, ahead of the game. And that's all he really needs to do right now. And is he a top 10 player in our organization right now? Yeah, for sure. I mean, we wouldn't have won if freaking Brock Purdy was in. Like, come on, give the guy his laurels. He's not him, he's Jim. But whatever. Go Niners.
Thank you, Julian.
Call
He's
of the
not
day
him.
candidate right there.
He's right. And he summed it up right there at the end. He's not him, which, him is like the new, oh, you're the dude. You're him.
Yeah.
He's not him. He's Jim. And
Right.
which he's fine. No one's saying that Jimmy Garoppolo is anything other than he's good.
Yeah.
He wins games.
But you are. When you say he's fine, you're saying he's not that good.
20 of 29 for 228. He's fine.
How many touches did he have last night? I forget.
4 touchdowns.
4?
How many of those were like, whoa, Jimmy? Whoa, bro. How did you do it? 0?
In my book, they all were.
Right.
In my book, they all were.
Nice uptick. I can't fight the tick. But, the one that George Kittle catches and goes an extra, 37 yards on his own.
That was Arizona. That was because of the Arizona defense. Like, we got a holiday coming up. I don't want to get hurt.
Totally.
We got people coming over. Coming up next, as Thanksgiving approaches, Dibs may not, some of you may not, but Kyle gives thanks for number 10. That's coming up next here. It's sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard, 95.7 The Game.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
We have a very unselfish team, and I think that's hard to find in the NFL nowadays. Just guys don't care if they get 10 targets or 1 target. If we get a W, W's a W, and that's all we're here for.
3rd down and 5. Garoppolo pulls it down. End zone. What a throw and catch. Touchdown IU. Garoppolo will float it. He's got Kittle. And Kittle is gone for the touchdown. Trent Williams out in front of him. IU blocking. Devo. End zone touchdown. What a play. No flags. Another one for San Francisco.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Feels great, baby.
95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, Charge not a dime up front and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals, November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with quick accepts, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Way to shut up. Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Great to be here on this holiday week. Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason in for Mark Willard with my good friend, Dan Dibley. Yeah, something that I don't think a lot of people know about Dibs.
Nice.
Actually, I don't have. I just wanted to throw that in there. I didn't really have anything. Apparently, he's going to be married in a couple days.
Yeah, rumor has it.
It's tremendous.
Yeah, we'll see.
For a holiday? Oh, you're still not sure?
I mean, a long way to go between now and then. You know, a lot of rumors about a lot of things.
Yeah.
Rumors about Jockparty, rumors about nuptials.
Yeah.
Rumors about France up 2-1.
Really?
Yeah, they scored again.
Okay.
Olivier Giroud gorgeous.
Pardon me?
Olivier Giroud.
Okay. It sounds
He's very
when you
handsome.
say it, very melodic and
It's
beautiful.
the way he plays is equally melodic and equally beautiful.
Hey, who's going to win the Golden Boot?
I don't know.
Okay.
My bet would have been
I can bet on that,
Kylian Mbappe. Yeah, you won't get the same odds that you would have gotten before the tournament starts because some goals have already been scored. But the French striker Mbappe, not the Hanson song Mbop, but
boy,
similar.
those kids, they had talent, didn't
I
they?
had that album. Yeah, nice.
Before we get any further here, Kyle Madsen, outstanding producer here, and of course he runs Candlestick Chronicles.
Outstanding, producer.
He has some thoughts here, what we've been talking about, which is Jimmy G, is he one of the top 10 49ers right now, regardless of position? And some are still saying, yeah, I don't know, maybe. What do you make of all this, Kyle?
I think that I'm not a big Jimmy Garoppolo guy. I don't think he's ever going to be like a top 5 or 10 quarterback in the league or anything crazy like that. But he's also the only quarterback in the NFL that I'm aware of who throws 4 touchdowns, and it's like, yeah, but did he? Did he throw 4 touchdowns?
Thank you.
Yeah. And he threw 4 touchdowns. That's hard to do.
He threw 4 times, and they resulted in touchdowns, is the way that happened.
Well, there was the one to Ayuk where he looked to McCaffrey's way, and Ayuk was the second read. He makes that throw. The first one to George Kittle was an off-schedule play where he could have run for the first down, but pulled up at the line of scrimmage and threw a pass over the top. That's not something we've seen him do in the past. The other throw to Ayuk was a nice throw in traffic, and then Ayuk made a guy miss and got into the end zone. And then the one to Kittle, he's rolling left, has to float a little lollipop over there. I've seen him miss that throw.
Yeah. No,
and then Arizona's defense quit.
I think he's bound for the Pro Bowl myself. He's all pro. All pro quarterback. Yeah, seriously. Is there still a Pro Bowl? Do guys still get named to the Pro Bowl even though there is no Pro Bowl?
They actually just name who doesn't make the Pro Bowl now.
Exactly.
It's a shorter list.
No, seriously though, Kyle, do they actually have guys that they name to the Pro Bowl and those guys get to go and play like capture the flag?
Yeah, they changed it this year. It's like going to be flag football. And so I think you still get the distinction as a Pro Bowler.
Sure.
There just won't be that random game on in January before the Super Bowl that nobody watches, but somehow everybody watches.
It's such a great betting day too.
Yeah.
It's an easy bet.
Kyle, is Jimmy a him?
I would assume so. I've never.
Don't talk about that.
What's his pronoun, Kyle?
No, that's. I was wondering. I was wondering. You guys were talking about. The caller said this Jimmy G. People calling him Himmy. Debo Samuel called him Himmy Guap.
Yeah.
How many hymns do the 49ers have?
Comments.
Game show music, please.
Exactly. And by him, you mean a player who stands above all others or most others at his position in the National Football League.
Yeah, just like I think the old verbiage would be like, man, that guy's a stud.
4?
You got 4 hymns?
Yeah. What? 4?
.com.
Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, McCaffrey, and Kittle.
Trent Williams,
and they almost have to be by definition. If someone says, no, I don't think so, then it's almost like, well, you're right. I mean, it has to be like, yes, everyone has to agree. To me, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, McCaffrey, and Kittle.
I would just go Trent Williams and Nick Bosa. And Fred Warner, to me, would be the third one that I would possibly put on the list.
Mm-hmm.
Christian McCaffrey, yeah, he's close. And Debo Samuel, also close. But
not Kittle, huh?
I mean, George Kittle, perhaps.
The founder of Tight End U.
Yeah, great. That's nice. So he founded a little club for he and his fellow position players.
Great blocker, probably the best combination blocker pass catcher in the history of the position.
In the history of the position, wow.
Sure.
I don't even know if would be the best at his position this year.
All right,
in terms of both.
If you honestly don't
Pro
agree,
Football Focus.
Yeah. From the 925, not Kittle, you misspelled Kelsey. Okay, all right. I withdraw then. Like I say, it has to be unanimous. If somebody can make a compelling argument to the contrary, then you have to withdraw your nomination. So I guess I'm forced to.
So if he's not George Himmel, then does he have that dog in him, Whitey? I think he's got that dog in him.
Yeah, I think so.
Is that another?
Yes, Kyle.
It's another thing the young people say.
Oh, okay. He's got the dog.
It was in his bag last night, Kyle.
He sure was, Whitey.
Right.
Deep in his bag.
Yeah. All right.
That's
Trent
the other
Williams,
one.
take us.
Everyone's in their bag now.
I know. I was asking Spadone and Kyle about that. All of a sudden, it's like everyone's saying that now. And it's fine. I'm not, it's just like, why all of a sudden is everyone saying that about
So Jimmy
everyone?
G threw 4 touchdown passes. He was in his bag.
In the deepest recesses of his bag.
He was even in the bag of other quarterbacks last night.
I mean, he was in his bag last night throwing those 3-yard hitch routes. Jimmy G was in his bag.
That's not what he was doing. You're not giving him quite enough credit.
I think you guys are giving him too much credit, so I have to.
How?
I mean, 4 touchdown passes.
That's true. It's a fact.
No, it is a fact. He threw for 228 yards in a game that was completely one-sided. It's not like he went out there and threw for 440 and 4 tugs.
Was the first half totally one-sided?
Pretty much. After the opening 2 drives, the Niners took that game over.
He threw 21 passes in the first half. And then he had 153 at halftime. So he was one of the big reasons why they were dominating the first half. Not the only reason, not just him, but he was one of the big reasons why, because he was so with those surgical strikes that you like to put out, those short passes, like surgical with precision. He was one of the big reasons why.
6 of 8 for 75 yards in the second half. Oh, he was in his bag.
Because they ran the ball.
Because
75 yards, how many touches?
They ran the ball after he caught the ball. That's my whole point. Is he made the throws that were necessary and missed me with an off-schedule play to George Kittle. He had time. He stood there and he saw his tight end drift down the middle, open by 17 yards.
Third eye wide open. He's been third eye blind in the past.
He sees things in between. He sees things between the hash marks.
You want something else, don't you? Speaking of third eye blind.
I want something.
Yeah.
I want a quarterback to make me, wow, man, what a throw.
Would they be better with another quarterback? Would they be a lot better with another quarterback?
I mean, depends on who that quarterback is. Brock Purdy, no. Trey Lance, Kyle Shanahan thinks so.
What's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Yeah, Aaron Judge is in town, and I didn't mention yet, Kyle, how thankful he is for number 10. That's all sponsored by Lucky California. Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard. 95.7 the game.
Thanks, Kyle.
The biggest meal of the year starts at Lucky California because they've got the best turkey prices. Right now, when you spend $50 or more, 12 to 20-pound Jenny-O fresh turkeys are just 99 cents a pound. Limit 1. Restrictions apply. Eat, drink, and save with Lucky California.
95.7 the game is celebrating Thanksgiving with football.
Parsons got him from behind and the ball is out. And the Cowboys recover.
We're broadcasting Cowboys versus Giants.
Take the handoff to Breida. Jones, swing pass, catch made, touchdown, Giants.
Coverage starts at 1 p.m.
I'm starting to tingle.
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, are you ready to start the season with savings at IKEA?
Ooh, I am. I've got my 3 shopping lists right here. One for home, one for gifts, and one for treating myself.
We can help you check off all 3 with lots of offers going all week. IKEA family members can save on all kinds of products, from bakeware to holiday lighting to rugs and more.
List number 1, here we go.
Visit IKEA to save today. Offer valid 11/24 to 11/28/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/Black Friday for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
Nah, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Hey, Bay Area, ready to cheer on the Mexican national team alongside Estrella Jalisco beer? Because other teams might have an Estrella on their crest, but none of them have the heart like ours behind it. Win or lose, Estrella Jalisco and Mexican starting forward Alex Vega are bringing fans together to cheer on our team. Let's go for the Estrella on our crest with an Estrella Jalisco beer in our hands. Estrella Jalisco. Vive tu selección. Vive tu Estrella. Enjoy responsibly. Estrella Jalisco, St. Louis, Missouri.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. It looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
In San Jose, highs near 67, partly cloudy.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Cut up six-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Dibs and Whitey, Dibs and Whitey.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Back to Willard Dibs. And you know the old saying on this show, one of my faves, what are you doing? I'm listening.
Thank you. In for Mark Willard, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason. By the way, Football Fridays. This is not a Football Friday, of course.
It's a Football Tuesday.
Feels like one, but it's not.
Yeah.
Football Fridays are sponsored by the Jim Irsay Collection at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium on December 10th for free tickets. Well, we visit JimIrsayCollection.com. That sounds really cool. Guitars, and I think there's a concert and a lot of great things going on there at the Jim Irsay Collection. Check it out, Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. We need
a rare Bullwinkle there.
Is that what that was?
I think that's what that free. I think you were doing your Bullwinkle, which I haven't heard since before March 11th, 2014. Right. Which, of course, as you know, was the day we got fired. Yeah. I got to keep my streak alive.
I'd forgotten all about that.
Yeah, I got to keep the streak alive. Every show we do together, I have to make reference to our ouster. And here we are. So streak lives. Yeah, it's not funny, Spadoni. It's too soon.
Do you speak Shanahanese?
I do, and stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well said. Kyle Shanahan said something about Jimmy last night. We're talking about Jimmy now, well, he's playing, and how even though he plays well, some people can't give him as much credit as you might think he'd deserve. Here's what Kyle Shanahan said about Jimmy, and I want you to interpret for us, Dibs, if you could. What's he really saying here? And maybe it's just, hey, face value, boom. Quote, Jimmy's doing a great job. Jimmy always has. When Jimmy's been healthy out there, we've had our guys around him, he plays at a high level. And I think he did that today as good as he has. We're very fortunate to have him. End quote. I have to confess, when I first read this, I thought, that's great. Grateful, thankful to have Jimmy. But then when Jimmy's been healthy, we've had our guys around him. He plays at a high level. I think he did that today as good as he has. A little bit of an almost backhanded in there.
It's a Roger Federer. It's a backhanded compliment. Absolutely. In other words, when Jimmy's healthy, P.S., it's not all the time, and you guys know that and stuff.
You're right.
I mean, Jimmy's been hurt a lot.
Yeah,
I mean, he's missed. How many games did he miss? He missed a bunch of games and stuff. He played those 5 games. He played 5 games and he won all 5. And then the next year, he played 3 games and stuff. And then he missed the rest of the year. And then he came back and he was healthy. And when the guys were around him and stuff, they played well and they made it to the Super Bowl and stuff. And then the next year he played 6 games and stuff. And he was hurt again. He missed 10 games and stuff. And then last year he played 15 games. And
you're right.
You know what happened again? And stuff. He missed a couple because of injury, but so when he's healthy, which is not all the time, and he has a lot of really good players around him.
We've had our guys around him.
Yeah.
Wow.
So basically, when Jimmy's healthy and he's surrounded by a lot of talent, we're a good offense.
Yeah. I mean, always the qualifiers. And maybe some of that is Kyle Shanahan saying on some level, you know, it's not that I was wrong about him before. Maybe it looks like I was wrong about him, but I was right. That's, when he's healthy and we've had our guys around him, he plays at a high level. I think he did that today. Wow.
He did do that today. He was healthy.
Yeah.
And he had his guys around him. And he played well. And that's not to disparage Jimmy Garoppolo. And you could say this about almost any quarterback. Any good quarterback who doesn't have his guys around him is not going to be as good as when he has his guys around him. And any good quarterback who's not healthy. And think about Justin Herbert when he was dealing with the rib for all those weeks. And he didn't have his guys around him, and that's why the Chargers in part are struggling.
From the 510, Whitey, did you watch the game? He didn't have to evade any pass rush. There were no stuck throws. It was a good game, but it was the Cardinals. He threw 4 touchdown passes. I think that's good. 888-957-9570. Ryan from Redwood City on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Ryan. How you doing?
All right. Thank you for taking my call. So, Dibs, what's he got to do? It's a team sport.
What's he got to do?
Right? When the team's operating on all cylinders, everybody looks good. I mean, I don't get it. What does this guy got to do? I mean, I don't think he lost the Super Bowl for them. The team lost. There was blame.
Oh, no, he lost it. He lost it. You can't give him credit for yesterday without giving him blame for that grotesque overthrow of Emmanuel Sanders. He's wide open.
He didn't play in the secondary, Dibs.
I knew you were going to go to the throw. Why didn't they lay out for that ball? Didn't the receiver give up on that play?
Too far from the layout.
Alligator arms in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, too far from the
Emmanuel
layout.
Sanders.
And I'm not discounting what Jimmy G did yesterday. Yes, he threw 4 touchdown passes, but let's not fall over ourselves giving him too much credit for those 4 touchdown passes. The throw to Ayuk, great route. He was wide open. The throw to George Kittle, broken coverage. The throw to George Kittle down the left sideline, Arizona did not want to tackle him. So let's not fall over ourselves trying to fawn over Jimmy Garoppolo. He played a nice game. 228 yards. It's a big number for him.
Good question, Ryan. Thanks for the call. What does he have to do? It's a great question.
Well, you know what he has to do? He has to play like that in February and win the Super Bowl. That's what he has to do.
All right.
Am I asking too much? Oh, you beat Arizona and Mexico City. Oh, let's sign him to a 5-year deal. Let's DFA Trey Lance. Let's cut Trey Lance right now. You got to cut him.
I suspect that if they win the Super Bowl and he's not the MVP, you're going to say, yeah, they would have won. Yeah, they would have beaten the Bills. Much easier if they had a different quarterback. But we'll see. Hopefully we can have that discussion at some point.
How many Super Bowls have been won and the quarterback not been the most valuable player?
I don't
Game show
know.
music, please.
I know that you had a player from a losing team, an MVP of the Super Bowl once, Chuck Howley, right?
Yeah.
But how many? Wasn't Richard Dent MVP of a Super Bowl when the Bears won? So
Cupper Coop was Super Bowl MVP last year.
So I don't know, 8?
No, it's more than that. It's more like about 15.
Oh, see?
Going
Yeah.
backwards, Cupper Coop was the Super Bowl MVP.
Can't stop Cupper Coop.
Julian Edelman, Von Miller, Malcolm Smith. So and then back to Santonio Holmes all the way back in Super Bowl 43. So it's not very often.
Yeah.
But Jimmy G would be that kind of quarterback to win the game and not be the MVP.
Santonio Holmes, was that when the Steelers beat Arizona?
Yes.
Okay, because that was the greatest catch I've ever seen.
Really?
Yes, considering the difficulty of the catch and the magnitude of the moment.
Right.
To me, people say greatest catch, like Jefferson a couple weeks ago. Was that the greatest catch? It was a great catch, but
That was an
basically
amazing catch.
the defensive back caught it and he just took it away from him.
David Tyree on line 1.
I know what you're saying, but to me that was a little
call
it was a little
play history.
Oh, is it Tyree?
Manning gets away. Helmet. Tyree. Catch.
Completion.
Economy of words.
Yeah.
And, if Jimmy G would have thrown that ball to Santonio Holmes, you'd be, the ball placement from Jimmy G.
It was a great throw. It was a great catch.
But you don't even mention that. Big Ben putting it exactly where it needed to be.
When I hear Santonio Holmes, that was the greatest catch I've ever seen. Dre in Lemoore joins us 95.7 The Game. Dre, can you talk some sense into Dibs when it comes to James Richard Garoppolo, please?
Hey, guys, great show. Dibs, I am not a big Jimmy G fan, but watching Kansas City the other night, Kelsey had 3 TDs. 2 of them were mostly yak yards, and one of them was like one of the touchdowns he threw to IU. Now, I'm not comparing Jimmy G to Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, yeah, you are.
Is that not the same?
Is that not the same? That's the question to you. Thank you, Dre. That's the question to you, Dibs. Is that not the same?
No one here is praising Patrick Mahomes' performance on Sunday night at the same level that all y'all are praising Jimmy Garoppolo. And last I checked, as far as Super Bowl MVP totals go, it's Patrick Mahomes 1 and Garoppolo 0. Huh. Yeah.
Jimmy G
I
is
just upticked you, all of you.
Yeah, okay.
You got tipped.
Well done. Ooh. Oh, man. It's going to take me a while to get over that one.
You may not be able to shake that off.
Wow. Jimmy G's good enough for them to win a Super Bowl. He's an asset right now.
Is he?
He's not just a game manager. He's a player who, with his surgical precision-like strikes, is actually one of the weapons on offense.
He's
one of
an
the weapons.
elite game manager, and he's not good enough to win them a Super Bowl until he wins them a Super Bowl. And he's had a crack, and he wasn't good enough. And last year he had a crack to get
Alligator
there,
arm Sanders,
and he wasn't good enough.
Reach the ball. Reach for it. Yeah.
And I guess we can forget the throw to George Kittle when Kittle was wide blank open.
Don't remember it.
And
Don't recall it.
Yeah, I don't recall
it. Yeah.
Anyway,
Steiny and JD are joining us now. Gentlemen, it's great to be with you. I know JD, you still have that glow, that I won Jockberty yesterday glow. We'll see what happens tomorrow, but welcome. What do you guys think? Dibs is saying, Jimmy's all right. Jimmy, I think a great game last night. Where are you guys on that?
Oh, he was very good for Jimmy Garoppolo.
It was an excellent game last night for any quarterback.
Thank you.
To me, there doesn't need to be the for Jimmy Garoppolo caveat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are people pushing back Whitey on that?
Well, right here.
Why?
Yeah, you are.
He was fine. I mean, Whitey's like trying to trumpet 4 touchdown passes like he was slinging the ball all over the field. And if you look at the 4 touchdown passes individually, George Kittle, hey diddle diddle, Kittle down the middle. The offensive line gave him enough time. Look.
What was that, his third read?
Yeah, and George Kittle had about 15 yards of separation and a broken coverage. So, good job, Jimmy. That one goes to the offensive line. Brandon Ayuk, in the inside dig route that he ran, absolutely embarrassing the defender. That was a route touchdown.
Yeah,
that was also the third read, though.
And he's finally running those routes like Garoppolo wanted him to.
The offensive line giving him time to find the third read. The George Kittle touchdown down the left side was a 2-yard. It was a 2-yard pass that Kittle took to the house. So before we fall over ourselves praising Jimmy G for 4 touchdown passes, yeah, he had 4 touchdown passes. He played a great game, but it's
You're
not
gonna
like
hurt yourself. You're going to hurt. You're
No, I'm
stretching.
fine.
Yeah.
Not a stretch at all.
Yeah, okay, I'll
I
say
got another 15 minutes, and I can work my way through this.
And Dibs is not the only one saying this, of course.
No,
but
we
Kyle,
can instead talk about Jonathan Kuminga and his minutes last night, if you'd like.
somebody had to do post game last night. That's not
All
nice.
I know is that's the 3rd time in Jimmy Garoppolo's career he's had 4 touchdown passes against the Cardinals.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And what's his record in those games?
3-0.
Oh, he's won all 3 of those.
And they went to the Super Bowl. Yeah, when Jimmy Garoppolo throws 4 touchdown passes against the Cardinals, the Niners go to the Super Bowl.
Kyle made an
That's all I
interesting
got.
point.
Let's book the flights.
Yeah, Kyle
Let's
made
go.
a good
I already
point.
have a
Steiny.
hotel,
Yeah.
actually.
You do?
Yeah.
I was
Kyle-
actually looking into an Airbnb for the rest of the fellas because, I don't know if we're going to be put up in the same accommodations. You deserve it because you're on the beat, quite frankly, you and Whitley Sandretto.
Mm-hmm. Kyle made the point.
Hey, how about we got somebody else? Alex Espinoza?
Yeah, he was there
in
last
Mexico
night.
City.
He was there last
and
night.
he works for our company?
Yeah.
He's at 95.7 The Game?
That's it.
Digital media star? Mexico City? It's a plane ticket down there cost. Mm-hmm.
I think he was down there on vacation also. I think he turned it into a stretch. Yeah,
combo platter.
Why did he tell me the good point Kyle made?
Okay, Kyle pointed out that Jimmy's probably the only quarterback in the league who would throw 4 touchdown passes, which would result in the conversation that we've been having that, but.
I'm not a yeah but today. How can you be a yeah but today? They played their best game of the season.
Yeah.
38-10. Their defense didn't allow a score in the second half. Garoppolo looks comfortable, confident. You can't hate on that win.
Mm-hmm. No.
Right,
Arizona should be embarrassed.
Hey, you know what? That's the part that last night got lost. Is the big stat from last night's game is Shanahan finally has a winning record against Cliff Kingsbury. Mm-hmm. He bumps it up to 4-3.
The way Arizona played is a fireable offense for Cliff Kingsbury. Quite frankly,
They are so banged up.
Forget being banged up. When you have a player moving toward the sideline, you have a ball carrier on the other team, and you're a defender, and you've got a player on the sideline, and you decide to hit the brakes and put your hands back.
Yeah.
That, to me, speaks to a culture where they don't even give a crap right now.
I don't know the play you're talking about.
George
by the
Kittle's
way,
touchdown?
Yeah.
Which one?
Your
The second touchdown. The one down the sideline where the defender...
You want to get in front of Kittle?
The defender... No, you don't have to get in front of him. He had him by the side.
Extend your hand.
Is push
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
Push the man out of bounds.
Yeah.
Hey, diddle, get in front of Kittle.
Exactly.
That's a 4.
Hey, it's the holidays. I got better things to do than get in front of Kittle. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ
You
FM
really are.
Really
HD1,
are.
San Francisco, and Odyssey Station. I didn't
Whitey.
say that. I didn't even say it.
You
didn't even say that.
I wanted in on that.
Yeah,
I wanted
okay.
some of that smoke.
So, I mean, we're obviously going to talk a lot of 49ers, but Jonathan Kuminga, get a rebound. Do something.
I thought you were going to hit him with a, you stink.
I almost did.
I
He had
know,
20.
right?
He played 29 minutes. The first 30 minutes, he had 1 rebound. I don't know if you know
but
this.
you know what?
He doesn't get off the floor very well.
But here's the thing. He had a chase down block of Zion, and he had a follow-up dunk off a rebound, so that's all that matters.
But the highlights.
That's all that matters. Right? That's all that matters. The 2 memorable plays and the positive.
Unfortunately, it does matter to Steve Kerr. He's the only one it might not. It might
I'm
matter
kidding,
to.
obviously.
Of course,
He was the worst player on the floor last night.
So my thing is, and there's so many points on this game.
In a game where he should thrive, right?
Right.
Theoretically.
First and foremost, why are you even playing
City.
Kevon Looney? I mean, you played him for 523. Why not give him the night off too? So Kevon's got to dress for that crap?
He wanted to, I guess.
He likes to play every game.
Fine. So
Yeah.
then let him play every game. He plays 523. He's a -8, which, by the way, looks pretty good in the morning when
When you lose by 45?
When you lose by 45 flipping points. What an absolute Titanic embarrassment. You shoot 38% with 26 turns.
I mean, the troubling part is, like, the Pelicans aren't some old veteran team that picks you apart. I mean, they got young guys, too, on that team. And I'm kind of with JD. I mean, you got Kuminga playing, you got Moody playing. You got to be competitive, right? You got to be competitive in that game a little bit. And they were.
You'd hope. But I don't know that you can expect from.
I guess not now.
I look at a game like last night, and maybe this is just me, but I go into that thinking, all right, these young guys are playing. Pelicans are probably a playoff team in the Western Conference. I tend to look at it a little differently. I tend to look at it as you probably should lose by 30 or more. And if the Pelicans take it seriously, where I have the issue is the Warriors are just cool with that. Like, hey, we're cool. We're gonna get drubbed, and these young players that we think are pretty good can't play. And hey, on to the next one. We're good enough to overcome that.
Yeah. That part of it offends me, but I'll put that aside because it's the nature of what you're going to do off a championship with a veteran team
At
and all these back-to-backs. Fine, you're going to punt on games. I get that. The offensive part to me is, okay, young guys, Kuminga, you're getting 40 minutes tonight. Moody, shake off the cobwebs. You get to play. Jordan Poole, this is your time. This is your moment. And you go out and lose by 45? That, to me, is the offensive part because the young players, you shouldn't be 45 points worse than anybody in the association.
Yeah.
To me, it just speaks to we already knew this. You have your starters, and then when you go to the bench, we saw it right second quarter against Houston. There's such a drop-off, such a dramatic. And then last night, these guys, you're playing your second unit players, you can't compete, which again, just to me, and I'm sure the Warriors already know this, speaks to the fact that you're going to have to, if you want to be competitive this year and maybe have a shot at a deep playoff run, you're going to have to bring in some other guys.
Yeah, you've been staunch about that.
Yeah.
You have been the clarion calling for they got to do something.
I think they do, and I think last night, how can
unless
you
they
look at
want
that
to be what they've been.
Yeah.
They want to be fighting for the play-in tournament with a bunch of with 10 other teams.
Let's be realistic here. How good a team are they if the 6 big boys play better? Because they should play better.
I think they can be mid to high 40s in terms of wins.
Agreed. They could probably be a 5, 6, 7 seed.
See, and Dibs, that's kind of what I'm wondering about. Okay, the goal this year is to repeat, right? But chances are they're going to be on a 500 or a little above 500. So then what? You kind of got to let them play it out to give Draymond, Steph, and Clay a shot at it, a shot at making a run as a 6 seed, right? Let's just say 6. You know what I'm saying? Like you could be you could be 38 and 30, but you can't really make them. Well, it'd be after the up, but you know what I mean? You can't really make a move because if you're headed toward the postseason, well, then you want those 3 guys taking a crack at it, even if it's from the 6th spot.
Really?
I think so.
I wouldn't feel great about that.
Well, here's what I want to run by you. I told this to JD. Can you really, if you're going to trade Clay or Draymond, which admittedly is going to be pretty tough, would you really bring in a veteran or veterans to replace your veteran champions so that Steph could theoretically get one and those veterans could get one? But you cast aside, you know what I'm saying? Like you owe it to Clay and Draymond to get eliminated from the postseason for one time in their career.
I don't think you owe anything to anybody, but I just don't think that's. You've got so much invested in them in terms of your culture and your equity. I just think trading either of those 2 guys away, which is very difficult, is going to compromise your chances of actually competing this year for anything.
Anyway. You need more veterans, not fewer veterans. Yeah. So then the conversation goes to, okay, then can you trade the young players to bring in a veteran? And I get the sense that the future of this organization, beyond Steph, Clay, and Draymond, the powers that be, the ownership, they don't want to sacrifice the future for some journeyman to come in for a year, some rental.
And the question that they're going to have to grapple with as they move forward is, what does the future actually look like with the young players?
Right. Mm-hmm. If it looks like last night?
Because if it looks like last night, or as I said to Steiny yesterday, how does a group of young players get better if they're going to be not able to play enough in the context of this team currently? Like, how do they get to the point? Like, we all believe they're going to be better, but how are they actually going to get better without this team being Detroit or Houston or Orlando, which they don't want to be? Like, it's one thing if you said, hey, they're just going to be one of the worst teams in the league and all these guys are going to play for the next 2 years. Okay, maybe you got action in 2025 at that point. But the Warriors are not going about that. So how do these guys get better? I think where it really starts to hurt is when you look at, do you want to move a Wiseman? oh, you're going to get Jakob Poeltl or you're going to get Rashawn Holmes or you're going to get somebody like that. But the reality,
Poeltl.
But that's the reality of, that's what makes you gulp, because you're thinking you're trading James Wiseman, if you ever do, probably even as late as like a month ago, for a star. But the more that he plays and the more that these other guys play, their value's actually going down, which creates a whole nother problem.
And to your point, the only way the value goes up is if you actually get to play in this league, not the G League. You play in this league and you go through growing pains, but I don't get the sense that Joe Lacob and company want to suffer through a 22-60
not what they're
campaign.
paying, not for what
especially with Steph still around.
Yeah,
even if Clay and Draymond are both gone after next year, you still don't, hey, Steph, I know you've been everything for us, but it's going to be you, PBJ, Rollins, and DiVincenzo. Best of luck. Oh, Jordan Poole, too. Maybe we'll start Jordan at that point. So they're kind of between a rock and a hard place, unless the only way they can fix it, in my opinion, is to do something with their 2 empty roster spots. The one, the 15th roster spot, and the other one, Andre Iguodala. If you're not going to play, you got to go away. So if you do something with those,
can't go, you don't have to go home,
but you can't stay here. So if you really want to fix the team, JD, that to me is how you do it, because Iguodala, he doesn't play, and your 15th spot is open. So you go to Joe Lacob and say, hey, Joe, we're going to need $50 million to bring in a couple of vet mins.
You need to do everything you possibly can, Steiny, to play the core 6, make the players that are in between that group and the young players better, like they were last year, to where you essentially don't have to play the young players at all and can win enough to maybe win a title.
You know what I think one thing that kind of could be going on, and I'm not saying it's the sole reason, but take it from a guy who understands a bad attitude. All right? Trust me here on this one.
Okay.
Kuminga,
We do.
Kuminga, Moody. All right, Wiseman's gone. But let's just say Kuminga can't get on the court. Thinks he should get on the court. And then 6 guys get hurt. Hey, Jonathan, you go out there and knock yourself out for 38 minutes. You know what? I don't want to now. Seriously. Now you want me for and listen, he's not right, but that's some guy, the way some guys think.
He took 12 3-pointers and got 3 rebounds. I mean, to your point, JD, about he was 6 of 20 from the floor in almost 40 minutes, and he took 12 threes.
Yeah, he's going the wrong way. Whether it has to do with attitude, I don't know.
true.
But he's regressing, and that's the scary part.
It is.
Yeah,
it is. And I think to an extension of what you said there, I think you could make the case that Jordan Poole, and we have made the case, doesn't like playing with the young players and feel like, oh, you want me to go lead these guys? Like, I'm not in that category. I should be playing with the champions, not with the kids.
I think that's an issue. I do.
It's like when you're 13 years old and it's Halloween and you want to go out with your friends, but you got a couple younger siblings, and your parents say, no, you're not going out with your friends. You're taking little Timmy and little Tina by the hand around the neighborhood first. It's like,
it's a good analogy.
Well, here's another good analogy, I feel like, for the Thanksgiving.
Throw rocks at houses.
The Thanksgiving time, everybody has the families getting together.
Sure.
You know what? Unfortunately, Jordan Poole, you're still at the kids' table.
That's an even better
Yes.
analogy.
Sorry.
That's so funny, because even though you're 16, it's like, the table's full, and we'd like to get you up here, but we're going to need you to
the card table.
We're going to need you to
fold
cut
it out, card
cut
table.
little Timmy's turkey for him because he's too young.
Let me tell you something. I enjoyed being at the card table into my 30s.
No doubt.
Steiny, what else is coming
Well, we got an interesting show today, because Bob Myers is going to join us today.
I'll
at
be
1.
the judge of that.
Yeah.
Today
As
at
you would
1.
say.
We're going back to back Myers and Phil Mo Mike's favorite guest.
Yeah?
Ross Tucker.
Nice.
Ross Tucker.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk to Bob about what's going on with his team. And I'll tell you what, Warriors have 4 tough games coming up.
Well, Paul George didn't play last night, and Kawhi hasn't been playing, so.
Well, Kawhi played last night, I saw.
He played last night?
I think.
Yeah. I think he did.
Last night?
I think he did play last
4 for
night.
11.
Paul George didn't play, though.
Right.
No.
You're right.
You can't expect them both to play together.
What would be the point of that?
I mean,
all right. We got
NBA.
Steiny and Guru, the great JD, in for Guru next right here. Dibs, see you tomorrow. 95.7 The Game.
And can somebody give Bob some credit?
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'm about ready to mandate no complaints today. If you're a San Francisco 49er fan, there's nothing to complain about. You put up a lot of points. Your defense was terrific.
Everybody got their touches.
Your playmakers got touches. I mean, I don't want to spend a lot of day.
Woo! I'm excited.
I don't want to spend, the Cardinals, they stink. Of course they stink. They're not very good. And I know, I always say I like them because of Cliff Kingsbury, but
What a hill to die on, by the way.
I'm not
to
it's a fake hill. It's a fake hill and it's a fake death. You think I really
There's
think
a great
Cliff
joke
Kingsbury?
in there that I'm not going to use. There's a great joke.
I'll tell you what. To me, there's two things that I want to start with as it relates to the 49ers. One is Jimmy Garoppolo and how he played last night and whether that's good enough for this team to make a deep run. And let's face it, I don't want to define a deep run, but make the Super Bowl, get to an NFC Championship, or make a Super Bowl. Somebody
win a couple playoff games. Win a playoff game.
Exactly. So we got to talk about Garoppolo and how he's playing. The numbers are terrific. But the one thing I thought, JD, and it involves Christian McCaffrey. And I'm going to have fun talking to Guru about this next week because he always talks about the weapons, Kittle and Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. But I'll tell you what, Christian McCaffrey makes that offense. And the reason he makes that offense to me is if you look at Deebo Samuel, Ayuk, Kittle, and Elijah Mitchell, I don't think there's a carrier among those four. I don't think Deebo Samuel is a carrier. I think that when Christian McCaffrey plays, he's going to occupy 18 to 22 touches a game, and it lowers everybody on the pecking order, which takes pressure away from them. And you realize that this is like a basketball player to me who makes everybody better because the attention's focused on him. And he's just let everybody slide down. And as long JD is nobody cares about touches and yards and that kind of thing, this is going to be a pretty tough team to beat, I think.
He's the alpha. He is the biggest superstar that they have in terms of just talent on the roster. And he has allowed others to flourish because of the attention that I think he commands from an opposing defense and his ability to still be productive even with that attention. I think that's the difference. I think we've seen teams able to take some of the other 49er headlining players away from time to time, and then it's been difficult for the Niners to go to the other guys and be able to have the success that we've seen them have these last 3 weeks because either teams haven't been able to take McCaffrey away enough going through the Rams game, the Chargers game, or the game last night, or when they do, all of a sudden now Ayuk's getting 4 targets, but he's scoring 2 touchdowns. Right. And all of a sudden Kittle is a lot more open than he's been. And it does have this trickle-down effect that I think has really led to, we talk about the other guys, but it's led to a more effective Jimmy Garoppolo.
No doubt.
Think above and beyond all.
No doubt. I don't think there's any coincidence that the 49ers offense has started to click now that Christian McCaffrey is here. Because they've got their listen, I just think, JD, they didn't really know who they were before McCaffrey got here. And now that McCaffrey's here, you know kind of more about who you are. It's a team that gets the ball to McCaffrey 20 times a game.
Sure.
Somehow. That's the number one focus for Kyle Shanahan. Right.
Everybody knows it on this team, but also the opposition knows it which is why I think, again, you're seeing these other players now able to be more productive, and you're seeing Jimmy Garoppolo with just one less headache
right.
to have to worry about as he goes through his progressions.
It feels to me, JD, just from watching, like he feels comfortable when McCaffrey's his outlet, or when he knows where McCaffrey's going to be.
Yes.
Like he almost feels like I can always come back to McCaffrey and he'll be open, or I can just throw it to him anyway because he's a football player. You know what I mean? Like I think he's made Jimmy Garoppolo kind of feel more comfortable.
No doubt.
Because he's got
7 targets last night for McCaffrey, 7 catches.
Yeah.
And it's 67 yards. So you're thinking, okay, well, 7 catches. I mean, you're basically about 9 yards a catch at that point for McCaffrey. I mean, that's big time. And then he rushes for 5.5 yards a carry in the game last night. They unleash Mitchell in the second half. And I thought last night was classic, old school. We're going to throw it early and get the defense to a point where we're gonna throw it early to run it late. It reminded me of like the 90s era 49ers. They're going to come out, throw, and then the second half we're going to run, and just end you.
Yeah. Couple texts here on the Xfinity Mobile text line. 415, shake my head. Y'all overrate Christian McCaffrey and underrate our players. Then Deebo Samuel took them to the NFC Championship game last year. WTF. See, that's kind of what I'm talking about. I hate to use the word bell cow, but the bottom line is you cannot give the ball to Deebo Samuel more than 10 or 12 times a game. You just can't. He's not that player.
Well, but McCaffrey being around is allowing Deebo to run it less, but also to be more involved in the passing game, which is something that he would prefer to do anyway.
Exactly.
And that Shanahan would prefer to have him do.
Exactly.
So it allows even the Deebo touches to be less one-dimensional than they've been. Like they're more effective now. Like the Niners, let's just be honest. Deebo carried him last year to the championship game. There's no question on offense. Like I don't even dispute that.
All right.
But that was unsustainable.
I agree.
That was a one-off. That was you were not going to win doing that over and over and over and over again. And I think we had already seen when the 49ers had tried to do that a little bit at the beginning of the season that it wasn't going to work.
Right. No, I think everything's changed with Christian McCaffrey.
He saved their season.
Really
Let's
do.
just put the rat on the table.
You're going to go that far?
I think he saved their season. Yes. Go back to where they were when they traded for him.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you. Here's another one real quick. Why did Elijah Mitchell not play till the second half? And see, that's part of the I think that's part of it too.
It's part of the plan now.
I think, you run, especially yesterday at altitude. You run McCaffrey the first half, you get a comfortable lead, and then you can go to Mitchell so that McCaffrey doesn't get hurt or get tired or get fatigued. I mean, if they don't care about numbers, yeah, they're going to be a problem. JC in Union City. What's going on, JC? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny, how's it going, guys?
Going well.
Not to take anything away from last night's win, but, I just don't want to fall for the banana in the tailpipe with Jimmy G. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of weapons on this team. My question is, and worry is, when the playoffs come versus the top teams, the Shanahan and Jimmy G try to get too cute. I mean, we beat a team that's almost in tank mode, the Cardinals. So let's be honest here. I want to see this versus the top teams, and we can go from there. But other than that, this is what Jimmy does. It's literally smoke and mirrors.
Nah, this is not smoke and mirrors.
Thanks for the call,
I'm
JC.
pushing back on that. This is not smoke and mirrors, man. This is Jimmy effectively executing the Kyle Shanahan offense to the ability of where his numbers are great and the team is winning. Like give him his flowers, for crying out loud. Doesn't mean they're going to win the Super Bowl. Doesn't mean he's a great quarterback. But right now, he's getting the job done. Maybe at a better level than he's ever gotten the job done for the 49ers.
Could you argue he's playing his best football as a Niner right now, let's say, over the last 6 games?
You could. The thing that does tick me off, and I don't want to get too lost in the weeds right off the top of the show with it. But it does tick me off that people are already like, well, boy, this is going to be great for these last 6-7 games and then the playoffs. But if we don't win the NFC Championship game and that's on Jimmy, then the whole thing, then the whole thing's just a nightmare, and he didn't do squat.
Right.
He didn't do squat.
So they go 12-5, get the NFC Championship game again, and he'll be the reason they don't get to the Super Bowl. Is what you're saying?
It's like, I mean, maybe that's true, but that like, enjoy the ride a little bit.
Oh,
this thing looked cooked for a number of different reasons a month ago, and now we're talking about them having as good a chance as anybody in the NFC to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm kind of. Here's the one thing that I don't
like. Now's not the time to be like, yeah, but Jimmy in the championship game's gonna screw us.
I agree, and I wonder if we're painting too broad a brush with too much of a minority of the fans. Because here's what I'm talking about. Like, if you're a 49er fan, even if you like Trey Lance, okay, he's hurt. He's hurt. He's not playing until next year. You can't do anything about it. And there's no controversy. It's bad luck. That's the way that one went.
And that's why you haven't heard me mention that name one time.
Exactly.
It's not about that.
Exactly. So if you're a 49er
this is not about what
fan,
he would have done or not. It's just about.
Of course.
It's just about, as the first freaking caller of the show, I'm not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. What the banana in the tailpipe is what? You're 6-4. You're trending upward. He's playing great football, and this team looks like they might be able to get to a Super Bowl again for the second time in 4 or 5 years. I mean, what? There's no banana in the tailpipe. This is a good team and good football.
I agree. It's a good team. They're good. They're good. They look like and you know, all season I thought, why is everybody overly amped about the Niners? And I think the team we've seen the last 2 or 3 weeks is the team that a lot of 49er fans think can win this thing. But to my larger point, even if you're a Trey Lance guy, like there's nothing for you to have angst over. Like Jimmy Garoppolo's the quarterback. He's going to be the quarterback for the rest of the year. Trey Lance is hurt, so I don't understand why you wouldn't enjoy the ride.
Yeah.
In the wake of everything that's happened to this team. And that's here's what I think. I do think there's more people who are 49er fans who are enjoying this ride. Yeah, they may not even be huge Jimmy fans, but I think it's a small minority that calls these shows and says, Jimmy's don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. I mean, like, to me, falling for the banana in the tailpipe is when somebody tricks you. Well, Jimmy's not tricking anybody. We know this is kind of who he is.
And he's
playing at his level pretty well.
It's not really any different than what we've seen before.
Right. Exactly. All right, here's what's going on. 888-957-9570. That's also the Xfinity mobile text line. San Francisco 49ers probably played their most complete game of the year. They're 6-4. Christian McCaffrey has become the focal point of their offense. Everybody else has kind of fallen into place. They look like they're clicking. How you feeling about your Niners? Bob Myers, Warriors president of basketball operations and general manager. He's joining us at 1 today. And then we got Ross Tucker, 95.7 The Game's Odyssey insider to get back to football. So if you're keeping track at home, we're going to go a little football, basketball, back to football on 95.7 The Game.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Fresh cut trees are at Osh. Visit Outdoor Supply Hardware and pick out your perfect tree. We've got firs of all kinds, including Douglas, Nordman, and Noble in sizes from tiny to tall. Whether you're looking to make a statement or simply enjoy the quintessential holiday fragrance of a fir. This year, slay the holidays with help at Osh. Our 14 stores throughout the Greater Bay Area and Central Coast are the place for home, hardware, and happiness.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only before you buy.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Fonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4th championship. Steph, Draymond, Clay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. You can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
Hi, are you ready to start the season with savings at IKEA?
Ooh, I am. I've got my 3 shopping lists right here. One for home, one for gifts, and one for treating myself.
We can help you check off all 3 with lots of offers going all week. IKEA family members can save on all kinds of products, from bakeware to holiday lighting to rugs and more.
List number 1, here we go.
Visit IKEA to save today. Offer valid 11/24 to 11/28/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/Black Friday for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals, November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net. The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. 1 device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
They're down and 5. Garoppolo pulls it down. End zone. What a throw and catch. Touchdown Ayuk. That was a 7-yard thing of beauty between Garoppolo and Ayuk.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Matt Steinmetz, John Dickinson in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. I'll tell you what, I don't get San Francisco 49er fans. Sometimes.
Should be thrilled today, right?
I would think so. I mean, their quarterback just threw 4 touchdown passes and no interceptions. And I just told you during the break, I'm like, this reminds me a little bit, I know it's a different sport, of Harrison Barnes. When Harrison Barnes was a Warrior, there was a segment of fans that just didn't like him, that thought he was the reason they weren't going to be able to reach the pinnacle or something like that. And they ended up winning a title with Harrison Barnes, okay?
Yeah.
Then a year or two later.
73 wins after that. Damn near won a second one with him.
Then after that, they had an opportunity to upgrade that position with Kevin Durant, and they did it. 49er fans, it's 2022. We're in November. The 49ers have not been able to find a quarterback better than Jimmy Garoppolo. It's just a fact. Everybody they've brought in has not been as good as Jimmy Garoppolo. So you know what? Trying to win a title with Jimmy Garoppolo and keep looking to upgrade. But you can't upgrade now, clearly in the middle of a season. So the only thing left is to watch this team and keep your fingers crossed and see if they can get hot in the postseason, if they make it there and win it all. I mean, there's no sense in just pulling your hair out right now. I don't understand it, JD.
Well, think about it in the context of where would this team be without Jimmy Garoppolo? I mean, if they had traded him or they had cut him, where would they be right now? Wouldn't be with a chance to win the NFC West and maybe make a run, not after Trey Lance got hurt. I mean, him being cool enough to stick around and them being comfortable enough in their own skin to attempt to make it work has allowed them an opportunity in what could have been a completely lost season. I mean, to me, you got to be feeling pretty good about the Niners' chances on every level. The defense pitching another shutout in the second half. They're spreading it around on offense. The running game's clicking. They're healthy and getting healthier. No injuries to report off of last night's game. And Garoppolo's executing, whether it's the Shanahan plan or it's dumbed down or whatever. Like, I don't even care what you think of why or how it's getting done. He's executing it at a level to where they're getting on a little bit of a roll at the right time. And we've seen when this team gets on a roll at the right time, last year, 2019 down the stretch, they're a tough out in the playoffs and probably even better than a tough out. They're a team that you could almost count on to win a game or two.
Yeah.
In the postseason.
I would agree. By the way, this segment brought to you by Pfizer. Let's go out to Austin in San Jose. Austin's in San Jose. What's going on, Austin? How you doing?
Fellas? What's up, guys?
Hey.
Listen, just a little funny. I listened to you, man, and I know that this is from a non-Niner perspective, fan bases. I can tell you what the fans are thinking. First of all, the management of the Niners sold this on the fans. They're the ones that went out and tried to replace Jimmy. So they basically said, hey, Jimmy's not good enough. And then they bought him back. So now you're asking fans to go along with it when the organization was the one that said that Jimmy wasn't good enough. So I think the fans are reacting to that. I also think you guys aren't giving enough credit to the fans. I mean, people look around the league, and the fact that, there's some really good teams out there. I know you're saying the Niners are favorite, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. I mean, there's a lot of good teams in NFC right now. They've got to prove they could beat one-on-one. I know it sounds like they can, but there's no guarantees. And then last thing, Steiny, when you bring on Myers, could you do me a favor and ask him, please, if you don't mind, what was that last night, and why does he expect fans to be able to watch that kind of product from the Warriors, man? We deserve better as Warrior fans than what we saw last night. Okay.
Thanks, Austin.
That's on my list.
Yeah,
It's on my list. I mean, last night was disgusting. And like, I understand the reasons why.
Right.
And we don't have to get all into it right now. Like, I understand the rest is the most important thing. But, and the Warriors, to their credit, they haven't had too many of those games where they've done that, turn into that.
Right.
But anytime you choose to go down the path they went down last night with the developmental game, the result of last night is on the table.
Absolutely. Especially at 8-10. Because the vibe is that we're fine. And maybe they are. Well, they would know better than us. They're 4-time champions.
I just keep coming back to, real quick, the caller we had yesterday, and I can't remember the gentleman's name, but it was, I'm excited to watch I'm excited. I seriously want to put my head up against the wall and just start pounding it when somebody says, I'm excited to watch really? Who would be excited to watch that?
Well, we didn't know it was going to look like that.
Well, you got to have an inkling that it might.
True. Matt's in San Jose. Hey, Matt.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
Just wanted to make a quick statement about Jimmy.
Yeah.
The way he plays. He did learn from Tom Brady, who was historically more of a short pass guy, dink and dunker, and a game manager, although I'm not comparing Jimmy to Tom Brady, but that's the system he learned in, and that may just be the best thing that works for him. And I think he's doing it well, and I honestly don't think they'd be in the same position if Trey Lance was playing at full health this year. So thanks, guys. Love the show. Bye.
Yeah. It's hard to imagine Trey Lance would be quarterbacking a better 49er team than the way they look right now.
No, in fact, it probably would have gotten completely off the rails when they were struggling to the level that they were struggling with the injuries that they had and everything as well. But that's not even, for me, that's not what today's about. Today's not about getting into the comparisons of what it would have been or wouldn't have been.
But there's an unfairness, I think. And you know what? Listen, if you're not a big Jimmy Garoppolo fan, you know the number 888-957-9570. I just when I look at Jimmy Garoppolo, and I know there's a segment of the fans that don't like him. What bothers me, JD, is the kind of the Super Bowl or bust mentality. So what you're telling me with the Super Bowl or bust mentality is you get to be a 49er fan and watch Jimmy Garoppolo, even though you don't like him, and he wins games and he gets to the playoffs, and the minute he has a bad game, it's going to be, see, can't win with Jimmy.
It's a
can't win with Jimmy. Fran Tarkenton went to the Super Bowl 4 times and didn't win the Super Bowl. Jim Kelly went 4 times and didn't win the Super Bowl. Is Jim Kelly not good enough? Well, he's in the Hall of Fame. So's Fran Tarkenton. Sometimes it's not the quarterback's fault. Let's go to Justin in San Jose. What's up, Justin? How you doing, man? What do you got for us today?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Hey, man, you know I'm a Jimmy G lover, and I'm going to give him his respect. He's a complete quarterback to me. I fell in love with Jimmy G when he first came to the San Francisco. It's the coaching staff that failed Jimmy, that didn't put the correct pieces around him to show he can throw that ball, the ability that he can throw the ball down deep. Now that he got some few little pieces, he's a perfect quarterback for this system for the short game. Now, we don't got no Jefferson. We don't got no A.J. Brown or Smith to go beat us deep. Now, if we get one of those pieces, then Jimmy will really show what type of quarterback he is. I love how he played the game yesterday, and he just needs to get that respect, because without Jimmy, we wouldn't be in this predicament now that we are in.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Justin. Have a good Thanksgiving. You too, buddy. Great win for the 49ers. 38-10. It's the most they've scored this year, right? They had 37 against Carolina, I believe. 37-15.
Similar game, I thought, to the Carolina game, where they started to grab control of it, and then in the second half just blew the doors off the joint.
Let me ask you this, JD. Do you think it was just happenstance, maybe a couple coincidences lining up in a row that had Jimmy Garoppolo end up back here? Or do you think, one of my things is, I feel like, I know everybody uses shoulder surgery, but I don't think Lynch was in a hurry to trade him all summer, because clearly. I think he was asking way too much, right?
Yeah, I think they were going to play it out, and we talked about this a lot in the summer. They were going to play it out until the last possible day that they had to. That was always going to. Remember, we used to get calls and texts. Got to do it now. Why you got to do it now? Are you doing right by Jimmy? You wait till the last possible day, and when you wait till the last possible day, circumstances change to the point where maybe you can engage in conversations that you didn't originally think you could engage about.
Right.
And I think that was what happened as Garoppolo was around the team a little bit more, and they were able to watch Trey Lance play a little bit. and it became apparent that Garoppolo wasn't going to have the market that maybe he thought, and so staying with the 49ers, if he had to be a backup, and it became clear he was going to have to be a backup, staying with the 49ers was the best opportunity for him to be a backup. And I think in his mind, the thought process was, well, I may get a chance to play, but also I may get a chance to recoup some of the money that was never going to get from the original contract unless somebody had traded for him. So yeah, $6 million plus, all of the extra 350s that he's going to get, basically a season full of 350s, because he started playing as a starter or playing more snaps in week 2. He played enough snaps to qualify in week 2 because Trey Lance went out of that game so early. So it became a win-win for him. Plus, if he did get thrown in as the backup, he was comfortable with the players he was playing with, and so that would give him the best chance to succeed, to move elsewhere. It was really about that. It's now where it's almost shifting. I mean, for the first time, I put it out of my head, but then it's like, because there's always,
of course, I know what you're going to say. I think
now you're hearing the murmurs of, well, do they have to try to hang on to him for next year? Which I guess that's just the natural news cycle of needing certain things to talk about, but that feels a little premature to me.
Well, but I don't think it's premature to talk about a team that's 6-4. They look good. They have a quarterback that the franchise didn't want a year ago, kept him around. A lot of the fan base is split on him. I mean, I get that some fans are Super Bowl or bust, but you get to the NFC Championship game again this year, and you lose. So you've been to 1 Super Bowl and 2 NFC Championships with Jimmy Garoppolo. Are you really going to move off him for Trey Lance?
Well, they did it last year.
Are you really going to do it again?
It would be tough for me.
I mean, I almost feel like Kyle Shanahan...
You're setting up Trey to fail at that point.
Exactly.
In a way.
I almost feel like Kyle Shanahan had a real good discussion with his veterans about Trey Lance. We're going to give him a shot early. Work with us, kind of. And I think that team's buttoned up enough that they said, as a group, yeah, okay, it's fine. We'll try Trey Lance. And he got hurt. Now, maybe 2 or 3 games down the line, they would have found out they don't have their best chance to win with him. But the fact is, when Jimmy Garoppolo came in, he's totally comfortable with his team and vice versa. Bob's in San Francisco. What's going on, Bob?
How you doing? Love the show, guys.
Thank you.
Well, first off, I want to say Fran Tarkenton only went to 3 Super Bowls. Joe Cap did that first one.
Oh, thank you. I love to be corrected like that. Thank you. I'm going to double check it though.
Well, remember Joe Cap was the Cal football coach during the big ending there. Anyway, yeah, I think Jimmy is a. I mean, he's really showing his worth this year, and I think he's looking really good. I, of course, always liked Jimmy, but I understand them wanting to move on to trade. So, I wasn't upset about nothing, but just wanted to see the progression. And, I think they got to hold on to him at this point. I don't know who else they'll have unless trade really, gets better. So that's what I got.
Yeah, appreciate the call. Yes, Fran Tarkenton took the Vikings to 3 Super Bowls in a 4-year period.
Nice. And you mean it when you say you like to be corrected by like that.
I do.
Yeah, you're a stickler for accuracy.
Yeah.
Even if you're wrong.
I thought it was 4.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't care.
No.
You want to get it right.
Thank you.
You want to get it right even if you're wrong.
There you
Number
go.
4.
There you go. What, is that how many mistakes I made today? I don't think so.
Just on the in and out reads. That's everything else has been on point.
Hey, speaking of that, we're celebrating Thanksgiving this Thursday with the Cowboys and Giants live on 95.7 The Game. Coverage begins at 1 o'clock, kickoff at 1:30. Then join us Friday for live and local shows from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. before the Warriors take on the Jazz. Friday night, don't miss out on any Thanksgiving or Black Friday coverage on the Bay Area sports station 95.7 The Game. Jimmy, Dublin, what do you got, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
All right, yeah, man, it just kind of irks me, man, when, these, I don't get it, man. I mean, I understand, people, I mean, I really don't understand it, but at the same time, okay, Trey Lance is a up-and-coming quarterback, unproven, potential is really another word for, you haven't done anything.
Sure.
And it's like, I think Shanahan, like what you just said, if they make it to the NFC Championship again or even to the Super Bowl, I think Shanahan is stubborn enough that if Trey Lance is healthy, he'll start him.
He might.
I just don't understand. What do these Niner fans want? Like, I'm trying to figure out. Like, I mean, what do you want? Like, do you want like a Michael Vick type quarterback? You want a Tom Brady to come once every 30 years? Like, what do you want?
They both. They want the best of both of them. You know what I mean?
Well, I got one question. Yeah, definitely. I got one question before I go, and you can answer it off the air.
Sure.
Who are you taking, Garoppolo or Derek Carr? Hey, happy Thanksgiving to you guys, man, and happy holidays. You guys have a good one.
All right.
That's a tough one.
I mean, Derek Carr
goes back and forth.
It does over the last few years. It
over
absolutely
the entire time that they've both been in the league or on the Niners.
Yeah, this year I'm taking Garoppolo.
Well, but it has gone back and forth. Last year you take Carr. Year before you might take Garoppolo. Year before that you might take Carr.
Love the show, guys, but do you really honestly believe Lance can't do what Jimmy does?
I do. This year, I do. Again, I don't want to make it about that today.
No, you're right. You're right.
I really don't want to make it about that today, but because you asked the question, no, I don't. I think the Niners might have been 2-4, 1-5 if Trey Lance had been the starting quarterback the first 6 games. Everything else that was going on.
The last caller brings up an interesting point, and I don't know what Shanahan would or wouldn't do, but I do believe he could be stubborn enough to get to the Super Bowl again and say, well, it's Trey Lance's time.
But that's not even that crazy of a decision when you look at what they've invested in going out and getting Trey Lance and the fact that Garoppolo is somebody that now is going to be a free agent and want a significant raise and maybe
that's true.
And maybe even a more, like that's all, but it's not just do you want to keep Jimmy Garoppolo, it's do you want to keep Jimmy Garoppolo making $25-30 million a year because he might say, hey, I just got you to a Super Bowl and my numbers were better than they've ever been.
But is somebody else going to pay him?
Maybe not, but he can still look. And he was very practical in agreeing to come back,
For sure.
and it worked. It was a mutual thing, that worked both ways. But he didn't have to. He could say, "Hey, Niners, you're paying a tax for putting me through the ringer the last 2 or 3 years. Like you're going to pay extra for that." He could. He maybe doesn't. I mean, it sounds like he's a pretty affable guy and not maybe holding a grudge.
Doesn't seem like it.
Or if he did, he got over it.
Or if he's holding the grudge, he's great at keeping it deep down.
Yeah.
And we'll only know that if he tells the 49ers if something happens and he goes, I'm not coming back here under any circumstances.
But there's a lot of factors involved here.
For sure.
And how healthy is Trey Lance going to be is another one. Because if Trey Lance is going to need all of 2023 to get healthy, to get back to 100 and then and you're really not getting the full Trey Lance till 2024, that's a factor in it. I think, and I always come back to one of your favorite things that I say, and that is we got to see how it ends.
We absolutely do.
We gotta see how this whole thing ends.
No doubt. John's in Vallejo. What's up, John? How you doing? I think you're going to do what I don't want you to do, but go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Earlier, you guys were talking about accuracy, and I just wanted to say one of the guys mentioned earlier comparing Jimmy Garoppolo to Jim Kelly, and I thought that was unfair.
Well, I just meant it. Hold on. Let me clarify, John. I just said Jim Kelly lost 4 Super Bowls. Jim Kelly's a much better quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo was. But what I'm saying is, nobody after Jim Kelly didn't win 3 Super Bowls, nobody was saying, well, he's got no chance of ever winning a Super Bowl. I mean, he didn't, but do we really think that Jim Kelly couldn't have been a Super Bowl quarterback? That's all I'm saying. But go ahead. My bad.
All right. Thanks. I agree with that. I just wanted to come in defense of Jim Kelly because the guy is, he's an all-pro, went to the Pro Bowl 5 times, and that's something I don't think Jimmy could ever do.
Thanks, John. Appreciate the call. No, I didn't.
No, it was more a statement to don't act like Jim Kelly stinks because he didn't win a Super Bowl after getting there 4 times and losing.
I'm always... See, I just hate the argument where we can... If you look at those Buffalo teams, I mean, in theory, okay, they lose a Super Bowl. In Buffalo, we got to get off Jim Kelly. He can't get it done. He can't win the big one. Okay, then he loses another one. When are we getting off Jim Kelly? He can't He can get there, but he can't bring it home.
Yeah.
Really?
I mean, even Frank Reich had the 35-3 comeback.
Exactly. Rich is in Fremont. Hey, Rich, what's going on, man?
Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something. That game last night was like eating a remarkable meal at a fancy restaurant. It really was. And I'll tell you this much. The spicy part of that meal was definitely the secondary last night. The secondary was clicking on all cylinders. They shut them down in the second half. And I'll tell you something right now. I have never been a Garoppolo hater. I've been a Garoppolo promoter. But the real question, I'm going to leave this question for you guys. The real question is, because they've done well in the NFC West, can they replicate that in other divisions? Thanks, guys.
Appreciate the call. Speaking of a restaurant analogy, somebody has an analogy completely different than Rich. Last night was like if you paid a lot to park at an expensive restaurant and sat down and ordered a really expensive steak, but they put in front of you a hungry man's Salisbury steak, and it's a little cold in the middle. 38.10. Still not enough, JD. 38.10. Not enough.
I don't understand that.
I don't either. Let's finish up with Matt in San Rafael, and then we'll start getting ready for Bobby Myers. What's going on, Matt?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Yeah, I was just calling, wanted to comment back on that caller who was saying, what do you want of Michael Vick?
Yeah.
I think all Niner fans want is a quarterback that isn't the liability, that isn't the governor on the engine. I mean, Yeah, Jimmy, yesterday we played a hobbled Cardinals team, and that game went the way it should have gone, and I'm tired of celebrating a quarterback just doing his base job.
Oh, we lost him?
Yeah, we didn't cut him off.
I didn't cut him off. No. I mean, okay. But what about this? What about this? You think Jimmy stinks? Fair enough. Can't you at least say, hey, he was pretty good last night?
There's just an assumption. The part that I don't agree with is there's an assumption that baseline level of play is just, like, you can just find that anywhere.
I think some people found out that doesn't work with the Warriors' young players.
It just, there's just this, if you just plug in any
Right.
average quarterback, the problem is Garoppolo he's better than any average quarterback because he functions in a way where you can win at a much higher level than just an average quarterback.
I think so, too.
That's the difference. That's what makes Garoppolo unique. He can play a little above average in the context of everything else, and you can win where look around the league.
How much of that is the other team and how much of it is Garoppolo? We can talk about that on the other side at about 1:30 with Ross Tucker. Bob Myers joining us next. It's the Executive Show, and it's all sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
Stimulant use disorder is a disease, not a choice. But getting help is. Make a change by choosing treatment for your meth or cocaine addiction. Find proven treatment options at choosechangeca.org.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge.
But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99.
You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Imagine buying a pair of sneakers and getting a soothing, gentle foot massage like you'd get during a relaxing pedicure just by walking. You might think this sounds too good to be true, but we think it sounds like Skechers' new Massage Fit sneakers. Because Skechers, the comfort technology company, has designed a unique innovation that makes it feel like you're pampering your feet with a gentle massage in every step. The secret is Skechers' new patented wave technology on the sole that gently massages your feet while you're walking around. It feels amazing and is so gentle you can wear them all day just like your other favorite Skechers sneakers. And not only will you be getting the massage, you'll also be getting Skechers' other famous comfort features, like a special luxury insole that offers extra support for 24/7 comfort. Plus, they come in a variety of fashionable styles, including lace-up and slip-ons, and they're machine washable for easy care. Get a bonus massage in every step with Skechers' new Massage Fit. Find them for men and women at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. Rock out with your favorite bands, whether it's throwback classics or today's top hits. Sit back and laugh at stand-up comedy from well-known icons and tomorrow's legends. Plus, so much more. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
At 7-Eleven, our coffee is fresh or it's free. We don't compromise on our premium beans, and neither should you. Because drinking fresh coffee is non-negotiable. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store of purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
The award-winning documentary Beyond Homeless, Finding Hope offers real hope for transforming homelessness in San Francisco. Watch at beyondhomeless.org.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to go inside the boardroom.
It probably is timeless. You know why? I respect anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
And take a seat at the conference table.
Guru's great too.
Welcome to the Executive Show.
Nothing easy.
On 95.7 The Game.
We're going to Game 7, baby. Game 7!
All righty.
Let's welcome in President of Basketball Operations and General Manager of the Golden State Warriors, Bob Myers. He joins us every other Tuesday or Wednesday on the Executive Show. Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Good. Hey, what's up, Matt and John? Guru, no-go on Guru today, huh?
Yeah, he's going to take the week off because he's got some family stuff. But
Holiday
that's fine.
goo. Holiday goo, Bob.
Yeah, exactly. Let's catch up just a little bit, Bob. And you know, Jermichael Green on Friday talked about the team getting together and addressing some elephants in the room, and he thought it was beneficial. Like, when did you find out, or even did you even know about them having a discussion? Do you facilitate something like that? Do you expect your leaders to kind of address it? What's your take on what happened on Friday before the Knicks game?
I talked to Draymond the day before, and he said he was going to talk to the team. And I asked him what he was going to say. He told me, and I thought that was good. But I wasn't sitting up there when he did it. You know, it's funny because when you're around the team, there's a lot of every game brings forth you're either feeling good or not feeling good, based on winning or losing. But there's a bigger picture to it, and if you're in the building, sometimes you can sense a time. And I think Draymond's been around the block long enough to know when that time should be. So I don't tell guys. If it was a different team, Matt, I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty unique team as far as guys that have been through a lot. So he thought it was the right time. He's pretty good at figuring that stuff out. I think he spoke for a while. And the important thing isn't what I think, it's how it lands with the players. And if they were saying it was effective, then it was. It's
right.
Based on what I heard, seemed like it. But again, that's a meeting. Now we got to do it on the court.
And Bob, but just as far as what's been reported and what the players individually have spoken about on the record, it sounds like a part of that was Draymond addressing Klay Thompson's play and even the shot selection. Klay had addressed that Draymond had some words for him that he took to heart. Is this a big moment for Klay as far as maybe making an adjustment that needed to be made, hearing it from a respected teammate, and also is there a component of Draymond's voice, given the incident with Jordan, starting to maybe carry some more weight again in your franchise?
Maybe both. You'd have to ask each person, John, what they thought, but I would say that certainly based on what Klay has done since, that would bode well, the fact that he looks like he's responded. And I'm sure it wasn't the only person that's been telling Klay to try to keep it simpler and don't force it. But whatever reason, this one landed, like you said, in a way where it showed on the court. So certainly if he acknowledged it and he's showing the benefits of it, that's a positive. As far as Draymond's standing as a leader, yeah, I mean, I think he understands that based on what happened, you can't just walk right back in the room and assume that. But it's been a while. People are tired of on the team of the way we're playing. I'm sure the coaches are tired of it. And I think Draymond felt, I'm going to say something. And he does have a ton of equity within that room as far as what he's done. Certainly, I don't think he's proud of what he did on that day, but there's a lot of good that he's done, and a lot of times he's spoken to the team where they've responded. So, yeah, I think it was both of those things, John.
We're joined by Bob Myers, President of Basketball Operations and General Manager of the Golden State Warriors. Steve Kerr was talking about how he thought he had to be a little bit of a psychologist or a psychiatrist. And just from, doing this show for years and years, Bob, just the last few weeks is, what's going on with Klay? What's going on with Kuminga and Wiseman? Is Jordan Poole up to something? Like, do you have an idea of what's going on with your team at any given moment? You know what I mean? With everybody.
Yes and no, right? I mean, just like John, John memorizes our scores. I mean, you guys are pretty aware of our team in certain respects. You're not in the building, but I bet you vacillate at times with what we are, what we've met in the past, what we ended up doing in years past. The only years I really thought I had a sense of it is when we had Durant. I really thought we have the best team, bar none, and we should win. You don't walk around saying that, but I can say that in hindsight. That's not some big statement, by the way. But after that, or before that, I always felt like we'll see what happens. And it's usually better than you think or worse. We've had a lot of great moments and great years. But as far as this team, Matt, I don't know. It's a tough one because in some respects, we've got a little bit of evidence as to what we are, and in some respects, there's circumstances that make it hard to see if this is us, if this is the team. I see a lot of teams that we've played that I don't know, in my position, I don't know that we're worse than, but we've lost. So it doesn't matter what I think. Your record is your record, like a lot of people like to say. But as far as having a clear idea of it, I would say I don't have a clear idea of it, and I don't know that Steve would say the same thing or our players. Time still has to play out. It doesn't mean we're enjoying struggling in the early part of the season. Nobody likes that. But I think as far as giving you anything concise and clear, it's just hard to say right now. Some of it is self-inflicted stuff with the free throw disparity, with the turnovers. I think we'll get better at those things. Some of it is figuring out. I think they're trying Draymond a little bit more in the second unit. They're going to do that going forward to see how that plays out. So Steve would say that he's still searching for an identity in the second unit. And that's not some big statement. I think a lot of people would agree that's what needs to happen as well.
Bob, what do you take away from a game like last night, where the young guys do get an opportunity? Obviously, the veterans get a chance to rest, but it goes the way that it did without really anybody playing well. And kind of the second part of that question would be, why is it more beneficial for James Wiseman to play for Santa Cruz as opposed to being in a game like last night once you guys make the decision to go with the resting of the veterans?
Hey, we thought about James, but we're trying to figure out some continuity with the guy because he's been so all over the place as far as playing, not playing, injured, not injured. And we're trying to figure out a way where he can grow a little bit with some consistency. And the idea of just flying him out and putting him back in Santa Cruz, we just net thought it would be better to stay there. A game like last night, sure, as many minutes as you can get, but we're trying to find a way where James can build, and we're hoping that can be down in the G League, and that's the plan. But a game like last night, John, what you'd like to see is obviously smarter basketball, more disciplined. You'd like to see guys taking care of the ball. 26 turnovers. You'd like to see them just make not the mental mistakes. You can stand some physical mistakes, missing shots and things like that, but you'd like to see the composure, and clearly that game got away from them, and nothing they wouldn't say themselves. We played much better the first time around in New Orleans and looked like that was something to build on. But, yeah, that's not one that you can find a lot of good things in, short of some guys played a lot of minutes, and I'm not going to say there was a ton of positives to draw from that one.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. Bob, you've had a great run with the Warriors, no doubt about it. And the year you were 15-50, there was a reason you were 15-50. Then you came back the next year and went 39-33. Do you feel? So you're 8-10 this year. This is kind of the first time you've struggled with your full team. Like, are you feeling pressure now? Either do you put pressure on yourself, or does Steve put pressure on you to do something, or Joe put pressure on you? What are we doing here? What's going on? How much pressure do you feel?
Yeah, look, I think everybody's different, but probably the most I get is from me, which is the most I feel. I think if you're in this type of stuff, it is competitive, and you either, I guess you have to. I've always been that way. I don't even know if it's a good thing, but I'm probably harder on myself than anyone else could be. But there's certainly people who are frustrated and want to win. As far as comparing this year to others, I think that the year the 39-33, where you're kind of trying to figure it out, and finally we hit a rhythm. But you're right, that wasn't healthy. We are healthy, which gives you a better idea of what you are or what you're not. Every year is different, Matt. We went through last year. It was times last year where I just thought early on, wow, this thing is fantastic, and then we lose. I don't know, do we go 500 for a big stretch of game? John, you know, do we go like 20-20? What did we do? Wasn't it
18-2 to start? Now they'll take over.
Yeah, it was 18-2 and what, 29-9, I think, at that point. So yeah, from there it would have been.
Then after that, it was 500. Was that what it was?
Yeah, 24 and I guess that would have been 24, maybe 24-24, something like that. Yeah.
So what does that mean? And then in the playoffs, figured it out. But Matt, that wasn't great either. If I'm looking back and saying, what did that feel like? Because we started so well, and then we kept trying to get it back, and then Clay came back. Sometimes this is a tough team to read a little bit. Not making excuses. So I don't feel whether it's Joe or Steve, they're just as competitive as I am. We're all competitive in different ways. We all want the same thing, and we've wanted the same thing for 8 years. For this is Steve's 9th year, my 12th. We all know what kind of competitiveness Joe brings, Steve, myself. Probably not. Mine is maybe not as demonstrative. But, yeah, I hate it. The losing sucks. And that's what motivates you to figure it out. But there's only two ways to figure it out. You either figure it out from within or you figure it out from some transaction outside of you. And we always look at everything. I know it's a canned answer, but we do it every year. Sometimes we make decisions, we make trades, sometimes we don't, but that's the job. And after a certain sample size and you're way into the season, you do have evidence of what you seem to be. I still think that's early. This is going to sound like I'm deflecting, but I still do think it's too early to really know. I think some of the things that we are struggling with, we can clean up within these walls. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that journey goes as the season continues.
Bob, what do you see as you look around the conference in particular? There's a lot of teams jumbled up, maybe some surprise teams that are playing better than you would have expected. But do you, in a way, at 8 and 10, feel fortunate that there aren't really any dominant teams in the West? I mean, you guys still have a shot to get it together and be in the mix, where it looks like there's a pretty lengthy group of teams that might all kind of be in the mix.
Yeah, that helps. But I also might take a scenario where we were behind but playing as well as we could. So, I think it's good that we haven't hit our stride, and it seems to be that the West is open more so than maybe it has in the past. But I also would like to see us kind of hit our rhythm and culminate in some way where we have a better sense of what our best basketball looks like. So, yeah, nothing seems out of reach, which is good, but that doesn't. That's part of the, I guess, supposedly solution to getting back to the top of the conference. But it also is us playing better basketball, and I think we're capable of that. So it's competitive. As far as the quality of play, I see a lot of teams playing extremely hard, which is great. I think the league is, the offenses now are so good in the elite. You see these scores, you see the shot-making ability of some of these teams. You see a lot of the youth that is kind of making their way and making their mark in the league, and so it's pretty fascinating. You just don't know each night what's going to happen. And the West, and I can say the same about the East, John. The East is, as competitive or more than the West right now.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. 2 weeks ago when we had you on, Bob, you asked, have we ever talked about the two timelines? Meaning you or Joe or Steve. And I said I don't think so. I think that was something that may have been created outside. But here's my question. When you were drafting Kuminga and Wiseman, two really young guys with very little experience, were you guys thinking, okay, we're going to need them to help when Steph Curry's still in our prime, still in his prime? Or were you thinking, look, our core's getting older. We want some young players who at 24, 25 are going to be able to step in for the Curry, Clays, and Draymond as they're winding down. In other words, I think a lot of people thought you drafted those guys to help right away, and I'm asking you if you did or not.
Well, it's tough, Matt, because you draft what you think is the best player, and then you try to find a way to help them and help the team win, help them develop. But as far as a lot of the young guys, I think Moses is pretty young as well. You draft what you think is the best guy, and then the challenge is to find a way to make them fit. And I think early on, at least in this season, we found that playing a lot of youth together wasn't looking very good. So you try to then find ways to, what Steve has done a little bit with Kuminga, and I think James and Moses will get another chance as well, is maybe not all at once, but you find pockets to get them some limited minutes and things like that. And I think that's more realistic for a 20, 21-year-old on a team like ours, which is pretty sophisticated offensively, which has a unique style, a style that has done really well and worked, which has a pecking order where they're nowhere near even in the top four, I suppose, of scoring. So it's teaching some of the young guys how to impact the game outside of scoring. And I think for a lot of young guys, that's the challenge. How do you impact a game when you're not scoring, coming from players that have scored their whole life and found that is the way for them to impact games, is through scoring. So trying to teach them those types of things for young players in our system, but it takes time. So I don't know that we said this is what it's going to be. We more fell back on, we drafted what we thought was the best player and see how that goes, Matt. But as far as how they could help us in the near term, the idea would be to kind of find moments and lineups that work, and I think we're still trying to figure that out.
Bob, I want to ask you about just Jonathan Kuminga specifically, because so often, and I think last night was no exception, he has the flash play with the chase down block on Zion, and he has the follow-up dunk, and it's like, wow. But then the rest of the game, you look at it, and it's kind of an ugly line, and he's still trying to figure things out. He's gotten opportunities to play, but just pinpoint what he has to do better to help this team in the short term, but also continue his development moving forward. It looks to the naked eye like maybe he's regressed a little bit.
Yeah, I think last year he played with some guys really smart. I think Andre, I don't know if Bielitsa, some of these guys helped him out. Obviously, the other guys that were in that unit were a good group for him and helped him. So, yeah, I think it's tough for him or any young player to play 6 minutes and be worried about if you miss a shot. That's hard. And even Steve would acknowledge when he was a player, that's a tough role. We even talked about it as far as even Steve, in a mature 28, 29-year-old, he'd go in and miss 1 3 and he'd sit down. So you're right there on that fringe. Probably tougher for a young player to work through that mentally than a more veteran guy. So as far as what he needs to do, I think he's rebounding is something he needs to do. As far as playing defense without fouling, don't turn it over. The simple basic stuff that you have to do very well when you're in short minutes. When you're playing 35, 36 minutes, you're allowed to make a few more mistakes potentially or miss some shots because you've earned that equity amongst your teammates, amongst the coaching staff. But when you're on short minutes and you're young, there's a part that makes it difficult. And I'm not, he'll figure it out, I believe, as will the other guys. But I think that's the challenge. John is trying to find that rhythm where you can come in and be effective in limited minutes. And obviously this year, because of the losing, I think there's a tightness around whether it's the second unit or even some of our first unit guys as far as trying to play a little more free without turning it over and fouling. And I think that's the fine line we need to locate here at some point.
See, I would think that you and Kuminga right now, you'd be in his ear helping him. I mean, you were out of the rotation a lot at UCLA. You got to.
Agreed, Matt. I'm glad you brought that up. That's a really relevant point. I went in when I told people when I could have no impact on the game one way or the other. So they could have put in a band member when you're up 30, or we weren't down 30 much, but when we were up, I could go in and I could do whatever I wanted, and the game would still be the same. So
all right.
I have no advice. Although I will say, on a serious note, talking to Kuminga, Sean Livingston's a really good person in his ear, as is Dunleavy, because you remember Mike when he showed up here, Matt, you were probably covering the Warriors. It wasn't a seamless transition.
No. And
he had to hear it from his coach, from the fans, probably the media. So Mike's actually pretty good. And then he went to another organization. He knows he had 5 or 6, 8, 10 different coaches. So he's actually been good with Jonathan as far as saying, hey, look, just because this is the way it is now, doesn't mean you can't work your way out of it. But it's hard for 20-year-olds to hear that and process it. So that's part of the mental hurdle you got to get over.
Well, don't tell Mike this, but the problem is Kuminga's a fan favorite.
Yeah, is that kind of a? That's kind of a.
Well, no, Mike came in behind the 8 ball. Let's put it that way.
He was the opposite of a fan favorite, right?
Yeah, but he came in behind the 8 ball, kind of.
That
draft. Yeah, I'm not going to. Yeah. I'm not going to make you stick it to Mike Dunleavy Jr. the day before Thanksgiving.
I love he's my one of my best buddies. So
absolutely,
he like you said, it wasn't an easy entry, but the NBA is tough. It's a hard league sometimes.
Bob, thanks as always. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, and Bob, just real quick, because I am a stickler for accuracy, I know you'll appreciate it. It was
yes, give it to me.
It was 41-13, 41-13, and then 12-16 to finish.
Yeah,
and then 16-6 in the playoffs.
During those moments, this is why John's good to have around, Steiny. This is why he's good.
No, you're right. We have.
Would you have known
it's like a great 3-guard offense. We got a guy. We got Poole, Clay, and Steph, but all in their primes. All right, man. Have a great Thanksgiving, you and the family, and we'll catch up soon.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Take it easy.
That's Bob Myers talking about the state of the Golden State Warriors.
I'd forgotten it was that high, actually.
What?
41-13.
I did, too.
On February 9th.
I thought, in fact, they got off to a good start, then stumbled, then got it together. But I guess they wouldn't have gotten it together their last 11 games because Steph wasn't playing those last 11 games.
It was basically game 1, round 1.
Yeah.
And they got it going.
Yeah, it's interesting. Look, we got 3 or 4 minutes before the break, so we'll finish up here with some Warriors, and then we'll get back to the San Francisco 49ers with Ross Tucker on the other side. But that is a difference between, for whatever reason, Mike Dunleavy really caught flack here in the Bay, and I think it was because he didn't show a lot of emotion on the court. He just didn't. Never did. Never has. I think people took that the wrong way. But, Golden State Warriors, they're in action tomorrow night. L.A. Clippers are in town. Kawhi Leonard played last night. Your favorite player, Paul George, did not. So he must really be hurt if he didn't play
It's that Clippers,
in a game.
I think the Clippers have that, what's that internal rule that both of them can't actually play together.
Yeah.
So.
Saying the 707.
Be too much effort.
Gotcha. 707 saying we should have drafted Amari Stoudemire instead of Dunleavy. But he was 9th that year.
Was that the same year?
Yeah, I think it was. He was coming right out of high school. And you know what? Amari Stoudemire at that point, he had some baggage that a lot of people were concerned about.
Well, and let's be honest, who was going to be feeding Amari Stoudemire the rock on that Warriors team?
Bimbo Coles? Dean Oliver?
Was that
Muggsy Bogues?
Was that 03?
I don't know. I can't. 203 I think was Musselman. I can't remember the years. I got to go backwards.
It doesn't matter.
6, 7. We don't have much time anyway. 6, 7 was Nelson, clearly.
Right. We believe. Montgomery had a couple Montgomery years before that, right? Wasn't Montgomery right before Nelson?
Yeah.
Mike Montgomery.
Where the hell so Keith Smart was after Don Nelson, I guess.
Oh, yeah, Keith Smart was
That's right.
Keith Smart was right before Mark Jackson.
That's right.
Keith Smart was in between Nelly and Mark Jackson.
That's right.
Nelly 2.0.
Who, Keith Smart?
Yeah, no. It was Nelly 2.0 era, and then Keith Smart, and then Mark Jackson, and then Steve Kerr.
I got you.
So before Nelly, it was Montgomery, and then that's where it gets a little murky.
Right, because, Montgomery, what happened was, I can explain this in a minute. What happened was the Warriors had a young team, and Chris Mullen hired Mike Montgomery, who was at Stanford, who's known as a very good teacher. And then the Warriors basically changed their roster. And Baron Davis came in, and Baron wasn't crazy about playing for a college coach.
Shocker.
Exactly. All right, we got one of our favorites coming up on the other side, Ross Tucker. We got to get into the San Francisco 49ers. They win last night. They're 6-4, and I don't know if you've been on social media or not, 49er fans, but there are a lot of experts and a lot of football people that say 49ers may be the team to beat right now in the NFC. We'll see what Ross Tucker says on the other side. It's all sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
Nothing makes your holiday meal like a tender, juicy smoked turkey. Visit Outdoor Supply Hardware and get ready for Thanksgiving grilling with Traeger. Save up to $200 on select Traegers. Traeger sauces and rubs make great gifts. Cook up Thanksgiving success at Osh.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals, November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Dell Technologies Black Friday event has arrived with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 50% off select performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, John Dickinson in for Darryl the Guru Johnson today. Keep in mind, 5 o'clock, Steve Kerr, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. In the meantime, we got Ross Tucker, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Ross, how you doing, buddy? Don't have Ross yet? All right, we'll get Ross in
pretty
a second.
soon.
Yeah. Anyway, Ross Tucker will be joining us. See, I blew it. I didn't know we didn't have him. I was going to stick him with a one-liner, and I couldn't.
But now you can.
Well, if we get him on.
I mean, we are going to get him.
The 49ers game last night, JD, and the one thing I want to get into that we touched on a little bit, and it's that if you take McCaffrey off the 49ers, like they played the first 6 or 7 games, I guess it was, or 5 or 6, whatever it was, like, did they have... Like what? Let me just ask you, what has Christian McCaffrey unlocked for the 49ers? And we may get Ross any minute, so I'll just jump to him. But what do you see as being different?
Well, it's just an alpha weapon that everybody has to account for. And even when you do account for him, he's still able to produce. Like that, like not everybody can produce when all the attention is on him.
Well, you know what? You said something that I think I agree with, but I think I'm a 49er fan when you said, hey, look, McCaffrey's a big boy.
He's their number one.
He's a superstar.
Yeah, he is their...
Not a star, a superstar. Best player on the team.
Yeah. The only thing that's held him back from being that is injury in his career.
Let's go to Ross Tucker. He joins us every Tuesday at this time. Ross, we just bring you into this conversation. We're talking about Christian McCaffrey. Obviously, the 49ers put up some points last night. What do you think is the difference between the 49ers with McCaffrey as opposed to without him?
Good question. I think obviously gives them a little bit more depth as a runner. Now they got Mitchell. They'll give the ball to Debo sometimes. I think he's better than what they were getting from Jeff Wilson. Although I think Jeff Wilson's a pretty good player. I think the biggest thing is he's just a much better threat in the passing game and a weapon that needs to be accounted for in the passing game as opposed to Elijah Mitchell or Jeff Wilson. That's the biggest thing. It feels to me like not only can they get the ball to McCaffrey in the passing game, and he's highly efficient. I mean, he had 7 catches on 7 targets. But also, you know, any team you play now, when they talk about the passing game, they're going to talk about McCaffrey. Like, they're worried about him coming out of the backfield. They're worried about where he lines up. And I think that does help to open up things like Kittle, like we saw last night.
Yeah, and I mean, just an extension of that. I mean, Kittle, it's 4 receptions, but it's 2 touchdowns. It's Ayuk, 4 targets, 2 receptions, both go for touchdowns. It allows, I think, and I want to get your take on this, the other players to be more productive, maybe with fewer opportunities.
1,000%. Yep. I mean, it all goes together, right? It all goes hand in hand. And last night, they looked really good. And they have a bunch of different weapons. They have 2 good receivers. Kittle looked as good as he has in a while. We know what McCaffrey can do now there. I will say this. I don't know if you guys have seen my tweets today, at Ross Tucker NFL. The Niner love is a little bit much today.
Okay.
I mean, do I think they're a good team? Yeah. But for like the whole night last night, all morning this morning, every tweet is like, oh, look out for the Niners. Watch out. Here they come. Uh-oh, it's Niner time. Like, they're the team nobody wants to play. They're clearly the best team in the NFC. It's like, wait. I watched the week before against the Chargers, who, by the way, had no D tackles by the end of the game. And Justin Herbert didn't have any receivers. And they still barely beat the Chargers in that game. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from what the Niners did last night, but I think, to me, what the Cowboys did in Minnesota, destroying the Vikings right from the get-go. I mean, as one side of an NFL game as you'll ever see right from the start, that's not what the game was last time. I mean, last night was 17-10 at halftime. They pulled away. Niners were better. Niners are good. But I feel like everybody acting like all of a sudden the Niners are going to the Super Bowl and winning it needs to pump the brakes a little bit.
All right, so Ross, along those lines, I mean, how much of last night specifically was the Cardinals and being where they are, and what do you need to see from the Niners moving forward? I mean, they do play Miami and Tampa and Seattle, and and Washington coming up here as the next month moves forward. But what do you have to see that makes it more real for you?
Well, just do it over and over again. It's not, if they just keep doing what they did last night, that'd be great. But they got to show they can do that. I mean, they haven't shown they can do that on a consistent basis, even since they got McCaffrey. And I thought a lot of last night was the Cardinals. I mean, they're starting a backup quarterback. You know, they don't have some of their receivers like Hollywood Brown. Then, you know, late in the game, a lot of those guys clearly didn't want to be there anymore. They definitely didn't want to try to tackle Kittle on his second touchdown. So, I don't know, I'm just not, I mean, it's a good win. It's a good win, but not even close to the win that the Cowboys had. Cowboys did it on the road against the 8-1 team, and they pulled all their starters in the third quarter. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get why people are fawning more over the Niners last night than they did over the Cowboys on Sunday.
It's a good question. I was going to say the defense, but Dallas' defense is great too. I think it's a fact that the 49ers, I think people think they have pedigree because they've been to the NFC Championship 2 of the last 3 years and the Super Bowl once. You know what I mean?
I think that's probably a factor, yeah. And it probably helps that, you know, there was a bunch of other games on Sunday. There's a bunch of other things to talk about. You know, there was a night game after the Cowboys played between the Chargers and the Chiefs. That was an awesome game. So I think that's probably a factor as well, whereas last night was a standalone game that everybody was watching. It always gets a little bit more hype than anything that happens really on Sunday.
Hey, Ross, we know you do work in Philadelphia covering the Eagles. How do you compare the Eagles to the 49ers?
Similar, I'd say. Yeah, I'd say pretty similar. They both have a couple of really good receivers. They both have a really good tight end. I think the Eagles' offensive line is better. I like the element of Hurts being able to run more than Jimmy. Defensively, they've played really, really well this year. I mean, I think they've given up more than 17 points on defense once the whole year. I mean, they've played really, really well. I know there was like a pick six or whatever. The opener, they gave up 31 to the Lions. I can't remember how many they gave up to the Commanders, but similar, I would say. I think the Eagles have been more consistent, obviously, throughout the year, but they're not playing their best football right now, and the Niners, as of last night, are. So, yeah, that's the way it goes. Everyone's got the flavor of the month, but the reality is it doesn't really matter who's playing their best ball right now. I mean, it matters who plays their best ball in January.
Do you think the Niners are the kind of team that could go in and beat the Eagles in Philly in the playoffs, I guess, is the way I'll ask it?
Yeah, I do. I think they're capable of it. I think the Vikings and Cowboys and Bucks, I think they're all probably capable of it. I don't know that I see it happening. I mean, they would have to play really, really well in that game. It's going to be tough to win in Philly in the playoffs. And I'd be surprised at this point if the Eagles don't get home field advantage. I mean, they only have one loss. You know, I know the Vikings have two, but the Eagles also beat them head-to-head. So they really have two games up on the Vikings. And the Eagles' schedule isn't that intimidating moving forward. So, I think they'll probably win like 14 games, probably like 14-3.
Wow. So let me just see if I got this right. You think there's about 4 or 5 teams that can go to the Super Bowl from the NFC, and the 49ers are one of them, but you're not calling them the prohibitive favorites at this point.
Definitely not. I'm not even calling them the best team in the NFC. Those are two different things. So
all right.
There are people calling them, like today on my betting podcast, on the Even Money podcast, my co-host, Steve Fezzik, called them the best team in the NFC. So I am certainly not ready or willing to go there. And they're definitely not the prohibitive favorite because they're going to have a tougher road. And they're going to have to win, more than likely, a couple of road playoff games certainly they're capable of it. They did it last year. But I don't really know, guys. Like, I don't know if that makes me think that they're more likely to do that again or not.
Yeah,
it's really hard to do.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one.
I mean, okay, so they won a couple road playoff games last year. Does that mean they're going to do it again this year? Probably not, would be my guess. I just don't think they are good enough as an offensive line. I don't think their quarterback's good enough. It's certainly possible. They got a lot of weapons. They got a really good defense. But that's asking a lot to ask Jimmy G to win, whatever it would be, 3 more playoff games, including 2 more on the road.
Yeah. All right, Ross, have a great Thanksgiving, and we'll talk to you next week.
Likewise, I will be in Dallas, so if you're driving around and listening to the Cowboys-Giants game, should be fun. They got great press box food in Dallas. So
yeah, we got
quite my mom's sausage filling in Pennsylvania, but it'll have to do. It's good.
Nice. We have that game right here on 95.7 The Game, Ross, so we're looking forward to it, man.
Love it. See you guys.
All right, that's Ross Tucker. You might have gotten 49er fans upset.
Well, they shouldn't be considered the best team in the NFC right now.
Well, no, not right now. But I didn't want to quibble, but the thing that does matter right now is you stack some wins, you're going to get home field. Like the 49ers have
for the first round at least.
Right.
I mean, but to his point, I mean, if you're the 3 seed, it depends on who wins. Right. But if you're the 3 seed and the chalk plays out, you're going to have to go. You'd have to go to Minnesota and Philly, let's say.
Exactly.
If both of those teams win.
Yeah, exactly. All right, 888-957-9570. Let's open up the phone lines again, along with the Xfinity Mobile text line. Ross Tucker, concerned about the 49ers offensive line and whether Jimmy Garoppolo's good enough. Good enough.
I do have a theory on why the 49ers have been getting so much love today and why it may come out as a little bit over the top. You want to hear that theory?
Yeah, of course.
I think it in part is because I think you have to go back to the summer. And I think there were a lot of people, if you remember, and this was even when Trey Lance was going to be the starting quarterback. I think there were a lot of people that had the Niners as a favorite this year, had the Niners as a team to beat, had the Niners as a Super Bowl contender, and it looks 6 weeks into the year like, this team's a disappointment. I think there are a lot of people that kind of went in on the Niners, and it wasn't looking great, and now that it is looking great, I think you've got a lot of people coming back to, hey, I was in on the Niners. Look at the Niners.
Right.
The Niners. That's a team. So I think that's some of it. Some of it is it's just the recency bias of they've had a few wins in front of the camera. I don't even think last night, Monday night, but the week before, Sunday night, I think that plays a role. And they beat the Rams before that. And remember, that was a late game, but that was the game where McCaffrey went off, had a rushing touchdown, receiving touchdown. So they've been at the forefront, and that was before anybody thought the Rams stunk. Now the Rams may stink, but they didn't. Nobody thought the Rams stunk then. That was kind of a big game.
I got a question for you and for Bay Area fans. What do you have more confidence in? The 49ers continuing to play this well and being a factor in the postseason, or the Golden State Warriors turning it around? You have more confidence. And I asked Kyle Madsen that question before the show, and he goes, "Oh my God, the Niners." And I was like, "Really? We're giving up on the Golden State Warrior championship squad? Coming back, bouncing back?"
I was going to ask you to define what does come around mean.
That means,
because this is where I'm kind of like
wins,
you.
45 to 50 wins.
So the question is, are you more confident that the Niners can get to the NFC Championship game than you are that the Warriors can win 48 games?
Yeah.
That's pretty close.
Okay. Well, that was a half-decent question. Because I always look to split the answer.
That's pretty close. I mean, right now it looks better for the Niners.
Sure.
But you know what? A week from now it might look better for the Warriors. I mean, you just don't know.
Yeah.
At this point. But it's a good question. I think it's closer than you may think. I'd probably lean Niners at this point. But again, one bad game, 2 bad games.
True. A couple texts from the Xfinity Mobile text line. 925, how much does it irk Steiny to have to talk Warriors? And I'm sorry, 49ers instead of rip the world. Oh, come on. But the funny thing is I'm getting grief here from some fans. and it really shouldn't be getting grief, JD. I thought the 49ers before the season were a team that was impossible to gauge because they were heading into the season with a rookie quarterback, essentially, second-year quarterback. Like, that just never made sense to me how the 49ers thought they were going to do those two things, compete for a Super Bowl and bring Trey Lance along slowly. So I just wasn't feeling it. All right, so they get Garoppolo in there. And obviously they went to the NFC Championship game last year, but got off to a sputtering start. The trade for Christian McCaffrey has changed things. I mean, that has absolutely changed things. And to me now, you can talk about the 49ers, to me, more realistically than you could 3 or 4 weeks ago. They weren't a Super Bowl team 3 or 4 weeks ago, I don't think.
No, they were 3-4.
And
they got smoked by Kansas City in McCaffrey's first game.
Exactly.
You think about it. And, yeah, they had the bye week mixed in there. So that was a month ago tomorrow was that game. I think October the 23rd, if memory serves, and my memory tends to, that they were in shambles, basically.
Right.
I mean, the Chiefs, you get McCaffrey, then the Chiefs throttle you. You just gotten hammered by Atlanta. Your defense stunk. And now you look since then, the defense hasn't allowed a second-half point in a month. Over the course of 3 games. So they've gotten that back on track, and now the offense looks... McCaffrey has allowed the 49ers offense to look as if you would have expected it to look without him, to be perfectly honest, right? Because that's
right.
The thing that comes out. Like, the Niner offense has functioned more like we always talk about the Twitter tape guys want it all to look like. Right? Oh, it's going to be this and that. And, like, you saw a little of that last night. There was a little of the Kyle's in his bag and some of the breakdowns even on the broadcast of how this was so creative. Well, why wasn't it creative up until that point?
Maybe
they added 23.
Yeah.
They added 23.
Ryan wants to talk about who he's more confident in. Hey, Ryan, how you doing, man?
Save their season.
Good, guys. How about yourself? Happy Thanksgiving.
Same to you, man. Same to you.
Hey, definitely more confident with the Niners.
Okay.
The pickup of McCarthy, it totally made them stronger. Jimmy G's playing pretty steady. Best defense in football. Warriors look old. They're not in sync. Defensively, they're not going to stop the better teams late in the season, certainly playoffs. So definitely going with the Niners.
Appreciate the call, Ryan. I think I got to agree with him now. Why? You know what? I think here's what it is. JD. If I were to say this, I don't know. Bottom line is this: 49ers weren't a Super Bowl team until they got McCaffrey. Now they're a Super Bowl team. That team without McCaffrey was not winning it. Not with that offense. Not with nobody that you can rely. See, I know I'm going to get killed on this, JD, but before McCaffrey, who was the one player on the 49ers you could count on offensively every single game?
You couldn't.
Exactly.
And people are going to yell at you and say Debo.
Right.
But it wasn't the case.
But even when Debo is carrying you, he's only literally carrying it a dozen times. Maybe 10 or 12. But as we saw, JD, you can't run him all that much.
Well, and I think teams were ready for that as the primary.
I do too.
Like, it was two things. Make Jimmy beat you and take Debo away. Like, I think the opposition would look at the Niners and say, take the Debo running game away, number one. Kittle, because of the offensive line issues, is going to cover himself, in essence, right? Not really his fault, but the way they have to play. And then we're going to make Garoppolo beat us. And, for the most part, Garoppolo can't do that unless the other things are functioning.
Right.
So you're taking enough away. And then you don't, and then we're having conversations about how they don't have as many weapons as you think they have at once you start taking that. So McCaffrey has unlocked all of it. Yeah. It's been a game changer. I've said it, and you know what? I said it, and I felt kind of bad saying it. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should just stand up on the table and say it louder. Christian McCaffrey saved the 49ers season. That acquisition gave them life, and now the sky's the limit.
How about this? I'm gonna stand tall too. You know what this is showing to me? That I was right about the 49ers skill position players. They weren't good enough collectively till they got Christian McCaffrey. Now they got a foundation. Now they have a guy to go to consistently over the course of the game. And now you can sprinkle in Kittle and Ayuk and Debo and Mitchell.
Uh-huh.
And they're more effective because they're not asked to do as much. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Christian McCaffrey. Has he saved the 49ers season? Let's go to Kevin, quick in San Francisco. Hey, Kevin. How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Hey, Steiny. Hey, John. How you guys doing today?
Doing well.
Good.
Good. Yeah, I think just quickly I wanted to touch on two things. First, Steiny, I want to answer your question.
Okay.
I think the Warriors are the defending champs. Been to the finals 5 times in the last 7 years, and the Niners haven't won a Super Bowl in 28 years. So I actually think this answer is very easy. It's the Golden State Warriors. But also,
all right,
I just wanted to call back and respond to John saying that he wanted to bang his head against the wall when that caller called in yesterday saying he was excited to watch the young guys play on the Warriors. First, I'm that caller. I don't know if John, I don't know if you met me yet. Steiny, I think, knows me a little bit better. But I want to say Bob Myers commented that you're a stats guy, so I think you and I would actually really get along.
Sure, of course.
Said, if you dug into the scenario for yesterday a little bit more, you would have realized Warriors were on the second half of a back-to-back, no Clay, playing a legitimate Pelicans team on the road, who's on the last game of their sixth straight home game stand on 3 days rest. So I think I trust 4-time champ Steve Kerr that he knew it was a good time to try to give the bench some extra minutes and try to get them in a groove, right, on a tough game early in the season that they probably had a low probability of winning in the first place, in the hopes to try to think that it's going to help them long term. But obviously nobody liked what they saw last night. It was but I truly think it was the right decision, and I think true Warrior fans like myself are actually excited to see these young guys try to develop. I mean, heck, I'm a deep Warriors fan. I used to watch Warriors games with Bobby Sir in a lineup. I mean, I used to watch those struggles. So watching this team struggle is nothing. I think it's actually fun, and I actually have hope that they're going to be able to help this team and future teams as well.
All right, Kevin. Appreciate it.
Fair enough.
Careful with...
I think Kevin and I would get along fine.
Careful with
We'd
Bobby.
get along great.
Any Bobby Sura slander. That's a Pennsylvania product.
I didn't know that.
Hey, Scranton.
I didn't know
In fact, give me the drop. I talked to him last week.
Last week?
Yeah, I talked to Sura last week.
You've kept in touch with him?
Yeah, of course.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's got a young
How old is Bob
son.
Sura now? Like 47, maybe?
I think younger than that, believe it or not. Yeah.
Not 6,
Nice.
not 7.
Nice. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get into the San Francisco 49ers. Is that a Super Bowl team that you watched last night? And if it is, why? Is it because Garoppolo's doing his thing? Is it because of the addition of Christian McCaffrey? Is it the defense? Tell me why this is a Super Bowl team now as opposed to a month ago. 888-957-9570 is the number. And it's all sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life or your choices with just one wrong pill. Find medically proven treatment options at choosemat.org.
Hi, are you ready to start the season with savings at IKEA?
Ooh, I am. I've got my 3 shopping lists right here. One for home, one for gifts, and one for treating myself.
We can help you check off all 3 with lots of offers going all week. IKEA family members can save on all kinds of products, from bakeware to holiday lighting to rugs and more.
List number 1, here we go.
Visit IKEA to save today. Offer valid 11/24 to 11/28/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/Black Friday for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more, like our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data, all on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. Eco bill and autopay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef. Legendary quality.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only, and then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast, even if your symptoms feel mild. Ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
'Twas almost the holidays and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yet scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Hey, Bay Area. Ready to cheer on the Mexican national team alongside Estrella Jalisco beer? Because other teams might have an Estrella on their crest, but none of them have the heart like ours behind it. Win or lose, Estrella Jalisco and Mexican starting forward Alex Vega are bringing fans together to cheer on our team. Let's go for the Estrella on our crest with an Estrella Jalisco beer in our hands. Estrella Jalisco. Vive tu selección. Vive tu estrella. Enjoy responsibly. Estrella Jalisco School, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Samuel gets it. Trent Williams out in front of him. Ayuk blocking. Debo. End zone touchdown. What a play. No flags. Another one for San Francisco.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
49ers had all the weapons working last night. They beat the Arizona Cardinals 38-10. They're now 6-4 tied with the Seattle Seahawks, but they've got a win in hand against Seattle from earlier in the year. And
Kyle in his bag.
Just a solid win. I don't care how good or bad Arizona is. Here's how I want to start this segment with a couple texts, JD, and that's from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Then we'll get to some calls. The Mitchell injury is why the offense was not working. If Mitchell isn't injured, do you think the Niners trade for McCaffrey? I actually think they do. But that...
Maybe not. I mean...
And then another one, I disagree. If Jimmy Garoppolo were a better quarterback, you don't need McCaffrey. I mean, it's some semantics, but, well, let's take the first one.
Sure.
See,
but if Trey Lance had been playing, you'd be worse. So
yeah, but what I'm saying is...
I hate that I always go there, but I always go there because it's like, well, if you think if you don't... if you want better, well, you would have had worse, at least for this year.
Right.
Anyway.
So let's go to Mitchell, Elijah Mitchell. See, I think...
They needed both.
That's what I think, too, because Kyle Shanahan knows he couldn't use Mitchell exactly like he wanted. Well, first of all, they had no running backs you could use like McCaffrey. And with Mitchell, I just think they're worried about him getting hurt.
I'll give you another reason they do it.
Okay.
Because he was going to the Rams.
Well.
He was going to the Rams, and that was right before the Niners were going to play the Rams. And look at what's happened to the Rams since.
Interesting.
The Rams are done because, the Rams needed a lifeline. The Rams needed McCaffrey to... Imagine if McCaffrey was playing for the Rams on October 30 when the Niners played down there at SoFi and won in the second half. Big second. Imagine if that had flipped and the Niners start going down.
Oh, God.
They've been 3-5 at that point.
Yeah. Well, they've won every game this year where... If it lost, they'd really,
They did that last year, too.
They did, especially at the end. Fred's in Richmond. What's going on, Fred? How you doing, man? You would talk Niners. Let's do it.
Oh, man, happy Thanksgiving to you guys.
Same to you.
I think McCaffrey is a security blanket for Jimmy G, and that's something he hasn't had in his tenure. I understand Debo is supposed to be this out-of-world receiver. I don't think so, but, I mean, he is paid like one. But, overall, I think that is a security blanket for Jimmy G. And when he's coming out the backfield, he can dump it off and do the Tom Brady dink and dunk. On another note, the NBA is so, all over the place. Do everybody understand that the Warriors are only 3 games out of first place?
Yep.
In 1.5 weeks, they could be first place in a blink of an eye. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, that's one of my partner's talking points.
Well, and that's the one reason why I might give the Warriors a shot in the question that you posed as far as the 49ers versus the Warriors having, the Niners' ability to make a run versus the Warriors' ability to turn it around. It's the fact that you might not have to be as good record-wise to be in a position where you're still top 4 if you're the Warriors. I mean,
right.
And a lot of these teams, a lot of these teams right now that are playing well, that are above the Warriors right now, that are even in the top 5 or 6, Utah, Portland, Sacramento, those were 3 teams that were thought at best to probably be 9-13.
Right.
And so to me, when those teams that are unexpectedly in that, they're due to fall off, even if they're going to be just 500 teams.
Right.
So, I'm not saying that either one of them aren't 500 teams, but the Warriors still project to be higher than that. So, even though they may be better, the Warriors still, I would bet, probably pass all 3 of them.
I actually think these next 4 games are kind of going to
They're big.
Dictate the way the season's headed. And, to me, I think they lose 3 out of these 4. And by the way, they're playing
Clippers, Utah, at Minnesota, at Dallas.
Right.
Next 4.
It's one of those things. They go 1-3, another 4 games under 500. Yeah. It's a slog to get back there.
Right.
And then here comes another back-to-back that you might have to punt. And these 4 games are not against easy teams. It's going to be interesting.
They're going to have to play well.
They are.
So you geared up. You got your rest last night. You geared up. You rested last night so you can go full bore for the next 4. And then you get a couple of days off again.
Yeah.
Before the next wave.
Carlito in Alameda. Hey, Carlito, how you doing?
Hello, gentlemen. Listen, Jimmy Garoppolo is playing at an MVP caliber level. The man deserves a lot more credit than he's been getting. This is the best in his career that he's played. The only real threat that I see is the Kansas City Chiefs, which we'll probably see in the Super Bowl. That's the only threat. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate the call.
Wow.
So when the 49ers in 2019 started, was it an 8-0 start or 9?
8-0.
8-0 start.
Lost
I remember
to Seattle.
we're doing a show. I was doing a show with Guru and Bonte, and I said, well, right now, Jimmy Garoppolo is an MVP candidate. And they were saying, you're crazy. I'm like, dude, they're 8-0, and he's the quarterback of an 8-0 team.
You sure thought you were crazy?
They said I was crazy. They said I was absolutely crazy that year.
I thought at that point everybody was fawning over Jimmy Garoppolo. We were talking about that.
Yeah, we were.
In the green room with the boss. Like, people forget, man. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but people forget. Like, it was Jimmy Jesus. It was Gucci Garop.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
like, it was. That was like, people really do forget because of this. Really, I think just because of the Super Bowl. He was a freaking god in this area.
You think?
Yes.
Feels great, baby.
See, that feels a little strong. But look,
I think it's revisionist history, man. Like that. Like, people that threw that out of the memory bank. I mean, we were having conversations about his Garoppolo top 5.
Well,
in the NFL quarterback.
But here's the thing: when you're 8-0 and your numbers are solid, you're going to be there.
They hadn't beaten New Orleans 48-46 yet in the Superdome. That hadn't even happened yet.
Was that the 10th game?
No, that game was in December.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is, anytime you're looking for an MVP candidate, you start with the best teams first.
Sure.
So, Jimmy.
I don't know. People tend to forget. I'm looking at this where they were right now.
415 says, I do honestly think this is a Super Bowl team. Most important because the offensive line is playing well, and that was arguably the team's biggest weakness coming in to the season. Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think McCaffrey's part of it. I think the defense is starting to develop an identity. And you might say, well, starting to? Yeah, because I do think it takes time to build an identity. Yeah, but 3 games now, shutting out the team in the second half. Now, you know what's next for the 49ers is to start turning teams over left and right.
The 49ers 3 years ago in that run, they were about to go to 9-1. And they were about to beat the Packers 37-8 on Sunday Night Football to go to 9-1.
Wow. After their first loss.
They had lost to Seattle. They had just, ironically enough, they had just beaten Arizona to improve to 9-1, and Jimmy Garoppolo had 4 touchdown passes.
You got the numbers in front of you?
From that game? Or
well, no.
I
from
got their
season
in front
Okay,
of me.
925 says, the best version of Garoppolo was weeks 12 through 17 in 17. That was the 5 games he played when they were out of it.
Yeah, those
are hard to gauge because they didn't really mean anything.
Yeah,
because they were out of it.
They were 1-10
at that point. Yesterday's game was a good win, says the 510 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. However, when you compare the Niners offense to the Kansas City offense, we have a long way to go in terms of explosiveness. Let me ask you this. What did you make of the 49ers defense against Kansas City?
It was awful.
A few weeks ago.
They got annihilated. And Andy Reid took them out to the woodshed.
Right. Do you think that's something that's repeatable?
Of course.
So, well, if that's the case, then the 49ers defense isn't that good.
Well, look.
And you know what? If it's like,
Here's the thing.
Steiny, I mean, their defense is great, but twice they gave, in the Super Bowl, they gave 40 points. Well, then, I mean, I'm not saying they're not a great defense, but you got to be able to hold Kansas City down a little bit.
You get to the Super Bowl,
right?
And you're facing the Chiefs. I think you're sweating bullets if you're a Niner fan, right? I mean, you've already seen them. I mean, but
I would.
You got to the Super Bowl, like, yeah, I think it'd be better than it was in the game a month ago, but the Chiefs are in their own. That's a Hall of Fame coach and a Hall of Fame quarterback that's already won. Like, that's, if you lose that game, yeah, you feel bad about it, and you should, but at the same time, it's a Hall of Fame coach and a Hall of Fame quarterback. Like, maybe they're just better.
JD, this has to stop.
Man.
We're 6-4, but we have losses to Atlanta and the Bears. I'm a 49er fan, but JD, I'm putting JD in there. Let's be realistic. Beat a Cardinals team that we should beat. 1 week, and now we're winning the Super Bowl. That's Mariano.
I haven't said they're winning the Super Bowl.
I haven't either. But look,
I'd bet I'm going to win a playoff game. Maybe 2.
I would bet on him to win a playoff game.
I'll tell you right now.
Not 2 at this
point.
point.
And look, it changes week to week. You may say, JD, this is insignificant. But right now, today, playoff start, they're playing the Giants at Levi Stadium. They're winning that game.
I would think
so.
All right,
let's say there's chalk, Vikings, and...
What's chalk mean?
The chalk, like the seeds that are supposed to win.
I've never heard that.
Right? The chalk picks.
How long has that been being
That's
said?
Been for a long time.
No,
that's
not
way
like
beyond
since...
my years. It's a chalk pick.
No.
It's a chalk pick.
Listen, I filled out brackets way back.
Oh, you're
in
taking
the
the chalk. You're taking the 1, the 8,
you're taking the all
4,
favorites.
all the favorites.
Evan, have you heard of that phrase? Taking the chalk, meaning you're going to hit all the favorites.
Yeah, usually it's like a March Madness term.
Yeah.
It's like all the 1 seeds to go to the Final Four. You're just picking chalk the whole way. Yeah.
All right.
So here's the thing.
I'm more upset I didn't know what it meant.
Here's the deal.
That's what he believes.
All right, so the Niners beat the Giants, and let's say they play Minnesota. I love the Niners at Minnesota in a playoff game. I love the Niners at Minnesota in a playoff game.
Why? Based on the last 4 years?
I think the Niners have the ability defensively to do to them some of what Dallas did to them. I think Kirk Cousins in a big game. Look, and he will have won a game before that.
True.
Because it's not like they get a bye. So, I like, and look, that'd be an incredible environment. Like, that'd be a tougher win to get than
in Minnesota.
Any of the wins they got last year. I'll say that. At Green Bay,
who
have their own playoff demons.
Well, if you look at those,
and let's be honest, the snow
games
helped the Niners last year at Green Bay.
And I would say the 49ers got help against the Packers and against the Cowboys from those teams, but
But
the 49ers defense was
dominant.
Exactly. See, this is what I don't like from the 6-5-0.
So then you're playing maybe the Eagles. You're either playing the Eagles in the NFC Championship game, which I think would be. I don't love that matchup because of Hurts.
All right.
Okay, but what if somebody else plucks? What if the Washington plays Philly and Washington has beaten Philly, and what if somebody knocks them out? And all of a sudden, you're hosting the NFC Championship game against Dallas or somebody like that.
True.
Well,
that's a game changer. Obviously.
Then you're the favorite. So it just
believe it or not, I think the 49ers have started to turn their season around. They do look dangerous, obviously, since they've gotten Christian McCaffrey. They still have to win the division. Yeah. And I know they're 6-4, just like the Seahawks.
And the ride's going to start moving faster after the Saints game.
Right.
All right. Miami coming into Levi's, Tampa coming into Levi's, and then they go up to Seattle short week in a game that essentially could be for the division.
510, I agree with Mariano. Barely beat the Chargers, who had no wide receivers, beat the Cardinals without Murray. Now they're going to the Super Bowl. Larry. Well, I think, and honestly, I get what you're saying, and I know the Chargers are in the AFC, but it's also, this has a lot to do with, there's not a dominant team in the NFC. That's part of the equation. When I'm saying, I guess I could see the 49ers going to the Super Bowl. Well, I don't think I'd be saying that if they were in the AFC. But they're in the NFC. And that's a different ball game. It's like being in the Eastern Conference 10 years ago in the NBA.
Yeah.
So they got a break, kind of, because their conference isn't terrific, but there's absolutely no doubt they can beat anybody. The thing that I say, though, is anybody can beat them, too. And if you're a favorite,
sure.
Okay, if the 49ers, if they truly are a Super Bowl team like people thought, well, then you're going to be a favorite, and if you lose, it's a disappointment, if you know what I mean.
Right. Sorry, that eye roll wasn't directed at you.
So it's just no. You did throw me off.
Yeah.
Max is in Antioch. He got to bail us out, Max.
Somebody calling me that could easily realize I'm on the air right now. Don't call me.
Oh.
That's all it was.
Was it my dad?
No, it was not. I've already gotten a text from this person, and I've already gotten an email from somebody else. It's actually a work-related thing, but it's like, figure it out.
I know who it is. What's up, Max? I'll guess during the break.
What's up, Steiny?
Hey, what's up, Max?
Hey, so I wanted to ask you, who would you have as the top 3 teams in NFC right now? I know how the Niners can, get rolling and get going, but I honestly, I really don't trust Philly, to tell you the truth.
All right. I mean,
so I was just wondering.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I got to go by. They're 9-1. I think that they're the top 4 teams: the Eagles, the Cowboys, the Vikings, and the 49ers.
In that order?
Oh. Well, I'd have to say the Eagles first right now, and
you still give it to Minnesota.
Yeah,
that's fine.
And then third is
I'd say third's probably Dallas. And the Niners are 4th.
There is something about Dallas though that I don't like in the postseason, and that is based on just kind of who they are. Yeah. You know what I mean? I mean, I know all narratives can change with one win or one loss.
Well, the irony is they have a coach that's won a Super Bowl.
It's true. Let's go to Kareem. Kareem's in Richmond. What's up, Kareem? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going? How's it going, everybody?
Good.
All right. I was calling in talking a little bit about the Jimmy Garoppolo thing and why some of the fan base has probably been so hard on him over the years, despite him having success and going to NFC championships and Super Bowl in the past, like you all have highlighted. Basically, my thing is I think what the fan base has seen from Jimmy Garoppolo, they feel like they probably saw like his already peak. Like they don't see him getting any better than this, and he basically, he's a pretty good quarterback. He's a game manager, so to speak. But in this day and age of football, you kind of need a little more than that to win. It seems like if you look at the caliber of Super Bowl quarterbacks who are winning these days, look at like Patrick Mahomes,
right,
Tom Brady. You kind of have to be elite to win, because even the guys who are a little better than Jimmy Garoppolo, like the Matt Ryans and of the past, not now of course, but the Matt Ryans of the past, probably like a Justin Herbert of today, those guys kind of don't even have what it takes to win just yet, because of the era of football that we're in. And, in previous years, it was good to have a great defense and have a serviceable quarterback, and you can pretty much kind of get it done. But with the game being dominated by elite quarterbacks winning Super Bowls right now, you kind of need that to win.
Yeah, you know what? And Kareem, I hear you, and that's kind of what I want to find out. Because I think there's 2 scenarios. One is we watch last night's game and say, I tell you what, if Jimmy Garoppolo plays like that, they can win it all. But there's also something that's making me think, I think there probably is going to have to be, there's going to be a game or 2 in the postseason that he's going to have to really excel. And does he have that game in him? I don't know.
But what is that game
against a good team?
But what does that look like? Is he going to have to throw for 300 yards, or is he going to have to convert, or is he just going to have to convert 7 to 12 third downs?
It's going to be, we got to score 31 to win this game.
Okay.
Something like that against it feels like the natural.
There really
place.
hasn't been that game in the playoffs to this point.
What was the not that.
I mean, they lost 20-17, I think, to the Rams.
What was the Kansas City score? It
ended up 31-20.
Okay,
but they were up 20-10. I mean, they gave up 3 touchdowns in the final. 10 minutes or 7 minutes.
Just like they did opening week against the Chicago Bears. Gave up 3 touchdowns in the last 20 minutes. Eagles have an easy schedule the rest of the way, according to Code Blue. Code Blue. Bobby's in San Jose. What's going on, Bobby? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
I wanted to say, Steiny, this, to believe it or not, this is a Super Bowl bust for the 49ers. I'll tell you this right now. If we go to NFC Championship, Jimmy G will not be back here. It's going to be some needy quarterback team that will overpay for him.
All right.
We're going to have to roll the dice on Lance. I really believe this is a Super Bowl bust year. But they got all the weapons to do it. This is the year. This
Bobby.
Signing that was big.
Bobby, JD's got an interesting take about who next year's quarterback could be. Mm-hmm.
Can we get into that now?
Yeah.
I think the Tom Brady stuff's coming back. And I think even the Aaron Rodgers stuff is coming back. If the Packers continue to flame the way that they have, and I know they've changed the pay structure for Rodgers to where he makes a lot of money, and the cap hit for them, unless things are changed, would be disastrous. But I think Rodgers is going to try and force his way out at the end of this season and go somewhere. And if the Niners are right there on the brink but can't get over the hump, would they look at him? And then would they look at Brady? If Brady's a free agent and wants to go one more year close to home, there are some that believe that's why Brady played this year.
Right.
Played this year to give himself the freedom to play here next year or have that option.
Let me ask you this. Let's say you're Jimmy Garoppolo. What is, other than the 49ers, because I think we all agree Garoppolo's got to quarterback a team like the Niners. What team is most similar to the Niners where he could succeed like he is now? And he is succeeding.
That's tough.
Is it?
That's tough to. Well, it's tough to get into. Washington comes to mind, but they've been better with Heineke.
Because the teams that we were mentioned to was Pittsburgh before the season.
Right, and they have a young quarterback who stinks right now, but he's they're hoping he gets better.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
But Cousins could be on the move. Like there could be all kinds of Derek Carr.
I thought Cousins got paid.
Derek Carr's going to be gone. Like there's going to be a lot of quarterbacks moving around.
You think? See, bring Cousins in here to get him over the hump.
I think he could be I think he could be somebody they'd look at.
Oh, could you imagine that? Jimmy gets him to the Super Bowl this year.
If Cousins is available, you don't think the Niners would look?
Yes.
Of course they would.
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course they would.
I think Cousins is better than Garoppolo.
I agree. But it's weird.
They're the same quarterback, but Cousins thinks more of himself than Garoppolo thinks of himself. And the coaches similarly.
Statistically, it's really not even close.
Exactly.
Cousins is better.
Right.
I do think, and this is where it's tough, but the intangibles of Garoppolo, I think, are better.
I think you might be right.
Unless somebody's calling you.
Yeah, it's my. I got to pick up my wife at the. She's having a procedure.
I got you.
Yeah, so I'll get that at the break. This is interesting. The 925's talking about. Here's how I'm going to set it up. He says Kyle is the problem, not Jimmy. This is interesting because it also reminds me a little of the Warriors, and I want to see if. Anybody else is with me on this. But 888-957-9570 is the number. JD and I with another half hour, and then we'll hand it over to Damon and Ratto. They got Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors at 5 o'clock. Come on, man. What more do you want? You got Bob Myers at 1. You got Steve Kerr at 5. You got yourself a hell of a radio station here at 95.7 The Game.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
The biggest meal of the year starts at Lucky California because they've got the best turkey prices. Right now, when you spend $50 or more, 12 to 20-pound Jenny O fresh turkeys are just 99 cents a pound. Limit 1. Restrictions apply. Eat, drink, and save with Lucky California.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals, November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only. And then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
Nothing makes your holiday meal like a tender, juicy smoked turkey. And now's the time to visit Outdoor Supply Hardware and get ready for Thanksgiving grilling with Traeger. It's so easy. You can control the cook right from your phone. Plus, with the time you save, you can focus on getting your home ready for festive fun. Right now, save up to $200 on select Traegers, including the Ironwood 650 pellet grill with Wi-Fi technology. Still looking for the perfect gift? Don't forget Traeger sauces and rubs make great stocking stuffers. Cook up Thanksgiving success at Osh.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Golfers, teed up at the Golf Mart with TaylorMade. The TaylorMade Stealth Carbon Wood Edge is here, featuring 60 layers of carbon layer for better energy transfer and faster ball speeds. And now available, the new TaylorMade high-toe milled wedges, designed for a lower launch and more spin. While you're there, pick up the popular TaylorMade Tour Response Stripe golf balls. Come into the Golf Mart and have one of our experienced experts custom fit you for free today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
This holiday season, switch to Boost Mobile and get a single line unlimited plan for $25 a month and
a partridge in a pear tree
coverage on America's largest 5G networks.
How about 7 swans of swimming?
No, but if you're not satisfied within the first 30 days, Boost gives you your money back.
Turtle doves, French hens?
The lowest truly unlimited plan on the market. One line for $25 a month when you switch.
I'll take it.
Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer. New customers only. One line for $25 per month with autopay. Device must be returned in like new condition. Monthly service refunded via e-gift card. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced Experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
In San Jose, highs near 67, partly cloudy.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Don't buy plastic toys for your pet. Instead, look for natural materials like cotton, rope, wood, or bamboo. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Here's Kittle. George Kittle. Touchdown, 49ers. Well, this is a nice play, obviously, by Garoppolo and Kittle, but this is embarrassing for the Arizona Cardinals.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Relax, Troy Aikman. Kingsbury's got it under control.
Come on, man.
Please.
That's, again, I'm going to say it again. It's a hell of a hill to die on.
This segment sponsored by SaveMart. SaveMart. Just to let you know about Evan's sense of humor, which I appreciate. Our producer, Evan, on Kittle's first touchdown pass, when Jimmy made 6 reads. He's that great. How come there was no ineligible man downfield on that call? Kittle's not allowed to be down there as an offensive lineman.
Wow.
That was Evan. Good line.
That's a 5.
Yeah, I thought it was really good. Yeah. Dog trainers in Milpitas. Dog trainer has 3 things, JD, that are 49ers related. Number 1.
You there?
Oh, yeah.
I'm writing them down.
All right, here we go. Number 1, the last 3 games have proven that the simpler you run the offense of the Niners, the more you let their talent show. And when you've got talent, you don't need razzle-dazzle. You let the McCaffreys in free space and the Debos and everybody else, and they will make the play. That's number 1. So anybody right now should be able to win with the Niners. Number 2, when you have players that are not making a lot of mistakes on defense, you let your defense play aggressively and you let them free up. And that's why they're doing what they're doing. And number 3, if Kyle stops trying to take credit for everything the Niners are doing, the players are going to endear themselves more to him when he talks less about himself. And I think they're on the way to a Super Bowl, but if they don't get there, I say bring back the smartest guy you can bring, and that would not be Rodgers. He's the one with the most talent. I would bring Brady only because Brady went to Tampa Bay and in 1 year learned the system and taught them the things they needed to know. That's my take.
That's the dog trainer, and he's helped me with my dog. Says don't give him water at all, never.
I heard
Make
that.
him dehydrate. Mm-hmm. Dehydrate the hell out of your canines. I know. He said pull the water away at night.
Right.
That's it. Just at night. Funny, JD 209 says, you put Brady on this team, the Super Bowl is almost guaranteed. And then the 925, the Niners don't need either headache of Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady. That's Tom Brady.
I wouldn't want Rodgers.
I don't think I would either, although I think Rodgers is still better. I think he's got more in the tank than... I
wouldn't. I think Rodgers at this point's got some bad energy.
Juju?
Just some bad energy.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I don't know that I'd bring either guy in, but...
Well, if you're
I guess if it's just...
But if you're telling me Garoppolo's gone, let's just boil it down.
Oh, okay.
If you're telling me you
that's different.
Let's say you lose in the NFC Championship game.
Okay.
Garoppolo's gone.
Okay.
And it comes down to Trey Lance or Tom Brady for next year when you were on the doorstep of going to the Super Bowl or winning it.
Yeah.
Give me Tom Brady at 46.
Well, and the one thing is obviously the good thing about Brady is like Jimmy Garoppolo, he'll be happy backing up Trey Lance. Right? They'd have to start the season the same way. Trey Lance has to be the starter. Brady's the insurance policy.
You're funny, man. Well, you know what?
I mean,
for those that aren't concerned about Kyle,
going to Trey Lance after you knock on the door to another Super Bowl and you don't know what you have.
Fair question.
You know, the other thing, and I've been thinking about this timeline crap is unfair to these players, whether it's a Warrior, whether it's a 49er. I mean, you draft a young... These two franchises have drafted young players with essentially limited to no college experience. And the fans and the organization kind of wants him to be championship caliber. It's like, you know what I'm starting to think now, JD, is with guys like Kuminga and Wiseman, you got to start thinking about their next contract.
Well, you do with Wiseman specifically.
And what I'm talking about is, you know what? We got to try to re-sign this guy because we still think he's going to be okay, but it's just not going to be till he's 25, which is okay. But Trey Lance, ditto.
Maybe.
Did we really think, when I say me, you, Kyle Shannon, we really think Trey Lance was going to be able to quarterback the 49ers to a deep playoff run after not playing for 2 years? Like, I just didn't think that was feasible.
I thought it was possible.
Did you really?
I thought it was possible this year. Yeah, I'm not gonna run from what I said in the summer. I thought it was possible, but as I watched him play in the summer, being at training camp, it was getting less and less likely by the day. And watching him play and the way that Shanahan was running the offense in Chicago, I'm convinced it wasn't going to work out.
Right.
But I was open to the possibility throughout I just thought, come down my road, 49er fans, if you want, but I just thought Trey Lance was going to be farther along and better than he was at the stage in which he took the reins in training camp and through the first game or two of the regular season. And I said it, I think I was probably the first one to say it. He just didn't look as good as I thought he was going to look. And so I think they were heading, look, we're never going to know for sure, but I think they were heading down a path that would have been really disappointing for this season. And look, they benefit from the fact that they don't have to deal with that this season.
Exactly.
Like, they're having a much better year now than I think they would have been having otherwise. You imagine right now if they were, 6-4? You imagine right now if they were 3-7 or 4-6? And you didn't know if they were going to get it together.
Who's quarterbacking?
With Trey.
Well, it would have been a very different mindset.
And you don't get McCaffrey because you don't think you're a player away.
Would have been a different mindset among a lot of fans. Because if you're gonna give Trey Lance a longer leash or a longer look just because he's so young. I mean, and again, we would have needed to see how it looked. How they were 3-7. Was it because of him or was it in spite of him? The one thing, how about Trey Lance, James Wiseman, and Jonathan Kuminga? All three guys just aren't as far along as the organization was hoping they would be. See, like, that's okay. That's okay. I don't mind that they're behind schedule. All I think is the minute you know they can't do it, you got to move them or you got to get off them somehow. I don't think we're there with Lance, and I don't think we're there, and we're not there with Kuminga and Wiseman either. And the problem is they're all three so young.
Might be getting close with Wiseman, though.
You think? Well, he's under contract next year, but that'll make him easier to trade. Steve's in Vacaville. Hey, Steve, what's going on, man?
Hey, I'm listening to you guys' conversation. Great conversation.
Thank you.
The question I have for you guys, I know you guys are kind of putting hypotheticals out there, is if you think Trey Lance could have done it, or if he was going to be more like a Justin Fields, and we hope he's kind of like a Justin Fields, just kind of taking off on the back end of the year, whether it's the first year, his rookie year. Well, now it's not his rookie year, but maybe his second year. I'll take that off the air.
It's very possible.
I think that was the hope.
Yes. See, I think in a best case scenario, the 49ers maybe would have struggled a little bit early, and you would have been game by game by game, you would have seen Trey Lance get better. And they win, they go 6-3 the last 9 games of the year. They get into the playoffs, and you get Lance at least one playoff game. I think 49er fans would have been ecstatic with that.
You would have taken it.
Yeah. Danny's in Redwood City. Hey, Danny, what's going on, man?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
So I completely championship right now, and it's the same as with the Warriors. We're not going to have a longer leash.
Hey, Danny, call back. Call back. 'Cause I lost the most important thing.
We got nothing.
I lost the most important thing you were saying there, but I want to give you a shot at it for sure. San Francisco 49ers, 38-10. They put it together last night. Yes, it was against the Arizona Cardinals. What are you supposed to do? You got to hammer the Cardinals. And now they play the Saints. Team that you would figure they would they'd be able to knock off. Warriors, they play the LA Clippers tomorrow at Chase Center, 7 o'clock start. Is it my imagination, JD, or have the Warriors played on the Wednesday and Friday of Thanksgiving 29 straight years?
Yeah, it feels that way.
It is
not,
unreal.
but it feels that way. It definitely feels that way. Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty incredible.
They did last year.
Yeah. And I know they did.
Well, then there were a couple COVID years.
I'm pretty sure they did from 1995 to 2007. Ricky's in Boston. Ricky's a good caller.
Hello?
What's up, Ricky?
How you doing, man?
Doing well.
How you doing, JD?
What's going on, Ricky?
Chilling. I'm just trying to get on that take that you guys were talking about earlier. The
Brady.
The potential landing spots with Tom Brady next year, and I do agree. San Francisco's probably number one, and obviously, I think you have to put the Raiders because obviously he did talk about that he was going to go to the Raiders 2 years ago, and the third dark horse team that people are not mentioning that you just can't rule out. And don't laugh when I tell you this. It's the Jets. Brady in New York. The Jets are ready, man. The Jets got a great defense. They're basically like the Buccaneers of 2000. They're just missing that quarterback. Maybe you add a receiver here. Maybe you fix the line. But the Jets are ready. Tom Brady, a single Tom Brady to mention. In New York, he'd be like, 2.0 Jones.
Oh, I got you.
Again,
I got you, Ricky. He's saying Brady to the Jets.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I would doubt it. I would doubt. I don't think it's a crazy theory.
I don't know much about the Jets, but I got to believe they're a pretty young team.
Yeah, they're young,
building,
good defense, and they're I think 6-4.
Yeah, no, they're good. But what I wonder is, that's the thing. I mean, if you're a young and upcoming team,
and the
do you want
is
Brady?
The problem.
Right. But okay, here's what I'm saying.
That was taking a pick ahead of Trey Lance.
If you're the Jets, okay, and you're not sold on your quarterback, but you have a young team. I mean, do you bring Brady in for 1 year?
If you think you can win a Super Bowl, yeah.
I guess if you're the Jets, you'd probably do that. The Jets. Would you do it if you were any team?
If you thought you could win the Super Bowl, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, no?
Well,
am I
here's the thing. Well,
if you have a Super Bowl roster.
If you know Zach Wilson's not. See,
you think the Vikings right now would rather have Brady than given their rest of their team?
But here's what I'm saying. I'm talking about a young. The reason I use the Jets was because they have a young quarterback who they're not sure of. I mean, would Minnesota rather have Brady than Cousins? Probably. But my question is, are there teams out there that are willing to put their young quarterback on pause? Would the Bears want Tom Brady right now?
Well, they're not good enough to win a Super Bowl.
Well, that's true. That's true.
And you're right. Minnesota's not the same kind of
Would the Eagles want Tom Brady right now?
They probably wouldn't.
What about the Cowboys? I know one guy who would want it. Darryl the Guru Johnson, probably. How about Garoppolo to the Jets?
Possible.
Not. You are right. There's going to be a potpourri of quarterbacks on the move.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Simon, John Dickinson with you. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there. Faux show. Damon and Ratto coming up next. They have Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. There were a couple things I wanted to get into with you, JD. Unrelated. Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge is in San Francisco. Big deal or not? Meeting with the Giants. Apparently met with the Giants.
I think my initial thought, and you saw the video, right, of Aaron Judge arriving in San Francisco.
Yes.
I think it was MLB Network put it out there. My initial thought, and granted, I'm on the record as being a little bit cynical when it comes to the Giants and their willingness to go the extra mile to get the biggest of the big free agents. And Aaron Judge is right up there. It felt a little bit like Aaron Judge was trying to show the Yankees that he's serious about. You bet. It felt a little like the Giants were kind of getting played. And you know what? The Giants may be comfortable getting played in the sense that, they always want to come in second.
Yeah, but
if you're
I think
the Giants,
that's gotten old.
Well,
Like,
Sure.
would you rather not be?
That's gotten old for us.
Would you rather not be affiliate, not be mentioned in the Aaron Judge thing, or be mentioned year after year with a Judge and a Stanton and a Harper and never get them?
I think that's
a turnoff.
I think there's a certain part of the Giants front office management ownership that likes being mentioned and likes people thinking that it's going to happen, and then it doesn't. Well, he went back to the Yankees. Like, in a twisted way, I think the Giants' preferred outcome would be that he just stays with, like, they're in it, but he stays with the Yankees.
Somebody
not in it and then goes to the Giants or the Padres or something like that.
A lot of people, JD, say that I agree with you too much. I think a lot of people would say you're crazy. Do you realize what you just said?
Yeah.
You just said that the Giants, in a way,
as opposed to paying $350 million for Aaron Judge. Well, that's part of it too,
right?
I guess I should put that on the record.
See, I think. So you're saying if you gave Larry Bear a choice of you're going to lose out on Judge, it's going to be close. But
who do
the
you think
other option
who do you think always leaks how close they are?
$400 million for Judge. $400 million. Let's just say $400 million.
Okay.
So Larry Bear, you can spend $400 million on Judge.
Or you can come in second.
Yes.
I think I'd rather come in second.
Wow. That stinks. And you know what? Well, it stinks, but the great part of it is maybe you've convinced the fan base that you are willing to spend exorbitant amounts of money. You just haven't had an opportunity.
Right. Well, that's how you flip that narrative a little bit. There's no question.
Yeah. So I just want to ask you about.
We'll see. Look,
Aaron Judge.
We'll see.
What about? Here's another thing. I got some weird stuff. Not weird, but World Cup. Does it do anything for you, JD?
I got caught up in the marketing. No, I got caught up in the promos to the point where I was like, you know what? I'll watch, and then I didn't really know when they were having their first match.
You talking about the United States?
The United States.
Yeah,
I got caught up in the You
got caught up in Garoppolo Mania.
It's kind of different that it's going on this time of year.
Yeah,
which I kind of think is, I don't know, for some reason I think I like it better being this time of year for some reason when there's other stuff going on.
Here you go. Let's wind down on a positive note. JD is 100% correct. The Giants always finish second for stars for a reason. Hey, we tried. Yeah, I guess. Let's go to Shaka. He wants to tell you why Judge is not coming.
Hey, man.
Hey, Shaka, hold on.
I'm listening.
I don't like the way people are talking about our Vikings. They're 8-2. They're coming off a big win against the Bills. Cowboys coming off a heartbreaking loss to the Packers. This was a schedule loss.
Hey, man, we lost. Hey, we would have lost 17-16. It's one game, we're 8-2. We got the Jet. We got New England and the Jets at home. Two offenses who have no offense. So we're very we're confident, man. Hey, it's part of the journey, man. Yes. 5 teams have lost by 30 points or more and went on to win the championship.
Look at you.
Yeah. So also, I just want to say this too, man. We're gonna be all right. We're ahead of schedule anyway. We're gonna send Cousins out there next year because Shanahan drafted him anyway. So we're looking up, man.
Why isn't Judge coming?
Judge, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Judge is coming to San Francisco, man, and I need him to, when it happens, to say, "Shaka, you was right, man," because I'm right a lot. That's all I'm gonna say, man. I'm right a lot. But
we got to cut that.
Positive he's coming back home.
I'll tell you what. There's something. Yeah. There's always been something about Shaka that I feel like I got like a kinship with him.
Yeah.
And when he said,
he's extremely likable.
I'm right a lot, that just struck a chord with me. Yeah, Shaka.
No doubt.
Absolutely. False hope keeps fans engaged, JD.
Yeah.
Which is also true.
Also keeps them frothing at the mouth and angry when they don't get those players.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Oh, by the way, you know what? That is one. Baseball's got to do something about free agency.
Huh?
Okay, so the NBA opens up free agency. Boom.
Yeah.
It's exciting. NFL opens with free agency. Boom. There's action.
Baseball used to be that way.
Why can't it be that way anymore?
Because, well, my theory on it is it's the analytics. It's the analytically driven front offices that are the problem with it because they're just hell-bent on getting the value the maximum value for every player and whether it's worth it or not. You've got the player that wants this exorbitant amount of money, and all these teams are comfortable waiting now because they feel like they can get production on the cheap. So there's a long waiting game until some of these guys end up taking less, or they're and there's levels to it. It's the big boys, and it's also with. I mean, there are just so many players that are so interchangeable in the view of a lot of these front offices now, to where it's like, oh, this guy thinks he's going to get a 3-year, $60 million contract. Well, guess what? If nobody signs him for the next 2 months, we'll get him for 1 year and $15 million because he's got to sign somewhere right before spring training starts. I think there's a ton of that. So to your point,
I get it.
That needs to be fixed.
I get it. When we talk about baseball, though, I wonder if it would help with the popularity.
It would, for sure.
Just create interest in names. Like, names are important.
Yeah. It's all to me it's all the analytics and the numbers and the just waiting a guy out and trying to get somebody for the cheapest amount possible.
Yeah. Golden State Warriors, they're in action tomorrow night. They play the LA Clippers. They got a tough 4 games coming up. Here's who they are. The Clippers, the Utah Jazz, then they go to Minnesota, and then they go to Dallas. We were doing some math, JD, with Klay Thompson and the veterans. So as of right now, JD, the Warriors have had 4 back-to-back sets. 4. Klay has played in none of the second games of the back-to-back.
Right. I would expect that to continue.
Okay, so he's okay. And then Curry and the rest of the guys, for lack of a better, they've sat for 2 of the games. Both games against the Pelicans, they were
5th and 7 nights, and also the 6th and 9 nights were the 2 that they.
So they're going to play 15 games without Klay Thompson.
Yeah, I think that's the plan.
All right,
you'd take that 67.
Right. I brought this up the other day. Is like, he's not going to start 15 games right off the bat. I mean, if you're Jordan Poole, why don't you? You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
What I mean is, so if he's not going to start 15 games, that means Jordan Poole's going to start 15 games.
Yeah.
And maybe if you brought Klay off the bench, you could be more consistent with it. I'm just saying. Well, I'm not saying bring him off the bench.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, 15 seconds. Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock with Damon Ratto.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, let me get out of here before I say something that somebody's going to disagree with. On 95.7, The Game. Have a great one, everybody.
We have a very unselfish team, and I think that's hard to find in the NFL nowadays. Just guys don't care if they get 10 targets or 1 target. If we get a W, a W's a W, and that's all we're here for.
3rd down and 5. Garoppolo pulls it down. End zone. What a throw and catch. Touchdown IU. Garoppolo will float it. He's got Kittle. And Kittle is gone for the touchdown. Trent Williams out in front of him. IU blocking. Debo. End zone touchdown. What a play. No flags. Another one for San Francisco.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Feels great, baby.
95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're going to have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Mayne, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background? Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season. Wow. It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my goodness. It's good to be with you. Back in the studio for the first time, and it feels like a long time. I don't know why, but good to be back in here. Ray, how are you, darling? Ugh. Good to see you. Always nice to make you feel a little creepy to start the show.
Yeah, it never fails. I'll give you that.
I'll tell you, we get pretty critical when things have gone wrong, when things looked like they haven't gone wrong. So I think we owe it to the 49ers to talk about what is really, I think, one of the great overall games of the Kyle Shanahan era. Now, it needs to be graded on the fact that the Arizona Cardinals probably have as many guys quitting on their own team and season as they do playing hard at this point in the year. They weren't good. They had their backup quarterback in. We will celebrate Colt McCoy and all that is his career a little bit later on in the show today. But that was really good from Jimmy. That was really good from the defense. There's so much offensive execution to talk about. The defense probably got lost in the sauce a little bit from last night, but everything you could want out of a game, and as much as you can control a game from the second quarter on to where you even have the luxury to pull starters in the fourth, that's about as perfect as it gets. It's about as perfect as the NFL will allow you. Add on the fact that there are no serious injuries coming out of last night. It was a very good night for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, and the biggest takeaway, I thought, was the fact that nobody had a big statistical night, but a bunch of guys had good ones. Nobody jumped out and, oh my God, he was the difference maker. A lot of guys got a lot of run, and they did well with it against a team that, frankly, is simply waiting for its head coach and general manager to get fired, because that's where the Cardinals look like they're heading. They were flat to begin with and then found a way to get flatter as the game went on. They were awful.
The George Kittle down the sideline touchdown, his second touchdown of the evening, is a lesson on how not to play football by the Arizona Cardinals. Like three guys decided to pull up on that play and not make the effort to even try to nudge George Kittle out of bounds, which I know is a lot easier to talk about than probably do. But man, that was a soft performance from Arizona, and the 49ers just capitalized on it all night long. Taking what the other team gives you is what Kyle Shanahan loves to do. And Jimmy's been doing it. And Debo did it last night. We talked about how he needed to make some impactful plays and really be a difference maker in a football game in our hour pregame yesterday, and he was that. And I'll tell you, when they signed Christian McCaffrey, I remember saying, Ray, I don't know if he'll be putting up these massive statistical evenings. What he can really be, what the Niners are hoping he'll be, is the skeleton key that starts unlocking the rest of this offense, and that's exactly what he has been. I saw Nick Wagner from ESPN just talk about the Christian McCaffrey effect on this offense. So before he got here, they were 20 points per game, 340 yards per game, and about 41% on third down. Since Christian McCaffrey's arrived, they're up more than 8 points. They're 28.5 points per game. Nearly 400 yards of offense per game, up from 340, and third down conversion rate improved from 41% to 55%. He really has been the skeleton key that has unlocked this team, and Jimmy Garoppolo right now is playing with about as much confidence as we have seen him play. I mean, he's put together a hell of a month. He really has.
And the other thing, and it's gone unnoticed because the 49ers have finally put some offense together, is their defense is back. I mean, they've averaged 13 points a game allowed over the last 3 games against the goofy Chargers and 2 teams that are basically dead on arrival. But nevertheless, if you're allowing 14, 16, and 10, you win, period. And that's basically always been their formula. They didn't even have the ball half the game last night. They didn't have to.
Unless you're the Denver Broncos, you win when your defense plays like that more often than not this year. Look, the Niners were really good. Jimmy Garoppolo, 4 touchdown passes. That is, it ties his career high in any one game. And he has now, for the first time in his career, played 3 straight games without an interception. The offensive line kept his uniform clean all last night. And it was, again, as good and complete a football statement as we have seen from the 49ers in the Kyle Shanahan era. And I'm not trying to get overexcited. I am weighing that against the opponent. And still through all of it, through the travel, through the international everything, by playing in Mexico, which, by the way, that was a freaking home game for the 49ers. My God. Well, they should consider leaving Mexico City or leaving Levi's for Mexico City full time. The place was unhinged for the 49ers.
In fairness, if you're a Cardinals fan, A, would you leave the States to go to Mexico to watch that team? And B, if you lived in Mexico, would you admit that you were a Cardinals fan?
All fair points. All fair points. I'll say definitively in Mexico, that's Niners, that's Raiders, that's Cowboys. That's what Mexico fans, I think, probably the 3 teams that they support the most. And, I mean, my God, because the Cardinals also wear red, that whole stadium was just dressed in red. But it roared like not just a 49ers home game. It roared as if the Niners were hosting the NFC title game. I mean, it was that level of pandemonium in there. And the 49ers gave those fans an awful lot to cheer for the entire time. Look, I got a buddy of mine who hates the 49ers. Like, he wants them to lose every game so he can go to Monahan's and just tell everyone to shut up, your team stinks. He hates the Niners. And even he texted me
I like his attitude.
Last night. He texted me last night. He's like, did San Francisco relocate to Mexico City, or is Mexico City now part of San Francisco? Is that like a sister city? He even couldn't. He doesn't have a single compliment for the 49ers or 49ers fans, and he even reached out last night. He's like, good Lord, that place sounds like it's Candlestick. And it really, really did. Debo needed a good game. He gave you a good game. We have another night where Brandon Ayuk continues to perform at a level I don't think we've seen in his career, certainly over a sustained amount of time. Christian McCaffrey, very good. Elijah Mitchell, very good. Everyone across the board. You know, what's the overall grade for just about everybody? Very good all around. It might not make for scintillating sports talk radio, but there's really almost nothing to complain about from that game last night, as close to perfect as this league allows any team to get.
The most interesting thing about last night was the way that ESPN was taking up for Colt McCoy. I mean, it's like they picked a side in the Kyler Murray, Colt McCoy issue, which shouldn't be an issue, but their attempts to rehabilitate McCoy's career in the face of a guy who just signed a $200+ million deal suggests that the Cardinals might be looking to get out of that somehow and maybe move on from Murray a year after signing him. I mean, it almost sounded like every member of the Cardinals front office says, you didn't hear this from me, but. And it just that's the thing that jumped out at me more than anything else on the field. It's that Kyler Murray is now in a serious doghouse, and he'll probably survive it because, like I said, he's got the $230 million deal. Right. But that team's doomed.
They don't look good. They certainly don't look like the team that showed so much promise early on and then petered out last year. They can't string a lick of consistency together, and they got a lot of guys who are just cashing paychecks in that locker room. And you could see it in the effort. You really, truly could. And as always, you know, through all the criticisms of the Shanahan era, never once have we said that team wasn't playing hard. In that fourth quarter last night in Mexico City, the Cardinals officially, they weren't playing hard football at all. And then you saw it just in the strategery coming from the Cardinal sideline. They were running plays just to keep that clock ticking. They wanted the hell out of there, back on an airplane, get us home. That's probably how Steve Kerr and the Warriors felt after what happened last night in New Orleans. And look, even under the circumstances of being down 4 of your starting 5, that was a dreadful performance. Whenever an NBA team gets clocked like a directional school from New Hampshire playing in the Big Ten tournament, that's not supposed to happen in professional sports. It's not supposed to happen in the NBA. Like, you got players too, right? You got NBA players, even if they're not starters, the guys on your team are NBA players. Maybe not for the Golden State Warriors. Boy, they have nowhere to go but up with that second unit. They were worse than even the smallest, most minimal expectations for them last night. They were dreadful. And we're going to talk to Steve Kerr about it at 5 o'clock. Peter King comes up today at 4:15 to go over a very interesting week of football and a hell of a night of football for the 49ers. And we got open lines today. 888-957-9570 is a number. An awful lot to talk about. Damon, how about when Troy Aikman said he was 65? I was like, I thought it was weird for him to be talking about an age he clearly can't be just based on how old he was when he graduated from UCLA and is playing. What is he talking about? 65 years old. Troy Aikman. He needs a hug, I guess. I don't know. We got an awful lot for you today. Again, Peter King, 4:15. Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock. A ton to talk about. Damon and Ratto, it's good to have you here. We're brought to you by Lucky California.
The biggest meal of the year starts at Lucky California because they've got the best turkey prices. Right now, when you spend $50 or more, 12 to 20-pound Jenny O fresh turkeys are just 99 cents a pound. Limit 1. Restrictions apply. Eat, drink, and save with Lucky California.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
At 7-Eleven, we have fresh coffee 24/7. And if it's not fresh, it's free. That's 7-Eleven confidence. 7-Eleven, take it to 11. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals, November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Fresh cut trees are at Osh. Visit Outdoor Supply Hardware and pick out your perfect tree. We've got firs of all kinds, including Douglas, Nordman, and Noble in sizes from tiny to tall. Whether you're looking to make a statement or simply enjoy the quintessential holiday fragrance of a fir. This year, slay the holidays with help at Osh. Our 14 stores throughout the greater Bay Area and Central Coast are the place for home, hardware, and happiness.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine & More, find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore. Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice, the bottles so perfect and perfectly priced. So gather with friends as you sit down to eat, grateful for all who made Thanksgiving complete.
Love what you find. Always lowest prices at Total Wine & More. Delivery available. Drink responsibly, B21.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh, yo, yo! No, it's not Damon Bruce. It's Bonte Hill from the Morning Roast, Monday through Friday, 6 to 9 a.m. You can listen to us all day, every day. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Hey, Damon, make sure Ratto's mic's on.
When did we have hosts cut rejoiners? I've cut no rejoiners for any other show.
When you were out last week.
It's a good week to be out then. No extra work for me. Thank you very much, Bonte. Thank you so very much. Damon and Ratto, indeed, we are here. The merch store, oh, it's open, it's live, it's real, it's spectacular. 957thegameshop.com. All your Christmas holiday shopping in one place. And again, by saying all of it, very little bit of it. But, you know, be generous. Buy many Ray Turn Your Mic On t-shirts. Ray gets a nickel every time we sell a Ray Turn Your Mic On t-shirt.
No, this is Odyssey. We get nothing.
Oh, no, you got like 15-cent bonus coming to you. I think we sold 3 of those bad boys.
No, I don't get. I know this company. We're not seeing a dime of a dime.
You know, what did I say in our first hour yesterday? It's officially time for Deebo Samuel to affect the outcome of a football game. You know, he's had a couple of highlights this year, and other than that, the dude has just been hard to find. Why? I can't explain it. We know he's got an awful lot of talent. Is he being taken away? Is he just not a lever that this offense can pull? Where is Deebo in a lot of these games? I thought it was a legit question. The guy hadn't rushed for more than 27 yards in any single game since week 3. And then all of a sudden last night, he thought he'd just dropped the longest touchdown run of his career on us.
Samuel gets it. Trent Williams out in front of him. Ayuk blocking. Deebo. End zone touchdown. What a play. No flags. Another one for San Francisco.
Joe Buck, obviously, on Monday Night Football on ESPN. And look, he called it perfectly because the amount of downfield blocking that opened that up for Debo. Trent Williams, Jake Brendel out there just looking. Dude, Trent Williams last night, like he must have had a body count on Cardinal second level defenders that he is just out there burying. Trent Williams on a cornerback or a safety or a linebacker. I mean, that's just unfair. And he was throttling Arizona Cardinals last night.
And he was unencumbered by guys in the defensive line. It looked like they would just get out of the way like tavern doors. I mean, so all he was doing was running into the secondary free and clear. And he wasn't the only one either. I mean, that's the only thing about last night's game that I'm having trouble getting a handle on is how much of it was the 49ers being really good and how much of it was the Cardinals desperately waiting for this to be January so they could go home.
I mean, it's fair. It's a fair observation to make. You know what might be a little unfair? How we spun a yet-to-prove-itself offensive line is a real weakness of the team. I don't think we can talk like that anymore. I mean, I think this is an offensive line that is more than living up to, the billing you would want out of your offensive line. They've been good schematically. They play clean football games. We're not seeing an awful lot of, penalties. Mike McGlinchey's put a few games together now in a row, very quietly. We like to criticize him and what he doesn't do, and when he does do it, you don't kind of notice. But, man, he's been playing well and across the board. Look, there was the third time this season in which the 49ers haven't given up a sack. Just the way that the NFL goes about investing in defensive linemen across the board. That's impressive feat alone. It really is.
Well, they have been good blocking for the run, as they always have been, and as everybody has said they were. What the difference is, their work with for pass blocking looks like it's getting a lot better, but I think a lot of that is Jimmy Garoppolo getting rid of the ball quickly, not being sort of caught by indecision. It snap, boom, it's gone. So. And I'm not trying to belittle the offensive line. They're doing the thing they're asked to do. But they don't have to hold that pass block very long because Garoppolo now with multiple targets is getting rid of the ball. I would guess, and I don't have any facts to back this up, but somewhere like a half second faster than normal, and a half second keeps you on your feet rather than on your back.
It's got one of the fastest release times in all of football this season. He's up there with future Hall of Famers Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers just in terms of getting the ball out of your hand quickly. And look, Kyle Shanahan has designed an offense that is finally now showing you what it's capable of, even in the, let's just call it small attack zone that Jimmy decides to keep his business in. I mean, he is not someone looking to strike downfield with big shots. As a matter of fact, like an early tough break for the 49ers, there were two of them before they even touched the ball twice. You had the Tavarius Moore feet sliding him into the end zone for a touchback when it looked like he had made a great play at the 1-inch line. Like that was a little bit of a bad break. Then Jawan Jennings gets tangled up and Jimmy... He throws like the one really deep ball of the game, and I like the deep ball. You just got to put it up there to keep him honest every now and then. And Jimmy, with that play, maybe had everybody take a half a step backwards. Even though it didn't hit, there was a little bit of a tangle up. It was also an overthrow. But the Cardinals, they score on their second possession, so it's 3-0. And, I don't know if anyone was playing that, here you go again, but it took till the end of the first quarter for the 49ers to really acclimate themselves, not just to the altitude, but to the game. And once they found their acclimation sensation, there was no pulling them off the Cardinals. They just attacked every available inch of what Kyle wants Jimmy to do. And he used the pass to open up the run. He really did. So, again, getting back to Debo and the point that we were talking about yesterday, where he needs to just start affecting some of these games, really impacting them, not just participating in them, but impacting the games. His first impact catch, his second catch on his second target, came right as the first quarter expired. It was a 19-yard gain, and then obviously the 39-yard touchdown run that you just heard. It was the first time in weeks that something really popped for him out of the backfield. Elijah Mitchell was jab, 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 jab on that drive. Christian McCaffrey started out that drive, and then Debo finished it. They had 14 runs to that point in the game. 7 of those runs came in that drive. It was a 7-run, 8-play drive where the 49ers got to play bully ball. And Trent Williams and Jake Brendel just crushing guys downfield. Brandon Ayuk getting a big block downfield. Only 2 catches, 2 touchdowns for Brandon Ayuk last night. He was good. I mean, he was good in limited touches, but, you scored 2 touchdowns, you officially had a good game.
But almost everybody had limited touches. They only had 57 plays from scrimmage. I mean, all they did was chew clock.
They did.
And that's part of what Kyle Shanahan does when his offense is working. He makes the game shorter.
It's exactly look, how often in Kyle's career has he put in a game plan, he thought, well, this might work for me, and then it absolutely does. Everything that you conceived from your game plan is happening in front of your own eyes, to the point where you throw the ball so much in the first half to put Jimmy in a rhythm he never really got out of. And then all of a sudden, as the Cardinals are coming back from the locker room after halftime, by the way, Ray, nobody got lost at halftime. The bus arrived.
that was Arizona's only hope.
Yeah, really. But it was a night where the pass set up the run, and then once the run came into focus, the Cardinals were sucking wind. Guys were putting their hands on their knees, and that's when the 49ers they took over the game. Again, Jimmy Garoppolo, maybe one of his 2-3 best games he's ever played in the NFL. Let's be totally honest. He was 20 of 29 for 228 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, no sacks. Sure, there was, a usual mix of 3 or 4 too high balls along the way. Even, Joe Buck said, on one pass he'd hung Debo out to dry. But the reason why that game was so good for the 49ers is because they did what they wanted to do. They did it so well, they were able to pull their starters out of a game. It's tough to pull starters out of an NFL game. It really is. You even saw what the Dallas Cowboys were hesitant to pull starters out of a game that they just owned against the Minnesota Vikings this past weekend. The 49ers got a luxury afforded to very few NFL teams, and that means everything you wanted to do and the way you wanted to do it officially worked.
Yeah, this might end up being their easiest game of the year. You wouldn't have figured it, but they had no issues at all. And again, I go back to how much of this was them and how much of this was Arizona, because I think Arizona has packed it in.
Look, the truth is in the middle. The truth is in the middle there. Absolutely.
Yeah, and the fact that they're already veering away from Kyler Murray makes me think that this entire football operations department is about to get blown up, because owners hate more than anything else finding out that they just invested $500 million in a guy that they don't want to play. And I grant you, he's got an injury, and he'll probably be back as soon as he's declared fully healthy. But the way that, that his relationship with Cliff Kingsbury has deteriorated, and the way that the ESPN people were just dogging him unmercifully, leads me to believe that this front office has lost confidence in the guy that they just made a multi-millionaire. And owners hate that more than anything else. They hate that more than having to testify before Congress.
Look, we're going to get back to all that was that decisive 49ers win. We've got an awful lot of Warriors coming up today. Steve Kerr joins us at 5 o'clock. In about 45 minutes, we're going to say hello to Peter King. But you're talking about gobs of money. Ray, Aaron Judge, apparently walking around 24 Willie Mays Plaza today, getting the handshake introductions to those who he has not met. Apparently, it was a, hey, how are you? And people are already saying, look, Aaron Judge isn't in town to visit the San Francisco Giants. He's here for Thanksgiving. Okay, well, you know, a lot of people go home for Thanksgiving, but they don't go on interviews while they're home. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to say that the Giants are very, very interested in doing this. Will they get it done? Will they actually land the date with the prettiest girl in the free agent class for the first time in a long time? I don't know. But they have to pull out every single stop that they've got, because there is a level of expectation that has so been set up. And I think the Giants are smart enough to know this and feel this, that if Aaron Judge isn't in a Giants uniform, it's going to feel like a huge disappointment. It's going to be a letdown, whether it was ever a reality or not. It's been so positioned as the thing to do, the thing that they want to do, with Farhan talking big like there's no such thing as, you know, an amount of spending that will keep us away from Aaron Judge. It's going to be his decision. Okay. I get it. I get it. But you better get this done. And then once you do sign Aaron Judge, San Francisco Giants, you better not be done, because he is hardly the only answer to the questions that last year brought up. Aaron Judge and what is now the shopping list for the San Francisco Giants?
Yeah, I don't believe that they are doing anything but saying stuff that they think their fan base wants to hear. Because the Yankees also said, we're not going to be outbid for Aaron Judge. Now, somebody is. And if you want to look at a list of reckless spending over the last 40 years, the Yankees will have about 45 guys on that list.
Oh, yeah.
Before you get to one Giant. So
Jacoby Ellsbury alone, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, they've blown through acres of money, and it's paid off for them. I don't think if this becomes a bidding war that the Yankees will lose. I also don't know that Aaron Judge craves the National League, let alone this ballpark. But the Giants do have to go through the motions. And if they don't get him, I don't know how much of a disappointment it'll be, because I don't think they've got much of a chance. I think the fact that they talked big is just something you give the fan base. I don't think they have a choice. They can't soft pedal this.
I think they know that they've been the team that cried wolf too many times to be the team that cries wolf this time around. Like, they actually got to hit one of these, this is our primary targets eventually here, based on the attendance that they know. I mean, here's the thing. Last year's attendance should have been enough to scare the you-know-what out of them to get this deal done. And beyond that, there are other things in play that I think make Aaron Judge not returning to the Yankees a possibility. Now, where he ends up, that's his choice. But it officially does sound like he was a bit crestfallen that he's getting booed in the postseason after the year that he had. Like, there's enough noise around that to where that's just not some goofy MLB Network talking point. Like, agents, players have come out and said that wasn't good. Like, Yankees fans, you obviously will not be responsible for the construction of the roster. But next time you get a chance to boo a guy who just hit the team record in home runs, you probably shouldn't do that. Just throwing that out there is what a few Yankees players from last year said. It didn't sit well with him. And then there's the little bit of this inkling of this collusion story I saw over the weekend. Did you see that?
Yeah.
The New York Mets and Yankees have like an under-the-table agreement that they're not going to drive the price up, which, if that can be proven in any way, shape, or form, Major League Baseball can say, guess what? There are two teams now who are not allowed to sign Aaron Judge, and it's the Yankees and the Mets.
Which they absolutely will not do.
They probably wouldn't, but Aaron Judge in a Giants uniform, I think it's more of a possibility than I did a month ago when we were just saying that ain't going to happen. I think there is actual traction to this being just more than hot air.
I think it's still mostly hot air. I think the Giants would like to sign him, but I don't see these guys as the kinds of reckless spenders who would, A, get him and then go out and hunt for more. Because, as you say, Aaron Judge alone does not turn this around. He bats 4 times a game. It's not like, it's not like he is the magic elixir. Then they've got all the other pieces in place. I mean, they would have to spend, I believe, somewhere in the neighborhood of $90 million more a year than they spent this year, and I don't think that's a nut that they can make. I don't think Greg and Charlie Johnson want to do that. I think they talk it, but I think like every other time they've entertained a big guy, they can't walk it.
Look, there's a lot of history on your side saying they do not win races like this. But they've never, I think, seen a track that is set up quite like this. And they know for a fact that there's really no help coming through their own pipeline, or not ready to really affect next year anyways. So what you need to do is get aggressive to not just to remain in a conversation with the Dodgers and the Padres, but to remain in a conversation with your own fan base. Charles Johnson might not want to spend money, but there's no such thing as an extra $100 million that won't eventually pay off for him if that extra $100 million is selling that ballpark out again. They will make that back. They will. And
they're not losing money now. It's not
right.
It's not a question of if we don't do this, we're in trouble. It's, do we have to do this? Can't we do something else?
Here's the thing.
All I know is since 2018, their payroll has cratered. And some of it is they don't have a superstar to pay. And they paid off all the ones that they signed before. But that's such a dramatic lurch that I need to see some sign that they're willing to do this. And other than Farhan saying we won't be outbid for Aaron Judge, which is just chin music anyway.
Right, but have you ever heard him say that about anybody? He didn't say that about Harper. He didn't say that about Stanton. Well, I don't know if he was even in charge of the whole Stanton thing. But I have not heard him say anything like that about anyone in this game, not even his own players.
I just don't believe that baseball people ever feel like they're held to whatever they say. And if Judge doesn't sign with them, they'll have a story. He didn't want to leave the Yankees. We did our best. He just didn't want to go.
Well, here's the only way the Giants would come out of this without a whole bunch of pie on their face is if he did return to the pinstripes. Like, you would understand that a guy who just broke Roger Maris's team record remained in pinstripes. Like, that's the way we were all sort of thinking and feeling about this before it really became, legs under the rumor that the Giants are in this conversation. But I do think that as they look at, like, what could go wrong for us? You know what could go wrong for the San Francisco Giants? People losing interest in their product. And that was reflected in ratings in every single place the Giants broadcast. That was reflected in attendance. And the best way to make yourself irrelevant in the Bay Area is to become a second-class act. And the Giants are threatening to be that. This isn't, hey, even though they weren't great, they weren't terrible. Without spending big money for big players, terrible could be on the table very quickly for them.
No, I think they're going to spend money. I just don't know that they're going to spend that much money on that guy. I mean, they'll have to chase Carlos Correa. They'll have to, get Rodon re-upped. They're going to have, there's so many places that they have to, rebuild, that all those things, rebuilding the bullpen, that's not sexy, but it's going to matter because they're going to have to get a closer of some sort. When you were whispering about Kenley Jansen last week, he's probably past his sell-by date, but he's a name. They're going to have to dip their toe in financially somewhere. I just don't know that it's going to be Aaron Judge and other guys. I don't think they have the stomach for that. And I think ultimately they'll be relieved if the Yankees outbid them.
Well, that's a great way to just exit any conversation of baseball credibility going forward. It really
might be, but maybe they can paper over it by getting Carlos Correa. We didn't get Judge, but we got this guy and that guy. And then we re-signed Rodon. They could fake that. I just don't know. I just can't see them doing Judge Plus. And if they don't do Judge Plus, have they really helped themselves? Other than being slightly more sexy than they were a year ago.
That's the thing. I think for the first time ever, because the ballpark, let's face it, it's a wonderful ballpark. But if you wanted to see it, you've seen it by now.
It's 22 years old.
Yeah, it's not the brand new jewel. I take it back.
It's 24 years old.
It's not the brand new jewel anymore that, you got to come see it. And you do have to come see it. It's incredible. However, once you've seen the ballpark, you want to see some baseball being played. And they're a long way from playing important baseball. They need to spend an awful lot of money to fix the problems they have. Full stop. We had a hell of a Niner game last night. We are about a half an hour away from talking to Peter King about it. When we come on back, man, I love me a national anthem. When someone's singing it with their full heart and a whole stadium's rolling along. I thought Mexico was A+ last night. Mexico City, you need an NFL team. And we're going to talk more about that on the other side of this and how good the 49ers were, how bad the Warriors were. We got it all for you today here on 95.7 The Game. It's Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're going to have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa la la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Hi, are you ready to start the season with savings at IKEA?
Ooh, I am. I've got my 3 shopping lists right here. One for home, one for gifts, and one for treating myself.
We can help you check off all 3 with lots of offers going all week. IKEA family members can save on all kinds of products, from bakeware to holiday lighting to rugs and more.
List number 1, here we go.
Visit IKEA to save today. Offer valid 11/24 to 11/28/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/Black Friday for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Throughout the 60s and 70s, cops hunted down key figures of the Dixie Mafia, including its enigmatic ringleader, Kirksey Nix.
I'm interested in making money. I'm not interested in hurting people.
15 years into Kirksey's life sentence, the Dixie Mafia was practically folklore, but that would soon change. I'm Jed Lipinski. This is Gone South, a documentary podcast from C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio. Season 2, The Dixie Mafia. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
Hey, this is Matt Steinmetz of Steiny and Guru, 12-3 on 95.7 The Game. Now back to Damon and Ratto. It should be a barrel of laughs.
Staggering amount of cross-promotion is happening here at this station. How about that? Damon and Ratto, thank you very much, Mr. Steinmetz. And let me tell you what we got coming up for you on Turkey Day. We got some football for you. Did you want an NFC East showdown? Probably not, but you're going to get one. Look, it's better than the Lions game. We all know that, right? We got the Giants in Dallas taking on the Cowboys. Coverage is going to start at 1 o'clock on Thanksgiving right here on 95.7 The Game. So, it's probably when you're in your car heading to where you're going to be on Thanksgiving night. A lot of travels coming up. I saw today the airlines are bracing for 55 million people to fly in like the next 48 hours. What could possibly go wrong there, Ray, with the efficient system that the airlines have implemented over the last couple of years? And by efficient, I mean they obviously hate all of us.
Big times for the train industry.
Are you investing in Amtrak? Is it time?
I think we're about to become ground bound. I wouldn't trust the airline to get a balloon off the ground.
Maybe we can all get there with weather balloon travel or something. I don't know, but look,
I think the Zeppelin's going to make a comeback.
Good luck to everyone. I wish it was the Led Zeppelin making a comeback these days. But look, we have quite a bit to get into. In 25, 30 minutes from right now, we've got our friend Peter King joining us at 4:15. At 5 o'clock, Steve Kerr. Let's be totally honest. How much of the Warriors game did you actually... How much were you able to stomach, I guess would be the good question, right? I was about 25 minutes of paying attention, and I was out. That was embarrassing even for a team resting all of its good players. Because in resting all of their good players, boy, did they reveal that after their good players, they ain't got much.
Well, and their one regular starter, Kevon Looney, played 5 minutes. They pulled him out after that, and he never saw the floor again.
That was just to keep the streak going start, right there.
I think so. But they could have pulled him out after 1 minute and done the same thing. No, it was, okay, let's see what we got here. And they found out what they got is 45 points worse than what the Pelicans got.
You're not supposed to lose like that. Like 1% of NBA games look like that. That was worse than JV versus varsity. That was varsity versus the 8th graders. That's how it looked. So what can be taken from that as a difficult turn in the schedule is about to come up for the Warriors, starting tomorrow night with the Clippers, who are like the mirror opposite of the Warriors, Ray. The Clippers play incredible defense. They can't score a lick. And the Warriors, they can score, and obviously defense is just not happening as often as it needs to. So
almost never happening.
Yeah, styles make fights. We got ourselves an interesting fight with the Clippers coming up tomorrow night. It is good to have you here, whether you are watching on YouTube, whether you're tuning in on Twitch or wherever we're doing these things. It is good to have you here. Happy Thanksgiving to any and all of you. Hopefully it is a good one. Time with family coming up in the next couple of days. Tomorrow, Grandy, we are going to have to keep up our tradition and replay the Trent Baalke Thanksgiving draft pick, which he didn't even get to the podium on time. It's like when Mike Tyson, the Vikings, didn't get their pick up. He was evasive about Thanksgiving side dishes. And it's one of the great moments of audio in the history of my career, let's be honest. And we will have that lovingly for you tomorrow. Ray, you're not going to be here.
That's correct.
Which means today we need your list of everything you're thankful for.
You just got it.
Oh, there's got to be something out there.
Yeah, I won't be here tomorrow.
You're thankful for that?
Damn right.
But you're thankful for me coming into your life? Think about it. We didn't work together all of your life, and then we started working together, and your life has gotten demonstrably better and more entertaining and more satisfying. Have you ever felt love like this before?
Yes, and I always check for my wallet.
I would never take from you, Ray. I'm a giver. Giver.
By the way, did you, I know you didn't see it because only the psychotic would be up at 2 a.m. Saudi Arabia beat Lionel Messi and Argentina today in the World Cup. That's essentially Coastal Carolina beating the Buffalo Bills.
So, yeah, I was about to say, are we on the James Buster Douglas, Mike Tyson level upset here?
They were plus 2,200. That's how much. They were essentially 220 to 1.
Tell me you laid it all on Saudi Arabia.
Oh, doubled down. If I had, do you think you'd see me?
Fade the public, Ray. Fade that public. Okay, great. I got to tell you, I don't have a lot to say good about this World Cup. And no one could possibly have anything good to say about it. And look, I understand that the corruption started long before any of these players were even born, and I get it, and they just want to play. But what I never want to hear is another word from USA Soccer about equality or gay rights or freedom of expression for any individual ever again. And beyond the massive insult to the gay community that is happening game by game by game, and the agreed upon nonsense of we're going to pretend for PR purposes about how much we care about everything, and then in the first instance to show what principles you may have, you cash those out as quickly as humanly possible by direct orders from FIFA itself. It's just disgusting. I was reading an article in Vanity Fair about the World Cup because people who cover sports don't have the guts to write sentences and paragraphs like this. The staging of this event has to come to be regarded as a human rights tragedy. Qatar's treatment of its migrant workers who built the stadiums alone. I mean, forget about just the disrespecting of fairness and the gay community. 6,500 human slaves died building these stadiums. That's like 2 full 9/11s.
Yeah, and not to break your train of thought, but most people think that's a low estimate.
Right. If 6,500 is the official total, we're probably approaching 10 because these people were hand-selected to be the disposable human beings that they were treated like. It's atrocious. This is worse than, they bulldozed over neighborhoods in China to build the bird's nest. Yeah, they did. They definitely did.
You can't...
Right. 10,000 people didn't die for that Olympiad.
Yeah.
Thousands people died to build these soccer stadiums. And if you're cool with that, I'm sorry, we can't be friends. That's the way I feel. And sports should have never gotten into the moral compass business to begin with. They did. I even said, don't go there because you're going to be making compromises that are going to make you look like idiots once you start pretending to care. And if you're not going to be part of real change, then stop trying to sell me that you're here for real change. The leaders of FIFA should be completely cleaned out, and Budweiser should sue them for $5 trillion. Maybe that would get their attention.
Yeah, except that Budweiser wants to get the next deal. So they'll eat this too. But everything about this World Cup absolutely stinks.
It's the single grossest sporting event conducted in our lifetimes. It is nothing short of the equivalent of allowing Nazi Germany to host the Olympics in 38 or whatever.
36.
36.
They did that too. Because ultimately...
But we didn't have the internet. I mean, most of America didn't understand what was coming out of Germany at that point in time.
No, they were pretty aware. I mean, they weren't as aware as they were after World War II, but they knew that was a totalitarian regime because they were already making noises about it.
Right.
And it's one of the things about sports that is the most shameful is that they will always go to where the money and politics tell them to. There's nothing moral about the business of sport.
It's
nothing
gross.
whatsoever.
It's gross. This is the single most offensive sporting event ever conducted in my lifetime.
Well, the business
other sporting... No, forget about the business of it.
Well, because that's what we're
talking about. The total of the human life. I don't care how much money was spent grifting and all that stuff. I don't care about it.
No. I'm talking... When I say business, I'm including that because they built 8 stadiums with the bodies of those people. That was part of the price of doing business.
It's disgusting.
It is.
It's disgusting. And soccer is mostly boring.
No, see that you lose me there.
It's...
And you'll just have to be wrong on that.
Tell me about the score of this incredible upset today. What was the total in this game, Ray?
Total was 3.
Woo! Wow, 2 beats 1? Woo!
128 beats 83.
We'll ask Steve Kerr about that at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, he may not answer the phone.
So look, that concludes today's soccer coverage. I am a sucker for a great national anthem, though, from any country, anywhere. And we officially got one last night at Mexico City. Like, that was awesome. By the way, welcome, everybody, to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Someone says, Damon, I don't disagree, but is this worse than Live Golf? Yeah, Live Golf doesn't come with a body total. Go with a body count on it yet. When Live Golf definitely has led to the direct death of nearly 7,000 human beings, then we'll stack it on top of this World Cup. But not until then. Anyways, I want to get back to the Mexican national anthem last night. I don't know who that woman was who sang it, but she sang it with all of her heart. And I got to tell you, Ray, any from the heart, this one officially means something, national anthem, like always resonates with me. And then you add in the fact that the stadium is just in full throat, like everyone singing at the top of their lungs. I'm a sucker for that. I really am. That's great. It was great. The atmosphere last night in Mexico City was the only thing that was actually better than the 49ers in Mexico City last night. That was incredible. It felt like a Super Bowl. It felt like the biggest game in the world happening. It did. Mexico City needs an NFL team. I don't want to hear a word about international expansion across an ocean until you go down there, because those fans were insane for teams that they're just, leasing from America. Imagine if they actually got to own one. Team Mexico. I don't know what the mascot would be. If Mexico City is at too high of an elevation, choose another one. Like choose another city in Mexico. The country proved they interested. Good God, that was incredible last night. Absolutely incredible.
They could probably have the Cardinals cheap.
Take the Cardinals. The raw data from Mexico City is pretty incredible for the actual 49ers. By the way, the 49ers are now 4-0 in the NFC West for the first time in 20 years. That's a pretty good start to a year that officially didn't come with a pretty good start.
Well, and let's be honest, 2 of those 4 teams stink.
Doesn't matter. I'm sure 2 of those 4 teams stunk at some point in time throughout the 20-year run that we're talking about.
I'm not sure like this, though. I'd have to look that up. But you're looking at 2 teams that may total 10 wins. And I'm still not sold on the idea that Seattle can hold serve.
Maybe you're right.
They won't be the AFC South, but they'll be in the team photo for that.
If going 4-0 in the division were easy under any circumstances, I'm sure the Niners would have decided to do it more than once every 20 years. They are in division off to an outstanding start.
Plus 20, plus 15, plus 17, plus 28.
Hey, smoke them if you got them. You know what I mean?
Oh, no. You can only beat the teams they put in front of you. I'm not saying that they should kick these back.
Again, this is just the raw data from Mexico City. The 49ers have now pitched 3 straight second-half shutouts. The last time that happened in a season for the 49ers, they appeared in the Super Bowl. Harbinger of things to come, I do not know. But, man, a team that just a month ago didn't feel like it was officially trending in the right direction is now officially trending in the right direction. That was the 3rd game this season in which the 49ers did not give up a sack. How about this? George Kittle and Brandon Ayuk became the first pair of 49ers to score 2 or more touchdowns in the same game since Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens did that 22 years ago. So if that game felt like, man, this is a hell of a night for the Niners, it's because they don't get those very often. And they can take it even a step further. Did you see the Josh Dubois bomb about how good the Niners were last night? They had 5 touchdowns from scrimmage, 0 sacks allowed, and 0 turnovers. The only other time they have done that since 1960 are on 3 other occasions. And that's it. They did it against the Cowboys back in 2000, against the Lions in 93, and against the Bears all the way back in 1961. There's a lot of you who in your lifetimes who have never seen a performance like that. The 49ers did have 1 game under Kyle Shanahan where they had 4 touchdowns from scrimmage, 0 sacks allowed, and 0 takeaways. And that was a 34-3 win over the Raiders in 2018. So this team, and this isn't an exaggeration, this isn't a prisoner of the moment statement. The 49ers on Monday Night Football last night played one of the great games in the history of their organization. Is the opponent the 1985 Chicago Bears? No. But
the opponent is the 2022 Chicago Bears.
Yeah. You might be right. Although Justin Fields might be a better... No, I won't even go there yet. But look, I just... if you were impressed last night, and if that one felt different, you're right, because that was impressive, and that one felt a little different. And you had Garoppolo matching a career high with 4 touchdown passes. By the way, the other time he did that was that Saints game. That was the pinball game against Drew Brees. First time in his career, he's gone 3 straight games now without an interception. Garoppolo's thrown 2 or more touchdowns in 5 of his last 6 games. So there is an unquestionable best streak of his career going on with Jimmy right now. I think there is an unquestionable best streak of his career going on with Brandon Ayuk right now. And Elijah Mitchell showing back up and quietly for the second week in the row, leading the team in rushing yards and carries, has changed things. He doesn't get nearly the billing of change that comes with Christian McCaffrey. But, man, Elijah Mitchell has officially changed things, I think, for the 49ers, too. Christian McCaffrey last night had 14 touches, 7 catches, 7 runs, 106 total yards. Samuel Womack, he snatched his first career interception. Dre Greenlaw last night, he forced the first fumble of his career. Jimmy Ward's interception was the 5th of his career. And Bosa has notched at least 1 sack now in 4 straight games. It's the second straight 4-game stretch of him doing that. In just this season alone, Bosa's now got 10.5 sacks. And it wasn't a great night for the 49ers defensive line. It really wasn't. Colt McCoy was getting that ball out as quickly as possible.
Well, he had to.
He did.
And even at that, they still got 3 sacks, which is not a bad number.
It's not a bad number, no. I thought it was going to be even more, though. I thought Colt McCoy as a stationary target was just going to be,
Baldinger told you.
He did. Baldinger did tell us about it. Kyle Shanahan's sound coming on in, saying that, how about this? Here's how much Kyle liked Mexico City.
Man, I love San Francisco, but if we couldn't be there, I would love to be here. This place is awesome. It's one of the coolest experiences I've been a part of. I mean, it was so neat last year going to playing in LA and seeing a whole red stadium in a stadium that wasn't yours, and then coming a lot farther to Mexico City and it being just the same. We were told it might be like that, but it was even better than we expected. And everywhere I've gone in Mexico, we've been given love like that. And then to feel here in Mexico City, it was so cool. I didn't know exactly how it was going to be, but I mean, when they were booing the other team coming out and cheering for us, and we're this far away from home, I thought that was pretty special. And just coming in the hotel last night, our players felt it. We've been in Colorado getting ready for this altitude and just focusing on that. And then we got here late last night, and you really started to hit us how special it was. Just walking in the hotel, seeing everyone, leaving to the game today, seeing the people on the streets, and then walking in that stadium. It was one of my favorite games to be a part of.
And then everything went right, beyond the atmosphere. It's one of the great games he's ever coached in his life. So there's that, putting the bounce in Kyle's step about the entire trip to Mexico City. But for a guy who's grown up around the sport, I mean, as much as a human being can grow up around the sport of the NFL, not just the sport of football, but professional football, that guy has grown up in NFL cities and locker rooms, and he's lived in them, and he understands, I think, that's an official X marks the spot. How about this, Ray? I doubt we ever go another international run without Mexico City being included. That's how overwhelmingly positive a crowd response that game was given.
Well, never mind the crowd response, which they've gotten in previous trips to Mexico City. There weren't any hang-ups with the stadium. There weren't any logistical screw-ups, because that's the thing. Well, okay, where you have to take the bus to the
Well,
hold
on,
and by the way, you wanted one of the buses to get lost, apparently?
The toughest thing was altitude, and then once we got here, I'd say the hardest thing was our last bus. The escort got lost. So we had a bunch of players and coaches show up about 40 minutes later than usual. But once they got here, it was all good.
At least it didn't get lost at halftime. But the actual entrance into the stadium wasn't that.
But, it's mostly been sort of logistics and political stability in Mexico and what their economy is. It's not about whether there are football fans. there's a lot of other stuff that one thing goes wrong this time, another thing goes wrong next time. Other than that bus, I haven't heard much that went wonky. The field held up, which has always been a problem there. I mean, they had to move a game because the field was torn up one year. So, I don't know that this is
Chiefs Rams, right?
I don't know that this is going to happen anytime soon, but I think if they ever do go international, and put a team somewhere, Mexico City's as good a place as any. I don't know that they will, though, because they're making tons of money as it is. So I don't know. But Mexico City did nothing to dampen anybody's enthusiasm.
So somebody from the 925 on the Xfinity mobile text line says, if Mexico City ever got a, here's your mascot, call them the Mexico City Toros. Yeah, sure. Bulls is not being used by any NFL team. I've never heard such enthusiasm from Kyle Shanahan. I got to be honest. I don't think I have either. I've never heard him sound that happy. I've never heard words pour out of his mouth that quickly. He was giddy.
How often does he win by, 4 touchdowns? They usually have trouble scoring 4 touchdowns.
Christian McCaffrey has been a skeleton key for this offense. We will talk about McCaffrey's impact. We will talk about the 49ers win last night with Peter King, who joins us for his weekly conversation coming up next as we put a bow on NFL Week 11. And, of course, we've got 3 Thanksgiving Day games coming up in, just 48 hours from right now. So an awful lot around the corner with our friend Peter King here on Damon and Ratto. We are brought to you by calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever. So you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
2000, 2008, 2022. When it comes to the economy, those are some scary years. Dot-com crash, housing crash, and the roller coaster we're going through right now. It's a dangerous time to not know your numbers. But over 31,000 businesses have the confidence and clarity they need because they rely on NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, inventory, HR, planning, and budgeting. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. So, how do you prepare for uncertain times? The answer, NetSuite. NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your business processes, and easily see where to save money. That's why 93% of customers say they improved their visibility and control when they upgraded to NetSuite. What are you waiting for? NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Hi there, I'm your host, Dog, filling in for the human who's normally here and bringing you the smells and sounds of the holidays, courtesy of Beggin' Dog Treats.
We wish you a begging Christmas. We wish you a begging Christmas. Dog rest ye merry Doberman, let begging you acquire. Deck the halls with strips of begging. Arf, 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 arf.
Remember, for bacon-loving dog excitement this holiday,
It's begging!
In San Jose, mostly cloudy overnight, lows in the mid-40s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
At 7-Eleven, our coffee is fresh or it's free. We don't compromise on our premium beans, and neither should you. Because drinking fresh coffee is non-negotiable. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store purchase. See 7eleven.com for terms.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to this one of my favorite shows, Damon and Krabby Ratto. But it's a good show.
Guru, thank you very much for the intro. It is good to have you all here today. The Krabby One, Ray Ratto. His final show before his little Thanksgiving break. Alan Stiles is going to be with me tomorrow. Somebody, Chef A, on the Xfinity Mobile text line says, will you be doing the Thanksgiving side dish draft? Yeah, tomorrow. It absolutely goes down. It will have to happen. We don't have many traditions on the show. That's one of them. Another one is our good weekly conversation with the one and only Peter King. And when it comes to covering the NFL, he is indeed king. And what a game the 49ers threw down last night, Peter. They had the stage all to themselves. And because of that, they got the world of football talking. I mean, sure, the Cowboys were very impressive. The Eagles keep on winning. But it felt like last night was the first night the 49ers really hit the national radar.
Well, I think it was the first night that they played exactly the way Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and Jed York thought this team would play. when they were, when they were sort of trying to build a team that they thought could go further than last year. And, of course, there was this temporary bump and speed bump when Trey Lance got hurt. But, I think we all said at the time, at least I did, I think you guys did too, that, it's bad that Trey Lance got hurt because, God, the guy has got to start playing. He's played so little college and pro football that he needs to start playing. But I think everybody realizes, honestly, that, when you look at this team the way it is right now, there's no way that you could imagine Trey Lance would be, 104 rating, 15 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 67% passer, 8.1 yards per attempt. It's this, unfortunately, because it basically just moved everything until next year. I think it's pretty clear that along with a really good defense, a suffocating defense at times, that it was really good for this team and this organization that Garoppolo's playing right now, because I think he'll do more this year than they would have gotten out of Trey Lance.
Does this do anything for the theory that people worry about and define teams by the quarterback way too much, and that the 49ers are, in fact, one of those teams that have a chance to be excellent without an excellent quarterback? That they have a good quarterback who, when he's good, he's incredibly efficient, but he's never going to be eye-popping. Is there a lesson in that, or do you think we'll ignore that the next time Trey Lance takes a practice field?
I mean, think about the quarterbacks who are having really good years who aren't eye-popping. The first one that comes to mind is Geno Smith. And I don't know what eye-popping means other than Patrick Mahomes at his best, Josh Allen many times in the last 2-3 years
Herbert
has been eye-popping. But I think I'd be much more interested on a quarterback who moves my team, doesn't turn it over, throws the ball very accurately. I mean, I was looking at this last night after the game. Think about this. Jimmy Garoppolo right now is 5 consecutive games completing more than 2/3 of his throws. Now that's special. And so when you're that good, when you're completing that percentage, he's at 67 for the year, when you're doing that well, and when you're also throwing the ball down the field a bit too, as he has, I don't know what more you want out of your quarterback. And the other thing to think about is how much of a difference really Christian McCaffrey has made in this offense, considering that, okay, so last night, I don't know, he ran 8 or 9 times.
7 catches, 14 touches, 7 catches, 7 runs.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want out of a multi-purpose back. And when he's healthy, he is one of the 2 or 3 best multi-purpose backs in football because he's so good at route running. He's got great hands, and he makes something happen with the ball every time he catches it. So, I mean, his impact on this offense cannot be minimized. And look, even though Deebo Samuel hasn't been, a house of fire since he came back, from after missing that game against the Rams, it's still what he does in a game is he forces the defense to pay a lot of attention so that whether it be George Kittle, McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk, somebody is going to benefit from that. So, look, in the past, we've always said this is what the 49ers can be. We saw it last night, on a real choppy field in Mexico City. But We saw what they could be at their best. And what usually happens is pick a name. Devo, Kittle, somebody gets hurt. And that's really, and it's impossible to say, well, they got to stay healthy. They got to do whatever they can to stay healthy. That's just not something you can really account for. But I do think now you've got 3 straight home games, a very physical New Orleans defense, then obviously Miami and another physical defense in Tampa Bay. And, now is the time. I think, look, the 49ers have to win, absolute minimum, 2 of these 3. And you add in the Seattle game, if they win 3 out of 4, they're winning the division. They're already 4-0 in division games. So it's very likely they're going to win a tiebreaker in the division, especially closing with Arizona at home. So they put themselves in really good position last night. And mentally, this team has to be feeling really good about itself, having played that well in the last 3 games.
Peter King here on 95.7 The Game. Yeah, the Niners are 4-0 in the NFC West for the first time in 20 years. I want to go back to Christian McCaffrey with you, though, for just a second, because when the 49ers made the trade, I thought, what he really represents is a skeleton key to unlock the playbook, to unlock who you're covering, and just make the Niners run more efficiently. Beyond that, whenever you see a player who was on another team, for the most part, you only get to see the highlight package, the big scoring plays. Where Christian McCaffrey is just phenomenal, Peter, is on first and second down. The things that don't get you the highlight reel, but that's a 6 yards keeping you on schedule. That guy's shoulders are forever pointed upfield, and it feels like he is constantly falling forward and usually across the first down line. It's like he feels them out there. He's got an incredible touch for just north-south football. He doesn't waste any steps.
Yeah. I remember when McCaffrey was coming out of Stanford, his coach there, David Shaw, said one of the great things about Christian is that there are very, very few negative plays. He always finds a way to burrow when something should be a 2-yard gain. He burrows for 3 more. And look, I think I'm going to be close. I think he's without being spectacular yet, he's contributing 98 yards a game of offense. And he's done that just getting to know the playbook. And to me, obviously the Rams game is a signature game. But all these other games, look, I look at last night's game. And the reason why I think last night's game really had a big fingerprint of Christian McCaffrey on it is that a couple of those replays, you saw whether you might call him a spy or whether you just say that you could tell on the replay that the Cardinals were really monitoring him at the snap of the ball. Play action takes on a whole nother meaning with Christian McCaffrey. And so just the threat of him there really opens so much up, I think, for, the other weapons in this offense.
Would you anticipate that teams will continue to center their attentions on him, or do you see the 49er offense as diversified enough that teams might have to stop doing that just to save themselves from getting killed in other places?
That's going to be a great question. Ray, you know what is really, really interesting about what we've seen so far in the, McCaffrey, Kittle, Debo, 49ers. This is just something that I was thinking about last night. Okay, so in the 2 games since Deebo came back after the Rams game, in those 2 games, he essentially has been a good player, but not an incredible impact player. Okay, when you think about it, I think he's had maybe in those 2 games, I don't know, I'm just going to guess, 150 yards maybe total. And what that says to me is that, look, the threat of Deebo Samuel is enough, but at some point, Jimmy Garoppolo is going to hit a home run with Deebo Samuel. And the way that, this is just my feeling, but the way we have seen Tony Pollard explode for the Dallas Cowboys, and last week Pollard had the first 100-yard receiving game of his career. I mean, look, Deebo Samuel has had a nice year, but he hasn't had the year he had last year. And he's only had, I think, one 100-yard receiving game. But I just think right now, when I look at Deebo Samuel, we're heading into the last, 6 or 7 games of the year. And I look at this and say, this guy is primed now with the depth of the weaponry on this offense. At some point, Deebo Samuel is going to take over a game and have 180 yards rushing, receiving, and, have a player of the week type of game. Hasn't had one yet, but it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, it does feel like it's coming. And we were saying yesterday, as we were sort of doing pregame ahead of Monday Night Football, Peter, that, he needed to impact a game, not just participate in it. And last night, his longest touchdown run of his career, he was targeted. He was he was good in the passing game last night. He helped and took advantage of opening things up. And the big explosion that you're talking about hopefully does indeed come soon. I thought it was just a spectacular night for Mexico City as a venue, as an atmosphere, and as maybe a location of a future NFL team. I mean, there's so much talk about international expansion. Forget about crossing an ocean. Right there. There you go. My goodness.
Yeah. I mean, Mexico City absolutely unequivocally could support a team. I think the way I look at Mexico City is that the NFL knows that it's there. I'm not saying the NFL takes it for granted. I don't think it does. But the NFL knows it's there, and the NFL is poking and prodding and exploring a lot of other markets to see what else is there. And look, you talk about the possibility of a team in Mexico City. I mean, I when I was in Munich a couple of weeks ago, I got the distinct exclamation point expression that there's no plans in the almost the distant future. There's no plans to expand. Okay, they love 32 teams. It's easy to schedule. Everything is good with 32 teams. Plus, do you think these owners right now want to divide the pie into 36 pieces or into 32? And they don't want to give up more of their money. They're happy with the way it is right now. And
you'd think that any expansion would come with like a $5 billion entry fee, though, right?
Well, I mean, a $5 billion entry fee. I mean, that's how possibly could that be profitable for a city or for an owner? I don't know. Look, I don't know what's going to happen. But all I'm saying is that the NFL right now has zero appetite to expand. Zero. And, as of now, if you look at every team in football, what team right now is willing to, A, be sold, B, move? The only team that I could even think that you might even entertain it is Jacksonville. And Shad Khan has put so much money into that facility. He's building a huge new practice facility right now. I cannot imagine, even though Jacksonville hasn't been the greatest market, I can't imagine him moving anytime soon. So I understand. I think Mexico City did a fabulous job last night. But I don't know, where's the team coming from? If I were Mexico City, what I would be pushing for, I think next year they're going to be doing a lot of refurbishment on the stadium there to get ready for the World Cup games in 26. I think what's happening is that the World Cup is going to be a North American World Cup in 26, Mexico, U.S., and Canada. So I think they're fixing up their stadium some, so they'll miss it next year. But if I'm Mexico City, you've got 8 teams in the NFL who've entered into marketing agreements like Arizona, like San Francisco, and want to do business in Mexico. If I were them, I'd be saying, hey, listen, you're going to give Germany 2 games next year, which I feel confident the NFL is going to do, that New England and Kansas City both will host games in Germany next year. I'd be saying to the NFL, hey, you should give us 2 games a year. You've got all these teams all over the NFL who want to do business in Mexico. Give us 2 games a year. And realistically, right now, I think that's the best Mexico can hope for.
You talked about Mexico. You talked about the 49ers. But the 3-legged elephant in the room is the Arizona Cardinals, who look like they are decomposing before our eyes. Is there any indication that for as much money as they've invested in Kyler Murray, that the fact that it seems like they're kind of lukewarm on him even now suggests that either there's going to be front office upheaval in the offseason or Kyler Murray gets moved somewhere?
Well, Ray, it's a good question because I'm doing something in my column next week about the Cardinals. Now, get this. The Cardinals at the 12-game mark last year, early December, were 10-2, and they were the top seed in the NFC. Since then, they're 5-11, and if they lose to the Chargers, they'd be 5-12 over the equivalent of a full NFL 17-game season. And so, obviously, we know there's a problem, and there's a major problem. But here's the other issue. They've given long-term contracts worth what I figure has to be in the neighborhood of $300 million to Kyler Murray, Cliff Kingsbury, and the GM, Steve Keim. So, okay, maybe, I mean, I don't know. First of all, if you could move Kyler Murray, I don't really know the cap ramifications, but they would be major, okay? If you could move him, you got to find a quarterback, and you've got to get a quarterback who, right now, with DeAndre Hopkins soon going into the twilight, and not a really great weapon beyond him, unless you think Hollywood Brown is great, and I don't. To me, this team, this is a franchise adrift. It really is. And, last night was just a perfect example of that. The Arizona Cardinals want to be one of those teams that becomes Mexico's team. Shoot, they got a huge border on the country. And last night, trying to put their best foot forward in this new market country, I mean, they lose by 28 points. And so to me, I don't know where the upside for the Cardinals is. I think they precipitously gave away all this money to Kingsbury, Keim, and Murray after slumping badly down the stretch and getting embarrassed in the playoffs by the Rams. They're paying for that now. It's almost like the Russell Wilson contract in Denver. It's funny to hear the people in Denver say, oh, we don't regret that contract. I mean, that's the biggest lie in football. Of course they regret the contract. And I'm sure that Michael Bidwill in Arizona regrets all 3 contracts because that's a franchise in big trouble.
Peter King with us. All we can do is say thank you for joining us for another incredibly long conversation. We call you thinking we'll talk to you for about 15 minutes, and then we do like a full 3-hour-long podcast, for goodness sakes. Thank you as always, and a very, very happy Thanksgiving to you and yours. Really appreciate your time with us as always.
Thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate it.
There he is, Peter King on 95.7 The Game. Great stuff, as always. He's probably right. The league does feel almost perfectly balanced. Expansion probably isn't around the corner. You know what these international games really, I think, should represent to the NFL is, hey, do you want to sell an easy 90,000 tickets? Anytime you play internationally, you're going to sell 90,000 like hotcakes if the stadium's big enough. You want to go do that? Or do you want to, draw another tepid crowd in the middle of a season that might not be going very well? It represents gate.
It does represent gate, but I think the gate at this point for an NFL team is so minimal compared to everything else that they take in that it's not really that much of a concern. Would Jacksonville like to be selling out every game? Absolutely. I mean, Vegas would like to be selling out every game, and they're not. But I think the gate is so infinitesimal in their view that all that is stamp money at this point.
But you're looking at, here's 8.5 million more people to maybe buy a jersey. Maybe, it's not just the gate, it's and then they bought 2 jerseys for Christmas that year, and that is all money that goes back. It's opening up the floodgates to a massive market. And really, how much more can the NFL expand in the country? It really can't. It's ubiquitous. It is everywhere. It is our number one. Global domination is really the last available move on the chessboard for the NFL. More on this when we come on back in just a second. Steve Kerr joins us at 5 o'clock. And we got a lot for you this afternoon, still around the corner. Damon and Ratto brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
You might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
So the Jim Irsay Collection is coming to San Francisco on Saturday, December 10th from 7 to 10 at Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. Now, if you had to choose to hang out with an NFL owner, like Jim Irsay's probably your guy. Like, he parties, he used to anyways. He gets down, and he's got a lot of cool stuff to show you. The Jim Irsay Collection is historic sports memorabilia, presidential artifacts, and if you are a fan of music history, he's got basically the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in his, in his bedroom closet. The amount of guitars and instruments and classic moments of music history that he now owns, it's all on display coming December 10th from 7 to 10 o'clock at Bill Graham. And they're also going to be cranking out a free all-star Jim Irsay band with Ann Wilson of Heart. What About Love? Buddy Guy, John Fogerty is going to be making a special appearance. And here is the real kicker on all of this, just to prove how cool Jim Irsay is. He wants you to come on in for free. The only thing you need to do is go ahead and sign up at JimIrsayCollection.com. One night only here in San Francisco at the Bill Graham from 7 to 10 o'clock on Saturday, December 10th. Free tickets available to anyone who is listening and interested in this right now at JimIrsayCollection.com.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
O'Reilly. When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a few clicks away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. We'll even bring it out curbside. Or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals, November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVPs Pro Rewards Program. Terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty Terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. You can listen to us 6 to 9 a.m. on 95.7 The Game. Now I deadpan back to Ray Ratto and Damon Bruce. It's Damon and Ray.
I mean, I was wondering if he was a little deep into a pile of gummies there for a second. I like that is the least enthusiastic I've ever heard Butcher talk about anything. And then I thought, this is a tribute to you, Ray.
Nah, maybe it's just the reading that threw him.
Someone from the 707 says, look, guys, just want to wish both of you a very happy Thanksgiving. I'm an everyday listener, thankful for the show, getting me through my workday and the commute home. Ray, going to hoist a glass of good red for you tomorrow night. Thank you for the entertainment. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Ray, what are you thankful for?
I'm going to hoist one, too. In fact, I'm going to hoist one on the boat.
Oh, if you are taking, what is it, the 6:15 ferry back to Alameda tonight, make sure to give Ray a noogie.
No, make sure to give me a glass of wine.
Well, noogies are free.
Yeah, but wine is good.
We have Thanksgiving Day football coming up for you here on 95.7 The Game. Giants in Dallas. There you go. Coverage starts at 1 o'clock Thanksgiving Day, so when you are on the way to hopefully wherever you're spending Thanksgiving, probably at Ray's house, you have a little something to listen to here on 95.7 The Game. And then a great day of coverage all during the day that is now known as Black Friday. Dan Devone, Chuck Walter coming up in the morning show, Alan Stiles, Shamari Block, JD, Evan getting in for Steiny and Guru, Kruger, and Sean Salisbury will be filling in for this little program right here. And then, what do you know? We got the Warriors and Utah Jazz coming up on Friday. The Warriors have the Clippers at home tomorrow, and we're going to have Steve Kerr joining us in about 9 minutes, and we're going to talk about a good win on the road in Houston, a terrible showing up even under the circumstances in which they showed up in New Orleans last night, and a pretty price of poker going up stretch of opponents for them right around the corner. So important basketball coming up for the Golden State Warriors. I want to spend just a minute going back to what we were saying about Christian McCaffrey, Ray. You know, when a player who is a good player, who you know an awful lot about, who you see an awful lot on the highlight reels, and then they show up on your team or the team that you are most accustomed to watching, whether you root for them or not. That's when you really start to get to know a player, like their traits, their styles, the personal touches that make them special, and you start appreciating how good they really are. Like you always knew that they were good, but how good are they consistently? How good are they when we're not rolling the highlight package? And to me, this is where Christian McCaffrey is just wildly impressive so far. Like we all knew he was good. We saw him at Stanford, but a lot of his highlights, you know, come from Panthers games, and you might not have been paying close attention but for the highlights. Therefore, you didn't see Christian McCaffrey on 2nd and long. What did he do there? Well, what do you know? He's the guy who picked up 8 yards, turning it into a 3rd and 2. And now, Christian McCaffrey, even though he's not part of the highlight reel, has done something huge in that moment. This guy's shoulders are forever upfield. This guy is always falling forward. And he might be, Ray, one of the more impressive, you didn't see him very much and now you do, that have come across me covering sports here in the Bay Area. Now, number one with a bullet, and the guy who I think is going to be impossible to nearly knock off the list of, now I get it, was Kevin Durant. You knew Kevin Durant was really good, but how much Oklahoma City Thunder games did you watch to know what Kevin Durant was night in, night out? When he showed up with the Warriors, it was like, God damn, this guy's a good player. Yeah, it was overwhelming how easy the game was to him. I say the second in my Warriors running on that list would be Baron Davis. Like you knew Baron Davis was really good, but then you saw him night after night after night, and you're like, damn, this guy is really good. When I think about the Niners, the guy that Christian McCaffrey has knocked off my, well, I knew he was really good over there, but I didn't watch a lot of Bengals football, especially when they sucked. Then Justin Smith shows up in a 49ers uniform, and right away you're like, damn, that guy is really, really good. I think Christian McCaffrey's there right now. He really is. He's knocking Justin Smith off my number one. Woo-hoo, look at that guy.
See, I would put that the other way around.
You still got Justin Smith on top?
Yeah. Justin Smith made an okay defense great. Christian McCaffrey's benefit to the 49ers is that he doesn't make their offense complete, but what he does is it gives them one more impact player than any defense has guys to negate. I think what you'll see from him is more impactful performances from Ayuk, Kittle, Samuel, and Mitchell. And as a result, Garoppolo. Not because he's so much better than they are, but he's complementary to them all. And it just says, well, here, we got 5 cards in our hand. Do you have 5 impact players on defense? And almost nobody does.
Well, Justin Smith was like the 5th impact player because that defense had Navarro Bowman and Patrick Willis and Aldon Smith at some point.
Well,
there.
he made Aldon Smith flat out.
He did.
And I would suggest that without him, Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman would have been slightly less because he created so much havoc up front that they both had an incredible amount of room to maneuver. In fact, Patrick Willis is back on the semifinalist list for the Hall of Fame. I saw it today. No, I think Patrick Willis is one of those guys who owes at least 10% of his Hall of Fame speech, whenever he gets to deliver it, to Justin Smith. Just because he was perhaps the most impactful defensive tackle I've seen since Merlin Olsen.
He was really good.
He was extraordinary because he would routinely take 2 guys. And I don't mean just take 2 guys. I mean, engage 2 guys so that they were no longer factors in the offense's play. And that's why, as good as McCaffrey is, Justin Smith is still that guy for me.
Now, I think it's unfair to say Barry Bonds was unfamiliar to the Bay Area sports fan because he was from here. You knew about his dad, obviously, and the Pirates were good when he was a Pirate, so there was it's not like Barry Bonds showed up and surprised anyone with how good he was. To me, the maybe the biggest Giant surprise, though, also has a Pittsburgh connection to it. How many people thought, that Justin or Jason Schmidt guy's pretty good, and then he shows up in a Giants uniform, and you're like, damn. He gets here in 2001. By 2004, he had been in 2 very legit Cy Young conversations right to the bitter end. He had won an ERA title. He was a total stud. He threw, it felt like a shutout every 4th time he took the ball. I mean, Jason Schmidt might be number 1 in terms of Giants fans. In terms of, you knew he was good, but then he started playing for you, and you really, really got how good he was. The other thing that the other Giant that I would put out there is, well, you knew that guy was good, then he showed up here, and you got a clear understanding of how really great he was. Wasn't a player at all.
He's a competitor.
It's that guy. We knew Bruce Bochy was a good manager, but you didn't know he was a great manager. And he really is a guy who wasn't made great by the players he had, but helped do an awful lot to make the players he had great. I think Bruce Bochy might be number 1 on the impressed when he showed up finally in a Giant uniform.
Maybe. I think you might be selling Bochy a little short from his time in San Diego.
Oh, because no, we knew he was Mr. Bullpen.
Well, it was not just Mr. Bullpen, but he took some profoundly incomplete teams and took one to the World Series.
That was a good team, though.
It was a good team, but it wasn't.
You had Ken Caminiti, you had Tony, you had.
But then you stop. You're going, well, what else do they have? They had decent players who he made better and a pitching staff that didn't make anybody excited until he got them together and made them real. So I get the point with Bochy. I get the point with Bonds, although Bonds was a phenomenal player in Pittsburgh.
Right.
So I don't think he was any kind of a
I think we understood the greatness before he showed up.
Yeah. Bochy, though, is probably as apt a choice as any, although I would suggest that Dusty Baker is in that, because nobody really knew what kind of manager he'd be. You knew he was a smart player, but he made those Giant teams at the tail end of the Candlestick era real teams, and they played hard for him. And those are some disparate personalities on those teams. I mean, Jeff Kent and Barry Bonds would absolutely have murdered each other in the dugout if not for Dusty Baker.
How about this? Someone from the 510 says, Trent Williams is turning into one of those guys where you knew he was good. Then all of a sudden he's wearing your uniform and you're like, whoa, all right, that guy he's really good. We'll have more on that in just a minute. Jake Peavy on that San Diego series team? Yeah, I think he was. Yeah? No, was he? Was Peavy there? I don't know.
He was okay, yeah.
We'll worry about that in just a little bit.
Magic.
By the way, welcome one and all to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Thanksgiving is right around the corner. There's an awful lot to be thankful for. As a radio host, you get, a true dynasty plopped in your lap. That's a thing to be thankful for. But then to have the coach of that dynasty who could big time anyone, anytime he wanted to, never be even 15 seconds late for a weekly phone call. And this is going back years. Steve Kerr, we are thankful for you once again, man. Thank you so much for joining us today. How you doing?
Thanks for the kind words, Damon. Good to be on with you guys again.
It is good to have you on again. Let's start with the nice part of the back-to-back, shall we? The win in Houston. It was great to see Klay Thompson work himself out of that funk. How much do you apply to him just feeling it? And how much would you go back and apply to the closed-door conversations that your players had that he said helped inspire, get him out of it?
I think the biggest thing is that Klay, over the last two games that he played, Houston and then the Knicks game before that, he just showed way more patience and just took better shots. And that's usually the way it works. If you're patient and you wait for good shots and you move the ball, then the game tends to reward you. And I think we had talked about how Klay was pressing the last couple of weeks, the early part of the season, and he was taking some bad shots, and so 2 games in a row now, he's been much more under control, much more, I think, calm and relaxed, and the ball has moved, and the quality of his looks has really led to him getting the hot hand.
What was there a moment early on in the Knicks game that you can point to and say, the light bulb's gone on, he's figured it out? Was there a moment that stands out to you?
Yeah, I mean, there were 2 or 3 passes that he made to the big man diving to the rim. Looney set a lot of screens for him, and Klay is such a great shooter that he attracts a ton of attention. And when Looney sets a screen for him and Looney's guy jumps out and tries to challenge the shot, that means Looney's wide open. And as soon as Klay hit Loon, I think twice in the early going, it was like, okay, everything's changed now. Like, this is what it's supposed to look like. And and then he got going. He made 3 or 4 shots, and then he took like 3 bad ones just to remind us that he wasn't fully out of it. He wasn't really, completely out of this funk yet. And then followed it up with the Houston game, where pretty much the whole game, he was taking really good shots, and as I said, the game rewarded him for it.
Steve, did Kevon Looney come out of the game last night at the 5-minute mark because he was ailing more than when he was warming up? Or did you realize at the 5-minute mark, this game's kind of gotten away here, so we're just going to give him a night off after all and keep his, that wasn't just to keep his consecutive start streak alive, was it? Did anything change for Kevon last night?
No, he was fine. The performance staff was concerned about him, didn't want him playing big minutes. And I talked to Loon yesterday during the meeting, our breakfast meeting, and he said he felt well enough to play. And I said, well, let's just cut your minutes back. And given that we were getting blown out, it just felt like the wrong time for Loon to be playing any more than those first 5 minutes. So it just it didn't seem right. We were never in that game, and I wanted to make sure we preserved him and got him some rest.
Like maybe 1-2% of NBA games look like a directional small state school playing a major conference program, but that's kind of what happened last night. It really got away from you. So wanting to see a response from the younger players on this team and then definitively not seeing it, what do you do as a learning moment from that? Do you just burn the tape, not bring it up, or is there some shame coaching to be done? What do you do with the results of last night's game? Is there anything that you learned about anyone?
Yeah, there's no shame coaching. That's not the best tactic I think ever. But I think what the idea is you want to give your guys confidence and reality at the same time. And when you're talking to guys with so little experience, it's really important to tell the truth. I watched Steph and Draymond and Clay and Andre play, years and years of college basketball, and I watched them in their early stages of their NBA careers, struggle to find the groove and find the way that they could best impact the game. So these guys are Hall of Famers, and they didn't like just figure this out in a couple of months. It takes years. And so I think the young guys need that dose of reality that, the NBA is an unforgiving league, and the only thing you can do is just work and maintain your confidence and spirit and energy. And over time, that work pays off, but it's filled with a lot of really tough lessons like last night.
We won't know what they learned from last night for some time. Did you learn anything about them last night that you didn't know? No. I mean, we know, from working with the guys every day. We know where they are in their respective careers. We know what they need to work on. It's a good opportunity to give guys extended minutes. I think that's been really tough on a lot of our young guys this year, just not being able to get consistent minutes and not be able to go out and play through mistakes because we're trying to win games, and so it has not been easy on these guys. So it was good to give them extended minutes, but we know them well at this stage. We're with them every single day, and we're working on everything that they need to get better.
Steve, the real good news is if you took the per 38, Patrick Baldwin Jr. might be one of the great players in NBA history. We saw him really for an extended run for the first time in his career last night, and on a night where there wasn't a lot to stand out, I thought he was a little bit of a standout as a good story. He looked comfortable on a floor, and I mean, if that's where every NBA journey needs to start, a good start to his journey.
Well, there's a reason that he was drafted in the first round. He's got great size and skill and got a good feel for the game. Just needs reps. I think he played 10 or 12 college games, and that's it. And so when you have a player like that who's talented, but inexperienced, they just got to keep going. They just got to keep working every single day, and over time, they'll get more and more comfortable with the NBA game. And I think Patrick will be a fine player.
Can you tell us a little bit about James Wiseman and the returns you're hearing from Santa Cruz, since we're talking about, guys with a lot of potential who didn't get a lot of run in college? To me, James Wiseman is right at the top of that list. How are things going down in Santa Cruz according to, your sources, which I'm assuming you have down there?
Yeah, they're going well. The team won last night in Salt Lake City, and this was the idea for James, not to just go play one game, but to actually practice and put together a consistent 10 days or so where he's backing up a couple of good practices with a game, and then being able to watch the film with the coaches and get back to practice the next day. It's a huge advantage for the guys in the G League to be a little bit like college players, where you're getting 3 great practices every week because of the limited number of games. and you can really focus on detail and then apply it come game time. So this is a really, really positive experience for James.
Without getting into any details, because obviously everything is fluid when you're talking about a situation like this, how long roughly would you expect him to need down there to figure out the things you want him to figure out? Is this something that you want him to have down before you return him? Or can you say, have him down there for a couple of weeks and then bring him back up to see what kind of progress he's made? How are you viewing that? Not in terms of days or games, but in terms of what you're getting from him.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to predict that exactly, Ray. I mean, I just think the idea is you take it incrementally. You take it in, in blocks of time, and this felt like a great time for him to get a good 10 days, and then we'll see where he is at that point. And we'll see where our team is. We'll see if we're healthy and all that. But I think in any player's development, it's impossible to predict exactly, how much time a player needs. I think breakthroughs can come at different, different speeds, different tempos. Maybe there's something that clicks, and then there needs to be another aspect of his game that needs work. And this is all fluid, and we'll just keep going as we see fit.
Steve, let's talk about Steph, who is having, I think, an MVP caliber year. I mean, he is off to as good of a start and is playing as good basketball right now as we have seen at any point in time. Got that 1-3 that he hit in Houston that had the trajectory of the St. Louis Arc. I mean, good God, that thing was a rainbow. It was just amazing. Is it harder to sell him on nights off, or does it become easier because he understands, nothing but his best interests are at the top of your list?
Oh, it's really hard. It's really hard to try to tell Steph that he's not going to play. I mean, but we have to protect him from himself. The fact that we flew back from New Orleans today and play tomorrow night, and then play again Friday night and fly off Saturday back across the country. This is a brutal schedule, and he's, as well as he's playing, he's banged up, and at 34, it's just going to be something we've got to make sure we stay on top of. We've seen what can happen. Last year Draymond gets a back injury and misses the last 35 games of the year or so, and these guys, they get a little older and they get more vulnerable. We have a performance team that's monitoring them daily. We are going to look after them, and if they're banged up and they need a night off, we're going to give them a night off.
How lousy a patient is he? And I don't mean in terms of being, injured, but when you tell him you're getting the night tonight, how much of a fight does he put up, and how real is that fight?
Well, it just depends. But yesterday I didn't give him a choice. I walked to him at our breakfast meeting, and I said, "This is non-negotiable. You're not playing tonight." And I walked away before he could argue. And I just heard him chuckle as I walked away. So there have been other times where he has been demonstrative and really against fitting out. And but this one was really obvious with the schedule and just him being banged up, and what our performance team is telling us that all the metrics are showing. He needed a night, and so we gave it to him.
What's his percentage of persuading you to change your mind?
He hasn't missed that many games over the years, other than the one season when when he hurt his hand and missed the whole year. It seems like usually what happens, knock on wood, is he'll have something like last year when Marcus Smart, I think, fell on his heel and he missed a few weeks, or year before he fell back and bruised his tailbone and missed a couple of weeks. So I mean, that seems to be the pattern for Steph, where he's healthy, and then like most guys, he sustains an injury of some sort. This is a couple weeks, but for the most part, he's playing. He's out there, and it's so this is not a common theme.
Is giving him the night off at breakfast enough time for him to make a tea time?
Probably not. Maybe I need to reconsider, but
I mean, I would imagine he and Andre Iguodala just look at each other and are like, at the very least, we're hitting 5 buckets of balls today.
Yeah, we got to go play golf for sure.
Steve, you got a like you said, a tough stretch of games coming up, starting tomorrow night with the Clippers, who are like the mirror. Well, they're the mirror opposite of you. While you guys have no trouble scoring and defense has been a challenge, they play an awful lot of defense and scoring has been a challenge. If styles make fights, how do you start handicapping this one tomorrow?
The Clippers have played us really tough, the last couple of years. It's a really perfect Ty Lue team. Ty is one of the best coaches in the league. He's got a formula that he really likes. He loves switching everything defensively. He loves, attacking your weak spots with dribble penetration. So we've always had interesting battles, and I really like the roster the Clippers have built. A lot of shooting and a lot of size, a lot of switchability. So they've made it tough on us the last couple of years, and I know they've got injuries of their own that they're dealing with, but always seems like the games we play against them are competitive and intense.
I wanted to look down the schedule at that 6-game road trip right before Christmas. Have you already started plotting out who's going to rest what games or not, or do you work that far ahead?
No. I mean, this is something that happens, in real time. And as I said, we have a performance team that is logging all of the relevant information on all of our players in terms of their energy output, how much mileage they're covering during games, how their bodies are responding. They've got all kinds of data that we've never had access to before. And then when you add kind of the eye test of or just the opinion of the player, hey, how you feeling? You get a sense of how everything it needs to happen. And so this is something that we sort of figure out on the fly.
So, Steve, did you have a flight to Utah scheduled for dessert of Thanksgiving dinner, or do you leave on Friday morning? What's your Thanksgiving day, Thursday, look like for you?
I will be enjoying Thanksgiving at home, thankfully. Last year we've been on the road for Christmas the last 2 years, I believe, and this year the schedule is pretty favorable. To be here on Thanksgiving and Christmas is awesome, and that Utah game Friday is at home also. So
oh, that's right. You're not going to Utah. You don't have to go anywhere there. You hit the road after that.
Yeah, we fly out Saturday, so this is a nice week for us.
Well, hey, I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving, surrounded by family and loved ones and friends, and thank you for being a part of the show as always, man. We're thankful for the conversations we get to have with you, how forward you are about when things are going well and when they're not going well. You've worn an awful lot of emotion on your sleeve so far this season, and we appreciate the level of honesty we always get from you. You can't ask for more than that from an interview, especially an interview that is always punctual. You're the easiest guy to get on the phone in sports, Steve.
Well, I'm glad I can accommodate you.
Thank you so much for doing so. Good luck against the Clippers, and happy Thanksgiving.
All right, you too, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very, very much. Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game. So, it's a year where so far they've really got two things going for them, Ray. More than anything else, the Warriors have Steph Curry, who, again, has officially begun one of the best years he might ever have in his career. Like, those are the numbers that Steph is putting up so far. And the other thing that the Warriors have going for them is that the Western Conference collectively doesn't have a lot going for it right now. This is a note from yesterday. So yesterday's results changed this note probably a little. But we're talking about one loss separating the 1 through the 9 seed yesterday before games began in the NBA. I mean, everybody is bunched together. The Warriors would like to be in that bunch. They're not right now, but getting there does hardly looks like an impossibility. And then quickly being able to rise from, well, hey, at least we're in the play-in game, to the 6, to the 5, to the 4. Like, it's still, there's an awful lot of finishing somewhere very respectable in the Western Conference still out there for the Golden State Warriors, not by their results, but by the conference's results.
Yeah, 1 through 10 are separated by 2 games, which is a preposterous number, even though it's early. Here's
the thing. I think we've officially played enough games to where we know it's still early in the year, but it's not early. Like, identities are being formed right now.
It still is early because do you honestly think the Utah Jazz will have the best record in the West at the midway point?
No,
I don't.
But I mean,
there's enough there. I guess my point is Utah, Sacramento, Portland, New Orleans, Dallas, Minnesota. They all have winning records now. I don't know how many of them are going to have winning records when you get to, the end of January. I think there's still a lot to be settled. So in answer to your question, yeah, I do think it's pretty early. I think it's less early in the East where the cream pretty much quickly rose to the top. And the only 2 teams that you can look at and say they don't belong there are Indiana and Washington. Everything else about the East looks pretty normal.
Can we give a little love to the Sacramento Kings?
Sure.
Look, I told you a couple weeks ago, I'm on the bandwagon. I'm going. I'm hopping on. They can play. And honestly, my rule in basketball, when I'm watching a game I'm not, emotionally invested in, is just entertain me. God damn, the Sacramento Kings are fun. They're fun. The Sacramento Kings, they're fast. They play fast. They're fun. And I saw Zach Lowe tweet out today that after Boston's loss last night, the Sacramento Kings officially have the number 1 offense in the NBA right now. Like, that ain't bad. That ain't, dude. Are you joining me just a little in the Kings might not be absolute buffoons this season conversation?
They have a chance not to be absolute buffoons, but while they are number 1 in offensive rating, they're also 27 in defensive rating.
Hey, the Warriors wish, right? The Warriors wish they were 27th.
The Warriors are 26th. So okay. Sacramento's actually worse than they are. And for a coach like Mike Brown, who's as good defensively as he is, to deal with that night in and night out, there are going to be times when Sacramento's shots aren't going down. They'll still be fun to watch, but they're going to hit some dry spots here and there. I still think they're probably going to be like a 9, 10, 11, 12 team. I don't think they're ready to make that big leap, but they are no longer an eyesore. You're absolutely right.
Hooters, yeah. Kevin Huerter.
Hooters will not make the playoffs.
Dude, Huerter is just a flamethrower right now. That guy's shooting lights out. You got Sabonis playing pretty well down low. De'Aaron Fox remains one of the fastest human beings on the planet with a basketball in his hands. By the way, one of those guys who used to wear the title of fastest human being with a basketball in my hands, John Wall, he does play for the Clippers. And believe it or not, Russell Westbrook are actually leading the NBA coming off the bench with assists right now. So John Wall ain't who he used to be. Obviously, Russell Westbrook ain't who he used to be. But when you accept your role, things can go well. So look out. There is going to be no Kawhi tomorrow night for the Clippers. But that game is that game's a game that the Warriors need. It's a home game, no Kawhi. You're going to get a rested complement of players back. I hope they get it done tomorrow. Because there's a road trip coming up, like you said, a couple of road trips coming up. It ain't going to be easy.
Yeah, the six-gamer right before Christmas is a brutal one because it's not only all East Coast games. There's 2 back-to-backs in there, which is why I asked them if they'd already started looking at how they're going to rest the veterans. Because
and that might have been the one time he lied to us in the interview.
Oh, I think probably, yeah. I don't think it's the one time he's lied to us, but I think it's probably the one time today. Because I think they've already thought about that. I mean, it's a brutal stretch. And then they've got an 8-game homer after that. So I think they'd want to be able to hit the ground running with that right before Christmas.
We say hello to Bert, calling from Boston. Hello, Bert in Boston.
Hey there. I'm a huge fan of the show, but sorry to kind of backtrack a little bit, but kind of going off with your conversation with Steve about injuries. But one thing I found interesting in a game in the 2019 season with the Boston Celtics versus the Golden State Warriors, all these players, with layups and crap like that, but it's how many players get punched in the dick.
Oh, happy Thanksgiving.
He was so clever, too.
For a minute there.
I thought something smelled funny when he's Boston.
Well, look, I mean, talking Warriors, wanting to bring up the Celtics, who are, feeling a little bit of a backslide after a loss or two. Like, it sort of made sense.
It's 8:30 at night back there. Who's kidding who?
Drinking's underway.
Well, if you're drinking in Boston, you're not drinking to call a West Coast radio show.
Someone from the 650 says, I honestly don't know which is better. Actually doing the Thanksgiving draft or listening to Trent Baalke give the worst side dish answer ever. We're going to have that for you tomorrow. We will be replaying the hits. It really is. It's one of the great moments in the history of the show. Look, we've been sitting around talking Warriors basketball since 5 o'clock. We want to bring it back to the fact that last night was one of the great overall games of the Kyle Shanahan era. And that's not selling you a bag of goods. It's not really there. That was an outstanding football game. An outstanding football game that was an avenue that is as close to perfect as the NFL really gives other NFL teams. You dominate playing the style of football that you want to play and play it so successfully that you can start pulling starters midway through the fourth quarter. I mean, that is a luxury whenever an NFL team is able to do that. And last night, Christian McCaffrey continued to play the role of skeleton key that unlocks this offense. A great night from the offensive line, a great night from the quarterback. Jimmy Garoppolo, look, he is never, ever going to be what you want him to be unless you want him to be someone who's efficient as hell when he's not stepping on his own you-know-what. He has been that. He's been that. He is in the best stretch of his career right now. When the 49ers brought Jimmy Garoppolo back, did you think, and now the best stretch of his career will arrive? Did you think that? The answer is you probably didn't. He's playing really good football. That was one of the 2 or 3 best games he's played in his entire professional life. 228 yards on 20 of 29 passing, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, no sacks. It just doesn't get better than that, really, for Jimmy Garoppolo. The other game that you could put into the conversation, what are his 2 best games, was that in the New Orleans game. The other game where he had 4 touchdowns in the air. So, look, we've had plenty of opportunities to tell you what the Niners aren't in moments where they weren't. So let's take the opportunity to tell you what they are when they want to show it to you. They showed us really for the first time. How about this, Ray? I don't think I've said this yet. I'm going to say it now. The 49ers could win the Super Bowl. 6 weeks ago, I wasn't ready to say that. 5 weeks ago, probably not ready to say that. Before Christian McCaffrey's trade, probably not ready to say that. Results not guaranteed, but the 49ers could win a Super Bowl this year. It could happen. Are they on the 1 line? No doubt about it. No, they're not. They're on that 2 line. They're in the conversation of best teams in the NFC. Therefore, you are in a could win a Super Bowl conversation.
I think they could get there. I don't see how they beat Kansas City. I'm not sure how I see them beating Buffalo.
Maybe neither of those teams show up. Funny things happen on the way to Super Bowls.
True. I mean, the 49ers could have won last year's Super Bowl had they gotten past the Rams, because I think we saw that Cincinnati was not yet ready for that. But I don't see that happening again. I think Kansas City is better this year. I think Buffalo's better than they were a year ago.
Are the Cowboys definitively better? Are the Vikings?
No. I'm not talking about the NFC. I think they are at a place where the Vikings are about to reveal themselves as the Vikings. The Cowboys are more troublesome because I think they're going to emerge as the best team in the NFC East.
If Dak is hot, they can roll you.
Oh, no question. But I wouldn't put them so far ahead of the 49ers as presently constructed that would be that could end up being 40-3. But I don't know how. I mean, I still am not convinced that they can hang with Kansas City for 4 quarters, or Buffalo, or maybe even Baltimore. Baltimore is an incredibly tough out. And this is the kind of team that John Harbaugh loves to have, where they'll just beat you up all night long. And then ask if you want to play tomorrow so they can beat you up some more. So I think they can get there. I don't think they're good enough yet to win it.
So if the 49ers are the NFC champions and nothing beyond that is guaranteed to you, that's a good year.
It's a hell of a year. It means your quarterback is the one you got this year, without question.
It means, boy, did you screw up the decision on Jimmy in the first place.
Maybe not. And here's why I say that. What was one of the big complaints when they were hashing all this out, that he wasn't as devoted to the craft as maybe he could be, and that he'd go missing in the off season for weeks at a time? I think maybe that served as a bit of a wake-up call for him, because he does seem like he's more in tune with the rhythms of a game than he was last year. And really, at any point since the latter half of 19, which is the other stretch of great football that he played.
Yeah, I mean,
he had 10 games where he was putting up these kinds of numbers, where he had 21 touchdowns, 7 interceptions.
He looks as comfortable as he's ever looked. And an awful lot of that needs to go to just, one track, always positive Garoppolo. He is hard to rattle. And the other thing, and maybe chief among the things that makes any quarterback look comfortable, is when you got a clean pocket. And he has a clean pocket. He gets the ball out quickly from that clean pocket, which is one of the reasons why it doesn't get dirty for him. But man, he's never looked more comfortable than he looks right now. And as, a chief critic of what this team isn't when I ain't seeing it, I feel like I need to, you say, what are you, flip-flopping? I'm not flip-flopping as much as I'm reacting to the data that I'm getting back at me from the games I'm watching. The Niners are a completely different animal post-Christian McCaffrey than they were pre-Christian McCaffrey, and the numbers are convincing. They're averaging 8.3 more points per game since Christian McCaffrey showed up. They were 20.3 points per game without him and 28.5 points per game with him. They are nearly 60 yards better of offensive output with Christian McCaffrey than they were without him. On third down, which, let's face it, that's the money down, because if Kyle has his way, he is killing clock and not punting. Doesn't matter if they're not scoring. If he gets to possess the football, he is happy. You get to possess the football a lot more when you're 55% on third down than when you're 41% on third down. And that's the difference, post-McCaffrey, pre-McCaffrey. He really has been the skeleton key that has unlocked what is hopefully the best of the 49ers offense. And this defense, again, has pitched 3 consecutive second-half shutouts now. The last time that happened, they were NFC champions.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is they have more weaponry than they've had at any point in the Shanahan era. And the reason that that's important is because everybody always screamed, they need a better quarterback. They need a better quarterback. They need a better quarterback. When in fact, you can fix your quarterback by providing him a multiplicity of weapons. And that's what they've done. They've fixed the quarterback by fixing everything around him. And that's the thing to take away, is that it's not a linear one-to-one, your quarterback displeases me, get a new quarterback. No, you've got a perfectly good quarterback already. You're making him better by giving him one more thing that other teams have to deal with.
Debo made an impact last night. Ayuk's playing the best football of his entire life. Kittle had a monster night, and boy, do things obviously become easier when that guy's scoring a couple touchdowns for you. So it was a really, really good night. It was a great night for Mexico City, which was a great host for a fun game for 49ers fans, no doubt about it. This is David in Brentwood. David, you're on 95.7 The Game. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon, guys. Thank you for taking my call. When you see Jimmy Garoppolo's play on the past four games, you can see a big change on the way he's playing it. I think he's playing with a sense of, you know what, I don't care whether I win or lose, I'm going to win. Because if I lose, I'm the backup. If I win, I'll either get a new contract here or I'll get it somewhere else. But, you know, by playing the way he's playing, there's another side effect, which is Kyle Shanahan getting to trust him a lot more than he did before. Because to me, the key to Kyle Shanahan trusting Jimmy was play better and I'll trust you more. I'll give you more, you know, for you to handle. And on the other hand, Jimmy is handling a lot more because he doesn't have that pressure or having to worry about, am I going to be the starter next year? Am I going to be the backup? Are they going to cut me? What's going to happen? It's one of the situations where you have no pressure, you play with ease. And I think everybody is benefiting from this. At the end of the year, I see the 49ers in the Super Bowl. Whether they win it or not, that is yet to be seen, but I think they are going to be there.
David, thank you for the call, man. Appreciate it.
If he didn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo, do you think he would have gone out to get Christian McCaffrey? I don't. I think he looked at the problem that Jimmy Garoppolo presented him and said, you know, the only thing that you know, is in the way of him being as good as he can be, one more guy. It doesn't have to be him as the fix.
But if you believe that, the offseason wouldn't have played out. I don't want to go, you know, till the old ground once again, but this team was as 100% out of the Garoppolo business before they luckily remained in it.
That's true, and I'm not disputing that, but, you know, everything changes. Nothing's more fluid in football than an injury. And I think once he was done having his bouts of indecision about who the quarterback should be, and that indecision started before Lance got hurt, let's be honest. I think he just decided, you know what? I can win with this guy. And I can win with him just by give me one more piece. There wasn't a piece out there till the Panthers just said, well, we're giving up. We're going to give away our best guy. You know, I mean, that's nutty. Teams don't do that. But Carolina made that very possible. And I think at that point, Shanahan, the general manager, correctly told Shanahan, the coach, if I give you this, you have no more excuses about your offense.
Rich in Fremont. What do you got, Rich?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I'm just looking at this, and the thing that really just just in the back of my mind, going back in time a little bit, is when the front office decided that they were moving on Garoppolo, I thought, are you guys drinking Hennessy at like 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning? Are you crazy? That's insane. Jimmy Garoppolo is the best guy for the job. Now, how do you know that? You give him the weapons that he needs. He has Kittle. He has Debo. He has Ayuk. And then you go get McCaffrey. Now look at Garoppolo. So, and by the way, last night, that secondary, the defense was so spicy. Oh, my goodness.
It was.
You shut down the third. The Cardinals couldn't even score in the second half. And so my whole take is this. Right now, this is a well-oiled machine. And I'm thinking, if I'm the Seahawks, I'm looking over my shoulder, brother. Thanks, guys.
Rich, hold on. Before you go, you sound like a well-learned man. What is the right time to stop drinking Hennessy? Oh, does Rich just hang up and walk it? He just walked it off with a hang up.
The right time is closing time.
But no, that's the thing. He said, it's like drinking Hennessy after 2 a.m. That's the bewitching hour. That's the Hennessy hour, I think. 3 a.m.
If you're still pounding Hennessy at 2, it means you have failed.
You had a hell of a
drink
night.
enough Hennessy in the hours of 8 to closing time.
What's the old adage? Don't chase the night, boys. There's another one coming tomorrow. When we do return, Ray Ratto's comprehensive list of things he is thankful for. He didn't know that he would be doing that. That's how we're going to close the show. It should be rousing.
You're going to be disappointed.
Oh, when aren't we?
That's an excellent point.
Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Solo.
Does an electric car need to be $60,000? Not really. Meet Solo, the revolutionary single-seat electric commuter for under $19,000 nicely equipped. It's the EV you've been waiting for. Order yours at drivesoloev.com.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars, now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals, November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Friday, the biggest World Cup showdown kicks off on Fox. Oh my goodness! Christian Pulisic leads the Stars and Stripes.
What can this kid do?
Against the unstoppable Harry Kane and global powerhouse England.
What a night!
Team USA face their toughest test of the tournament with everything on the line and a chance to shock the world.
That is magnificent!
USA, England. Coverage begins Friday at 1 Eastern on Fox.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. 1 device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
What's worse than calling your groin your junk? Treating it like junk. Respect your pubic region with Gillette Intimate. Gentle and easy pubic hair care from America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand. Gillette, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The Morning Roast from 6 to 9.
I don't hate watch. I'm going to do that. I watch it for the enjoyment and entertainment. There's no hate watching. So nobody's hate watching Jimmy Garoppolo, the team they grew up loving.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
Jimmy, you got to play Brock Purdy. He looked really good in the preseason. Come on. We're better than that. Aren't we, Dibs?
We are better than that. Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
What bothers me is kind of the Super Bowl or bust mentality. Jim Kelly went 4 times and didn't win the Super Bowl. Is Jim Kelly not good enough? Well, he's in the Hall of Fame.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
It roared like not just a 49ers home game. It roared as if the Niners were hosting the NFC title game.
The best of the game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211.
Hey, it's Willard of Willard and Dibs, 9 to noon. But now let's get you back to Damon and Ratto. Guys, keep those big smiles on your faces. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Mark. Ray, did you record loving rejoins for other shows?
Nope. They didn't ask, and I wouldn't have done it. I don't like those people.
And you're thankful.
And let's be honest, you don't like them either.
You're thankful for what this Thanksgiving?
That my wife has not yet killed me in my sleep. Because I know I've got it coming.
Well, I do hope that you return on Monday. Ray will be indeed off tomorrow. Alan Stiles will be in with yours truly. We've never done a show together, so that should be an awful lot of fun to wrap up what we'll call Thanksgiving week. Tonight, coming up in just a minute, we've got, well, basically it's the football hour. Coming to you on a Tuesday. Our good friends Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal are coming up next, and boy, do they have one monster of a 49ers game to talk about. And how about this? We're learning that the Cardinals, their rough trip to Mexico City began before the game even started. They fired their offensive line and running game coordinator Sean Kugler before the game even started. Like on Sunday, they fired him for non-football related reasons, which means he did something that was a huge off-the-field no-no, or he used some very special words talking to someone who is
Could have him fired.
Big part of his paycheck. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's yeah. The possibilities are not endless, but they are two, and one of them was sufficient. That's a team in the toilet.
By the way, can we put a little respect on the Colt McCoy show for what it was? Joe Buck, I thought, brought up something pretty interesting last night when he said from his quarterback class in 2010, he was the last man standing in the NFL. That deserves some respect, right? 14 quarterbacks were drafted that year, 3 before Colt McCoy, and again, he's outlasted all of them. Sam Bradford went number 1 overall that year to the St. Louis Rams. Tim Tebow, the second quarterback off the board in that draft, he went number 24 to the Broncos. They'd probably rather have another go-around with Tim Tebow than what they're getting with Russell Wilson right now. Jimmy Clausen from Notre Dame, he went in the second round. And, of course, you can't start bringing up a draft without me saying, oh, well, what'd the Niners do in that draft? What'd the Raiders do in that draft? So in 2010, the 49ers had 2 first-round draft picks. They spent both of them on offensive linemen who would start a Super Bowl for the 49ers. Anthony Davis, tackle out of Rutgers, goes number 11 to the Niners, 17. Mike Iupati, guard, Idaho, to the 49ers. Neither of them played very long for the Niners, but they were both damn good when they were in there.
Iupati was injured out.
Yeah.
Is basically what happened to him. But no, those were good. Iupati in particular was a good pick.
For the Raiders, their first-round pick in 2010, number 8 overall that year was... That's unfair. It's a terrible
Yeah,
pick.
I hate the draft, as you well know.
Rolando McClain.
Yeah, we'd have been here till Thursday.
Linebacker, Alabama. So there you go. Love that. Big game coming up tomorrow night for the Golden State Warriors. We had an excellent conversation with Steve Kerr. They've got the Kings. No, excuse me. They don't have the Kings tomorrow. And good news, because right now the Kings are on a heater. But they've got the Los Angeles Clippers coming to town tomorrow night. The Kawhi-less Clippers. Dude, that guy is the biggest load management story I think the NBA's ever told. I mean, he is always banged up, always hurt. There's something, that knee is just never going to be what it wants to be.
There's something structurally awful about that knee, because you don't get load managed for 2 straight years.
We will, if his knee really is this wonky thing that can't be counted on going forward, like if this is what his career looks like, we will have been robbed of a great NBA talent.
Yep.
Totally robbed. Totally robbed. I mean,
and let's be honest, Zaza Pachulia's foot had a lot to do with that.
Oh, it wasn't Zaza's fault. He always closed us out on 3-point shooters in the corner, right?
Yeah, that way.
Congratulations again. Football Hour does come up around the corner. 52 Monday Night Football wins. That's the most in Monday Night Football history. The 49ers wear the crown. The Steelers are now alone in second place with 51. And guess who plays the next Monday night? It's the Steelers at the Colts. So maybe the crown is worn for a grand total of 6 days, and then they're sharing it once again with the Steelers. Steelers over the Colts. Should we start breaking that Monday nighter down now? Or should we?
Don't watch it.
That is Joe Buck probably going, it's nice to be at ESPN. It's good to have Troy with me here too, but did I sign up for a crap slate of games the same way that Al Michaels signed up for a crap slate of games now?
I think he's probably going to call in. I've got 24-hour polio. I don't think I can make it.
Oh, dude, 24-hour polio is the only thing more dangerous than triple leprosy.
Triple leprosy's got it all. because it's got skin disease. It's got all of it. It's the best disease ever.
I love how you can rank the merits of your favorite made-up diseases, but when it comes to actually expressing a moment of thanks, it's just out the window.
I got to express a moment of thanks.
Be thankful for something here at 95.7 The Game. Quick, go.
5:54.
We're going to be on for another 3 minutes, so it's not quite
I'm not
what it used
thankful
to be.
about this place then.
It's not quite what it used to be.
I'm getting hosed one more time. That criminal in the corner office needs a good beating.
No.
I'd be thankful for that. This 3 minutes, I could have cured a disease I could have cured triple leprosy by now.
I'm thankful that you return to a home that is full and brimming of love and support, and that makes you the sunny side up egg that we get every single day at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I got in-laws this week.
Ooh. Do you get along with your in-laws?
These I
Please tell me about that.
These I do.
You do?
Well, one, I'm physically afraid of both of them, so I can't really screw with them the way I'd like to.
Is she, like, attack you with a slipper level in-law?
No, just simply a hard stare, and I'm on my knees weeping.
Wow. Reduced. Well, look.
She can crack a coconut with a single glare.
I'm thankful for you, honey.
Well, don't be.
Nah, nothing about this show should work. Nothing about this show
I
should
think
work.
so far we've proved it.
No, it's working. I don't know how. I don't know why, but indeed it does. Probably most people tuning in for a fabulous guest list, and you got another one today. Peter King, Steve Kerr, they were both great. I want to say thanks to Grandy, who was about to go one-man army on us today, but oh no, Cam comes in to the rescue. Cam, thank you very, very much. And for Lucas today, really appreciate you. I saw Whitley back there pushing buttons, like not rubbing people the wrong way level pushing buttons, but helping the switcher. Like, we're not on YouTube today if Whitley's not pushing some buttons in some particular breaks. So thank you very much to her. It took a village to run this damn show.
Sports don't build character.
You got 20 more seconds. Tell me something you're thankful for. Tell me something
Sports
nice.
Don't build character.
Tell me something nice.
I just gave you something nice. It's your send-off. I got a boat to catch. You're killing me.
I release you, Ray. Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join Medishare and save even more than usual. It's true, for the typical family, switching to Medishare saves about $500 a month, which is obviously huge for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. Medishare has double the customer satisfaction rate when compared to health insurance. Double. There are 400,000 members now. They've shared over $4 billion in medical bills. So yeah, they can handle your bills too. And here's the thing. If you join Medishare Complete right now, before November 30th, they will waive your new member fee. So you're going to save even more. Medishare is the gold standard in healthcare sharing, and joining right now makes a lot of sense. Again, pay no new member fees if you join now and start enjoying great savings and a great way to handle your health care. Call now, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride.
From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
At 7-Eleven, we have fresh coffee 24/7. And if it's not fresh, it's free. That's 7-Eleven confidence. 7-Eleven, take it to 11. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store of purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every